The Lord's Empire Chapter 510 to Chapter 596. Boom, the battle between the Wind Dragon Lord and Holy Light City's City Lord was abnormally intense, and the shockwaves were like wild gales that wreaked havoc. Zhao Fu used the Dark Ghost World and skeletons to quickly take over one of Holy Light City's walls. Just as he was about to enter Holy Light City, he did not encounter much resistance. Despite facing such a dangerous situation, Holy Light City's City Lord's expression did not change much as he continued to fight the Wind Dragon Overlord. Suddenly, the Wind Dragon Lord sensed that a large number of people were teleporting over from afar. As the lord of a region, her senses were extraordinarily strong, and facing so many people, the Wind Dragon Lord felt that something was wrong. Although she thought that she was very strong, she did not have the confidence to fight against the entire area, so she felt that it was better to leave first. In any case, she was going to get the dragon egg back, so there was nothing for her to worry about. She had already vented her anger enough, so there was no reason for her to risk her life here. Just as she was about to leave, she looked down at Zhao Fu. If this cooperation did not work out, there might be a next time. For the sake of their massive wealth, the Wind Dragon Lord reminded him, "Boy, don't be afraid. I advise you to leave first." Hearing her words, Zhao Fu immediately sensed danger because the Wind Dragon Lord had already unleashed a few gusts of wind, forcing the white-clothed woman back before quickly running away. Zhao Fu understood that the situation had changed and immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Countless Qin soldiers were dumbfounded. They were about to conquer Holy Light City, so why were they retreating? However, His Majesty's orders were absolute, and all of the soldiers quickly retreated from Holy Light City. "Your Highness! What is it?" The generals hadn't realized that the danger had been resolved, so they asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's eyes flashed with a cold light. "The situation has changed, get the soldiers to leave Holy Light City." Hearing this, the generals were shocked and immediately ordered a retreat. Very soon, Qin's soldiers retreated like the tide. Everyone in Sacred Light City heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally over. The white-clothed girl looked at Qin's retreating soldiers and understood what was going on. She had long since discussed with the other two city lords, and she was considering whether to stall Qin so that the other two city lords and Holy Light City could attack Qin together. But now, Qin's army was unexpectedly powerful. She and her people could defend the city walls, but once they rushed out, they would face 450,000 soldiers of Qin. The people of Holy Light City would soon die. At this time, most of the players had fled to other areas to take refuge. She didn't have many players at her disposal. Otherwise, she could rely on a large number of players to stall Qin. However, although they couldn't send all their people to hold back Qin, this was a good opportunity to severely injure Qin. They couldn't miss this opportunity. Since the other party had come to attack Holy Light City, it was clear that there was no way for them to coexist. They could only fight. The white-clothed girl immediately made a decision. She sent out a large number of Stage 1 soldiers to rush out of Holy Light City and chase after Qin. They didn't want to fight head-on but rather to stall Qin's soldiers. Seeing the countless System Main City soldiers chasing after him, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to leave behind 150,000 skeletons as cannon fodder to stop the large number of System Main City soldiers. The System Main City soldiers and the countless skeletons immediately started to fight, while Qin's army continued to run away. Seeing this, the white-clothed girl prepared to give chase and personally attack. However, when she suddenly met Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes, a chill rose up within her. She instinctively felt a sense of danger, causing her to stop. Zhao Fu looked away. If the white-clothed girl chased after him, Zhao Fu and the other city lords would attack together. Right now, their main goal was to escape. However, if the white-clothed girl insisted on stopping them, Zhao Fu could only take the risk and stay behind to kill her. In the distance, the two teleportation channels continuously flashed as large groups of people were teleported over. Under the leadership of the various large factions, they rushed towards Qin's army. Zhao Fu received a report from his intelligence officer and finally understood what was going on. He coldly harumphed. As expected, these ordinary players and factions were Qin's greatest obstacle. Seeing that the other two sides had arrived, the white-clothed girl sent out all of her people to meet up with the other two sides. They stopped a large number of Stage 1 skeletons, causing a few casualties to the system main city soldiers, but they were quickly destroyed. After all, skeletons relied on numbers to win, and because they were summoned by skeleton mages, they were not as strong as the disaster cavalrymen, so they were destined to lose. However, those skeletons could be summoned at any time, so it wouldn't be a big deal if they all died. Now, Qin had escaped from the pincer attack from 3 sides, but the other side was still charging at him. The tide of 4 million people was incredibly terrifying, and they gave off a heaven-shaking aura. Zhao Fu stood in the air with a trace of anger on his face, and his blood-red eyes coldly looked at the incoming tide of people. This was the first time Qin had run away in such a wretched manner. However, with Qin's 400,000 or so soldiers, it would be very difficult for him to stop 4 million enemies. This was not just because of the numbers but because the other side had 300,000 stage 1 soldiers. If Qin stayed, there would be no benefit to him at all, and the worst outcome would be that he would be completely wiped out. Do you really dare to become enemies with Qin? Zhao Fu exploded out with all of his power, whether it was his city lord seal, nation armament, or clan armament. A heaven-toppling aura rushed into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to dim. The clouds violently roiled as a wild gale blew. Trees madly swayed, and sand and pebbles were blown into the air. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. A terrifying aura covered everyone, and Zhao Fu's cold voice pierced into everyone's ears like an icy knife, causing everyone's bodies to tremble and stop moving. The massive tide of people also stopped moving. What? It's Qin at the front? Only then did the countless ordinary people come back to their senses. Their expressions fell, and they immediately felt fear and wanted to run. However, countless people's voices sounded out from within the tide of people. Everyone, don't be afraid. Whether it's in the Heaven Awakened world or the real world, you'll receive massive rewards. Even if you die, you won't have to be afraid. At the same time, you'll be protected by the various factions. Also, there's no need to be afraid of Great Qin. They can only bring a few people into the Heaven Awakened world at most, while we have so many people. Even if they catch you, if you commit suicide, their methods won't work on you. Zhao Fu looked at Great Qin and said, Great Qin, don't worry. Qin plans to destroy the Forest of Horror's 3 system main cities. If you don't have them, where can you go? Hearing those people's words, everyone felt a wave of hot-bloodedness rise up in their hearts. Qin was indeed running away, and facing them, Qin was actually afraid and choosing to run. Thinking about how they would receive great rewards regardless of whether they lived or died, the tide of people once again started to surge, and it was even more ferocious than before. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. Everyone, continue charging and kill all of Qin's people. They're not invincible, and they're afraid now. Seeing the tide of people charging towards them, Zhao Fu felt quite furious. He drew the sky demon sword and raised it as he roared, Godly Hell's Gates. This time, Zhao Fu used all of his power, including his nation armament and clan armament. He sent massive amounts of power into the sky demon sword, causing it to give off a shocking demonic light. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a black pillar of light shot into the sky, and a massive black hole expanded until it was 10,000 meters wide. Countless traces of demonic chi flowed out, and terrifying howls sounded out as countless demons flooded out. This time, it was not just the little demons but also the 2-meter-tall, muscular great demons, as well as ferocious-looking fallen demons that gave off flames. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and they gave off incredibly ferocious sounds as they charged towards the massive ocean of people. The 2 waves ferociously clashed, and the countless demons charged forwards and slashed out with their claws, tearing 4 or 5 players apart. Blood flew everywhere, and the little demons stabbed out with their pitchforks, piercing through the chests of the players. However, the players showed no fear at all and swarmed up, stabbing their weapons into the demons' bodies. Countless demons howled as their bodies collapsed and turned into traces of demonic chi. The countless demons formed a small wave and rushed towards the ocean of people, causing the ocean of people to pause for a moment before being destroyed. However, Qin's soldiers had been quite far away from them, and adding on the obstruction from Zhao Fu and the countless demons, the countless Qin's soldiers had already used teleportation channels to return to Qin City. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and disappeared into the sky. Countless people looked into the distance. Qin's soldiers, who had almost run away, did not chase after them. Instead, they stood where they were and cheered happily. All of them looked incredibly excited. This was the first time someone had defeated Great Qin and forced them to flee. This was something that had never happened before, and with how ferocious and terrifying Great Qin was, they had never thought that they would be able to do such a thing. Today, they would definitely become famous because they had defeated the arrogant Qin. They would also be admired by everyone in the world. How could they not be happy and excited? Let me ask you, who can do this now? Countless spies here couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect this at all. They thought that Qin still had some tricks up his sleeves. This time, they were determined to die, hoping to at least severely injure Qin. They didn't expect that Qin would be forced to escape. Although Qin didn't lose much combat power, it was a heavy blow to Qin's reputation. Countless people were in high spirits, celebrating this victory with the attitude of a victor. The three city lords standing in the air looked slightly worried. They had allowed Great Qin to escape this time, but they would not have such a good opportunity next time, and they might have to face Great Qin's berserk revenge again. This time, Qin escaped without any mishap, but his reputation fell to the bottom. This matter quickly spread to the real world. When the whole world heard the news, it was violently shocked. Qin lost? He chose to flee in embarrassment in front of 4 million people? Countless people couldn't help but laugh. Their resentment, which had been suppressed by Qin, had dissipated a lot. This showed that Qin was not invincible at all, and they still had a chance to defeat Qin. Even though no faction dared to resist the attacks of 4 million people, Qin was different. After all, in countless people's hearts, Qin was a godly existence. However, they had never thought that he would fall from his godly position. This meant that Qin no longer had any powerful tricks up his sleeves. Qin could be defeated. And they didn't have to worry or be afraid anymore. After all, they could also destroy Qin. Many factions' gloomy hearts started to rise again. The happiest ones were the dynasty legatees, as they had been the ones in charge of this matter. As a dynasty's legatee, it was impossible for them to reconcile with each other. As such, they had to do everything they could to destroy Qin or limit Qin's development. However, they had never expected that they would be able to force Qin to retreat. This was the first time they had defeated Qin, and after losing so many times, they had lost all confidence. As such, this was even more surprising. They quickly fulfilled their promise and gave everyone in the Forest of Horrors rewards. This was a necessary reward, or else they wouldn't be able to use them to attack Qin in the future. This caused the entire Forest of Horrors to be immersed in cheers and celebrations. This matter caused Qin's reputation to plummet. After all, as long as they hadn't failed once, they wouldn't be afraid of Qin anymore. Their fear of Qin also disappeared because of this matter. Many people had also vented their anger, and their moods became much better. The foreign factions also let out sighs of relief. Qin had been a great threat to them, and now that Qin had lost, they were happy to see this. In actuality, Qin hadn't lost this time, because he had only retreated strategically. He hadn't lost much of his forces, which was quite common on the battlefield. However, in terms of momentum, Qin had lost, and this was something that the whole world was happy to see. Most of the people who had been surrounding the Ying family dispersed, and they didn't want Qin's writs and holy daughter writs anymore. Only a small portion of people stayed. This portion of people thought to themselves that this was a good opportunity. Qin had only retreated, and he was already incredibly powerful. Now that most of the people had left, they would be even more loyal if they stayed. Perhaps they would be able to receive Qin's favor and obtain the Qin writs that they had been dreaming of. The families that had sent their women to the Ying family also decided to support Qin. After all, as a famous family, they couldn't afford to lose face by bringing back their women. Moreover, they believed that Qin was hiding some terrifying trump card, but he hadn't used it yet. They remembered how Qin had instantly killed 100 million players and caused a massive catastrophe. They were betting on Qin's potential. If Qin continued to win, those who continued to support him would receive massive benefits, and they would officially join Qin's faction. Luckily, the Ying family had not accepted many women, only 4 of them. Otherwise, many large families would have come to ask for them. After all, not everyone would choose to trust Qin and stand on Qin's side against the other factions. the Ying family paid great attention to this matter. After going to Zhao Fu's villa and hearing that he had not woken up yet, they did not continue to disturb him, as they knew that Qin's situation was not good. As such, they ordered the bodyguards to immediately tell them if Zhao Fu woke up. After hearing about this, the Ying family's women did not change much. Before, Lu Ruyan and Pan Yuling had a trace of hope that the family would allow them to return. However, after hearing about the family's attitude, they completely gave up. From that moment onwards, they decided that they belonged to the Ying family and Qin's legatee. Feng Xiyu was quite concerned and went everywhere to ask about Qin, and she even went to Zhao Fu's villa to ask about legatee Qin's situation. She had long since considered herself to be legatee Qin's woman, but she was stopped by the bodyguards, so she could only give up. Li Muqing was the most unaffected, and he continued to stay with the Ying family. He would sometimes read books or draw, and he would often talk to Lu Ruyan about his zither skills. It was as if he had never heard about this matter. Back in the Forest of Horrors, Qin's shops in the 3 system main cities had all been sealed. Since they had chosen to fight, the system main cities would not show mercy. Luckily, Qin's people had already retreated, so there were no casualties. However, Heaven's Choice was quite pitiful, it was surrounded by countless players. Most people chose to leave Heaven's Choice, and a small portion of people resisted, but they were all killed. It could be said that all of Qin's factions in the Forest of Horrors had been destroyed, and none of the factions related to Heaven's Choice had escaped. However, even though Heaven's Choice had been destroyed, its core members had long since been sent to the Ying family. They had not lost any of their core members, but Heaven's Choice would no longer exist. This was because after dying, they would be randomly teleported into the Heaven Awakened world, so it was impossible for the core members to be together. As such, it was impossible for Heaven's Choice to reappear. Unless Zhao Fu re-established Heaven's Choice after the regions were connected, Heaven's Choice would be destroyed. Apart from the fact that all of Qin's factions in the system main cities had been destroyed, the 3 city lords once again gave out quests to search in a certain direction in order to find where Qin was. The 3 city lords judged a general direction based on the vision caused by Qin City before, but they could not accurately judge where it was, so they hoped to find the location of Qin City through a carpet search. Now that all the players were willing to listen to them, it was a great opportunity. If they could find Qin, they'd better get rid of him as soon as possible. They couldn't let a tiger grow in his bosom. They had to get rid of Qin before they could be at ease. In actuality, the players did not listen to them but the dynasty legatees. They had just received bountiful rewards from the dynasty legatees, making them incredibly happy. Naturally, they were willing to listen to the dynasty legatees, and if the 3 system main cities wanted to destroy Qin, the dynasty legatees would definitely support them. If anyone could find where Qin was, the rewards were incredibly tempting. The 3 system main cities would give out 300,000 gold coins. The dynasty legatees would give out 1 billion gold coins, and they would be able to join any dynasty legatee and receive their protection. The massive rewards caused many people to madly search for him. Damn it! Zhao Fu was infuriated. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, slamming them against the table beside him, resulting in a massive sound. Everyone in the hall lowered their heads, not daring to make a single sound, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be quite oppressive. After retreating from Qin, Zhao Fu had gathered all of his generals, and after hearing the news, Zhao Fu felt incredibly furious. These ordinary people truly deserved to die, they were always the greatest threat to Qin. Zhao Fu had never thought about killing all of the ordinary people, and he only wanted to kill those who opposed him. However, now, Zhao Fu wanted to kill all of them. He couldn't allow them to continuously threaten Qin. Zhao Fu's eyes continuously gave off a cold light, and he wanted to cause another catastrophe. However, this was not quite possible. He had promised the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon that he wouldn't do anything that could destroy the Heaven Awakened world. Moreover, even if he attacked again, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon would definitely stop him, and Qin didn't have the power to resist the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. Apart from the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon, the other 3 guardian beasts would also act. Just the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon was already incredibly powerful, let alone the other 3. Zhao Fu still felt that Qin was too weak, too petty, and too pitiful. It was as if He could be destroyed by anyone at any time, and he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Zhao Fu didn't want to feel that sort of powerlessness. He could only continue to become stronger and stronger, abandoning everything else to become stronger. At that moment, Zhao Fu's delicate and handsome face became somewhat savage, and his eyes became bloodshot. He looked incredibly insane, and anyone who looked at him would tremble. Within the boundless darkness, the massive devilish star suddenly gave off an intense blood-red light, and an obscure, yet dangerous, destructive power gradually formed. The Chaos Imperial Star seemed to be unrestricted by the laws of the world, and it was about to descend into the mortal world. What was even more shocking was that a large amount of black aura suddenly rose up from Zhao Fu's body. This black aura contained both Zhao Fu's king's power and Zhao Fu's king's fate. However, at that moment, it started to turn blood-red. Within the depths of Zhao Fu's soul, the demon divinity gradually released its true power, causing Zhao Fu's soul to change. A soul-piercing coldness spread out, causing everyone in the hall to feel as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Their expressions fell, and they looked up at Zhao Fu. Immediately, they were shocked to find that Zhao Fu's majesty was becoming more and more inhuman. Two fangs grew out of his mouth, and his ears became sharper. His black hair became blood-red, and his noble and domineering aura became one of pure bloodlust. Standing next to Zhao Fu, Xianru walked up with a serious expression and stretched out her hand. Her palm gave off a five-colored light as she lightly patted Zhao Fu's back and said, "Your Majesty, you're the king of Qin. You're great Qin's emperor, you can't be controlled by other powers." Immediately, Zhao Fu felt as if he had woken up from a dream, and he looked around in confusion before returning to his original appearance. This caused everyone in the hall to let out a sigh of relief, and they gratefully looked at Xianru. If it wasn't for her, no one would have dared to interrupt Zhao Fu. No matter what Zhao Fu became, they would still follow his orders no matter what. Xianru smiled and slightly lowered her head, returning the greeting before returning to Zhao Fu's side. "Your Majesty, how will Qin deal with the countless players searching for him?" Bai Qi asked, trying to divert Zhao Fu's attention. Hearing Bai Qi's words, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "Send out all of Qin's assassins to hunt them down. The forest is their home ground. However, don't wait until they step into Qin's territory. Take the initiative and attack from different directions so that they won't be able to determine where Qin's territory is. Also, Bai Qi, I'll give you all of my soldiers and 1 million residents. You need to quickly set up a large number of traps around Qin's territory. Even though Qin's population is 2.8 million, and those people won't be able to take down Qin City, the other villages will be in even more danger. We need to prevent people from accidentally entering and set up traps to defend against a large number of enemies." "Yes, sir," Bai Qi replied. Following this, Zhao Fu said, "Finally, tell Bai Shan to see if he can research something that can harm people in the real world. If the lives of ordinary people aren't truly threatened, they won't be afraid." Even though Qin had the reality tree, it could only produce 5 reality fruits per day. After 10 or so days, they had only obtained 50 or so reality fruits, which was not enough to threaten the real world. It would be best if they could research a large number of such things. Zhao Fu gave out a string of orders, and the various generals left the hall. In the end, only Zhao Fu and Xianru remained in the hall. Zhao Fu thought back to what had just happened and remembered that he had lost control of his body and soul. At that time, his consciousness had been a bit hazy. Zhao Fu looked at Xianru and asked seriously, "What just happened?" Xianru slightly lowered her head and replied seriously, "This is a side effect of your Majesty fusing with the demon god's divinity and activating the Chaos Imperial Star. If your Majesty can stay true to yourself, nothing will happen. However, they will guide your Majesty into an unknown evolution. Even though I'm not sure what your evolution will be, with the demon god's divinity, the Myrtle Imperial Star, and the Chaos Demon Star, your Majesty will definitely become a forbidden existence." Xianru's tone became more serious as she said, "Your Majesty, you'd better pay more attention to this matter and control your emotions. Actually, if your Highness can get close to beauties, especially those women that you've made concubines, their phoenix chi will not only be good for your Highness's body, but it can also purify your Highness's fate and dispel the demon divinity and Chaos Demon Star's evil energy. Your Highness, if you can't bear to do anything to them, what about Lu Mei, Daisy, Lai Qingqian, and Lu Subai? There's also Asani, who's not bad. However, I'm more optimistic about Ba Qing and Tuoba Qing. Both of them have massive amounts of phoenix chi. Ba Qing's phoenix chi can rival the phoenix chi of a few women, and Tuoba Qing has even more phoenix chi than Ba Qing. However, there seems to be some sort of power interfering with it, so I can't see it clearly. Tuoba Qing's background is not simple, and Your Majesty, I recommend her the most. Of course, if Your Majesty can come with her, that would be for the best. If Your Majesty is unable to do so, I can help you refine a special medicinal pill from the school of Yin Yang. Cough, cough. When he heard Xianru say that she wanted to refine a special medicinal pill, Zhao Fu choked on his saliva and coughed a few times. Is there something wrong? Isn't it normal for ministers to tell their king to be less concerned about politics and women? Why is it that they're telling me to be more interested in women? In response to Xianru's words, Zhao Fu could only reply, I'll take note of this. Seeing this, Xianru inwardly sighed and did not say anything else. Just as the atmosphere was about to calm down, a flirtatious voice suddenly sounded out, Master, hurry up and do it. I've been waiting day and night, and I've been drooling. This shameless voice caused both Zhao Fu and Xianru's faces to go red. The only person who could say such a thing was the evil dragon, Long Xiaoxiao. Zhao Fu said helplessly, didn't I tell you not to talk too much? Look at how quiet the other three swords are. However, Long Xiaoxiao harumphed, they don't have any needs, but Master, I do. I've been thinking about Master in all sorts of positions every day. Hearing these shameless words, the other three swords couldn't help but speak up. The Sky Demon cried out, perverted dragon. Can't you be a bit more honest? What are you thinking about all day? Zhao Fu nodded, expressing that he agreed with the Sky Demon's words. This made Long Xiaoxiao feel quite wronged, and she unhappily cried out. Xianru couldn't help but lightly laugh, Your Majesty, this sword's grade is quite high, and it needs to be taken care of. Hearing that someone was on her side, Long Xiaoxiao felt quite happy and was about to say something. Just as she was about to say something, Zhao Fu hurriedly cut her off, telling her to stop here. Otherwise, Zhao Fu really wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Hearing that someone was on her side, Long Xiaoxiao felt quite happy. Elsewhere, Qin's 30,000 assassins obeyed Zhao Fu's orders, and under the leadership of the 12 assassins, they started to move. With the massive rewards, countless people came to the Forest of Horrors with the hopes of finding treasures. Some people came by themselves because once they found where Qin was, the rewards would be theirs alone. Some people thought about their own safety, as there were not only ferocious beasts but also all sorts of outlanders. As such, they formed teams of 10 or so people to search. Many people started to search like this, and if they continued to search like this, Qin would be found sooner or later. The Forest of Horrors was filled with all sorts of lush and strange-looking trees. Their tall canopies blocked out the sunlight, making it quite dark and making it difficult to see. Moreover, there were many obstacles in the terrain, making it difficult to walk. Most combat professions would feel uncomfortable in the Forest of Horrors because their movements would be restricted, making it difficult for them to move. However, for thieves and assassins, the Forest of Horrors was like home turf. They could use their agile movement techniques to move about without making a sound. Qin's 30,000 assassins started to move, which was quite terrifying. In the Forest of Horrors, having more people was not an advantage. Of course, if it was a flat terrain, Zhao Fu would not dare to send out assassins, because they would be killed in just a short while. Currently, most people had not sensed the danger yet. On one hand, they did not know what methods Qin had. On the other hand, they were still immersed in the joy of victory. They had defeated Qin, and the internet was going viral about how domineering they had been, scaring Qin so much that he had pissed his pants and run away. Now that they had more people, they were not afraid of anything and swaggered around. Not only were they not on guard, but they also did not seem to place Qin in their eyes at all, believing that they would win again. There was a group of 7 people, and a big man was leading the way as he said happily, "It would be great if we could find Qin's location. We wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of our lives. The real world is becoming more and more chaotic, and if we have the protection of those big families, we won't have to worry about our safety in the future." Another young man said happily, "I think so too. If we can find Qin's location, we won't have to worry about anything. We'll have anything we want. Suddenly, an ordinary-looking woman said worriedly, before, Qin retreated, but now that we're searching for him without any fear, will Qin retaliate? Humph. A ruffian young man coldly harumphed and said in a mocking tone, right now, Qin is just a fart. What's there to be afraid of? When he sees us, he'll run away like a dog. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of about Qin anymore. This time, we've sent out all of our players. Facing so many of us, Qin must be hiding in fear, so you don't have to worry about anything, a middle-aged woman said as she smiled. Hearing this, the ordinary-looking woman didn't say anything else. She felt that it was right, with so many people searching for Qin's location, there was nothing to be afraid of. Puff, suddenly, a soft sound sounded out as a warm liquid splashed onto the woman's face. The woman, who had been thinking with her head lowered, suddenly felt quite startled. She wiped her face with her hand and found that it was blood. The woman was greatly startled, and she looked up to find that the other 6 people's throats had been slit, and they were all lying on the ground, dead. What's going on? Before the woman could understand what was going on, a hooded figure appeared behind her and covered her mouth as a cold voice sounded out, Qin isn't someone that you ants can fight against. After speaking, the other hand holding a dagger mercilessly slit her neck, causing blood to spurt out. The woman felt a sharp pain in her throat, and she choked a few times before dying. After killing the 7 people, the hooded figures appeared and dragged the corpses into the bushes. After covering them up, they leaped onto a tree and disappeared. This was only the players at the front of the army. The people at the back didn't know what was going on because each team was relatively far away from each other. If they were too close, once they discovered Qin's location, the others would also know. Because of this, it was more convenient for Qin's assassins to take action. After Qin's assassins killed 7 people, they set their sights on a 6-man team. For a small team like this, Qin's assassins would directly attack. Finding the right time, he suddenly rushed out from a hidden place. Before the 6 people could react, he slit their throats or pierced their hearts. The team of 6 was quickly killed. Once again, he dragged the corpses into the bushes and hid them. This was mainly to avoid alerting the other players. If they saw the corpses, they would definitely be careful. This way, it would be difficult for Qin's assassin to succeed. The people in front of player Qin were constantly being killed by Qin's assassins. The people in the back didn't notice the danger and continued to move forward. It was unknown how many people Qin's assassins had killed, but the sky gradually darkened. There were no stars or moon tonight, and it was quite dim. At the same time, it was more suitable for them to act. The players lit bonfires without any wariness, revealing their locations and making it easier for Qin's assassins to find them. At night, most players started to rest, and some started to cultivate. A small portion of players chose to leave the Heaven Awakened world and stay in the real world for a while before entering the Heaven Awakened world. After all, there was a big time difference between the Heaven Awakened world and the real world. After returning to the real world, the players wanted to go to the Heaven Awakened world forum to see how people were praising them for defeating Qin. However, the Heaven Awakened world forum had long since exploded. Fudge. Your elder was looking for Qin's location when I suddenly saw a black figure and was killed. Me too. I didn't even see anything before I was stabbed in the heart from behind. I didn't even see the enemy before I died, I felt so wronged. You guys too? Our entire team was suddenly killed by a few people who jumped out from the bushes. Those people were so strong and attacked so quickly that we didn't even have time to react before we all died. Looking at these posts, the countless forest of horrors felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. Their prideful smiles froze. How could so many people have died without them noticing? They were still in the wilderness, and if they continued to search for Qin's location, they would definitely be attacked. When they thought of that, countless people hurriedly returned to the Heaven Awakened world. Some people were quite lucky. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, they only saw some traces of blood and found their teammates' corpses in the bushes, allowing them to escape death. Some people were quite unlucky. As soon as they entered the Heaven Awakened world, they told everyone about what had happened and told them to hurry back. However, by then, they were surrounded by 10 or so hooded figures, and they quickly died. The player army at the front instantly suffered heavy casualties, but the players at the back quickly spread the news, scaring countless people into rushing back to the system main cities. Great Qin's assassins relentlessly chased after them. Since they had been discovered, they did not bother to hide themselves. Pained cries tore through the night sky, seeming incredibly horrifying in this dark night. This night was destined to be a night of slaughter. At dawn, the bright red sun slowly rose up from the mountains, and the orange-yellow sunlight shined down on the land. A new day had arrived. Countless players hurriedly ran back to the system main cities, breathing raggedly. Last night was simply too terrifying. A person suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started to madly kill people. Out of the 3 million or so players that had gone out, only 2.6 million or so returned. In other words, 400,000 people had died while searching for Qin's location. This figure was simply too shocking, causing countless players' faces to pale. They all put away their arrogant expressions, only now did they understand how terrifying Qin was. Last time, Qin had only retreated, and it wasn't because he was weak. Only after fighting him head-on would they know how terrifying he was. In actuality, 400,000 people wasn't a lot. Zhao Fu had sent out 30,000 or so assassins from Qin, so he had only killed around 13 people. This was in one day, and the Forest of Horrors was their home ground. Adding on their powerful cultivation and equipment, killing 13 people in one day was a bit low. Many forces had already expected this massacre. If 4 million people had come together, Qin would have considered the loss and retreated. But if ordinary people naively thought that Qin really had no power to resist, that would be really a big mistake. Once they were scattered, they would be hunted down by Qin one by one. With the strength of ordinary people, they would die in front of Qin. Now, they even wanted to go to the core area of Qin City. It would be strange if this place wasn't dangerous. A group of arrogant ordinary people would definitely be killed when they stepped in. Over 400,000 players had died in a single day, greatly reducing the morale of the players on Qin's side. Their expressions darkened, and they no longer dared to oppose Qin Feng. However, 400,000 people did not die in vain. There were many people with special abilities in this world. They collected the locations of countless people who had died, and with the information provided by many players, they finally deduced the exact location of Qin's location. This was definitely a delightful piece of news. Many factions and dynasty legatees once again increased the rewards to motivate the players and raise their morale, telling Qin the correct direction. Let them gather their troops and attack Qin again. This time, even if they couldn't kill Qin, they could at least severely injure him and bring his strength down to the average level. In the face of massive benefits, countless players were once again tempted, and their low morale was once again boosted. This time, they were all together, and they were not scattered. Unity was strength, and now that they had found Great Qin's location, they just had to find it. After hearing about this, the 3 system main cities all moved out. With the support of the 3 system main cities, the countless players felt much more confident. Very soon, the army once again gathered, and 3 million or so people majestically headed towards Great Qin. Qin also got the news. Zhao Fu looked at Bai Qi and asked, "Is everything ready?" Bai Qi revealed a faint smile and gently nodded his head. Zhao Fu relaxed a little. He turned his eyes to Qin's soldiers, who were ready and in high morale, and shouted, "Let's go." All the soldiers of Qin's army marched in the direction of the army of players. The army of players marched forward excitedly and quickly stepped into Qin's territory. Immediately, they had received countless baptisms. If they were not careful, they would fall into a big hole and be pierced to death by sharp wooden spears. Some would be smashed to death by heavy objects falling from the sky. There were also places where countless bamboo spears would suddenly shoot out. All sorts of traps appeared one after another, causing many players to die, and the player army's momentum faltered. Looking at the countless traps that had caused 40,000 to 50,000 casualties, the 3 city lords frowned and ordered everyone to be careful. This place was already filled with isolation arrays. If it wasn't for the isolation arrays, they could have passed through the teleportation arrays and passed through the countless traps. The item that they had used to break through the isolation barrier had fused with the system main city's teleportation channel, so it could not be used here. However, Xiaofu was also on guard against this, and he sent people to stand on high ground. Once someone came through the teleportation channel, even if he sent soldiers to surround and kill them, they would not be able to teleport too many people. After all, teleportation channels had a limit on the number of people that could teleport, so it was easy to intercept and kill them. The player army advanced with great difficulty. Because there were simply too many of them, if they were not careful, they would fall into traps. As such, after passing through the traps, the player army had suffered roughly 100,000 casualties. This number was quite normal, as Zhao Fu had sent 1.45 million people to create such a large number of traps. This was the benefit of being on the defensive. The player army continued onwards and came to a large area of water that was a few kilometers wide. The water was a dirt yellow color and was quite murky. However, it was not very deep, being less than 30 centimeters deep. It was quite easy to pass through, and it did not seem to be dangerous at all. However, the three city lords and the leaders of the various factions had just suffered from the countless traps, so they did not dare to be careless. They had thought that it would be best to go around it, but they were surrounded by tall mountains, and with so many people climbing over, it would take them a few days. There was also a canyon, but it was evidently the best place to set up an ambush. Moreover, the people in the canyon would be at a disadvantage, and if they were ambushed, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. As such, they decided to go through this area of water. Of course, they sent people to scout ahead, and seeing that nothing had happened to them, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Following this, the player army stepped into the area of water, and everyone smoothly passed through. This was quite surprising, as nothing had happened to them at all. Everyone felt that they had been too paranoid, as this was just an ordinary area of water. Soon, 1 million players had passed through the area of water, and the others were about to pass through. They felt that nothing had happened, so they felt quite at ease. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Countless ripples suddenly appeared and rushed towards the people in the area of water. Instantly, pained cries sounded out as countless people felt their feet being bitten off by something. They instinctively tried to raise their feet, but because they lost control of their bodies, they fell into the water, and countless things swarmed over, biting off pieces of their flesh. Blood quickly dyed the murky water red, and everyone else was given a big fright and quickly retreated. The three city lords' expressions fell, and they simultaneously attacked. A terrifying power slammed into the water, causing it to tremble as palm-sized ugly fish with sharp teeth to rise to the surface. These were the clown-bone fish. Qin had been raising a large number of them before the Divine Fish Festival, and after such a long time, he had hundreds of thousands of them. These clown-bone fish's teeth were incredibly sharp, and they could even bite through iron. They were incredibly terrifying, which was why so many people feared Seeping River. These clown-bone fish were quite weak, and under the three city lords' attacks, they were all killed. Everyone started to save the people in the water. In actuality, most of them had not died, and only a few pieces of flesh had been bitten off their feet. Everyone understood Qin's plan, and they couldn't help but furiously curse at how insidious he was. This was because they found that Qin's true goal was not to kill them but to cripple their battle power. Now, these people's feet had been bitten off, and they would not be able to walk at all. In just an instant, another 400,000 people had lost their battle power, and adding on the losses from the traps, that was 500,000 people. Adding on the people who had died yesterday, that was 900,000 people. After thinking about it, they decided to give up and continue onwards. They had already lost so many people before they even saw Qin, and who knew what they would encounter if they continued onwards. Moreover, Great Qin had 450,000 soldiers, which meant that there was one soldier for every 5 residents. Great Qin's population was at least 2 million or so, and they no longer had an advantage in terms of numbers. If they continued to advance and lost a portion of their people, they would be at a complete disadvantage. When that time came, it was hard to say who would win, so they sighed and decided to give up. Swish, 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 suddenly, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as arrows tore through the sky and flew towards the player army. The player army was near the water area, and there were no obstacles in their way, making them live targets. The players were unable to react in time and were hit by the arrows. The soldiers hurriedly used their shields to defend, but the massive rain of arrows still caused many people to die. This was especially so for those whose feet were injured, and they did not even have the chance to dodge. The people who were responsible for carrying the injured did not sense the danger and were caught off guard, and they were hit by the countless arrows. Arg! Screams rang out one after another, and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the already red water even redder. Rumble! Just as the rain of arrows descended, an explosion sounded out, and the ground seemed to violently tremble. Countless people watched in shock as a beast tide ferociously rushed towards them. There were azure cows, wild boars, as well as larger deer and mountain goats. They were all wild beasts that Qin had raised and sold as meat. Now, these wild beasts' eyes were blood red as they madly rushed forwards. Hurry and fire! Countless people shot arrows in terror, but because the trees in front of them were dense, many of the arrows hit the trees. Some arrows were too weak, and although they hit the trees, they didn't cause much damage. At that moment, the system main city soldiers displayed their true power. They drew their bows to the fullest, and powerful arrows shot out incredibly quickly. The arrows turned into black blurs and pierced into the wild beasts' bodies, causing them to fall to the ground and die without being able to resist at all. After all, these wild beasts were only ordinary wild beasts, and how could they resist the attacks of Stage 1 soldiers? With the help of the system's soldiers, the beast horde was reduced by a quarter, greatly reducing the beast horde's momentum. Quick, shield! Even though the system main city soldiers acted, the massive beast tide still reached them. The players reacted and raised their shields. It was impossible for them to run, and only by resisting would they have a chance at survival. Seeing the incoming beast tide, the three city lords prepared to attack together, but three powerful attacks shot towards them, interrupting them. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive beast tide ferociously smashed into the shield wall. The shield wall instantly collapsed, but this reduced the beast tide's momentum, causing them to slow down slightly. Many people raised their weapons and rushed up. A massive battle between humans and beasts unfolded. It was incredibly chaotic, and the azure oxen and wild boars sent players flying, while the players stabbed their weapons into the beasts' bodies. Blood, pained cries, and furious roars continuously sounded out. In the end, it was the player army that had the advantage. Not only were there many people, but the system main city soldiers were also incredibly fast at killing the wild beasts. With the players' cultivations, they were able to defend against the wild beasts' attacks. However, the 400,000 or so beast tide caused nearly 300,000 players to die. The three system main city lords looked at the three people in the distance with serious expressions because they could sense that they were all system main city lords. Why would three system main city lords appear here? And they seemed to be helping Qin. The various factions and dynasty legatees had not told them Qin's true strength in order to make the three system main city lords think that they had the ability to defeat Qin and attack Qin with their full strength. As for whether the three system main city lords lived or died, they did not care. As long as they achieved their goal, it would be enough. That was why the three system main city lords were so surprised to see three city lords. Boom! Another explosion sounded out as 10 black pillars of light shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. A massive black magic formation appeared, giving off a boundless aura of death and giving off a faint black light. Immediately, the corpses of the beasts started to go through changes, their flesh started to wither and fall off, revealing their skeletons. Black flames appeared in their skulls, and they once again stood up from the ground. The countless players were once again given a big fright and started to retreat. However, because the battle had just ended, many players were still standing beside the corpses. The instant the corpses of the beasts became undead, they started to attack the people around them. Many people were caught off guard and were suddenly attacked, resulting in many deaths and injuries. Following this, the players and skeletons once again started to fight. However, the players still had a big advantage. The skeletons of the beasts weren't very strong, and after being turned into skeletons, they became even weaker. The skeletons summoned by the Disaster Cavalry's undead disaster were more powerful than normal skeletons, but they couldn't surpass their strength when they were alive. This was because there was no skill that could do this, not even gods. After all, turning a corpse into an undead required a lot of energy, and according to the law of conservation of energy, the undead could not surpass the original body's strength, unless it was supported by some sort of power. Swish, 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 another wave of black arrows shot out from the forest, giving off sharp auras as they flew towards the players. However, they were currently fighting with the skeletons, so how could they defend against these arrows? Soon, many people were injured or killed, and some of the more powerful arrows were aimed at the system main city soldiers. As such, some of the system main city soldiers were also injured or killed. Retreat. Seeing this, the countless faction leaders, including the 3 city lords, could only yell for them to retreat. After all, the players and system main city factions had suffered heavy losses, and if this went on, they would all die here. However, even though they wanted to retreat, the countless skeletons continued to drag them down, and the arrows continued to shoot at them, making it incredibly difficult for them to retreat. The 3 city lords wanted to help, but as soon as they tried to, they were stopped by Bai Qi and the others, making it impossible for them to help at all. Now, there were 2 million players in the Forest of Horrors, and with the system main city's residents and soldiers, there were 3 million or so players. If the player factions added their own soldiers, Qin still wouldn't dare to rashly attack. This attack had failed, and the 3 system main cities went from attacking to defending. After this experience, they no longer dared to casually attack Qin. With their current strength, they understood that they wouldn't be able to destroy Qin, so they could only defend. This matter quickly spread to the real world, and the player army's defeat caused many people to feel quite disappointed. However, most factions had already prepared themselves for this. With Qin's monstrous strength, they hadn't hoped that they would be able to destroy Qin, they had only hoped to heavily wound him. However, even though they had failed, they had still managed to weaken Qin's reputation. Now, no one was as afraid of Qin as they had been before, as they knew that as long as they banded together, Qin wouldn't dare to attack. Since Qin didn't dare to attack and they had the strength to resist, why would they fear Qin? There was no need for them to fear him at all. As such, even though the player army had failed, their actions had been good. No one feared Qin anymore, and they encouraged countless people to rise up against Qin's brutality. Because the 3 system main cities were all on the defensive, Qin didn't dare to rashly attack. As such, the Forest of Horrors was temporarily at peace. There were fewer people on the streets, and it was quite deserted. Jiang Ro went to the Westfall restaurant and looked at it, feeling quite worried. What happened to Xianxia? In order to destroy all of Qin's factions, the 3 system main cities had closed all of their shops. However, because Qin had many shops, there were still some shops that belonged to Qin that had been bought by others. The 3 system main cities would rather kill innocent people than let them off, and they closed all suspicious shops. Some innocent shops were dragged in as well. Jiang Ro also heard that Qin was in the Forest of Horrors. Because of how big of a commotion this matter was, no matter how much she didn't care, she would still find out from others. However, Jiang Ro couldn't think of any connection between Zhao Fu and Qin, and she thought that something had happened to Zhao Fu. As such, she was quite worried about Zhao Fu. Originally, as Qin continued to develop in other areas, the pseudonym Zhao Fu had used before, which was Xianxia, gradually faded from the minds of countless people. Many people wouldn't have guessed that Xianxia was Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu was Qin's prince. Jiang Ro wouldn't have guessed that the gentle Xianxia who treated her well was the cruel and bloodthirsty Prince Qin. What should I do? Jiang Ro felt quite worried, but there was nothing she could do. Normally, she would go to the Westfall restaurant to find Zhao Fu, but now that it was empty, she naturally wouldn't be able to hear any news about Zhao Fu. After looking at the Westfall restaurant, Jiang Ro could only dejectedly return to her cloth shop and pray that Xianxia would be fine. Jiang Ro truly treated Zhao Fu as a friend, and she felt incredibly grateful towards him. It was because of his help that she was able to live a free life. Back at Qin, Qin had successfully defended against the player army, and it was the first time that Qin had gone into a defensive state. In order to defend against the player army, Qin had suffered some losses, such as the clown bone fish that he had raised for a long time. The cows and pigs that he had raised had also died, so Qin wouldn't be able to eat them for a while. However, there were other types of meat that he could buy in other regions. Right now, Qin's main concern was how to attack the system main cities. After all, He couldn't just drag things out like this. Players would respawn near the system main cities every day, and if he allowed them to continuously respawn, the players that he had lost would be quickly replenished. Qin had expended so many players with great difficulty, so he definitely couldn't allow them to replenish their numbers. If that happened, it would be even more disadvantageous for Qin, and it would be even more difficult for him to defeat the three system main cities. However, now that Qin knew that the three system main cities had the ability to break through isolation barriers, if Qin attacked one of them, the other two would definitely pincer attack from the other two sides. This made it so that Qin didn't dare to rashly attack, and he had to think of a foolproof plan before he could act. The countless factions from the three system main cities all thought the same. Now that they had the support of the three system main cities, they didn't have to worry about Qin attacking, nor did they have to fear Qin. They just wanted to wait for the players that they had lost to replenish themselves so that they could continue to fearlessly attack Qin. They had received many benefits, and for the sake of their own faction's safety, they were quite willing to do this. Although this attack had failed, it only made them feel a bit disappointed. After entering the system main cities, they calmed down and didn't feel any fear towards Qin. After all, they knew that Qin wouldn't dare to attack, so they had nothing to fear. Normally, before Qin had even acted, countless people would have surrendered or come to ask for peace. However, such a thing was impossible now. As for the ordinary people, because they had just suffered a great loss, most of them only dared to stay within the system main cities and didn't dare to leave in case they were attacked by Qin. However, they didn't feel sad at all. After all, even though they had failed, they had still received some rewards from the large factions, which was something to be happy about. After all, even though the three system main cities had lost, they didn't seem to have lost at all. They were in high spirits and didn't put Qin in their eyes at all. After thinking for a while, Xiaofu thought of a plan. However, instead of sending an army to attack, he used another method. It was quite despicable, and he didn't know if it would work. However, it was worth a try. After all, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Taking the 12 assassins and Xianxia with him, Xiaofu set his first target on Demon Tree City's city lord. Demon Tree City's city lord was an elderly man, and his body and strength couldn't compare to the other two city lords. Xiaofu's plan would have a higher chance of success. Xiaofu didn't care about the young and respected the old, so he decided to target the elderly man. After making all sorts of preparations, they started to act at night. That night, a full moon hung in the sky, and the moonlight was incredibly bright, making it not dark at all. Xiaofu and the others started to act, and their goal was to assassinate the city lord. Because Xiaofu and the 12 assassins all had the assassin profession, it was quite easy for them to sneak into the system main cities. The only problem was Xianxia, but with her yin-yang techniques, she was able to sneak into the system main cities without any problems. It was now late at night, and most people were asleep. The system main cities were in darkness, and the surroundings were quite peaceful. Only the cries of a few strange birds could occasionally be heard. Qin and the 12 assassins headed towards the city hall. There were many soldiers guarding this place, so Xiaofu and the others were incredibly careful. If they alerted anyone, their plan would fail. Right now, Xiaofu was the most powerful assassin because not only had Xiaofu passed the assassin's trial, but he also had the assassin lord's ring, which allowed him to use the 12 assassins' power. Adding on the concealment ability, Xiaofu was able to easily sneak into the city hall. The city hall was quite big, but the central region was most likely where the city lord was. Xiaofu looked around and confirmed the location of the city lord before returning and ordering the others to start moving. The soldiers on guard did not notice that someone had already snuck in. The 12 assassin legatees. Cultivation had long since reached level 2, and with their equipment set's power, it was quite difficult for ordinary soldiers to notice them. Xiaofu and the others headed towards the center of the city hall. At that moment, the green-robed elder had his eyes tightly closed as he sat cross-legged on a cattail leaf, cultivating. He had never thought that the three system main cities would choose to help a dynasty legatee. This was incredibly disadvantageous to them, and they had already lost in terms of high-end battle power. Not only did the other side have three system main cities, but they also had a dynasty legatee. If they fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. The green-robed elder did not know that Qin and the others had 10 city lords, but he felt the pressure from the other side, so he wanted to increase his strength in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Even though they had 4 high-end battles, with the combined strength of 3 system main cities, the other side would not dare to directly attack them. The green-robed elder knew this very well, but he had never thought that the other side would dare to assassinate him. Jiao Fu and the others didn't dare to make any big movements. If they made any noise and alerted the city lord, or if they didn't kill the city lord quickly enough, their plan would fail. After all, as soon as there was any noise, the other 2 system main cities would immediately hurry over. When that time came, Jiao Fu's side would be at a great disadvantage. A gentle breeze blew by, and a dozen guards outside the room had their throats slit. They died instantly, and their corpses were quickly put into the storage ring. The faint smell of blood was also carefully covered. However, at this moment, the green-robed elder opened his eyes and shot out a cold light. The door to the room was also opened, and a black shadow flew towards the green-robed elder. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to waste a single second. The green-robed elder looked at these people with disdain. Even though they were a group of assassins, they only had stage 2 strength. Facing the green-robed elder who had stage 4 cultivation and a city lord seal, they did not put them in his eyes at all. The green-robed elder casually waved his hand. A green light shot out from the green-robed elder's hand, and 12 small green leaves gave off an abnormally sharp aura as they flew towards the 12 people. The leaves contained immense power, and if they were hit, it was possible that they would be sliced in half. Tuoba Qing understood how terrifying this attack was, and she swung her blood-red sword, sending out a blood-red sword light to block the leaf. Little Sha used his movement technique to dodge the leaf. The others also used their various methods to dodge the green-robed elder's attack. The green-robed elder felt quite surprised. Even though he hadn't used his city lord seal's power, he was a stage 4 expert, and his attack was something that ordinary stage 2 people would not be able to block. These people were quite strange. Seeing these people rush at him, the green-robed elder stood up and prepared to use his true power to kill these people. The green-robed elder did not put stage 2 experts in his eyes at all, and if he used his full power, he would be able to instantly kill a large number of them. However, it was at this point that the 12 figures who had been charging toward him suddenly shifted to the side. Then they stood around him, each of them holding out a hand toward the green-robed old man. Gray light shot out, wrapping around their palms. Suddenly, a spell formation formed beneath the green-robed old man's feet. This magic formation was incredibly complicated, and it was made up of 12 circles. It gave off a cold and murderous aura, and the magic formation formed a formless barrier that spread out. This was the combined ability of the 12 equipment sets. Everything is void. As long as one reached into this barrier, all enemies' speed, power, and skills would be weakened. The green-robed elder was quite startled. This barrier could actually weaken his power. He didn't hesitate and decided to use his city lord seal's power to blast these people into smithereens. However, just as he was about to make a move, another figure appeared. It was an abnormally beautiful purple-clothed woman. Her body emitted a strange light, and her hands quickly formed seals. 10 purple talismans lined up in midair, emitting an obscure purple light. Pardon. Xianru gave the order, and the 10 talisman papers turned into 10 rays of violet light that shot towards the green-robed elder with terrifying power. The green-robed elder could sense that these 10 talisman papers were not simple at all, and they already had the city lord seal's power. As such, the green-robed elder could only turn his attention to the incoming talisman papers. Pooh! The sound of a sharp weapon stabbing into a body suddenly sounded out. A black-cloaked figure had appeared behind the green-robed elder, and he gave a cold and eerie smile. Immediately, the green-robed elder felt countless traces of deathly aura enter his body. Even though the dagger hadn't pierced any of his vitals, the deathly aura was absorbing a large amount of his life force. The green-robed elder's expression fell, and he tried to use his city lord seal to suppress the deathly aura. However, an intense poison also started to spread out. Pooh! The green-robed elder coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stumbled before collapsing to the ground. By now, countless soldiers had sensed that something was off and rushed over. Although it seemed like everything had happened very quickly, it had only been 3 minutes. Zhao Fu looked at the countless soldiers charging over and said to the others, "Hurry and leave." The others understood that the situation was urgent, so they obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and quickly disappeared. Zhao Fu looked at the green-robed elder lying on the ground. He had never thought that his plan would be so successful. From the start, Zhao Fu had used the 12 assassins to make the green-robed elder let down his guard, while Shanru had attacked from the front. Zhao Fu was the one who had actually attacked. Another reason why his plan had been so successful was that Zhao Fu had used the death dagger, which contained a large amount of deathly aura. The user had to consume their lifespan to use it, and he had used it once when he had killed a god. It had been quite effective. Zhao Fu then looked at the green-robed elder on the ground. The green-robed elder was on his last breaths, and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. If it wasn't for the City Lord Seal's power suppressing him, he would have long since died. After all, Zhao Fu had used the death dagger for half a year of his lifespan, and with the poison dragon liquid, it was more than enough to kill the green-robed elder. Looking at the incoming soldiers, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate. He squatted down and stretched out his hand, stabbing it into the green-robed elder's abdomen like a sharp knife. He took out a green City Lord seal, and the green-robed elder howled before dying. It wasn't just because of Zhao Fu's attack but also because he had lost his City Lord seal and was unable to defend against the deathly aura and poison. Following this, Zhao Fu put away the green-robed elder's corpse and turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the city hall. Everyone in the system main city was shocked. After hearing that the City Lord had died, the peaceful Demon Tree City instantly fell into chaos. "You dared to kill our City Lord? I'll kill you." Demon Tree City's 3 great generals quickly chased after Zhao Fu, and one of them looked at Zhao Fu and furiously roared. Zhao Fu turned to look at the 3 people chasing after him and coldly laughed. He drew the Sky Demon sword and casually swung it, sending out a massive black sword light that instantly hit the 3 great generals. The 3 great generals were sent flying, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. "You don't even have a City Lord seal, yet you dare to act so arrogantly? Are you seeking death?" However, Zhao Fu didn't pay too much attention to the 3 great generals and rushed into the city hall. He went to the city heart and quickly chose to conquer and relocate it. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. System announcement. Because you are a legatee, you have conquered a system main city and obtained a large amount of the region's fate. System announcement. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 890,000 EXP. System announcement. Congratulations, you have obtained 200 war points. Ignoring the system announcements, Zhao Fu kicked off the ground and turned into a ray of light as he shot into the sky and smashed through the roof. Boom, a spear light and a sword light suddenly appeared and gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Zhao Fu. The other 2 city lords had already arrived. After dodging the attack, Zhao Fu was forced to stop and turn to look at the 2 city lords behind him. The 2 city lords looked furious, looking as if they wanted to kill Zhao Fu. "Now you have no advantage. If you surrender to me, Qin, I can spare your lives," Zhao Fu said confidently. However, the 2 city lords coldly harumphed and chose to directly attack. However, Zhao Fu suddenly turned around and continued to fly to the side. He had no intention of fighting with them at all, as there were countless soldiers rushing over from behind. Zhao Fu would not be so stupid as to stay here and fight with them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless arrows flew over like bolts of lightning, and Zhao Fu unleashed his king's domain. The arrows rained down on Zhao Fu's king's domain. Because there were simply too many arrows, small cracks appeared on the king's domain. Zhao Fu used the full power of his City Lord seal, causing his speed to greatly increase. The other 2 city lords also quickly chased after him. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Fu had already flown out of the city and stood not too far away, looking at the 2 city lords. However, they did not dare to step out of the city because they instinctively felt a sense of danger. However, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "What is it? You're not going to continue?" Soldier Forest City Lord coldly harumphed and said, "Call out the people lying in ambush, we won't fall for your tricks." "Is that so?" Zhao Fu asked, but he still did not call out the other city lords. He then asked, "Are the 2 of you really not going to surrender?" If you surrender, both you and your residents will be treated as Qin's subjects, and you will still be city lords. We won't continue to fight like this, and you won't have to face death and destruction. We won't agree. The woman in white replied with a cold expression. Seeing this, Zhao did not try to convince them to surrender. Now, the other side only had 2 city lords, and they were at a complete disadvantage. If he could subdue them now, Qin would be able to unify the Forest of Horrors, and they would no longer be in a stalemate. Even though this stalemate was not beneficial to either side, it was beneficial to the other dynasty legatees. If the other dynasty legatees did not continue to develop, they would be regressing. After all, the other dynasty legatees were rapidly growing, and Qin legatees would be slowed down. Since Zhao was sure that they were not going to surrender, he did not think too much about it and continued to fly away. However, the 2 city lords did not dare to chase after him. Seeing Zhao swagger away, the 2 of them could only hatefully sigh, but there was nothing they could do to Zhao. Qin's city lords, who were hiding nearby, also left. After Demon Tree City's city lord died, Demon Tree City's players and residents all panicked, not knowing what to do. Of the 3 system main cities, only 2 remained. Looking at these players and residents, the 2 city lords decided to each take in half of them. This made the countless players and residents feel incredibly grateful because after losing their cities, if Qin attacked again, they would have nothing to defend against. The sun gradually rose over the horizon, and all of the players' expressions changed. They no longer had any confidence. In just a single night, they had lost a system main city, so how could they still have any confidence? This was a heavy blow to them. Even though they had not lost many people, without the sturdy walls, they were unable to gather together, and they did not have any defensive power. They were like a plate of loose sand, and they were easily wiped out. The 2 remaining system main cities could not afford to have anything happen to them, so the 2 city lords and the leaders of the various factions started to discuss and entered an emergency defensive state. In other words, not only did they have to defend at all times, but they also had to be prepared to fight at any time in case Qin attacked. They could not be as careless as before, thinking that Qin would not dare to attack. If they were careless and lost another system main city, they would definitely lose. Back at Qin, Zhao had rebuilt Demon Tree City and given the city lord seal to Xiao Jian. Now, Qin had 11 city lords, 8 of whom were system main cities and 3 of whom were city lords of basic cities, making him even more powerful. At the same time, Zhao heard about Demon Tree City's players and residents moving to the other 2 system main cities. Now, the 2 system main cities each have at least 7 million people, and that's not including the countless player villages. What should we do next? After all, these player villages were in the wilderness, and it would take a lot of time to find them. Moreover, if one destroyed a few, the rest of the players would move to the system main cities, making it much more difficult to attack the system main cities. They would first attack the system main cities before clearing out the player villages. That way, the players would not be able to retaliate at all. However, a system main city with a battle power of 7 million wasn't easy to deal with, so what if they tried to assassinate them again? However, they were incredibly wary this time, so it was possible that they wouldn't be able to assassinate them. Moreover, the player residents were a big problem, so they had to deal with them as soon as possible. Zhao couldn't think of anything, so he asked for all of the system main cities' information and looked through it, hoping to find something valuable. After looking through it for a while, Zhao still couldn't find anything, and his head started to hurt. "Your Majesty, your tea has been brewed," a female attendant said as she respectfully brought over a pot of tea. Suddenly, Zhao thought of an idea, and he ordered people to go to the various regions and buy powerful poisons. This time, Zhao target was the ordinary people. Even though the city hall was heavily guarded, making it difficult to sneak in, the system main cities were incredibly big, and not every place was heavily guarded. If they could successfully sneak into the system main cities and put the poisons into the wells, they would be able to poison many ordinary people to death. Moreover, Zhao thought about the abilities of his 30,000 skeleton mages and disaster cavalrymen. If they worked together, they would be able to greatly reduce the enemy's battle power. When he thought about this, Zhao decided to discuss this with his generals to make sure that they didn't make any mistakes. Following this, Qin started. to buy all sorts of powerful poisons from the various system main cities. He bought hundreds of thousands of packets, which cost him a lot of money. However, this money wasn't much to Qin at all. Qin didn't lack money at all, and if he could achieve his goal, he could throw money at them. This time, Zhao Fu mainly relied on Qin's assassins, disaster cavalrymen, and skeleton mages. Qin didn't need too many assassins, or else they would be discovered. As such, Zhao Fu chose 200 elite assassins and gave them spatial rings that contained a large amount of poisons. Then, the operation officially began. On another night, Zhao Fu led the group to the vicinity of Soldier Forest. The current Soldier Forest was not as lax as Demon Tree City. Instead, it was heavily guarded, brightly lit to prevent anyone from sneaking in. However, Zhao Fu and his men still snuck into Soldier Forest from a hidden corner. The city's defenses were quite tight, and there were teams patrolling the streets from time to time. This made Zhao Fu and the others not dare to be careless, and they carefully carried out their plan. Qin's assassins followed the order and went to each well to release poison. Packets of poison were successfully tossed into the well. They melted into the water and did not give off any smell. Most people would not be able to discover that there was a problem with the water. The plan was successfully executed, and the next step was to wait for the right opportunity. Early in the morning, the sun had just risen, and there was a faint mist in the city. It was a cold winter morning, but the commoners still got up and started cooking, preparing for the day. Now that the two system main cities had taken in Demon Tree City's players and residents, the originally sparse city became quite crowded. Nothing had happened the previous night, causing countless people to let out a sigh of relief. However, this peaceful morning was soon shattered. Cries of terror sounded out, causing countless people to feel quite startled. Soon, many people coughed up blood and fell to the ground, dying in just a few moments. What's going on? Seeing this scene, many people could not understand what was going on, and this alerted the city lords and the leaders of the players. After an examination by apothecaries, it was determined that these people had died from poisoning. Following this, they found that the water in the wells contained lethal poison. After hearing about this, countless players felt both furious and afraid. They were furious that Qin had dared to use such despicable methods to sneak in, and they were afraid that they had almost been poisoned to death. The fact that the water in the wells contained lethal poison caused the two system main cities to fall into chaos. The two city lords hurriedly gave the order not to drink from the wells, and they counted the number of people who had died. Each system main city had roughly 200,000 or so people who had died. Many people's entire families had died, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. Because they had all eaten food made from the well water, they had all died. This scene caused the two system main cities' city lords to feel incredibly furious, and they made up their minds to kill that dynasty legatee. The leaders of the countless player factions couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing too deceitful in war, and the strong preyed on the weak. Even though Qin had been unscrupulous, that was the reality. Victory was everything. Those who hoped that the enemy would be merciful instead of scheming were no different from idiots. A fair, just, and righteous war could only appear in novels. In reality, the weak would perish. Outside Soldier Forest City, Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at everything within the city, and he gave the order to carry out the next plan. The 10 disaster cavalrymen raised their black swords and roared as 10 pillars of black light shot into the sky, and a massive black magic formation appeared in the sky. Seeing the black magic formation in the sky, everyone felt that something was off. The dead indigenous residents' flesh and blood withered before falling off and turning into skeletons that madly attacked others. Immediately, Soldier Forest became even more chaotic. Some people wanted to run in fear, while others rushed up to kill the skeletons. The sounds of fighting, yelling, and howling could be heard, creating quite a din. The skeleton mages started to use their evil spirit skills, summoning evil spirits. These evil spirits were all transparent, and they flew towards the players. Even though the evil spirits summoned by the skeleton mages weren't much of a threat to Stage 1 soldiers, they posed a great threat to ordinary players. The players on the city walls had been completely unaware when an evil spirit floated towards them and invaded their minds, causing them to howl as their expressions twisted in pain. Everyone else didn't know what was going on, and they quickly went over to see what was going on. However, at that moment, the players who had been possessed by the evil spirits started to madly attack the people rushing over. The people rushing over were quite confused as to why they were attacking their own people, but they were quickly forced to retaliate. The three skeleton mages could summon 30,000 evil spirits, which meant that they could instantly control 30,000 players and attack them, causing Soldier Forest to become even more chaotic. After the players controlled by the evil spirits were killed, the evil spirits started to look for other targets to invade and control. Soldier Forest became quite chaotic, and the situation at Holy Light City was not good either. As such, Zhao sent out all of Qin's soldiers to attack Holy Light City. Of course, it was not a true attack but a feint to stall Holy Light City's people, making it easier for Qin to move about in Soldier Forest. Looking at the soldiers outside the city, Holy Light City's people felt quite nervous. Even though they had 3 times as many soldiers as Qin's, after so many battles, they had lost much of their confidence. Hurry and notify Soldier Forest that Qin is here. Tell them to come and help. Looking at Qin's soldiers below, countless soldiers hurriedly yelled. Only with 2 system main cities working together would they have the confidence to stop Qin. Fire! This side was led by Bai Qi, and the countless soldiers obeyed Bai Qi's orders. They shot out arrows and started to attack Holy Light City. Soldier Forest had also received news that Holy Light City was being attacked, but they had never been able to do anything about it. Not only did they have to face the skeletons, but they also had to deal with the players who had suddenly gone berserk. More importantly, there was a black magic formation in the sky. As long as it existed, any indigenous resident who died would immediately turn into skeletons. Outside Holy Light City, the woman in white looked at Bai Qi and yelled, "Why are you loyal to such a person and helping him? You're helping a tyrant." The woman in white thought that Bai Qi was a system main city lord and couldn't understand why he would be loyal to such a despicable, cruel, and bloodthirsty person. He simply couldn't be called a good person. In response to the woman in white's words, Bai Qi's expression was cold as he replied, "This is how the world is. If you want to survive and become stronger, you have to follow this world's laws. Everything His Majesty does is for Qin's sake, and no one has the right to judge him. Also, you're doomed to fail, and His Majesty lacks a concubine. It's best for you to surrender and become His Majesty's imperial concubine. Otherwise, this city will be plunged into misery and suffering." The woman in white angrily harumphed. She had wanted to persuade Bai Qi to repent, but she had never thought that he would want her to become His Majesty's concubine. How was that possible? Do you really think that your 450,000 soldiers can attack Holy Light City? I would like to see it. The woman in white was the first to attack. A white sword light that was dozens of meters long gave off a holy and terrifying power as it slashed towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi's expression was cold as a large amount of blood-red aura rose up from his body. He slashed out with the 7 murder sword, destroying the white sword light. The white-clothed young woman felt quite surprised, and she felt that Bai Qi was different from the other city lords. However, she put aside her thoughts and continued to attack Bai Qi. The two of them soon started fighting in the sky. The soldiers below also launched a frenzied attack. The battle seemed fierce, but Qin had no intention of attacking. He turned his gaze back to Soldier Forest. Looking at the chaotic Soldier Forest, the city lord felt quite anxious. Holy Light City was being attacked, so he had to quickly bring people over. Otherwise, if one of them died, the other would not be able to survive for long. However, there was nothing he could do even if he panicked. There were still skeletons and crazy players in the city. If he didn't deal with them, he wouldn't be able to reach Holy Light City. The city lord didn't know what was going on, but after killing a batch of skeletons, another batch would come. However, that was because of the black magic formation. Whenever an indigenous resident died, they would turn into skeletons, which was quite disadvantageous to the city lord. The city lord wanted to destroy the black magic formation first. Without it, the skeletons would be quickly cleared out, and after dealing with the crazy players, he would be able to quickly reach Holy Light City. However, a black-cloaked figure appeared in front of him. The city lord wasn't surprised at all, and he gripped his spear and prepared to break through the black-cloaked figure's blockade. However, at that moment, figures suddenly appeared around him. There were 10 of them in total, and they surrounded him. This caused his expression to greatly change. All 10 of them were city lords. In actuality, Zhao Fu's plan wasn't just to get rid of the ordinary people, he wanted to use the chaos to kill Soldier Forest's city lord. Attack! Time was of the essence, and they couldn't waste any time. As such, Zhao Fu immediately gave the order. The other 9 people obeyed and exploded out with power, unleashing all of their attacks on Soldier Forest's city lord. Spear lights, saber lights, sword images, talismans, and all sorts of terrifying attacks were unleashed. Soldier Forest City Lord gripped his spear and roared as he swept his spear out, tearing through the air and creating a massive black crescent that gave off shocking power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the black crescent collided with the countless incoming sword lights and saber lights. The black crescent shattered, and the saber lights and sword images continued towards Soldier Forest City Lord. Soldier Forest City Lord blocked with his spear, but he was sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Sar held his large saber and was the first to rush up. His saber contained enough power to split mountains, and Soldier Forest City Lord could only use his spear to block. However, just as he blocked the attack, Wang Jian's sword gave off a shocking sword light as it slashed towards him. Soldier Forest City Lord could only retreat and tilt his spear, taking this attack head-on. In that instant, Soldier Forest City Lord was once again forced back, sliding 10 or so meters on the ground. Xianru took out a green talisman paper and held it between her fingers as she chanted, causing the talisman paper to ignite. A green vine burst out of the ground and wrapped around Soldier Forest City Lord. Soldier Forest City Lord was given a big fright and immediately tried to break free, but Meng Tian gripped her spear and stabbed it towards Soldier Forest City Lord's chest. Pooh! A few bones in Soldier Forest City Lord's chest were broken, and he was sent flying. What was waiting for him was Wei Liao. A large green wolf bit down on Soldier Forest City Lord, and its sharp teeth sank into his body. Soldier Forest City Lord gave a muffled grunt as he stabbed his spear through the wolf's head from the side. The green wolf turned into countless traces of green aura and collapsed, and Soldier Forest City Lord fell to the ground. By now, he was already heavily injured, and it was impossible for him to not be injured after taking attacks from so many city lords of the same level. However, Soldier Forest City Lord did not show any signs of retreating, and he stared at his surroundings, a trace of battle intent in his eyes. The short battle had caused many soldiers to come back to their senses, and they quickly rushed over. Zhao Fu lightly glanced at them before looking back at Soldier Forest City Lord. A terrifying aura exploded out as Zhao Fu leaned forwards and tapped off the ground, causing the ground to crack. Zhao Fu's body turned into a black blur and flashed like a bolt of lightning. In just an instant, Zhao Fu appeared in front of Soldier Forest City Lord and pressed his hand against the city lord's chest. Soldier Forest City Lord was already heavily injured, and he was unable to defend at all. After receiving this attack, Soldier Forest City Lord retreated a few steps, and his chest caved in. Blood leaked out of his mouth, making him look quite pitiful. "Hurry and save the city lord." Before Soldier Forest City Lord could reply, thousands of soldiers rushed over. Zhao Fu did not even look at them as he coldly said, "Kill them all." Yes. The 9 other city lords obeyed and turned into black blurs as they rushed towards the thousands of soldiers. Soldier Forest City Lord once again assumed an offensive stance, and he looked at Zhao Fu with a gaze filled with battle intent as he said, "What's there to fear about death?" A spear containing immense piercing power pierced through the air as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Just as he finished speaking, Soldier Forest City Lord started to attack. Zhao Fu stood where he was and lightly sighed. Is he very bloodthirsty? That's probably not the case. After all, Zhao Fu most often asks if you surrender, and Zhao Fu doesn't want to engage in pointless killing unless he has no other choice. If he doesn't surrender, you won't let him off and let him harm you in the future, right? The spear stabbed forwards like a ray of light, but Zhao Fu did not move at all. Only when the spear was about to hit Zhao Fu did Zhao Fu act. Zhao Fu easily grabbed the spear with one hand while his other hand shot out like lightning, stabbing into Soldier Forest City Lord's chest and pulling out his heart. Soldier Forest City Lord's corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. All of this happened incredibly quickly, and it was all over in the blink of an eye. A black city lord seal gradually floated out of the corpse, and Zhao Fu threw away the bloody heart and grabbed the city lord's seal. Soldier Forest City Lord had been heavily injured, so Zhao Fu was naturally able to easily kill him. After all, Zhao Fu's Qin seal had the power of 10 City Lord seals, and it far surpassed ordinary City Lord seals. Let alone being heavily injured, even if he wasn't injured at all, Zhao Fu would still be able to easily kill him. On the other side, thousands of soldiers had been slaughtered by the 9 City Lords. Corpses littered the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. After the City Lord died, Soldier Forest became even more chaotic. Many players ran away in fear, and the soldiers and residents furiously rushed over. Zhao Fu flew into the city hall and chose to occupy and relocate Soldier Forest. Notification. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. Notification. Because you're the legatee of a nation, you conquered a system main city and obtained a large amount of the region's fate. Notification. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 900,000 EXP. Notification. Congratulations, you have received 200 war points. After relocating Soldier Forest, Zhao Fu and the others stood in the air, looking down at the countless terrified players and civilians. Zhao Fu let out a breath and said, "Start setting fire and seal off Soldier Forest." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin's assassins, who were hiding below, took advantage of the chaos and started to light fires everywhere. In order to burn the city as soon as possible, they even poured kerosene everywhere. Soon, the city was set ablaze. The 10 people standing in the air turned into rays of light and shot in different directions before stopping and forming a circle around Soldier Forest City. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 10 City Lord seals shot into the sky, exploding out with shocking auras and giving off intense lights. They formed 10 massive orbs of light that shined in all directions. The power of 10 City Lord seals was incredibly terrifying, and it caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Not only was the six-eyed fled dragon at the center of the forest of horrors woken up, but the woman in white's expression also fell. Only now did she realize that the other side's target wasn't Holy Light City but Soldier Forest. Something must have happened in Soldier Forest, but why were there so many City Lord seals? Could it be that the other side had more than 3 City Lords? Just what are you doing to Soldier Forest? The woman in white yelled as she questioned Bai Qi. However, Bai Qi ignored her. On the other side, Zhao Fu's plan had most likely succeeded, so Bai Qi didn't panic and continued to stall the woman in white. Soldier Forest City was quickly set ablaze, and the flames were dozens of meters tall. They were so hot that they could melt steel, and the heat could be felt even from 10,000 meters away. The flames quickly spread, and countless residents and players ran out of the city because they found that the teleportation channel was unusable. However, when they reached the city gates, they found that there was a formless barrier blocking them, trapping them within the city. They immediately madly attacked the barrier, but it was evident that it wouldn't be easy to break through. After all, it was created by 10 city lords working together. The flames quickly spread towards them, and countless people attacked the barrier even harder. After finding that they couldn't break through, they could only kneel and beg for mercy, hoping that Qin would spare them. "I was wrong, please spare me. I swear that I won't dare to oppose Qin ever again. I surrender, I really surrender. I don't want to be burned alive. I'll call you Grandpa and Grandma, please spare us. We definitely won't oppose Qin again. We can help you attack another system main city. I beg you, please spare our lives. You are a magnanimous person." Zhao Fu looked at everything in front of him and didn't show any signs of stopping. Most of the people who had surrendered were players, and Zhao Fu had long since understood players' characters, so he didn't have any intentions of sparing them. Even though he could use them to attack another system main city, they could betray him at any moment, so Zhao Fu didn't dare to use them. The flames quickly spread throughout the entire city, and the orange flames devoured everything. People were swept into the sea of flames, and before they could even cry out, they were turned into charcoal. The flames continued to burn for 4 or 5 hours, but there were barely any survivors. Zhao Fu ordered his people to put away the city lord's seals and return to Qin City. In actuality, a small portion of the people in the city had survived, and they had hidden in the wells. Even though the wells had been poisoned by Qin, as long as they didn't drink the water, they would be fine. As such, a portion of the people had managed to escape. The news of Qin burning millions of people to death quickly spread to the real world, and the players who had been burned to death ran to the forums and cursed at Qin's brutality. This caused some people to feel quite shocked, but most people already knew how ruthless, bloodthirsty, and cold-blooded Qin City was. Setting fires was just one of its many atrocities. Countless people had seen through Qin City's true nature. It was pure evil, and it was incredibly cruel. It could only be as bad as it wanted to be, and it was impossible for it to be good. It was synonymous with darkness, and perhaps that was why Qin City valued darkness. Qin City's soldiers started to retreat, and seeing this, the ordinary people couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking that they had once again defeated Qin City. Only the woman in white looked at the retreating Qin City soldiers, and her expression became quite unsightly. Soldier Forest was most likely doomed. After Zhao Fu returned to Qin, he quickly rebuilt Soldier Forest and gave the city lord seal to Zhang Dahu, giving Qin another city lord. Now, only Holy Light City remained in the Forest of Horrors, and it had about the same number of soldiers as Soldier Forest. However, Soldier Forest had already been destroyed, so Qin did not care too much about Holy Light City. As for Holy Light City, it could not stop Qin at all and was destined to lose. Zhao Fu gathered his generals and started to discuss how to take down Holy Light City. If they could take down Holy Light City, Qin would truly unify the entire region and establish a firm foundation for Qin. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu could not help but feel excited. After discussing, Qin quickly came up with a plan. A day later, Zhao Fu and the disaster cavalrymen once again went to Soldier Forest. This place was completely charred black and in ruins. Only a few walls were still standing, and everything else had been burnt. Zhao Fu gave the order and the disaster cavalrymen started to move. A black light shot into the sky as a black magic formation appeared, and skeletons slowly crawled out from the ruins. There were roughly 300,000 of them, and most of them had been burnt to nothing. These corpses could not be refined, so Zhao Fu wanted to see if he could turn them into undead. Most of these skeletons were ordinary skeletons, and some were summoned from Stage 1 soldiers' corpses. These skeletons were naturally much more powerful than ordinary skeletons. After taking care of these matters, a figure from Holy Light City appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to sneak into Holy Light City. "Miss Jiang. There's someone outside who says that he's your friend and wants to see you." Jiang Ro, who was in her room, felt quite surprised when she heard this. She went outside and saw a person in a black cloak giving off a mysterious aura. Jiang Ro immediately recognized this person, and she ran up and said in delight, "Zhao Xian, you're finally here. You finally showed up. Are you all right now?" Seeing Jiang Ro's concerned expression, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm fine." "What is it?" After hearing Zhao Fu's reply, Jiang Ro let out a sigh of relief and said, "Your Westfall restaurant was sealed, and I was worried that something had happened to you." "So that was what it was about." Zhao Fu understood and said, "That's not important, I'm here to take you away." "Take me away? Where?" Hearing this, Jiang Ro's face became red as she asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu realized that there was something wrong with what he had said, so he explained, "Holy Light City is about to be conquered, and I found a teleportation channel to another region. You should prepare to leave." Jiang Ro was quite shocked. She understood that Holy Light City was about to be conquered by Qin. Holy Light City was in chaos, and everyone was trying to escape. They couldn't stay in Holy Light City because they definitely wouldn't be able to stop Qin's attack. Soldier Forest had the same number of soldiers as them, but they had been trapped within the city by Qin and burned to death. Qin had only used 10 city lords and hadn't even used an army, but over 1 million people had been burned to death just like that. They didn't want to end up like Soldier Forest. As such, many factions returned to their villages, while others headed to void zones, wanting to go to other regions. Now that the Forest of Horrors was under Qin's control, staying here would only result in death. The number of players in Holy Light City had greatly decreased. Since they couldn't defend it, they definitely wouldn't foolishly stay and wait for death. With how ruthless Qin was, how could he treat them well? Many factions quickly gathered their things. If they waited for Qin to attack, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was the same for the Jiang family. Qin would definitely destroy a large family like this. Jiang Feng felt quite worried and prepared to take the risk to escape from the forest of horrors. He understood the consequences of opposing Qin. As such, he told Jiang Ro to leave with him. Jiang Ro was a member of the Jiang family's main family, and it was likely that she would be killed by Qin. Even though Qin's method of bringing people from the real world into the heaven-awakened world could not bring many people, Qin could capture the leaders of various factions. Once they were captured by Qin, they would die a true death. As such, the leaders of the various factions wanted to escape because none of them wanted to die. As a big brother, Jiang Feng treated Jiang Ro like a little sister and didn't want anything to happen to her. Moreover, with Jiang Ro around, she would be able to provide them with a lot of resources. Jiang Ro knew that Qin was about to conquer Holy Light City, and the entire Holy Light City was in a premonition of a storm. A heavy pressure covered the entire city. If the NPCs surrendered, they could live. However, Qin wouldn't spare any of the players. As such, Jiang Ro understood that she had to escape. Unexpectedly, Xianxia had a teleportation formation to another region. In that case, he would not have to go through the void zone and could go to another region directly. Who would have thought that Xianxia would think of her at such a crucial moment? Jiang Ro smiled sweetly. I've already packed my things and can leave at any time. Zhao Fu nodded and was about to take Jiang Ro and some of the shop assistants that Qin had recruited before out of this area. Now, Zhao Fu wouldn't easily trust players. Although they had once served Qin, he still had to send them away. However, Zhao Fu also gave them a lot of money as compensation. At that moment, Jiang Ro suddenly thought of something and said, "That Xianxia. Can I take some people from the Jiang family and leave?" Although the Jiang family had treated her badly, Jiang Ro was still a member of the Jiang family, so she would still think for the Jiang family. The Jiang family? Zhao Fu didn't plan to let them off because they had also participated in this incident. However, because of Jiang Ro, Zhao Fu couldn't bear to destroy their entire family. After thinking about it, after this incident, the Jiang family would suffer great losses in both strength and fate. Facing Jiang Ro's expectant gaze, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. That's great. Thank you, Xianxia. Jiang Ro couldn't help but hug Zhao Fu's arm. Zhao Fu didn't think too much about this intimate action. He didn't want to hide anything from Jiang Ro, so he said earnestly, "Jiang Ro. Qin can spare the Jiang family this time, but I don't want this to happen again. Otherwise, I'll really kill the Jiang family. Also, my name isn't Xianxia, I'm called Zhao Fu." Zhao Fu took off his hood, revealing his delicate and handsome face, as well as his noble and domineering aura. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Jiang Ro's face became pale. She had never thought that Zhao Fu was actually one of Qin's people. Jiang Ro had never thought that Zhao Fu's true identity would be so terrifying. With just his identity, let alone large families, even legatees would have to treat him with respect. With how terrifying Qin was, all factions would be afraid of him. As legatee Qin's representative in the real world, Zhao Fu definitely had a high status in Qin. No wonder Zhao Fu was so powerful, it turned out that Qin was behind him. Jiang Ro thought back to Zhao Fu's words. She couldn't control the Jiang family, and she knew what would happen to them if they went against Qin. However, she had never thought that Qin would let the Jiang family off. It was because of Zhao Fu that Qin had let the Jiang family off. In that case, Zhao Fu must have been under a lot of pressure in Qin City, especially when he had to face the bloodthirsty Emperor Qin. Thinking about that, Jiang Ro let go of Zhao Fu's arm. Zhao Fu had helped her so much, and she didn't want Zhao Fu to bear all of this for her. Zhao Fu. I think I should stay, Jiang Ro said as she lowered her head. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. Looking at her, he suddenly understood and lightly laughed as he said, "If you don't leave, you'll be wasting my efforts. Plus, aren't we friends? But you've already helped me so much." Jiang Ro raised her head and looked at Zhao Fu with teary eyes, feeling quite guilty. "Well, you should repay me well in the future," Zhao Fu said as he lightly laughed. Everything he had done for Jiang Ro was a small matter, so he didn't mind it. Hearing Zhao Fu's reply, Jiang Ro said earnestly, "What do you want?" "I'll definitely repay you." Of course, Zhao Fu wouldn't ask for anything in return. Seeing how serious she was, he smiled and said, I haven't thought of that yet, but hurry up. Time is tight. Maybe Qin will call at any time. Hearing this, Jiang Rou understood that time was of the essence, so she hurriedly ran to the Jiang family to inform the others. Zhao Fu also gathered all the employees that he had hired. Boss. If possible, I still want to work for you in your shop. A group of women surrounded Zhao Fu and said reluctantly. They used to be waiters in the restaurant. Since Qin had opened the restaurant for such a long time, they were familiar with Zhao Fu. He was definitely a good boss, so they liked Zhao Fu more. Boss. Where's my master? Why aren't you leaving? You didn't do anything to my master, did you? Hu Qin was blocked outside and could only shout. Hearing this, Zhao Fu was speechless. He replied, Don't worry, your master. Everything will be fine. Zhao Fu had long since found out that Hu Qin was a descendant of the Han dynasty's famous general, Hu Zubing. Zhao Fu didn't want to recruit him because he felt that Hu Qin didn't want to be a general and only wanted to be a chef. Following this, Zhao Fu told them to leave and waited for Jiang Rou. A while later, a handsome young man brought a group of people over. He was Jiang Feng, Jiang Rou's big brother, and he controlled everything in the Jiang family. Brother Zhao. Thank you for your help. It seemed that Jiang Rou hadn't told Jiang Feng about Zhao Fu's identity, and Jiang Feng still thought that Zhao Fu was Zhao Xian. He enthusiastically walked over and started to chat with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu casually said a few words and told them to leave. Soon, only Jiang Rou was left. Will we meet again in the future? Now that Jiang Rou knew who Zhao Fu was, she knew that it would be difficult for them to meet again. After all, Zhao Fu was an important figure in the Qin Empire and was favored by Emperor Qin. In the future, he would follow Emperor Qin to battle all over the world. Seeing Jiang Rou's expectant expression, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, saying, I'll come and find you when I have time. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Jiang Rou happily smiled and said, Be careful in the future. Don't do things that are too dangerous, I'll wait for you. If you're tired that day, I'll be ready for you. Zhao Fu felt a warmth in his heart, and he looked at Jiang Rou and nodded earnestly. Following this, Jiang Rou stepped onto the teleportation channel and disappeared. She came to a new region and looked up at the blue sky. She suddenly remembered that when she had met Zhao Fu for the first time, someone had called him Your Majesty. However, Zhao Fu's true identity was that of Emperor Qin's representative. Why would others call him Your Majesty? Jiang Rou's expression fell as she thought of a possibility. However, she lightly smiled and shook her head. How could Zhao Fu be such a terrifying person? Seeing Jiang Rou disappear, Zhao Fu inwardly sighed. Was he tired? His fate had long since been sealed, and that day would never come. His life was bound to Qin Empire, and he would only continue to grow or die. Perhaps his corpse would end up there. Even though Zhao Fu had casually thought about it, he had never thought about the future. After waiting for another 2 days, Zhao Fu purposely waited for a large number of ordinary players to escape. Even though he wanted to kill all of them, if they left, Holy Light City's forces would decrease, making it easier to attack the city. As such, Zhao Fu gave up on killing them. Perhaps after destroying Holy Light City, he would deal with these people. By then, they might not have escaped from the Forest of Horrors yet. Now, not a single one of Holy Light City's players remained. Even though Holy Light City wanted to keep them and gave them large rewards, not a single person remained. After all, they knew that they would definitely lose, and as long as they died, no matter how many rewards they gave, it would be useless. Zhao Fu gathered his army and came to the outskirts of Holy Light City. The 12 city lords all released their terrifying auras, and it was as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on Holy Light City. The countless people within the city felt as if their hearts were being gripped by a hand, and their hairs stood on end as they instinctively felt fear. The 12 city lords' terrifying auras trampled on Holy Light City's confidence. Apart from the 12 city lords, Qin's 450,000 soldiers gave off an incredibly austere and desolate aura, making people's hearts tremble. Zhao Fu looked at the white-clothed young woman and said, Admit defeat. You don't have any chance of winning. If you want to fight, then fight. I won't submit to a cruel and tyrannical person like you. The white-clothed young woman resolutely refused, and she gripped her white sword, preparing to fight. Zhao Fu frowned and said, "Do you really think that you can defeat the 12 of us? Even with the 500,000 soldiers in your city, that's not very likely. Of course, I, Qin, might have to pay a price, but if I, Qin, suffer too many casualties, I won't accept any surrender. I'll show you what cruelty is. No matter if it's a man, woman, old, or young, I'll order people to chop off their limbs, dig out their eyes, and cut off their tongues. I'll also skin them and hang them under the sun. I'll let them howl as they slowly dry up. I'll also leave you alive so that you can witness all of this. Even if you die, you won't be able to do it." Zhao Fu's tone was calm and did not contain any killing intent, but it caused Holy Light City's people to feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if they could already see that pitiful scene, and expressions of terror appeared on their faces. The white-clothed young woman was furious, but she could not say anything. After all, Holy Light City had no hope of winning at all, and the outcome was very likely to be the same as what the other party had said. Facing 12 city lords, she would not even have a chance to die. Should we still resist? The white-clothed young woman clenched her fists. If there was a sliver of hope for victory, she would definitely persist with her original plan. But now that she heard how Lin Fan was going to torture her commoners, she started to hesitate. If she lost, she did not want to see that terrifying scene. Zhao Fu did not say anything, and he continued to stare at the woman in white. After a while, the woman in white said, "If I surrender, how will you treat my residents?" "I will treat them equally and treat them all as Qin's subjects." Zhao Fu raised his head and replied earnestly. After hearing Zhao Fu's reply, the woman in white hesitated before saying, "I choose to surrender." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. This was one of the benefits of persuading people to surrender. He could obtain massive benefits without suffering any losses. Hearing the city lord's words, most people let out a sigh of relief. A small portion of people were unwilling, but they still obeyed the city lord's orders. Zhao Fu ordered the disaster cavalrymen to quickly lead the 300,000 skeletons away. There were simply too many skeletons, and Zhao Fu was unable to control them. If they went berserk after Zhao Fu accepted their surrender, that would not be good. Following this, Zhao Fu officially took over Holy Light City. Groups of Qin's soldiers marched into Holy Light City, and the system main city guards and residents put down their weapons and gathered together. Zhao Fu went to the city hall, and the woman in white's body gave off waves of white light as a white city lord's seal floated out of her body. Zhao Fu grabbed the city lord's seal and set it as a subordinate city. The white city lord's seal immediately shrank, and a portion of its power was absorbed by the Qin city lord's seal. Over at the city heart, Zhao Fu placed his hand on it and chose to conquer and relocate. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered a system main city and obtained 5,000 achievement points. Notification. Because you're the legatee of a nation, you conquered a system main city and obtained a large amount of the region's fate. Notification. You have relocated a system main city and obtained 860,000 EXP. Notification. Congratulations, you have received 200 war points. Zhao Fu did not care about these basic prompts. What caught Zhao Fu's attention were the other two prompts. One was the national prompt, which meant that the whole of China could hear it. Notification. After Qin unifies the Forest of Horrors, players will no longer spawn, and Qin will obtain the title of Region Lord and a large amount of region fate. This system announcement was different from before. When Qin had destroyed 4 system main cities, it had only said that the 4 system main cities had been conquered and that players would not be spawned. However, this notification showed that Qin had unified the region and obtained the title of Region Lord, as well as a large amount of regional providence. Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that it was most likely because Qin City was here. After all, Qin City was now the only faction in the Forest of Horrors. Of the regions that Zhao Fu had destroyed, the 4 system main cities had only been conquered and had not been rebuilt. If they had rebuilt the system main cities, that region would most likely belong to Qin City, and Qin would have received another region's fate. As it had been said before, the more land one had, the more fate one had. These lands did not provide fate all at once but continuously. After Qin had destroyed 2 nation legatees, his nation armament and clan armament, which had not been upgraded yet, had been upgraded to level 5 and level 4 respectively after obtaining a large amount of region fate. After upgrading, nation armaments would naturally become even more powerful, and the power they gave off would cause people to feel incredibly shocked. As for the Region Lord title, Zhao Fu looked at it and found that it was just a simple title that did not have much use. When this system announcement sounded out, all of China was shaken. Even though they had long since made preparations, and no one could stop Qin, after hearing about this, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. Qin City had already unified a region, laying the first cornerstone for Qin City's kingdom. In the future, Qin City would continue to expand, and the Warring States era was about to begin. This put a massive amount of pressure on the other dynasty legatees and factions, forcing them to hurry up and not waste any time. There was another system announcement, which was about conquering a region and obtaining a region treasure chest. Looking at the region treasure chest in his hand, Zhao Fu felt quite excited, but he did not open it for now. He decided to go back and see what he could obtain. Following this, after Zhao Fu relocated Holy Light City, he took a large number of people and returned to Qin City. It was the first time that many people had seen Qin City, and they were quite shocked. After all, the development here was no different from that of an ordinary system main city. After rebuilding Holy Light City, Zhao Fu left the people to Li Si and Xianxia. As for the woman in white, she was called to a hall by Zhao Fu. Looking at the pure and innocent woman in front of him, Zhao Fu's attitude became better, but she still had a cold expression. "You've submitted to me, so you should listen to my orders. However, I know what you're thinking, so I'll give you two choices. The first choice is that if you don't want to fight for me, you'll still be the city lord of Holy Light City in name and live with your residents. However, I'll give the city lord's seal to someone else because I need it to attack other cities. Moreover, I'll make you a concubine. Of course, I won't touch you, as this is only in name. The second choice is to listen to my orders and wholeheartedly serve me, Qin City. Don't worry, as long as you serve me, Qin City, I won't mistreat anyone." Hearing this, the woman in white felt quite surprised. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's attitude would change so quickly. Before, he had been incredibly cruel and bloodthirsty, but now, he had become incredibly gentle. Moreover, he respected her wishes and allowed her to choose. At first, the woman in white had accepted her fate and completely given up. She had planned to let Zhao Fu do whatever he wanted to her, including becoming his concubine. This was because Bai Qi had long since said that Zhao Fu lacked a concubine and wanted her to become an imperial concubine. As such, the woman in white had expected that she would become his woman. However, what she found quite strange was that since he had made her a concubine, why had he touched her? The woman in white could not understand. In actuality, she did not want to listen to Zhao Fu's orders and serve Qin City. After all, she had seen how cruel Qin City was, and with her personality, she simply could not accept it. Zhao Fu did not move, and he silently waited for the white-clothed woman's reply. A while later, the white-clothed woman made a decision and said in a negotiating tone, "I can choose the first option, but I also want to choose the second option. I can become your concubine and obey your orders, but I can't do some extremely cruel and bloody things." After saying this, the white-clothed woman started to feel nervous. She was the loser, and if she made Zhao Fu angry, she would not be able to obtain anything. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before nodding and agreeing to her request. He was quite satisfied with this, as he would be able to make her loyal to him and obtain her Phoenix Chi. There was nothing else he could ask of her. As for extremely cruel and bloody things, Qin Zhao Fu did not seem to have done anything, and in Zhao Fu's eyes, it was not very cruel and bloody. Perhaps he had gone too far, and if she was not willing, he could send someone else to do it. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not want to take back the city lord's seal, and he hoped that the white-clothed woman would choose the second option. After all, Holy Light City's population had reached 500,000, so he had to be careful. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed, the woman in white gave a trace of a smile, and her tense heart relaxed. "What's your name?" Zhao Fu asked. The white-clothed woman did not hide anything and replied, "I'm called by Ruoxue." Zhao Fu looked at Shanru, who smiled and picked up a brush and started to write on a piece of paper. Soon, she finished writing and handed it to Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu made Bai Ruoxue a concubine, and a large amount of her Phoenix Chi was absorbed by the Emperor Phoenix statue. Bai Ruoxue sensed something, but she did not say anything. Now that there was nothing to do, Zhao Fu told Bai Ruoxue to leave. Even though she had been made a concubine, there were no restrictions on her freedom, and she did not live with a concubine. Zhao Fu had obtained 500,000 people from Holy Light City, bringing Holy Light City's total population to 3.32 million. At the same time, Holy Light City's 130,000 Stage 1 soldiers belonged to Qin. The 130,000 Stage 1 soldiers included Holy Light City's original soldiers and Demon Tree City's soldiers. Back when Qin had assassinated Demon Tree City's city lord, most of the residents and soldiers had been sent to the other two system main cities. Moreover, Great Qin had obtained so many soldiers for free, and the city lords were willing to surrender without any resistance. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and accepted these soldiers into Great Qin's army. Now, Great Qin had 580,000 soldiers, and Zhao Fu recruited another 20,000 soldiers, making it 600,000 soldiers. There were now 400,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers. Great Qin already had 250,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers, and now they had 130,000 more. Adding on the soldiers who were continuously breaking through, they definitely had 400,000 or so Stage 1 soldiers. Great Qin's strength was now incredibly terrifying. Holy Light City was the city that Zhao Fu had spent the most time in, and there were many people he was familiar with, such as Qin Nan, the chubby internal affairs officer, the general who had spoken at the auction, the captain of the guards who had helped protect the Westfall restaurant, and the chief of the real estate department. Now, everyone had their heads lowered and looked incredibly respectful, not daring to make a sound. Qin Nan had never thought that his brother Zhao would be a dynasty legatee and that he would have already conquered Holy Light City. Even the city lord, who was so noble in his eyes, had been forced to submit to him and become his concubine. Thinking about everything in the past, Qin Nan felt quite complicated. Even though his relationship with Zhao Fu had been quite good before, that was because he was noble and Zhao Fu was lowly. Now, things were different. In front of Zhao Fu, he was like an ant that Zhao Fu could kill whenever he wanted. Qin Nan still felt quite afraid. He wondered if he had offended Zhao Fu in the past, and he was afraid that Zhao Fu would come to take revenge. Zhao Fu only smiled towards these people and did not look into what had happened in the past. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu had the army rest for a day, and the next day, they would start on the grand plan. Suddenly, a piece of bad news came, causing Zhao Fu to frown and feel a headache. These people really don't want to give up. The bad news was that Qin had been surrounded and trapped. The various dynasty legatees and factions had lured countless ordinary people into joining the fight against Qin. They had set up defensive walls in each of the 4 regions around the Forest of Horrors, surrounding the Forest of Horrors. Each defensive wall was made up of millions of players, and they had also set up isolation barriers, wanting to trap Qin within the Forest of Horrors. These ordinary players were incredibly reckless and greedy for rewards, and they had been used by the various dynasty legatees and factions to resist Qin. He had just dealt with the problem in the Forest of Horrors, and now there was another big problem, causing Zhao Fu to feel a headache. Even though these players were quite weak, there were many of them, making them quite troublesome. Even if he killed them all, they would still slow down Qin's development, making Zhao Fu feel quite depressed. Moreover, Qin didn't seem to have anything that could break through the isolation barriers, and Zhao Fu wondered if the Void Crystal had that ability. Right now, Qin mainly relied on teleportation channels with the Void Crystal, which allowed him to ignore the restrictions of the Void Zones and travel between regions. The Void Crystal most likely had a powerful ability to break through isolation barriers. With that in mind, Zhao Fu went to the teleportation channel, but he was still unable to leave the Forest of Horrors. Could it be that Qin had really been trapped? Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought about the 3 system main cities. Didn't they have things that could break through isolation barriers? He could use them, but he didn't know what they had used. However, when Zhao Fu called Bai Ruoxue over, he was disappointed. After all, they had fused the Void Crystal with teleportation channels, and when he relocated a system main city, the teleportation channels had been destroyed, making them unusable. If he had known this would happen, Zhao Fu wouldn't have relocated Holy Light City. Now that he was trapped in the Forest of Horrors, he could only think of other methods. He ordered scholars like Bai Shan to see if they could repair the teleportation channels. However, Zhao Fu wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had unified the Forest of Horrors, the entire Forest of Horrors was his. Of course, he had to get rid of all factions that didn't belong to Qin, whether they were player villages or wilderness villages. After all, the Forest of Horrors was Qin's heart, and he couldn't allow anything to happen to it. If he wanted to make the entire Forest of Horrors Qin's, he had to get rid of all factions. Since there was no way to deal with the isolation barrier, Zhao Fu decided to put his focus on the military. Right now, clearing out all of the factions in the Forest of Horrors was Qin's main task. However, the Forest of Horrors was quite big, and it was difficult to see far. Even though Qin had been in the Forest of Horrors for a long time, he only controlled the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Now, clearing out all of the factions in the Forest of Horrors was a massive undertaking, and it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Of course, clearing out the Forest of Horrors would provide Qin with a large number of people, EXP, and resources. Boom! Just as Zhao Fu was thinking about these things, a massive might descended, causing the air to seem to freeze. Everyone in Qin was given a big fright, and they rushed outside. A 1,000-meter-long black flood dragon circled in the sky, looking down at Qin and the others. Seeing that the six-eyed flood dragon dared to come to Great Qin, Bai Qi and the other city lords exploded out with their city lord seal's power and turned into rays of light that shot into the sky, giving off a shocking aura. The six-eyed flood dragon was given a big fright and immediately retreated far away. "What are you doing? Your lord said that I can come and play," the six-eyed flood dragon said in a frightened and nervous voice. Now that Qin had so many city lords, ordinary bosses would have to run. Hearing the six-eyed flood dragon's words, the city lords all looked quite surprised and stopped what they were doing. At that moment, Zhao Fu walked out. Seeing Zhao Fu, the six-eyed flood dragon looked quite delighted and hurriedly said, "Zhao Fu, look at your people. Look at your people, they want to bully me." Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh, and he had everyone else leave before flying into the sky and asking the six-eyed flood dragon, "Why did you come here?" The six-eyed flood dragon smiled as it said, "Now that you become the lord of this region, there aren't many restrictions on me anymore. I can go anywhere I want, and I don't have to stay at the center of this region." Zhao Fu understood that the boss of each region had some restrictions, and now that he had conquered all of the system main cities, there were no more restrictions on the boss of this region. "Then you can stay here and play. However, you have to retract your aura, or it'll affect others greatly." Zhao Fu smiled and welcomed them. Right now, the Forest of Horrors had one of the biggest uncertainties, which was the six-eyed flood dragon. After dealing with this factor, there was basically nothing else in the Forest of Horrors that could threaten Qin. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the six-eyed flood dragon came back to its senses and immediately retracted its might before saying, "Zhao Fu, I'm not afraid of you. Is that okay now?" Zhao Fu nodded. With the six-eyed flood dragon's immense might, even Qin would not be able to live peacefully, as ordinary creatures would not be able to withstand it at all. However, looking at the six-eyed flood dragon's huge body, Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Can you shrink your body a little? Or you can even transform into a human form?" However, the six-eyed flood dragon shook its head and said, "I can't do that right now. That requires great power or evolution into a higher-level creature." "You need even greater power?" Zhao Fu was quite shocked because the six-eyed flood dragon's power was already quite terrifying. If it needed even greater power, it meant that every demon beast in human form would have unimaginable power. After looking at God Ker's information, Zhao Fu found that the level in the legacy land was still too low, and there were no high-grade existences. However, Zhao Fu could understand why, or else the world would have long since been destroyed by those high-grade existences. "Zhao Fu, I want to eat good food," the six-eyed flood dragon said like a little girl who wanted a snack. Before, whenever Zhao Fu had time, he would bring some things that children liked to eat. Seeing that the six-eyed flood dragon wanted to eat, Zhao Fu had it land on the ground and ordered people to prepare a pile of food for it. After happily eating, the six-eyed flood dragon left. However, it did not return to the depths of the Forest of Horrors and instead went to other regions. It said that it wanted to see if there was anything good there, and it said, "She will come back." The six-eyed flood dragon had never felt any enmity towards Qin, and now that it had left, the Forest of Horrors truly belonged to Qin, and it could not resist at all. The next day, Zhao Fu's soldiers had finished resting and started to clear out the forest of horrors. Of course, Zhao Fu first discussed with his generals about how to quickly clear out all of the factions. Their previous method was too slow, so they had to change to a different method. Zhao Fu split the 600,000 soldiers into 600 teams, which had 1,000 people in each team. Ordinary villages only had a few hundred villagers, and facing Qin's soldiers, they would not be able to resist at all. If they encountered an intermediate village, an advanced village, or even a town, the teams would be able to gather and attack. Each team would have at least a gray wolf, a kobold, and a ratfolk detective. They were all hunting type, which meant that they could search and track. With them around, Qin's soldiers would be able to find villages more quickly, which would speed up Qin's clearing process. In order to not miss a single one, Qin's 600 teams of soldiers started to sweep through the forest of horrors with Qin at the center. As for the 12 city lords, they were responsible for controlling the situation. They stood in the sky and observed everything in case anything unexpected happened. Everything went according to plan, and Zhao Fu let out a breath as he watched the teams of soldiers set out. The forest of horrors most likely would not be too dangerous, and Qin's main task was to clear out all of the factions. Zhao Fu did not know how long it would take, but it would at least take some time. Seeing that everything had settled down in Qin, Zhao Fu relaxed. He felt that there was nothing much to do, so he decided to return to the real world. Before, his bodyguard had told him that the family leaders had come to find him, and it had been a while since he had left. At the same time, he had to think about how to deal with the suppression of the other dynasty legatees and factions. The situation could not continue like this, and it would be best to think of a way to suppress them. Just as Zhao Fu was about to return to the real world, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten that he still had a region treasure chest that he had not opened yet. The last time he had opened it, he had obtained the reality tree. What would he obtain this time? Zhao Fu curiously opened the region treasure chest. Countless rays of blinding white light shined out as a pure crystal floated out of the chest. This crystal was as big as a fist and had an irregular shape. It was incredibly pure and did not have any impurities, and it gave off a faint white light that gave off a warm energy. Angel's heart, the heart of a six-winged angel that contains the purest source energy of an angel. As such, it has a large amount of holy light energy and is extremely destructive towards demon creatures. A six-winged angel's heart? Zhao Fu could clearly sense that this heart contained powerful holy light energy, and the sky demon sword at his waist gave off a sense of disgust. After all, angels and demons were natural enemies, and for her to feel such disgust with the sky demon sword's power showed just how powerful this heart was. Zhao Fu couldn't think of a use for this heart yet, so he put it away for now. He would see what he could do with it later. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu called over his bodyguard and told him to report to the leaders that he had woken up and could discuss matters. The bodyguard nodded and prepared to leave. "Zhao Fu, you bastard, let me in!" Someone yelled from outside. Zhao Fu slightly frowned because he could tell that this voice belonged to Feng Xiyu. The bodyguard looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu nodded, allowing her in. After the bodyguard left, Feng Xiyu rushed in and glared at Zhao Fu angrily. "You already know who I am, I'm your legatee's woman. Why do I need your permission to come in? Aren't you afraid of being punished by your legatee?" Zhao Fu rolled his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, then say it. If not, you can leave. The leaders of the Ying family will be coming soon to discuss important matters." Feng Xiyu felt quite displeased and coldly harumphed. However, she understood that she didn't have much time, so she asked, "Is your legatee all right? Is he injured?" Zhao Fu felt quite surprised that she would ask such a thing. He first replied that he wasn't injured before asking, "Why are you so concerned about him?" After hearing that legatee Qin was fine, Feng Xiyu relaxed and sat down on the sofa as she replied, "He's my future man, so of course I'm concerned about him." "Is that so? Aren't you angry that your family sent you here as a tool for a marriage alliance?" Zhao Fu asked in confusion. "What's there to be angry about? Also, I really like Crown Prince Qin's domineering aura and that terrifying aura. Also, have you talked to Crown Prince Qin about me? What did he think of me?" Feng Shiyu's tone was very normal at first, but when she said the last sentence, her expression became a bit shy as she looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. When Zhao Fu heard her words and looked at her, he couldn't help but smile. When did he have such charm? However, facing her question, Zhao Fu replied, yes. But the emperor didn't say anything. Really? Feng Shiyu's face darkened, and she looked disappointed. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu kindly advised, you've never seen Prince Qin before. Actually, he's not as good as you think he is. Humph. Feng Shiyu harumphed, it's definitely because you didn't tell me what I looked like. With my looks, it's impossible that Prince Qin wouldn't be interested. Also, since you dared to talk badly about Prince Qin, I'll tell you now that you're dead meat. Zhao Fu could only helplessly look at Feng Shiyu and ask, what do you want? Feng Shiyu proudly crossed her arms and smiled as she said, at least you know what's good for you. From now on, you have to listen to everything I say and say good things about me in front of the emperor. Also, you have to tell him what kind of women he likes, and... Wait, hearing Feng Shiyu say so much, Zhao Fu immediately cut her off and said, what are you talking about? What? Do you believe that I won't tell Prince Qin what you just said? You'll definitely be punished, Feng Shiyu said threateningly as she glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite speechless, he couldn't tell her that he was Prince Qin, so he said, I'll make Prince Qin acknowledge your identity. Are you satisfied now? Feng Shiyu happily laughed, seeming quite satisfied. Following this, the family leaders came in, and Feng Shiyu understood and left. Is there something you need? Zhao Fu asked as he looked at the Ying family leaders. No, there's nothing else. We were just a bit worried at first. After all, Qin was defeated. Now that Qin has unified the Forest of Horrors, Qin's path to restoring the Qin Empire has begun, everything else must be going well for Qin. Is there anything else you need our help with? One of the Ying family leaders smiled as he spoke to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, there's nothing that I need your help with right now. The Ying family should focus on developing and becoming stronger. Perhaps you'll be able to help in the future. The family leaders nodded, indicating that they understood. One of the patriarchs said, what about the people outside the Ying family? They've been waiting outside this entire time, and after Qin was defeated, most of them left. However, they still chose to stay here, which shows their determination and desire to pledge their loyalty to Qin. You asked His Majesty how to deal with them? Should they continue to wait outside or accept them? Zhao Fu did not immediately reply. Instead, he thought about it and decided that they could not continue to stay outside. Qin needed some other factions to join, as Zhao Fu felt that his faction was quite weak. His Majesty told me to give them a name so that we can take them into the Ying family and make them part of Qin's faction. However, it's just a name. If we really want to use them, we'll have to test them. Hearing this, the family heads nodded in understanding. Zhao Fu once again said, family leaders, please tell me all of the Ying family's factions. It's best if you don't leave out a single person so that I can accurately gauge the Ying family's strength. The family leaders did not hide anything from him. After all, Zhao Fu was representing Qin's Majesty, so it was definitely Qin's Majesty who had asked him to do this, so they all answered Zhao Fu truthfully. Zhao Fu listened attentively, but in the end, he could only sigh. Zhao Fu had been thinking about how to suppress the other dynasty legatees so that Qin would not always be at a disadvantage. However, he found that there was nothing he could do. Even though Qin was quite powerful in the Heaven Awakened world, it could only stay in the northern region and could not influence other regions. As such, it was impossible for it to suppress the other dynasty legatees. The various dynasty legatees and factions could influence the entire Chinese region through the real world. Qin's power was only in the Heaven Awakened world, and Zhao Fu did not have any power in the real world. Even though the Ying family's power could be borrowed, and it was quite powerful as one of the 5 great families, it was still too weak. After all, Qin had too many enemies, and with so many factions added together, the Ying family could not compare at all. They could give out rewards in the real world to attract ordinary people to resist Qin, but the Ying family could not do this. After all, Qin simply had too many enemies, and they could not give out rewards to attract countless people. After all, the resources required to resist Qin were simply too massive, and only the Ying family could shoulder the burden. Following this, the family leaders left, and Zhao Fu gave up on thinking. He simply couldn't think of anything, so he could only wait for an opportunity in the future. Zhao Fu asked the bodyguards to bring him some food, and just as he was about to fill his stomach and enter the heaven-awakened world, he received a call from his grandpa. However, when he received a call from his grandpa, Zhao Fu felt quite hesitant. Ever since the last gathering, Zhao Fu had not been in contact with them much. Zhao Fu didn't have a bad impression of his cousins, but he didn't have a good impression of them either. He hated his uncle and auntie, and the only people he felt close to were his grandparents. If it wasn't for them, Zhao Fu definitely wouldn't have interacted with them. Even though Zhao Fu could understand what they were doing, that didn't mean that Zhao Fu didn't mind at all. Ever since Zhao Fu had become the proxy family leader, as Zhao Fu's relatives, their treatment had greatly improved, and they now had the treatment of direct disciples. Not only did they live in their own villas, but they also had large amounts of money to spend. Moreover, because of Zhao Fu, many people would try to curry favor with them and give them all sorts of luxurious things. Now, their lives were hundreds of times better than before. Zhao Fu didn't care about this, but because of his grandpa's face, he didn't bicker with them. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fu decided to pick up the call. After all, they were his only relatives in the world. "Grandpa. What is it?" His grandpa happily smiled and said, "Fu Er, didn't I already send you a message? Didn't I send you a text message before? You missed your cousin's engagement, so hurry up and come over for a meal. Don't be late." "Don't worry, I didn't invite anyone else. It's just our family." "That's right." Hearing how happy his grandpa was, Zhao Fu didn't want to interrupt him, so he agreed. A while later, Zhao Fu brought a few bodyguards to his grandpa's house, and it was his grandpa who welcomed him. He was worried that Zhao Fu wouldn't come, so he waited at the door. When he saw Zhao Fu, Grandpa happily grabbed Zhao Fu's hand and brought him into the house. Within the room, there was a round table that was filled with people. Apart from Zhao Fu's grandmother, his cousin, uncles, aunts, and Xianxia were also there. She was the woman Zhao Fu's cousin had saved, and she had started dating his cousin. Now, they were most likely engaged. Zhao Fu didn't care about this at all. Now that he thought about it, he remembered that Xianxia was quite pretty. She had exquisite facial features, tender skin, long hair, and wore a white floral dress. Right now, she was sitting together with her cousin, looking so affectionate that others were envious of her. However, she sensed that Zhao Fu had arrived, and her expression changed slightly. However, she hid it well, and no one noticed. Apart from Xianxia, there was also a woman sitting next to Zhao Fu's cousin. She was quite beautiful and had bright red lipstick on her lips. She wore a dress and stockings, making her look quite flirtatious. At that moment, Zhao Fu's cousin was putting food into her bowl, looking quite intimate. They were most likely a couple. When Zhao Fu was brought in by his grandpa, they all smiled and welcomed him. With Zhao Fu's status, he was incredibly prestigious, and everything they had was given to them by Zhao Fu. This was especially so for Zhao Fu's auntie, who treated Zhao Fu excessively well. As soon as Zhao Fu sat down, she would place all sorts of vegetables into his bowl and tell him to eat more and take care of his body. Zhao Fu politely smiled in response to everyone. However, Zhao Fu had already seen through reality, so he didn't care about these things and planned to leave after eating. However, just as Zhao Fu ate a few mouthfuls, his auntie smiled and said, "Zhao Fu, you're the acting leader of the Ying family. You're now the acting family head of the Ying family, and you're the most powerful person in the entire Ying family. Everyone listens to you. Look at your cousins. They've been idling at home all day, and they have nothing to do. See if you can help them find something to do." Even though they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, they didn't have anything that they could truly control. They could easily lose everything, and they didn't have any real power. As such, they wanted Zhao Hong and Zhao Jun to be able to do something and gain some real power. His grandpa and grandma didn't stop them, because they felt that it was time for them to find something to do. With Zhao Fu's help, it would be quite easy to deal with this matter. Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that this wasn't a problem. However, if he gave them a small position, they would definitely gossip about him. If he gave them a big position and they didn't have any experience, Zhao Fu was worried that something might go wrong, so he asked, "Auntie, what do you want them to do?" Just as his auntie was about to say something, Zhao Fu's cousin, Zhao Jun, cut in, "I don't want any positions. Can you help me get a city creation stone? I want to become a lord, and perhaps I'll be able to conquer the world in the future." After saying this, Zhao Jun looked at Zhao Fu excitedly and happily. "Cousin, if it's possible, give me a city creation stone as well. Rather than working under someone else, it's better to forge my own path." However, city creation stones are simply too precious, and ordinary people can't obtain them, Zhao Fu's cousin said. Zhao Fu's uncle and auntie also felt that this wasn't a bad idea. Rather than living under someone else's charity, it would be better to establish their own faction. Even if the Ying family collapsed in the future, they would still have a place to go. They already knew that the real world was going to be destroyed, so they planned to think about the future. Even though the Ying family seemed quite powerful, they understood that Prince Qin had made too many enemies, and the Ying family would most likely be destroyed as well. If Zhao Fu could provide them with city creation stones, that would be for the best. After all, with Zhao Fu's help, they would be able to quickly develop their faction, and everything would be perfect in the future. That's right. Zhao Fu, help us prepare 2 city creation stones. Zhao Fu's uncle said. Zhao Fu turned to look at his grandparents, and seeing that they were hoping for the same thing, he nodded and agreed. Even though city creation stones were quite difficult for ordinary people to obtain, to Zhao Fu, it wasn't a big deal. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed, everyone at the table became quite happy. Zhao Jun's auntie called out to Zhao Fu and continued to eat, looking quite enthusiastic. "Cousin, can you give me a high-quality city creation stone? It's best if it's not a normal grade 1, because normal grade 1 stats are simply too weak. Also, give me some resources. After all, you control such a massive faction like the Ying family, so this shouldn't be a problem." Zhao Jun happily said as he ate a piece of meat and looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Hong didn't want to trouble Zhao Fu, so he said, "Zhao Fu, just give us 2 city creation stones. You don't need to help us with anything else, we should be able to do it." Hearing his words, Zhao Fu's auntie cursed out. Now that Zhao Fu controlled the Ying family's power, if he had his support, there would be no problems. Zhao Hong was just an idiot, not wanting to take advantage of such an opportunity. Zhao Fu, don't listen to him. If you can help, do your best to help your 2 brothers, Zhao Fu's auntie said as she smiled. Facing his mother, Zhao Hong could only remain silent. Zhao Fu's grandfather and grandmother looked quite troubled. On one hand, they didn't want Zhao Fu to be at a disadvantage, but on the other hand, they hoped that Zhao Fu would be able to help. Zhao Fu inwardly sighed, but in order to avoid the awkwardness, he still agreed. The atmosphere became lively again, and everyone became even more enthusiastic towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu just wanted to finish this meal and quickly leave. However, just as Zhao Fu was eating, a leg suddenly reached out towards him from under the table. At first, Zhao Fu thought that he had accidentally touched it, so he didn't pay it much mind. However, the leg started to rub against Zhao Fu's thigh, seeming to be teasing him. Zhao Fu frowned and moved his knee to the side, blocking the leg. Feeling that the leg was soft and slender, he guessed that it was most likely a woman's leg. There were only 3 possibilities. The first was Xianxia, which was quite unlikely. She had a strong personality and wouldn't do such a thing. The second was Zhao Fu's auntie, which was even more unlikely. The third was that bewitching woman, which was most likely her. Zhao Fu could sense that it was her, but he didn't know what to say, so he gave her a warning look. However, the bewitching woman coquettishly laughed and hugged Zhao Jun's arm as she said coquettishly, "Zhao Jun, look at you. I've been here for so long, and you didn't even introduce me." Everyone else realized that they had indeed forgotten about this. Zhao Jun smiled and said to Zhao Fu, "Cousin, this is my girlfriend, Mei Xiaoyan." "She's my girlfriend, Mei Xiaoyan." Then, Zhao Jun introduced him to Mei Xiaoyan, "This is my cousin. He's the acting head of the Ying family and the spokesperson of Prince Qin." "Is that so?" Mei Xiaoyan pretended to be surprised, then turned to smile at Zhao Fu and said politely. When Zhao Jun revealed Zhao Fu's identity, his vanity was satisfied. He also heard that his girlfriend did not curry favor with Zhao Fu after knowing his identity, but was very polite, so he was more at ease with her. He thought that he had found a good woman. Zhao Fu's face was cold, because the feet under the table were already somewhat unscrupulous. The soles of the feet kept rubbing against his legs, but in the face of her words, Zhao Fu could only respond politely. Although on the surface, Mei Xiaoyan didn't say anything and only ate some food or chatted with Zhao Jun, Zhao Fu felt that her feet still didn't give up and extended towards Zhao Fu's base. If it wasn't for the fact that he was sure that it was her, Zhao Fu wouldn't have thought that she would be able to do such a thing. Zhao Fu had no choice but to get up and leave, but just as he stood up, his grandfather pulled on Zhao Fu's arm. Fu. It's not easy for the family to gather for a meal, so don't leave so early. Stay a bit longer. This, Zhao Fu didn't know what to say, but he just so happened to have the urge to pee, so he said, "Grandfather, I'm just going to the bathroom." Hearing this, his grandfather smiled and let go of Zhao Fu. He then pointed at the corner and said, "That's the bathroom." Zhao Fu nodded and left the table, while the people around him continued to chat and laugh. After arriving at the bathroom, Zhao Fu finished peeing and was about to go back and change his position, but the bathroom door suddenly opened and a figure quickly walked in, looking at Zhao Fu with a bewitching smile. Seeing Mei Xiaoyan, Zhao Fu's expression became cold as he asked, "What do you mean by this?" Mei Xiaoyan bewitchingly smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu, and her graceful body leaned towards Zhao Fu. However, she was stopped by Zhao Fu's hand, and Mei Xiaoyan lightly smiled and said, "If you stop me, I'll call you molesting me. Let's see how you explain it later." After the previous probing, Mei Xiaoyan already knew Zhao Fu's personality, which was why she was so confident. Zhao Fu could only put down his hand and look at Mei Xiaoyan's victorious posture. She hugged his arm and rubbed her ample chest against his arm. "Sorry. I'm not interested in you." Right now, he could only make things clear and clearly reject her. However, Mei Xiaoyan did not mind and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she intimately said, "Really? I'm your cousin's girlfriend now. As a man, I don't believe that you don't feel excited." Just as she finished speaking, Mei Xiaoyan stretched out her hand towards Zhao Fu's lower body. Zhao Fu grabbed her hand, saying, "If you want money and power, Zhao Jun will get them with my help. There's no need for this." Mei Xiaoyan disdainfully harumphed, "If it wasn't for the sake of getting close to you, do you think I would really be his girlfriend? Moreover, he's not even as good as a hair on your body, so how can you compare to him?" Zhao Fu was shocked. He had thought that this woman was greedy for wealth, but he had never thought that her target would be him. He coldly said, "Who are you?" Mei Xiaoyan retracted her hand and stroked Zhao Fu's chest as she said, "I'm a member of the White Lotus Society, and I want to cooperate with Qin." White Lotus Society. Zhao Fu seemed to have heard of it before, but he could not remember the exact details. However, Zhao Fu did not like this sort of method, so he directly refused, saying, "I'm sorry. I don't want to cooperate with you." Just as Zhao Fu finished speaking, the bathroom door opened and another beautiful figure walked in. It was Xianxia. Seeing her come in, Zhao Fu immediately wanted to push her away, but Mei Xiaoyan turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Hurry up and come and serve, sir." Xianxia gritted her teeth and looked at Mei Xiaoyan before unwillingly walking over to Zhao Fu and squatting down as she reached towards Zhao Fu's pants. Zhao Fu looked quite confused and had never thought that something like this would happen. Was Xianxia and Mei Xiaoyan working together? However, looking at Xianxia, it seemed that she had been forced. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and stopped Xianxia, while Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of gratitude in her eyes. However, Mei Xiaoyan's expression became cold before she lightly laughed and said, "Looks like sir wants to do it here. If I want to do it here, let's serve sir together." Hearing her words, Xianxia bit her lips and lowered her head. She took off her dress, revealing her snow-white abdomen and bottom. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, so she took off her bra, revealing her full chest. Mei Xiaoyan pulled down her clothes and wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's neck as she leaned over. Her bright red lips were incredibly close to Zhao Fu's, and there were only a few centimeters between them. Zhao Fu could clearly smell the fragrance from her breath. Xianxia lightly hugged Zhao Fu from behind, and her voluptuous breasts pressed against Zhao Fu's back, making one's imagination run wild. "Sir, hurry up. Let's see what you'll do if they find out. However, I'm your cousin's woman, and Jing Jiao is your cousin-in-law." It'll probably be quite intense when we do it. Mei Xiaoyan flirtatiously smiled as she said to Zhao Fu in a soft voice. Because her body was so close to Zhao Fu's, Mei Xiaoyan could clearly sense some changes and could not help but moan. A slight blush appeared on her face, and her bright red lips moved towards Zhao Fu to kiss him. However, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and stopped her. At that moment, his grandfather's voice sounded out from outside, "Fu Er. Are you still not done after so long?" Zhao Fu hurriedly nodded before looking at Mei Xiaoyan and saying, "You can let go, I'll consider working together with the White Lotus Society." Hearing Zhao Fu agree, Mei Xiaoyan happily kissed Zhao Fu's face and said, "Sir, from now on, I'll belong to you. In the future, I'll belong to you." Xing Jiao let out a sigh of relief and let go of Zhao Fu, and she quickly put on her clothes. At that moment, his grandfather's voice sounded out again, and Mei Xiaoyan let go of Zhao Fu. She tidied up her clothes, and Zhao Fu walked out. At the dining table, things returned to normal. Xing Jiao said that she was not feeling well, so she returned to her room, while Mei Xiaoyan continued to try to seduce Zhao Fu. After a while, they finally finished eating, and Zhao Fu returned to his room and ordered people to quickly gather information on the White Lotus Society. Zhao Fu had some impression of the White Lotus Society, as he had often heard about them. However, he did not know what the White Lotus Society was, so Zhao Fu decided to take this opportunity to investigate them. Acting Patriarch. The Ying family was one of the 5 great families after all, so it was easy for them to gather information. Zhao Fu took the information from Mu Gilin and read it seriously. About an hour later, Zhao Fu had a rough understanding of the White Lotus Society. No wonder he often heard about it. It turned out that it often appeared in many movies and TV shows. The White Lotus Society was a secret religious society that had been passed down among the people since the Tang and Song dynasties. It originated from the Pure Land sect of Buddhism. According to legend, the founder of the Pure Land sect, Shi Huiyuan of the Eastern Jin dynasty, formed the White Lotus Society with Lu Imin and others in the Lin Temple on Mount Lu. They prayed to Buddha together, and later generations of believers regarded them as role models. During the Southern Song dynasty, the monk Mao Ziyuan, Buddhist named Cai Zhao, established a new sect based on the popular Pure Land Society. It was called the White Lotus sect, or White Lotus cult. In the early days, the White Lotus cult originated from Buddhism, so its teachings were similar to Buddhism. It should have been good, but it later evolved into a famous evil cult in history. Its teachings were simple, and the scriptures were easy to understand. It was accepted by the people at the bottom of society, so it was often used as a tool to organize people to resist oppression. During the Yuan and Ming dynasties, the White Lotus cult had organized many peasant uprisings. During the early Qing dynasty, it developed into a secret anti-Qing organization. At the same time, it was brutally suppressed by the Qing dynasty. Other than the Taoists and Buddhists, there were very few such sects that lasted for so long. For example, the Taiping Taoist founded by Zhang Jiao and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's God-worshipping sect were short-lived in history. As for why it was called an evil cult and was suppressed by various dynasties, it was because it had 2 personalities, rebellious and kind. They alternated, so it played 2 roles in society. During peaceful times, the White Lotus cult supplemented the orthodox religions of Buddhism and Taoism. It played a role in the lower society that Buddhism and Taoism could not. This was also the reason why it could exist until today. However, whenever natural or man-made disasters or social unrest occurred, the White Lotus cult would go against Buddhism and Taoism. They would often become the banner of the peasants' riots or the people's uprisings. This was also the characteristic that the White Lotus cult had that was different from the orthodox religions. No dynasty would like a cult that often rebelled. Such a cult had to be brutally suppressed. No dynasty would allow such a cult to exist. It could be said that the White Lotus cult would only be suppressed by the dynasties or even eliminated. The dynasties would never allow such a cult to exist. Of course, Zhao Fu did not like such a cult. It often rebelled and would never be liked by any country. Just like the other dynasties, Zhao Fu had to suppress such a cult and could not allow it to exist. If such a cult existed, the whole country would not be at peace. Therefore, it was necessary to eliminate this hidden danger. However, even though the White Lotus cult had been brutally suppressed by the dynasties, it was still not eliminated. This showed its strength and potential for development. Their current situation was similar to that of Qin. Qin was also viewed as an enemy by the dynasties and forces. However, the difference was that Qin made them fearful, while the White Lotus cult only made them feel troublesome. They could consider working together because they had a common enemy, but it was best not to work together too deeply. Jiaofu did not want a group of rebels to remain within Great Qin. Jiaofu took out his phone and dialed Mei Xiaoyan's number. Mei Xiaoyan quickly picked up, saying, "Hello, what is Sir's decision? Have you told Great Qin's legatee if he's willing to work with us? We can work together, but can you make the decision?" Jiaofu also wanted to work together. On one hand, he could reduce the pressure on Qin, and on the other hand, he could cause some trouble for the various dynasties. On the other end, Mei Xiaoyan said, "Sir, you must be joking. How can I make the decision for such a big matter? I'll tell our holy daughter, and she'll talk to you." The call quickly ended, and Jiaofu waited for a while before his phone rang. It was an unknown number, and Jiaofu picked it up. A very alluring voice sounded out, and Jiaofu understood that it was the White Lotus cult's holy daughter. They talked about how they would work together, what they would have to pay, and what they would receive. The conversation ended quite smoothly, and both sides were quite satisfied. Qin's main goal was to destroy the various dynasty legatees and large factions. Even if they did not work together with the White Lotus cult, Jiaofu would definitely do that. The White Lotus Society had people in all of China's regions, and even though they did not have many people in each region, their information was quite comprehensive. When necessary, they could provide intelligence or help Great Qin in battle. This allowed Great Qin's vision to not just be limited to the northern side but all of China. After the conversation, Jiaofu put down his phone in satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter the heaven-awakened world, his phone rang again. Hearing that flirtatious voice, Jiaofu felt quite helpless and replied, "I'm busy right now." Jiaofu wanted to return to the heaven-awakened world as soon as possible, as he had been in the heaven-awakened world for a while now, and he wanted to go back and see Qin's progress. Mei Xiaoyan felt quite disappointed, but she understood that Qin and the White Lotus Society had just started to work together, so she said, "Then, sir, call me when you have time. I'll come and keep you company at any time." Hearing this, Jiaofu sighed and thought about his grandpa's family. No matter what, they were still related to him by blood, and they were his family. Jiaofu felt quite troubled about this. On one hand, he wanted to cut off all ties with them, but on the other hand, Jiaofu could not bring himself to do this. It was not just his grandpa and grandma, but also his deceased mother. "Can't you be with Zhao Jun?" Jiaofu said in a persuasive tone because he did not want to have that sort of relationship with her. However, Mei Xiaoyan said coquettishly, "No. Sir, I might be your woman, and I'll only serve you." "How could I be his woman? Also, don't worry, sir, I didn't even let him touch me, my body only belongs to you." Now that she had developed such an intimate relationship with Jiaofu, how could Mei Xiaoyan give up? She understood Jiaofu's personality, and if something could happen between her and Jiaofu, it would be of great benefit to the White Lotus Society. Jiaofu did not know what to say, so he gave a simple reply before hanging up. However, his phone rang again, and Jiaofu saw that it was another unknown number. Jiaofu picked it up, and Jing Jiao's voice sounded out, "Jiaofu. Are you there?" Jiaofu lightly nodded and felt quite confused as to why she was calling him. You should be working together with them, right? In that case, I'll become your woman and serve you wholeheartedly. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Can you ask them to spare my family?" Jing Jiao's sobbing, aggrieved voice sounded from the other side. Jiaofu understood. No wonder Jing Jiao was like that. It turned out that her family had been threatened. This was not a big deal, and Jiaofu immediately agreed. "Thank you so much," Jing Jiao said gratefully. Just as he was about to hang up and enter the heaven-awakened world, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. However, Jing Jiao's voice once again sounded out, sounding a bit hesitant. "I think I should break up with your cousin and go to your place to serve you. After all, I'm your woman now, and it's not good for me to stay by another man's side." Hearing this, Jiaofu was speechless and thought for a moment before saying, "You probably like him. Then you can continue to be with him." "Yes. I do like your cousin, but I'm your woman now, and my body belongs to you. In fact, if possible, I want to be with you more, as your woman, because you can protect me and my family. I don't want to be like this again and again, being treated like an ant by others. Xianxia felt quite uncomfortable at first, and she couldn't help but start to cry. Jiaofu fell silent. Back then, Xianxia had been kidnapped by the Ying family, and almost no one had dared to resist. Now, she was being threatened by the White Lotus Society, and she was powerless to resist. This was the sorrow of the weak, and it was why Jiaofu was willing to do anything to become stronger. Can I? Can I be your woman? Don't worry that my body isn't clean. I only kissed your cousin a few times, and I'm still a virgin. My body is definitely clean, Xianxia begged in a slightly pleading voice. Jiaofu didn't know how to deal with this, so he could only reply, I'll protect your family. Xianxia happily replied, then I'm your woman now. Jiaofu felt a headache coming on. Xianxia was engaged to his cousin, so she was his cousin-in-law. Just as he was about to say something, his cousin's voice sounded out, Jiao. What's wrong? Why are you crying? It was most likely his cousin walking into the room and seeing Xianxia crying, he asked in concern. After hanging up, Jiaofu shook his head and tossed this matter aside before entering the Heaven-Awakened world again. It was the second day in the Heaven-Awakened world, and Jiaofu sat in a hall and looked at the reports from various factions. Great Qin's advance went quite smoothly, and nothing unexpected happened. The various teams had different types of scavengers, and there were many of them. They spread out with Great Qin at the center, clearing out many times faster than before. The villages were unable to resist at all, and Qin's strength was enough to completely suppress them. In just a day, they had obtained 30,000 people, which was quite shocking. With this sort of speed, Jiaofu estimated that they would be able to clear out the Forest of Horrors in a month or so. When that time came, Qin would be able to firmly grasp the Forest of Horrors, and it would become Qin's first cornerstone. Apart from clearing out the indigenous residents' villages, Jiaofu also observed the movements of the player villages. Right now, most players were migrating en masse, gathering tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people to cross the void zones. With how dangerous the void zones were, unless there were a lot of people, it would be quite difficult to cross them. However, even with so many people, there were still heavy losses, and only a small portion of people successfully reached other regions. As such, some players decided to stay behind. The players who stayed behind felt that their villages were quite remote, and with how big the Forest of Horrors was, it would be impossible for Qin to discover them. They were also quite reluctant to part with their resources. After all, they had developed here for so long, and they were quite unwilling to leave. Of course, only a small portion of the factions decided to stay behind. Most of the factions knew the consequences of offending Qin, so they did not dare to stay here. Even if they had to take the risk of crossing the void zones, it would be better than staying here and waiting for death. Jiaofu did not chase after the majority of the players who had left, as it was too late. Jiaofu turned his attention to the small portion of the factions that remained in the Forest of Horrors. Before, Jiaofu had sent out all of his assassins to investigate the player villages. After all, they did not have much to do, so they could carry out this task. After a day or so, Qin's assassins had made some gains. Apart from finding some player villages, they also found that some people from Soldier Alliance had not left yet. Soldier Alliance had been the largest faction in Soldier Forest, but after this incident, they only existed in name. Not only had Soldier Alliance, but the Holy Light Group and some other new factions had also been destroyed. Because of Wu Qingyang, Soldier Alliance's relationship with Jiaofu had been quite good when he had established Heaven's Choice. However, as Jiaofu's status rose to become Qin's representative, their relationship gradually cooled down. Jiaofu knew that Dong Junhua was one of Wu Qingyang's pursuers, and that Dong Junhua had only given Wu Qingyang some face back then. At first, he thought that he was Wu Qingyang's subordinate and had orders from Wu Qingyang, so he was incredibly polite to Heaven's Choice and did his best to help. Of course, with Qin's strength, there was almost nothing he could do to help him. However, after that meeting, Jiaofu's status had completely changed. He had most likely heard about something, and he had been listed as one of Wu Qingyang's pursuers. Jiaofu's attitude towards Heaven's Choice had also changed. Soldier Alliance had joined the resistance against Qin, and Dong Junhua knew that Zhao Fu was Qin's subordinate. Perhaps Zhao Fu would have let them off because of their friendship. However, Zhao Fu's gaze was incredibly cold, and he said to Qin's assassin, "Kill everyone in Soldier Alliance. If any core members remain, feed them a reality fruit and then execute them. Also, not just Soldier Alliance, but all of the factions that participated in the establishment of Heaven's Choice as well. If any core members remain, execute them all." Since they were so heartless, Zhao Fu did not hold back. He killed all of them, as well as their core members. Even though they were all players and of the same race, Zhao Fu did not feel any guilt at all. This was the consequence of offending Qin. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so few reality fruits, Zhao Fu would have executed everyone who had participated and let them experience Qin's cruelty. Yes. Qin's assassin's expression became serious as he obeyed and immediately left. Time passed day by day, and the weather became colder and colder. Almost all of the leaves on the trees had fallen off, and the grass had withered and turned yellow. There was even a layer of frost on the ground. It was already late winter. The weather was getting colder and colder, which forced Qin's army to slow down. Winter was not suitable for marching and fighting. However, Zhao Fu didn't want to stop, because the other side was also in a very difficult situation. Qin's soldiers had high cultivation levels, and they had good protection against the cold. In winter, they had some advantages over ordinary people. On the other hand, Zhao Fu did not want to waste any more time. Time was becoming more and more pressing, and he could not afford to waste so much time. He had to quickly take control of the Forest of Horrors. 4 days later, Li Wen came before Zhao Fu and looked at him. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile because Li Wen's appearance meant that he now had enough soldier souls, and Qin was about to obtain another general armament. "Your Highness." "Here." Li Wen also smiled and handed the soldier soul to Zhao Fu. He knew that Qin really needed it. Zhao Fu took the soldier soul and ordered people to bring Sima Qiu to an empty area. After hearing that they were going to fuse another general armament, everyone else came over to take a look. Zhao Fu quickly fused the 100 soldier souls into 10 divine soldier souls and gave them to Sima Qiu, who looked quite excited. Sima Qiu respectfully received the divine soldier souls and came to the center of the empty area. The 10 divine soldier souls gave off a faint white light and flew into the sky, forming a circle with Sima Qiu at the center. The 10 orbs of light gave off a blinding white light, and the soldiers within them turned into traces of violet aura. Their auras became more and more powerful, forming a corporeal might in the surroundings. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded out, causing the entire sky to tremble. The 10 massive orbs of light started to resonate with each other, and the traces of violet aura continuously swayed within the orbs of light as a terrifying power exploded out. Immediately, the heavens and earth dimmed, and dark clouds roiled and quickly gathered. A wild gale blew, and countless trees swayed and sand and pebbles were blown into the air. It was as if a disaster had descended. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out in the sky, as if the sky was about to shatter. A violet star giving off brilliant starlight and a boundless aura slowly descended. At that moment, countless espers and espers from the various dynasties were given a big fright. They hurriedly walked out of their rooms and looked towards the north with unsightly expressions. Another general star had returned, and another person from Qin had awakened a general star. This was Qin's 5th general star. Before, only the great Zhou dynasty's Xianxia had undone the fate seal, and no one from the other dynasties had done so. This was an incredibly shameful matter. Not only had they lost to Qin in terms of aura and fate, but they had also lost to Qin. This proved that they were inferior to Qin, and all of the dynasty legatees felt quite angry. The heavily injured factions in the northern side of the Midland continent looked at the star in the sky and could only heavily sigh. They were powerless to stop Qin, and they had only recovered a bit from the heavy injuries they had suffered before. They could not threaten Qin at all. Back at Qin, the gigantic violet star gave off a powerful pressure as it slowly descended. Sima Qiu held the large saber in his hand and pointed it at the sky. With a loud roar, a powerful aura exploded forth, causing the ground to crack. Strands of silver aura continuously flowed out of Sima Qiu's body. Boom! Silver lightning flashed as a silver pillar of light shot into the sky and entered the violet star. A massive explosion sounded out as the violet star trembled and gradually turned silver. Soon, the violet star in the sky completely turned silver and gave off a bright silver light, giving off a terrifyingly sharp feeling. Arg! Sima Qiu loudly roared as the veins on his body bulged. Countless traces of blood-red aura exploded out, spreading out like a flood, and the ground continuously collapsed. Rumble, bolts of lightning started to descend from the sky, bringing with them a destructive aura that caused people's hairs to stand on end. Suddenly, the entire sky once again trembled as a silver star and 3 black stars slowly descended. 4 stars had suddenly appeared, and the aura they gave off seemed to be corporeal, pressing down on countless creatures' bodies. Seeing this scene, many people felt quite shocked because this was not an ordinary method of awakening a general star. It was a method that Qin had used once before. The general stars started to fuse together in front of everyone's eyes, and the terrifying aura became more and more intense, causing countless creatures' hairs to stand on end. The lightning in the sky became even more berserk, trying to destroy everything. Terrifying bolts of lightning continuously descended, as if a cultivator was undergoing a tribulation. The lightning's main target was Sima Qiu, but they were all blocked by the blood-red aura around his body. This massive blue star gave off an intense blue light that illuminated the ground. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the blue starlight seemed to be incredibly sharp, as if there were countless sharp swords piercing through the sky. This star was one of the 13 general stars, and it was called the Great Gate Star. The Great Gate Star was a general star that had extremely powerful judgment, and it was a cooperative general star. It was incredibly ferocious in battle and would never retreat, and it was a terrifying general star. A blue pillar of starlight descended from the Great Gate Star, and Sima Qiu, who was within the pillar of starlight, started to change. The blue starlight's power continuously seeped into Sima Qiu, causing his aura to become stronger and stronger. The blood-red aura from before gradually disappeared, and a sharp blue aura continuously spread out from Sima Qiu's body. The blue pillar of starlight gradually became smaller, and the saber in Sima Qiu's hand became a deep blue, making it look like a steel saber. Light flowed around the saber, and the 2 words Great Gate were engraved on it. The blue pillar of starlight disappeared, and the blue star in the sky also disappeared. The abnormal signs also disappeared, and the surroundings calmed down, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Zhaofu dispelled his king's domain and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He asked for the blue saber and looked at its stats. Because Sima Qiu's saber was legendary grade, this saber's stats were quite good. Great Gate Saber, grade, epic, stats, strength plus 30, intelligence plus 20, constitution plus 16, agility plus 16, description, a legendary grade saber that fused with the Great Gate Star's power to form a general armament, the Great Gate Saber. The Great Gate Saber's attack power was quite high, while constitution and agility were relatively low. This was because every general armament stats were closely related to the general star. At the same time, the Great Gate Saber had 6 stats. The first 5 were General's Power, General's Courage, General's Light, General's Soldier, and Soldier Aura Formation. Zhaofu was quite curious about Sima Qiu's Soldier Aura Formation, and he wondered what it would condense. Following this was the Great Gate Saber's 6th stat. Formation Breaking Soldier. Soldiers in this state have extremely high attack power but are slightly weaker in other aspects. They have the ability to break formations, and they can even burn their life force to obtain the Great Gate Star's power. They are incredibly terrifying soldiers. This type of soldier was all focused on attacking, and it could be said that they focused on attacking and destroying. Zhaofu was quite interested in their ability to break through formations, as there were many military formations and formations in the Heaven Awakened world. Those with the ability to break through formations would be able to counter them. Zhaofu felt quite satisfied as he returned the Great Gate Saber to Great, and the Qiu generals were all generals and generals. The generals and Gate generals and Saber generals and other generals, and Qiu generals and Star. The other espers and espers looked away, and the various dynasty legatees felt quite furious. They ordered people to find a way to undo the fate. They could not fall behind Great Qin. Back at Qin's army, the indigenous villages were continuously conquered by Qin, and Zhaofu obtained many people, including outlanders and outlanders. As long as they surrendered, Zhaofu would take them in and treat them as Qin's subjects. As for the player villages, there were fewer and fewer of them. After Zhao Fu slaughtered the player villages for a few days, the players who had been hoping to get lucky did not dare to stay, and they were forced to move to other regions. Right now, Qin's focus was on clearing out the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to the 4 isolation walls, and he had Qin's soldiers continue to clear out the Forest of Horrors. Captain. We found a small village ahead, and there are roughly 400 people, a soldier smiled as he reported to the other soldier. The captain happily laughed and patted the soldier's shoulder before turning to the soldiers behind him and saying, "Brothers, we've found more prey. If we take down this village, we'll be able to go back and earn military merits." Everyone looked quite excited. In order to motivate the soldiers, Zhao Fu had given them all sorts of rewards. The more they worked, the more rewards they would receive. "Captain. Let's hurry up and act," everyone said impatiently. The captain nodded and said, "Let's see if there's any danger in this village before we act." Everyone nodded and quickly went near the village. After looking around, they started to act. Swish, 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 powerful arrows tore through the air, piercing into the bodies of the militiamen. Pained cries sounded out, causing the villagers who were working to be startled, and they quickly rushed back into the village. Charge! Seeing that a wave of arrows had killed dozens of militiamen and that the village had lost most of its fighting strength, the captain immediately gave the order to charge. The other 1,000 soldiers held their weapons and obeyed as they charged towards the village, giving off a ferocious aura. This village only had 400 people, and after the militiamen had been killed, they had almost no fighting strength left. Seeing so many soldiers charge out, they all panicked. The men told the women and children to run while they rushed up with their farming tools. It was a pity that they were killed by Qin's soldiers with a single slash. The 1,000 soldiers quickly surrounded the village, and the villagers looked at the soldiers in fear. Some children were so scared that they started to cry. The captain looked at the 300 or so people in front of him and yelled, "Surrender to Qin, or I'll kill all of you. Don't think that you can resist me, Qin." 100 people had been killed in an instant, and these 100 people were the main fighting force of the village. Once they died, how could the remaining villagers dare to resist? "Sir. Don't kill me, I surrender." A skinny young man knelt down in fear. Seeing the ferocious Qin soldiers, the other villagers knew that if they didn't surrender, they would all be killed. As such, they also knelt down and didn't dare to resist. The captain laughed in satisfaction and said, "Brothers. Quickly clean up the battlefield and relocate the village. Let's go back to the city." The other soldiers looked quite happy and looted everything of value before relocating the village and bringing the terrified villagers back to Qin City. "General Sun. We've discovered an advanced village ahead with roughly 5,000 people. It's a Xiongnu village," a soldier respectfully reported to Sun Wu. Sun Wu had been the mayor of a town before, and after submitting to Qin, he had become a general and joined Qin's army. Hearing this, Sun Wu nodded and smiled. If they could take down this advanced village, the rewards would be great, and they would be valued by His Majesty. Perhaps they would even be able to obtain a city lord seal. Sun Wu immediately gave the order for the other teams to gather. Outlanders like these had strong battle intents and were able to resist. As such, Zhao Fu had to destroy their confidence in one fell swoop in order to subdue them. Sun Wu thought about it and ordered the 600 soldiers to take off their armor and pretend to be bandits. They would first pretend to attack, and it would be best if they could lure the soldiers out of the village. After that, they would set up an ambush. As long as the soldiers died, the remaining commoners would not be able to resist. After making this decision, Sun Wu started to carry out his plan. The 600 or so soldiers quickly attacked the Xiongnu village, using fire arrows in order to ignite the houses and animal pens. Outlanders raised many livestock, and once they set them on fire, it would be easy to cause chaos. The Xiongnu village quickly reacted, and 1,000 or so Xiongnu soldiers rushed out of the village. Seeing these Xiongnu soldiers, the 600 or so Qin soldiers immediately turned and ran. Outlanders were quite valiant, and they had always been the ones bullying others. As such, when the Xiongnu soldiers saw that the 600 or so bandits had simple equipment and looked quite weak, they were filled with killing intent. They did not want to let them off, and they chased after the Qin soldiers. The 600 or so Qin soldiers quickly ran, and the 1,000 or so Xiongnu soldiers chased after them. Soon, they had lured the 1,000 or so Xiongnu soldiers into an ambush. In actuality, the ambush area was not very far away. Sun Wu was worried that the Xiongnu soldiers would not chase after them, so he set up the ambush area very close. As long as the Xiongnu soldiers charged out of the village, the Qin soldiers would be able to attack them. Fire! As Zhao Fu gave the order, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless arrows whistled towards the Xiongnu soldiers. The Xiongnu soldiers, who had been chasing after the Qin soldiers, were caught off guard, and the arrows rained down, killing most of the Xiongnu soldiers. Seeing this scene, the remaining Xiongnu soldiers were so frightened that they immediately turned and ran. However, another wave of arrows rained down, and they all died. Sun Wu also charged. The archers continuously shot fire arrows into the village, igniting countless houses and causing the Xiongnu village to fall into chaos. The cavalrymen were at the vanguard, and they were like spears as they charged into the Xiongnu village and started a massacre. Spears pierced through the chests of the Xiongnu soldiers, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The other soldiers followed behind the cavalry, launching an all-out assault on the Xiongnu soldiers. The Xiongnu used their weapons to resist, but it was to no avail. 3 Xiongnu used their weapons to attack a Qin soldier, but they were all cut in half by a Qin soldier. Most of the Qin soldiers that were gathered here were Stage 1 soldiers. Dealing with these Xiongnu commoners with extremely low cultivation bases, they were basically able to kill them instantly. In fact, even if Sun Wu didn't use any strategy, with the strength of Qin soldiers, they could launch a sudden attack and kill their way into the village. They could easily kill all the Xiongnu. Sun Wu did this because he was following Qin's strategy, which was to achieve victory with the least casualties. The situation of the battle was quickly brought under control. The Han tribe was almost completely massacred, and the 20,000 soldiers easily subdued the high-class Han tribe village. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, Sun Wu ordered his men to take the captives and leave the village first to avoid being surrounded by the fire. Outside the village, he started to count the captives. There were 2,723 people in total. It was a good number, but it was a pity that their resources had been destroyed by the fire. However, to be able to bring so many people back, there should be quite a lot of rewards. General Sun, we've captured a very beautiful Xiongnu woman, and she's quite strong. In order to capture her, we even injured a few of our brothers, a soldier excitedly reported to Sun Wu. Oh? Sun Wu felt quite interested and said, "Bring that woman over." Following this, a few soldiers brought a woman over to Sun Wu. She was tied up with ropes, and she was indeed quite beautiful. Her skin was the color of wheat, and there were 2 small braids on either side of her face. She furiously glared at Sun Wu, giving off the wildness of an outsider. Seeing this woman, Sun Wu felt quite delighted, and he turned to the soldier who had reported to him and said, "If this woman is beautiful, we can offer her to His Majesty. If she also has Phoenix Chi, we'll all receive additional rewards." Sun Wu's words caused all of the soldiers to feel quite happy. "Hurry and release me, you bunch of bandits," the Xiongnu woman cursed as she looked at the Qin soldiers around her. Even though she spoke in the Xiongnu language, Sun Wu had already learned the Xiongnu language from the language Stone Steel, so he could understand her. However, Sun Wu didn't mind at all. After all, outsiders like her were the ones who were synonymous with bandits. He gave the order to bring her back, and the group returned to Qin City. General Wang, a soldier in the southwest, has reported that he's discovered a town with 40,000 residents, a soldier reported to Wang Jian. For a gathering place like a town, it required a commander-level figure, who could mobilize hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers. Wang Jian nodded and immediately gathered 150,000 Qin soldiers. He then led the 5 generals who had city lord seals towards the southwest. The other generals who had city lord seals remained at Qin City and sensed the surroundings in case anything unexpected happened. Qin's army quickly surrounded the town, and the 5 city lords' terrifying auras covered the town, causing the entire town to fall into panic. Wang Jian didn't give the order to attack because with Qin's current strength, he could easily destroy this town. As such, he wanted to force the other side to submit. The mayor of this town was a white and chubby middle-aged man. Looking at the black mass of soldiers below, they gave off an incredibly terrifying aura. What was even more shocking was that most of them were Stage 1 soldiers, and adding on the 5 city lords in the air, they were incredibly powerful. It wasn't just the mayor, everyone in the town was terrified, and they couldn't even muster up the will to resist. "Mayor, what do you think we should do? Let alone the 150,000 soldiers outside, just the 5 city lords in the sky are enough to massacre our town. Let's just surrender. Mayor, we really aren't a match for them, let's surrender before they attack. Mayor, if you don't surrender, you'll die without a doubt. Even if you don't think about us, you have to think about your family. If you surrender, they might even make you the mayor. Mayor, they're all right, let's surrender. We only have 8,000 soldiers, and our population is only a bit more than 40,000. We have no chance of winning at all." Before Wang Jian could say anything, the people around the mayor all tried to persuade him to surrender. No one said anything about resisting, as Qin could easily crush them to death. They were all aware of reality and didn't want to die for nothing. Wang Jian confidently looked down at the town and was not in a hurry to attack. He did not say anything and only used his powerful aura to crush the town's will to resist. This powerful aura caused the entire town to feel a sense of pressure, and the air seemed to freeze. The soldiers on the town walls all had sweaty palms as they nervously looked at Qin's soldiers. The other people in the town continued to try to persuade Zhang Xuanfu. In the end, seeing how terrifying Qin's soldiers were, his wife couldn't help but try to persuade him as well. She didn't want her husband and child to die. The pressure from all sides caused Zhang Xuanfu's body to sweat, and his expression was quite unsightly. He felt quite conflicted, and he wanted to surrender. If you surrender, Qin can promise not to kill a single person in the town, and his position will not change. The town mayor is still the town mayor. Wang Jian's voice sounded out in the sky. Even though his voice was not very loud, it was filled with dignity and confidence, and everyone in the town could hear it clearly. This was the final straw that broke Zhang Xuanfu's back. Since Wang Jian had promised that he would still be the town mayor, and he knew that he would definitely lose, Zhang Xuanfu made a decision and yelled, "Of course. I'm willing to surrender." Following this, the town gates opened, and the residents put down their weapons. Qin's soldiers flooded into Luan town and officially took control of it. There were countless resources, 10,000 or so pieces of equipment, 80,000 or so silver coins, and most importantly, 41,000 people. Qin didn't suffer any losses this time, yet they had obtained such a great harvest. Adding on the requirement to level up to a great city, His Majesty will definitely be very happy. A trace of a smile appeared on Wang Jian's face as he started to conquer and relocate the town before returning to Qin. Days passed, and Qin's soldiers continuously attacked villages, causing Qin's population to increase, and the area that they controlled became larger and larger. Another 10 or so days passed, and Qin's soldiers had cleared out 1/3 of the Forest of Horrors. After clearing out such a large area, their gains were massive. Qin's population had reached 4 million. Qin's original population had been 3 million, and after 20 days of clearing out, it had increased to 1 million. This included countless villages. Qin now had 926 villages. Among them, Qin had conquered 4 new towns, which already satisfied the requirements to upgrade a great city. Now, there was only one small city left, which would satisfy the requirements to upgrade a great city. Apart from the population, Qin also had 800,000 soldiers, and 500,000 of them were Stage 1 soldiers. The remaining 200,000 were not weak either, as they had taken Blood God pills and Stage 3 cultivation pills. Qin didn't lack Blood God pills. After conquering so many system main cities, he had obtained many Stage 1 corpses, and he still had 100,000 or so corpses that he hadn't used yet. What moved Xiaofu the most was that Qin now had nearly 10,000 Stage 2 soldiers. With how powerful Stage 2 soldiers were, they could easily defeat 8 or 9 Stage 1 soldiers. Even though there were only 10,000 of them, they were a powerful force. These Stage 2 soldiers were all Qin's veterans, and adding on the Minotaur's corpses from Gloomy Jungle, they could be refined into Stage 2 Blood God pills, which had the same effects as Stage 1 Blood God pills. As such, Qin now had 10,000 Stage 2 soldiers. However, by now, the outer regions of Gloomy Jungle had been completely explored by Qin, and all of the goblins and minotaurs had been killed. Because Zhao Fu hadn't been to the inner regions before, he knew that it was quite dangerous, so he told them not to go too deep. As such, they stopped exploring Gloomy Jungle, and it was possible that they wouldn't be able to provide goblins and minotaurs' corpses to Qin in the future. This made Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. If Qin could have a large number of Stage 2 soldiers, it would be much safer in the future, and they would have the confidence to face most of the dangers. It was a pity that it would be quite difficult to obtain Stage 2 corpses. Zhao Fu planned to continue exploring Gloomy Jungle when he had time to. Perhaps he would be able to make some unexpected gains. Moreover, Qin had preserved the corpses of the people that Qin had killed, as they would be very useful in the future. Now, Qin had 15 wyverns, and 10 of them could directly participate in battle. However, Zhao Fu felt that there weren't many of them. He had 7 adult wyverns, 4 male and 3 female. Qin was currently helping them mate, but he wouldn't be able to obtain any eggs in a short period of time. These wyverns were all incredibly powerful, and they were the trump cards that Zhao Fu had been hiding. They would explode out in the future and sweep away everything in their path. Moreover, Zhao Fu had found 2 Silver Lake legatees. One of them was called Moni, and she was a Shonu woman. Sun Wu had brought her over, and she looked quite barbaric. Back when she had been captured, she had loudly cursed at Zhao Fu, saying that he was a despicable bandit and wanted to challenge him. In response, Zhao Fu had ordered people to release her, and with a wave of his hand, he had heavily injured her. Afterwards, she had become obedient. After all, not only had Zhao Fu defeated her, but he had also captured her family, so she had no choice but to submit. Moni had some phoenix chi, but it was a bit weaker than most women from large families. Xianru had said that taking in more women from other races would help them in battles against other races in the future, so Zhao Fu had decided to make her his. However, he later found that she was quite suitable for the Silver Lake Immortal legacy. Zhao Fu gave the Silver Lake Immortal saber to her, and the saber automatically changed into a somewhat strange weapon that was quite suitable for her. The second Silver Lake legatee was a male elf called Joyce. He had been the village chief of a village, but his village had been conquered by Qin, and he had been captured. In the end, he had been forced to surrender. Within Zhao Fu's spatial ring, the Silver Lake Immortal Bow trembled, seeming to want to recognize him as its master. As such, Zhao Fu gave the Silver Lake Immortal Bow to Joyce. The Silver Lake Immortal Bow now only had a shield, spear, sword, axe, and hammer. It would most likely find a master in the future, and Zhao Fu hoped that it would be as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to use the Silver Lake Immortal Bow's power. The weather was becoming colder and colder, and there was even a layer of white frost on the treetops. On that day, Li Wen once again met with Zhao Fu. Seeing Li Wen arrive, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. It was unlikely that all of the soldier souls had been gathered so quickly. Only after asking did he find out that another tunnel had been opened, and they had found a large bronze door. Zhao Fu felt quite curious, and he went to the tunnel. In front of him was a 10-meter tall bronze door that gave off a faint light. There were some inscriptions and pictures on it, and they were all unique to the Heaven Murder Empire. Moreover, the bronze door gave off an ancient, powerful, and mysterious aura. This bronze door was incredibly heavy, and Zhao Fu used all of his strength to push it open. He could only use Qin Seal's power to slightly push it open. This bronze door was simply too heavy. With Zhao Fu's City Lord Seal's power, even a boulder that weighed over 10,000 kilograms could be easily pushed aside by Zhao Fu. He had never thought that this bronze door would be so difficult to push aside. As such, Zhao Fu exploded out with his City Lord Seal's power. The Qin City Lord Seal within Zhao Fu's body hummed and gave off a large amount of black light that seeped out of Zhao Fu's body, and a terrifying power exploded out from within Zhao Fu's body. Using this power, Zhao Fu placed his hands on the bronze door and pressed his feet against the ground. He gritted his teeth and pushed with all of his strength, and the bronze door once again slowly moved, giving off a muffled sound. Finally, a crack appeared on the bronze door. Immediately, a bone-chilling aura flowed out from the crack, causing everyone's bodies to freeze. They felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and they felt incredibly nervous. Cold sweat continuously covered their bodies, and they instinctively sensed that this was incredibly dangerous. Zhao Fu's expression became serious, and he turned to Li Wen and the others as he said, "You should all leave, this isn't something you can participate in. Also, the other scouting party members should leave as well. Don't stay in this underground region." Li Wen could sense the danger behind the bronze door, so he said, "Your Majesty, it's best that you don't go in. It's better if you don't go in. You might be in danger. Let the few of us explore first." The other soldiers looked at Zhao Fu seriously, hoping that they could go in for Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu was the king of Qin City, and they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. However, Zhao Fu shook his head. They were too weak, and even if they went in, they would be instantly killed and would not be able to obtain anything. Moreover, Zhao Fu was a player and would not die a true death, which was a great advantage. Seeing that they could not persuade Zhao Fu, Li Wen and the others could only leave. They planned to report this matter to the other city lords and have them come to protect Zhao Fu. After they left, Zhao Fu once again looked at the bronze doors. Just from the cold air coming from behind the bronze doors, Zhao Fu could tell that it was quite dangerous. However, Zhao Fu felt that there would be many opportunities. After all, this was something from the Heaven Murder Empire. Although it was dangerous, it was also a great opportunity. With it, Qin could develop faster. Having made up his mind, Zhao Fu continued to use all of his strength. Finally, he managed to push open the bronze door by a foot. A massive amount of cold air gushed out. That terrifying aura caused even his soul to tremble. Zhao Fu turned sideways and entered. It was a pitch-black tunnel, but there was light at the end of the tunnel. There should be something there. Zhao Fu carefully advanced through the pitch-black tunnel and came to a 1,000-meter-wide hall. The hall gave off a golden light, and the surface seemed to be covered with a layer of gold. There were also detailed carvings of mountains and rivers, making it look quite exquisite. What shocked Zhao Fu was that there was a dragon lying within the hall. This dragon was 10 or so meters long and looked like a divine dragon. Its entire body was golden, and it gave off a golden light. It had a pair of sharp dragon horns and a pair of wings with golden feathers. It also had 5 claws that gave off a cold light and were incredibly sharp. This dragon gave off a noble, elegant, powerful, and mysterious aura, and it gave off an incredibly dangerous feeling. Zhao Fu recognized this dragon. The king's remnant soul that Zhao Fu had obtained had an image of this dragon, but he had never thought that he would be able to see it with his own eyes. This dragon was most likely the Heaven Murder Empire's fate dragon. Because of the system announcement that he had obtained the king's remnant soul, it meant that the skeleton was either a prince or a princess. As such, killing it would give him a king's remnant soul. The appearance of a fate dragon would be passed down through the king's bloodline, and because it was engraved into the bloodline, those with the Heaven Murder Empire's royal bloodline would have such a fate dragon. Similarly, if Zhao Fu's bloodline was passed down, his descendants would be like Zhao Fu's black dragons. Perhaps it should be said that when Qin Fizi established the Great Qin Empire, this was already destined. However, the dragon in front of him was corporeal and not an image. This made Zhao Fu feel quite surprised because the Heaven Murder Empire had perished a long time ago, and this fate dragon definitely did not exist. Suddenly, just as Zhao Fu was thinking to himself, the golden dragon suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the golden dragon opened its eyes, and a formless and terrifying energy rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu reacted in time, but he was still sent flying and crashed against a wall. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his chest was now completely blood-red. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked quite shocked. He had used his city lord seal, nation armament, and clan armament's power, but he had still been heavily injured by the golden dragon so easily. This golden dragon's power was simply too terrifying. Right now, he could only release his full power and use his nation armament, clan armament, and city lord seal, or else he would not be a match for this golden dragon, Zhao Fu thought to himself. However, the golden dragon looked at Zhao Fu arrogantly and condescendingly, and it said in a voice that was hard to tell if it was male or female, "Do you really think that a trashy nation armament from a low-level world can defeat me?" Zhao Fu's gaze became cold as he wiped away the blood at his lips and stood up. Then who do you think you are? The Heaven Murder Empire was destroyed long ago. Zhao Fu's words seemed to have struck its sore spot, causing it to look furious. Its body flashed with golden light, and a world-destroying aura pressed down towards Zhao Fu. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand it and started to twist and crumble. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. Facing this terrifying power, Zhao Fu did not dare to attack Qin at all. He used all of his strength to unleash his king's domain, and a black barrier with dragon inscriptions appeared around Zhao Fu's body, blocking that terrifying might. The golden dragon's golden pupils stared at Zhao Fu as it stood up and gave off an even more terrifying might. Gotcha! Suddenly, a clear sound rang out, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled because a crack had appeared in his king's domain. This caused Zhao Fu's expression to become quite unsightly, and he circulated his clan armament and nation armament's power, sending massive amounts of power into Zhao Fu's domain, making it difficult for him to defend against that might. The golden dragon coldly harumphed, saying, "I already said that a trashy nation armament from a low-level world like yours cannot defeat me. Back then, I destroyed so many of them." As the golden dragon spoke, the might that it gave off became more and more powerful, and it was now 10 or so times stronger than before. Under such immense might, Zhao Fu's king's domain was covered with cracks, and it looked like it was about to shatter. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu realized that if he died, his cultivation and skills would be reset. His king's profession and bloodline were bound to his soul, so he wouldn't lose them. Moreover, even though the underground region was near Qin City, it wouldn't be able to harm Qin City because the city was protected by the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. No matter how strong the Golden Dragon was, it wouldn't be stronger than the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. After all, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon was this world's guardian beast, and its power definitely surpassed the Golden Dragon's, so Zhao Fu didn't have to worry about Qin City's safety. Looking at the cracking king's domain, Zhao Fu made up his mind to fight with the Golden Dragon. However, a black symbol suddenly appeared on the back of Zhao Fu's right hand, giving off a rainbow-colored light. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt a wave of power flow into him, and facing that terrifying might, he didn't feel anything at all. That symbol was the Earthrealm mark. Looking at the Earthrealm mark, the Golden Dragon's expression fell, and it hesitated before withdrawing its terrifying aura. It said in surprise, "I never thought that you'd be someone with Heaven's mandate." Seeing the Golden Dragon withdraw its aura, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't reply. The Golden Dragon didn't mind, and it continued to look at Zhao Fu as it said, "How about we work together? Don't worry, it'll be of great benefit to you. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't have chosen to work together with someone from such a low-level world." Zhao Fu didn't even think about it and immediately refused, "Apologies. I'm not interested." This was because the Golden Dragon was simply too dangerous, and Zhao Fu couldn't control it. Moreover, Zhao Fu didn't want to work together with the Heaven Murder Empire because he was worried about its enemies. If such a powerful Heaven Murder Empire had been destroyed, that meant that their enemies were even more terrifying. Moreover, Zhao Fu couldn't stand the Golden Dragon's arrogant tone. As he had obtained the information from the demonic god, Zhao Fu was aware of his own strength. The other party was not wrong. But even so, Qin wouldn't accept this humiliation. Zhao Fu believed that Qin would surpass the Heaven Murder Empire one day. "Oh? Don't you want the things left behind by the Heaven Murder Empire? That's more than enough for you to dominate the world," the Golden Dragon said, somewhat surprised. However, Zhao Fu still said firmly, "No matter how good the item is, I don't want to cooperate with you. Even without those things, I, Qin, can still dominate the world. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now, Qin." The Golden Dragon looked furious. It had already taken a step back, but this person did not appreciate it and refused to cooperate with it. If the Heaven Murder Empire was at its peak, it would not even look at such a person, and yet he dared to refuse to cooperate with it. Hearing its words, Zhao Fu was not very angry, as he wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the Golden Dragon. Qin City was protected by the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon, so Zhao Fu was not afraid of the Golden Dragon. "You can give it a try," Zhao Fu said in a mocking tone. Hearing this, the Golden Dragon once again became furious and exploded out with a heaven-toppling might, preparing to rush to the ground and start a massacre. However, when he sensed Zhao Fu's sneer, he suddenly retracted his aura and stared at Zhao Fu with his golden eyes. "Brat! I won't fall for your trick." Zhao Fu felt a bit disappointed and lightly harumphed. He ignored the golden dragon and thought about how to leave this place first. Even though he would not truly die and would not lose his profession and bloodline, his equipment, the 4 swords at his waist, and the Emperor's armament in his hands would all fall here. With how powerful the golden dragon was, it would be almost impossible to retrieve them. Zhao Fu did not want to recultivate, so if he could escape, it would be best if he could. Zhao Fu wondered if there were any restrictions here and why the golden dragon would stay here. With how terrifying the golden dragon was, it would be able to wreak havoc in this world. Also, with how powerful the golden dragon was, why would it suddenly want to cooperate with him? Thinking back to how the golden dragon had retracted his aura, Zhao Fu felt that something was off. The golden dragon once again said seriously, "You've obtained the heaven and earth refining formation, right? Do you think they'll let you off? They all have different heaven-defying formations. Do you think you can defeat them? What a joke. Once they discover that the Heaven Murder Empire's ruins are here, let alone you, Qin, even your entire world will be slaughtered." Zhao Fu's expression became quite unsightly because Zhao Fu understood what the golden dragon was saying. This was what Zhao Fu was most worried about. Looking at Zhao Fu's unsightly expression, the golden dragon inwardly laughed before saying, "Right now, you can only cooperate with me. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be." The golden dragon continued to stare at Zhao Fu, feeling quite pleased. From how it saw it, cooperating with Zhao Fu was the best solution, and it was Zhao Fu's only choice. Right now, this person in front of it had to submit. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes stared at the golden dragon and he suddenly coldly harumphed, "Even if I, Qin, am destroyed, do you think they'll let you off? At most, we'll all die together, don't use such a threatening tone." By now, Zhao Fu already had a plan. In actuality, he wasn't sure if the factions that had destroyed the Heaven Murder Empire still existed. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed, and in the long river of history, anything could happen. Even powerful countries could be destroyed. They are powerful, but are there no existences stronger than them? Or perhaps there won't be a civil war between them? Perhaps there won't be a civil war between them. Moreover, Zhao Fu heard some information from the Golden Dragon. The factions that had destroyed the Heaven Murder Empire all had different heaven-defying formations, which was quite shocking. After all, the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation was just one of the heaven-defying formations. At first, the Golden Dragon was quite angry after hearing Zhao Fu's words, but as he thought about it, his anger disappeared and his attitude became better. He no longer looked down on Zhao Fu and said, "All right, I respect you and see you as a collaborator. I respect you and see you as a collaborator. You can agree to cooperate with me now, right?" Only now did Zhao Fu feel quite satisfied with its attitude, and he nodded, indicating that he was willing to cooperate with it. In actuality, there was nothing Zhao Fu could do. After all, Zhao Fu was worried that Qin would be destroyed, and if he cooperated with it, he would be able to obtain many benefits. With the Heaven Murder Empire status, even an ordinary treasure would be of great help to Qin. After all, Qin hadn't even been established yet, and it was pitifully weak. It couldn't compare to the Heaven Murder Empire at all. Seeing that Zhao Fu had agreed, the Golden Dragon let out a sigh of relief. Without Zhao Fu's help, it would have been very difficult for it to do these things. Zhao Fu asked, "What do you need me to do for you?" This time, Zhao Fu had to think about it. Finding the Heaven Murder Empire's imperial family wasn't a big deal, but restoring the Heaven Murder Empire was incredibly dangerous. The Heaven Murder Empire was simply too powerful, and Zhao Fu didn't want to nurture such a powerful enemy. After all, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash, which would put Qin in danger. As such, Zhao Fu had to think about it carefully. However, Zhao Fu didn't directly refuse, and he instead asked the Golden Dragon, "What will I get in return?" "This? I don't have anything for now." The Golden Dragon replied after hesitating for a moment. "Huh." Zhao Fu was infuriated, he didn't have anything, yet the Golden Dragon wanted him to help restore the Heaven Murder Empire. Did he think that he was an idiot? The Golden Dragon could tell what Zhao Fu was thinking and hurriedly said, "I can help you get rid of all of your enemies, but my power will decrease every time I use it. Also, I can tell you that the Heaven Murder Empire has all sorts of secret techniques. With how powerful the Heaven Murder Empire is, they have countless secret techniques, and all of them are incredibly powerful. This will be of great benefit to you. Hearing its words, Xiaofu inwardly cursed. He had been scared by it. It turned out that it didn't have much power, and it would decrease every time it used it. No wonder it hadn't directly attacked and had instead used its might to suppress him. Do you really think that I'll take the risk to restore the Heaven Murder Empire with your power and benefits? If you want to find the Heaven Murder Empire's imperial family, I can agree, but I can't restore the Heaven Murder Empire. Not only is it dangerous, but it's also incredibly difficult. Xiaofu told the Golden Dragon what he was thinking. The Qin Empire hadn't been restored yet, so how could he restore the Heaven Murder Empire? The Golden Dragon's aura weakened, and it understood what Xiaofu was worried about. As such, it took a step back and said, I can give you the Heaven Murder Empire's imperial bloodline, which will make you one of the Heaven Murder Empire's legatees. Even though there's nothing here, the Heaven Murder Empire left behind many things outside. Although my strength isn't even 1,000th of what it used to be, it's still one of the most terrifying existences in the land of inheritance. Right now, I don't need you to restore your empire, but you must find the Heaven Murder Empire's imperial family and make them your main bloodline. This put Xiaofu in a difficult position. If Qin was restored, the legitimate bloodline of the royal family should belong to the Ying family. Although Xiaofu was originally a collateral bloodline, he still belonged to the Ying family. This was a fact that could not be changed, because Qin only belonged to the Ying family, and outsiders could not get him. Now that the Golden Dragon had given him the Heaven Murder Empire's royal bloodline and made him one of the legatees, this meant that he was bound to the Heaven Murder Empire. If they lived, they lived. If they died, they died. Moreover, making the Heaven Murder Empire part of the royal family didn't feel too good either. It would be like fusing Qin and the Heaven Murder Empire together. However, if he refused, he would definitely die here. With how powerful the Golden Dragon was, he would definitely be able to do this. Xiaofu also wanted the things left behind by the Heaven Murder Empire, as they were incredibly important to Qin. At the very least, after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, it would be able to establish itself in this world. If he was an ordinary player, he would definitely develop the Heaven Murder Empire's royal bloodline. However, now that he was Qin's legatee, Xiaofu felt quite hesitant. However, once Xiaofu thought about it, if the Golden Dragon found someone else, he would be nurturing a terrifying enemy. Moreover, he was not a match for the Golden Dragon and would not be able to stop him. In the end, Xiaofu made his decision and agreed to the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he said, Don't worry. The benefits you'll receive will be far greater than you can imagine. Xiaofu understood and nodded. In actuality, there was nothing he could do, as the pressure was simply too great. Not only did he have to face the various dynasty legatees, but he also had to face countless players, as well as the disaster that would occur after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world. Because of the demon god's information, Xiaofu knew how dangerous it would be. In any case, countless races would perish on Earth, and even if they did not die, they would become slaves and struggle at death's door. Xiaofu had no intention of saving the world, but he could definitely guarantee Qin's safety. Then stand in front of me with your hands open and accept the bloodline I'll give you. The Golden Dragon said. Xiaofu nodded and came in front of the Golden Dragon and opened his hands. The Golden Dragon's expression became serious, and he lightly flapped the golden wings on his back, causing a light wind to spread out. The Golden Dragon's body flew off the ground, and his body gave off a brilliant golden light as a powerful aura spread out. The Golden Dragon's golden eyes looked at Xiaofu before turning into a large orb of golden light and entering Xiaofu's body. Immediately, Xiaofu felt an unimaginable thing enter his body, and the golden light completely passed through his body, causing Xiaofu's body to give off boundless light. Arg! Xiaofu felt as if something was about to explode out from within his body, and he howled in pain. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a golden light shot into the sky, seeming to pierce through the sky and causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Immediately, the clouds split apart, and the sun and moon dimmed. It was not just China, but the fate dragons within the legatees' bodies all over the world gave an unwilling and furious roar. Tens of thousands of dragons roared, shaking the heavens and earth. The countless legatees were given a big fright, not knowing what was going on or why their fate dragons would roar uncontrollably. They sensed something and hurriedly rushed out of their houses, looking at the golden pillar in the distance. C.G. Di Wutian, Ji Shenming, the Roman Empire's legatee, the Arab kingdom's legatee, their expressions all became quite unsightly because they were once again in a familiar direction. They did not know what Great Qin, which had been peaceful for a while, had done to make their fate dragons so uneasy. After receiving Li Wen's notice, Qin City's city lords had all flown over. However, the massive impact from the golden light sent them flying like leaves being swept away by the autumn wind. It was not just them. Within 100 kilometers of the golden pillar, no matter if it was boulders, trees, peaks, or mountains, they were all flattened. The city lords all looked incredibly shocked, not knowing what was going on. Even with their current strength, they were unable to get close. Facing the tens of thousands of dragons' roars and countless people's terror, the sky gradually became dyed golden, and rays of golden light lightly fell to the ground. Golden feathers slowly floated down from the sky, seeming to be filled with holiness, dignity, and beauty. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar tore through the heavens, bringing with it a thunderous aura that suppressed the 10,000 dragons' roars. The 10,000 dragons' auras were instantly suppressed, and the terrifying dragon's roar turned into a corporeal shockwave that swept through everything. Chi, 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 countless fate dragons howled, and it wasn't just the legatees who were affected. Everyone who had great fate, such as the Heavenly Sword City's legatee, Little Sun's demon concubine, and Gu Qingyang, felt a formless energy hit them, and they flew back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. This dragon's roar was incredibly terrifying, and it caused the heavens and earth to dim. In the northern sky, the sky desolation azure dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and the other existences in the depths of the eastern sea, the flames in the west, and the forests in the south all opened their eyes. In fact, some people outside the legacy land seemed to hear the dragon's roar and looked over. A golden dragon's image circled in the sky, and it looked just like the golden dragon from before. It had a pair of golden wings, a pair of sharp horns, and a pair of golden eyes, and it gave off a noble and mysterious aura. The golden dragon flew in the sky, and its golden eyes were incredibly sharp, as if it could see the entire world. It flapped its golden wings, giving off intense golden light, and a wild gale blew out. Heaven and earth fate madly gathered, and everyone else could see it with the naked eye. Countless legatees and people with great fate felt as if they were grabbed by a massive, formless hand into the air. They looked incredibly shocked because they felt that their fate was being forcefully stolen. It was not just them. Fate continuously rose up from the ground and floated towards Great Qin from all regions, or rather, all over the world. Forcefully stealing heaven and earth's fate. Countless espers and espers looked incredibly shocked, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Was this something that Qin could do? That's impossible, as even gods couldn't steal heaven and earth's fate like this. This sort of method harmed other people's foundations and destroyed heaven and earth's fate, causing fate to be added to one's body and giving them boundless power. Also, although the direction of the golden pillar was in the direction of Qin, there was no aura of Qin at all. Instead, there was a brand new aura, full of death, slaughter, destruction, and annihilation. Taoism, Confucianism, Buddhism, the Vatican, wizards, Islam, the faces of countless headmasters became extremely unsightly, because this didn't belong to Qin. It didn't even belong to the earth. It was some other unknown place. Quick! Stop it, or else the entire world will be heavily damaged. Cries sounded out, causing countless people to hurriedly move. Looking at the golden pillar of light, Shanru's expression became quite unsightly. She didn't know what had happened, but she hoped that Zhao Fu would be fine. As more and more fate madly gathered, the light that the golden dragon gave off became stronger and stronger. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky, shining with boundless golden light. Its terrifying aura was also incredibly shocking. Within the golden pillar of light, Zhao Fu's body was also changing. The golden light kept seeping into Zhao Fu's body, causing his flesh and bones to undergo unknown transformations. Boom! Boom! Boom, massive explosions sounded out in the sky as terrifying auras exploded out, shaking the entire heavens and earth. Massive chains giving off different colored lights shot out from all over the world, giving off terrifying power as they shot towards the golden dragon. Countless factions tried to use the same method they had used to deal with the Chaos Imperial Star to stop the unknown Fate Dragon from continuously devouring Fate. Boom. Boom. Boom, more explosions sounded out as the dynasty legatees no longer cared about Fate and unleashed their nation armaments. Powerful waves of power tore through the sky. If they didn't unleash their full power, all of their fate would be forcefully taken. Countless chains containing terrifying sealing power tightly bound the golden dragon, and the power from the nation armaments madly suppressed the golden dragon's power. With so much power exploding out, the entire heaven-awakened world seemed to dim. Wild gales continuously blew out, and cracks appeared on the ground. A terrifying aura spread out, and countless beasts ran in all directions. It was as if a catastrophe had descended. Blood leaked out of the sect masters' mouths as they did their best to stop the Fate Dragon from devouring the human world's fate. The dynasty legatees gritted their teeth and did their best to suppress the golden dragon's power. In the sky, the golden dragon was bound by the countless chains, and its power was suppressed by the countless nation armaments. The golden light around its body continuously dimmed, and the madly gathering fate also gradually weakened. Seeing this, countless people let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had successfully suppressed the Fate Dragon. The human world's fate could not be taken by the outside world, or else it would be a great loss to the human world. Why did the Fate Dragon from the outside world appear here, and why did it just happen to appear in the direction of the Qin state? What kingdom's Fate Dragon was it, and how could it have such terrifying power? They did not know, and they just wanted to seal this Fate Dragon to prevent it from harming the human world again. Outside the Legacy Land, a few people looked at the rainbow-colored barrier with serious expressions. Sensing the terrifying ripples coming from within, they felt incredibly shocked. Just what was going on inside? Why were there such terrifying ripples? They could even see through the heaven domain boundary. However, without even thinking about it, they knew that something terrifying had happened, or else there would not be such terrifying ripples. Sensing these ripples, they could not help but change their original thoughts and reconsider. Countless people in the heaven-awakened world were affected by this ripple, and they felt incredibly terrified after sensing that terrifying power. It was not something they could resist at all. The countless city lords stood in the air with serious expressions as they looked in the direction of the Qin state. Seeing the countless chains in the sky, they understood how terrifying this matter was. If it wasn't for the otherworlders stopping them, they would not have been able to stop the loss of fate at all. The golden light around the golden dragon's body became smaller and smaller, and the terrifying aura it gave off became weaker and weaker. The madly flowing fate gradually calmed down. The generals and residents of the Qin state all let out sighs of relief. They did not know what was going on, nor did they sense that this had anything to do with their majesty. This was because the Fate Dragon gave off a large amount of the outside world's aura, which they could clearly sense. As such, they did not think that it had anything to do with their majesty, and they hoped that things would calm down. After all, the power that the golden dragon gave off was simply too terrifying. Even Qin's 10 or so wyverns obediently lay on the ground and trembled. They no longer looked as wild and powerful as they usually did, and they now looked like obedient pets. Even the powerful wyverns were like this, let alone the ordinary people. Seeing this, the countless sect leaders and nation legacies didn't waste any time and decided to quickly seal it. A bunch of ants. Even though the golden dragon was bound by the countless chains, its expression did not change at all. Facing this world's methods, it was completely disdainful. Moreover, the power of those nation armaments was pitifully weak. Roar. The golden dragon gave a vigorous dragon's roar and spread its golden wings, causing a brilliant golden wave of light to spread out, instantly tearing through the sky. Clang, 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 countless chains were destroyed, and countless nation armaments gave off mournful cries as they were struck. Countless people's expressions fell. They had never thought that with so many people and so many nation armaments, they would still be unable to resist the Fate Dragon. Just what kind of existence was this Fate Dragon? Why did it have such terrifying power? Boom, the golden dragon was no longer bound, and it gave off a massive amount of power, causing the fate to madly gather and flood in. As the fate madly gathered, the golden light that the golden dragon gave off became brighter and brighter, and within the golden pillar of light, Zhao Fu's body seemed to become transparent. His flesh and bones gave off golden light, making him look like a golden glass, looking incredibly beautiful. Still not enough. Since you're seeking death, I'll start with you. The cold voice that sounded like heavenly might continued to sound out, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. Their bodies sank down as if there was a massive boulder weighing down on them, and the air became incredibly heavy. Arg, the school of Taoism, the school of Confucianism, the school of Moism, the Buddhist sect, the sorcerer sect, the Yith sect, the ancient orchid sect, the Mani sect, countless sect masters' bodies were pierced by the golden dragon's claws, causing them to cry out as blood flew everywhere. The sect masters' faces fell, and they wept in grief as they rushed up. However, the golden dragon's claws did not care about them, and it continued to hold fresh hearts before disappearing, leaving behind the corpses of sect masters. Zhao Fu's body floated into the air from the ground, right in front of the golden dragon. Hearts appeared around him before exploding and turning into a blood-red mist. Under the golden dragon's control, the blood-red mist formed a blood-red magic formation. This blood-red magic formation had many runes, all of which were the Heaven Murder Empire's runes, and each of them represented immense power. At the center of the blood-red spell formation, Zhao Fu's soul was absorbing the power of the blood-red spell formation and transforming bit by bit. Seeing this, the golden dragon gave a trace of a smile before looking at the countless legatees and saying, "With your bloodlines joining, the Heaven Murder bloodline will become even stronger, so all of you can die." Dragon hands suddenly appeared, grabbing towards the countless dynasty legatees. Facing these dragon hands, the power they gave off caused the countless dynasty legatees to feel terror. Boom! 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 When all the legatees were killed, four towering auras exploded out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. It was as if the heavens and earth could not withstand this pressure. The north was shrouded by a green light, the south by a green light, the east by a white light, and the west by a fiery light. The four types of light filled the entire world, and everyone felt their bodies relax. The terrifying might seemed to disappear, and the dragon hands that were attacking the dynasty legatees were all blocked by the various types of light. The golden dragon's expression fell as he understood something. He knew much more than ordinary people, and he knew that it was the guardian beasts who had stopped him. The golden dragon unwillingly roared. Boom! However, a ray of light shot out from each of the four directions. The four rays of light contained immense power and were incredibly fast as they tore through the sky. Everywhere they passed, time and space collapsed and turned into nothingness. The four guardian beasts not only stopped him, but they also wanted to attack the golden dragon together. However, with the golden dragon's monstrous power, it should not have appeared in the legacy land, as it could destroy the world at any moment. Facing the four rays of light, the golden dragon's expression became incredibly unsightly, and he spread his golden wings and released a massive golden energy barrier. Boom! The four rays of light slammed against the golden energy barrier with terrifying power, resulting in a shocking explosion. The shockwave turned into a wild gale that swept through the entire forest of horrors. Cracks appeared on the golden energy barrier, but the four rays of light's power did not disappear. The golden dragon felt quite startled. With its current power, it was indeed not a match for the guardian beasts. It was already quite difficult for it to defeat a single guardian beast, let alone four of them working together. Roar! The golden dragon was quite furious. If it had its full power, it would be able to easily kill these guardian beasts, but it did not have the power to do so. Could it be that it would be destroyed by the four guardian beasts? The golden dragon was quite unwilling to accept this. And its body gave off a large amount of golden light that entered the energy barrier in an attempt to resist. However, it was still not a match for the guardian beast's power. Bang! The golden energy barrier shattered, and the four rays of light broke through it and continued towards the golden dragon. Just as the golden dragon was about to be hit, Zhao Fu, who was at the center of the blood-red magic formation, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils. He stretched out his right hand, and the Earthrealm mark on the back of his hand gave off a rainbow-colored light that shot into the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon's body trembled and exploded out with a rainbow-colored light. The 4 rays of light instantly turned into motes of light and dissipated, not dealing any damage to the golden dragon. The golden dragon let out a sigh of relief and looked at Zhao Fu as he said, "Thank you." With the 4 guardian beasts' power, even though they could not kill the golden dragon, they could heavily injure it and weaken it so that it could only fall into a deep sleep. The golden dragon did not want that, so it was quite grateful that Zhao Fu had saved it. The 4 guardian beasts did not attack again, and the 4 rays of light gradually disappeared. Firstly, it was no longer the fate dragon of the outside world. Zhao Fu had successfully converted the heaven murder bloodline, so this golden dragon now belonged to Qin and had fused into the human world. Secondly, the golden dragon's power was now incredibly weak, and it would not be as powerful as before, nor would it be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Since it now belonged to the human world and could not pose much of a threat or continue to destroy the heavens and earth, the neutral guardian beasts could only stop. After all, it was a good thing for the golden dragon to fuse into the human world. As guardian beasts, they knew what would happen in the future. If the golden dragon joined, the human world's strength would greatly increase. If it wasn't for the fact that the golden dragon had wanted to wipe out all of the nation legacies, they would not have acted. At that moment, a rune appeared in Zhao Fu's soul. This rune gave off a dense blood-red light and seemed to give off an incredibly dense stench of blood. This rune looked like the word sure and gave off a pure aura of slaughter, destruction, and destruction. Zhao Fu smiled at the golden dragon and said, "I never thought that the heaven murder bloodline would be born like this." Xianru and the others looked quite shocked, they had never thought that this matter would be related to their majesty. Roar. A massive and domineering dragon's roar sounded out in all directions, causing everyone, who had thought that things had calmed down, to once again feel quite shocked. This dragon's roar was filled with domineeringness and might, and they were all familiar with its aura. Why has Qin come out at this time? No one could guess what Qin was thinking, but with their understanding of Qin, it definitely wasn't anything good. However, the outer domain dragon had most likely been caught up in the shockwaves, so Great Qin's legatee had most likely been caught up in the shockwaves as well. Facing such a terrifying power, they just wanted things to calm down, but Great Qin had interfered. This caused countless people to feel incredibly furious, and they cursed, "This Qin is too arrogant." With that kind of power, let alone one Qin, even 10 Qins would be destroyed. If you want to die, don't drag them down with you. The legatees were completely frightened by the golden dragon. If it wasn't for the unknown power stopping them, they would have all been killed. That sort of power was incredibly terrifying. What they didn't know was that the golden dragon now belonged to Qin's dragon. Back at Qin City, the domineering black dragon came out of Zhao Fu's body and circled in the sky, giving off a massive aura. The black dragon also stared at the golden dragon, but it didn't show much enmity. After all, they both belonged to Zhao Fu's fate dragons. Facing the black dragon's gaze, the golden dragon didn't mind and continued to hover in the air. At that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and summoned the Qin seal before lightly yelling, "In the name of Qin's emperor, I order the state of Qin's fate to gather." As Zhao Fu gave the order, traces of dragon-like black aura rose up from the ground of the Forest of Horrors and quickly gathered in the sky. Qin City's city heart continuously trembled and gave off massive waves of fate that gathered in the sky. Traces of black aura rose up from Qin City's residents' bodies and floated into the sky. As more and more fate gathered, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand towards the golden dragon and vigorously pushed it forwards. Boom! An explosion sounded out as countless traces of Qin's fate madly flowed into the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon quickly absorbed the countless traces of Qin's fate because it was now truly becoming Qin's fate dragon. Roar! Countless traces of Qin's fate flowed into the golden dragon, causing it to feel a wave of power erupt forth, and it gave off a dragon's roar that shook the heavens. A massive pillar of black light rushed into the clouds, once again shaking the heavens and earth. Countless dark clouds quickly gathered, forming an enormous vortex that gave off a shocking sense of pressure. Damn it! As expected, Qin had caused trouble again. Sensing the fate dragons within their bodies becoming restless, as well as the terrifying ripples in the distance, the countless legatees were infuriated. Qin was a scourge. Even though countless sect masters had died, countless espers and espers were still alive. They were different from the legatees because they could sense the changes within the golden dragon, and they all looked incredibly shocked. this outer domain dragon was actually turning into Qin's fate dragon. Within the massive pillar of black light, the golden dragon seemed to go through some changes, and its golden eyes became pure black. At that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and aimed it at the black dragon next to him. The runes within his soul gave off a terrifying power, and a golden ray of light shot out from Zhao Fu's palm towards the black dragon. After being hit by the golden ray of light, the black dragon felt a wave of power explode out. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as a golden pillar of light rushed into the sky, tearing apart the clouds. The terrifying power once again caused the dark clouds to gather, forming another massive vortex. Two enormous pillars of light stood between the heavens and the earth. The two enormous vortexes of dark clouds in the sky grew larger and larger, and the pressure they gave off also grew stronger and stronger. Wild winds howled in all directions, sweeping up countless boulders and trees into the sky. The terrifying ripples caused the winds and clouds to howl, causing countless people to feel incredibly shocked. Dark clouds covered the entire heaven-awakened world, and lightning started to descend as torrential rain started to fall. Only now did everyone realize that the matter with the golden dragon had been caused by Qin, as the golden dragon now belonged to Qin. Now that Qin had fused such a powerful fate dragon into Qin's body, that terrifying power caused countless people to retreat and collapse to the ground. The countless fate dragons no longer dared to roar and could only whimper. Countless espers and espers' faces became pale. They had thought that this had nothing to do with Qin, but in the end, it had been caused by Qin. If this terrifying fate dragon joined in, Qin would go through heaven-toppling changes, and his position as number one would be unshakable. Seeing this, Xianru and the others understood that their majesty had obtained another fortuitous encounter. The black dragon within the golden pillar of light also underwent the same change. Its originally pitch-black eyes also became pure gold. The two pillars of light gradually weakened, and the two vortexes' power also gradually weakened. Finally, the abnormal signs disappeared, and the heavens and earth became calm again. Now, the golden dragon had completely fused into Qin's body. There were not many changes to the golden dragon and black dragon, but their eyes had changed. The golden dragon's golden pupils had become black, and the black dragon's jet-black eyes had become golden. This fusion had used up a large amount of Qin's fate, but Zhao Fu felt that it was worth it. With the golden dragon joining in, Qin's fate's purity and foundation's firmness had been greatly increased. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the golden dragon and black dragon turned into two rays of light that entered Zhao Fu's body. Moreover, Zhao Fu had never thought that the heaven murder bloodline would become so powerful after sacrificing countless amounts of fate. Before, the golden dragon had given a trace of the purest bloodline to Zhao Fu, and it had used a large amount of fate to continuously increase the bloodline's power. Now, Zhao Fu's heaven murder bloodline was incredibly pure, and it could be said that it was the true bloodline of the heaven murder empire. Even though Zhao Fu also had Qin's bloodline, the purity of these two bloodlines was not affected at all, and they were both incredibly pure. However, Zhao Fu still stood on Qin's side, even though he had two bloodlines. This was because Qin's bloodline was innate, and it had a high degree of approval, while the heaven murder bloodline was fused through other methods, so it did not have a high degree of approval. What was also worth mentioning was that Zhao Fu's bloodline had reached level 16, which was a true sovereign bloodline. Before, Zhao Fu had a royal bloodline, which was level 12. Now that he had fused with the heaven murder bloodline, Zhao Fu's bloodline had surpassed the royal grade and reached the terrifying sovereign grade. A sovereign bloodline was a bloodline that could only be obtained after establishing an empire, and it was a height that ordinary kings could not reach. It could be seen how difficult it was to obtain a sovereign bloodline. Of course, ordinary king bloodlines could not compare to a sovereign bloodline. Now that Zhao Fu had a sovereign bloodline, all of his stats had been greatly increased. However, Zhao Fu was not too happy because the golden dragon had said that even the lowest bloodline of the heaven murder empire's imperial family was a sovereign bloodline. Zhao Fu could not imagine just how powerful the heaven murder empire was. However, above a sovereign bloodline was an origin bloodline, and above an origin bloodline, he wondered what other bloodlines there were. Zhao Fu put the two dragons back into his body and looked at Xianru and the others before flying off. Xianru and the other generals smiled as they said to Zhao Fu, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained such great fortune." Zhao Fu smiled, this was just a small interlude. After leading everyone back, Qin's gaze was still on clearing out the forest of horrors. This matter quickly spread to the real world. The sect masters who had died were incredibly weak, and after hearing the reports from their disciples, they let out sighs of relief. They had been killed before they had even seen the outcome of this matter, and they had been worried that the human world's fate would be taken away by the outer domains. If that happened, the entire human world would be heavily damaged. Even though Qin was savage, licentious, and bloodthirsty, he was still a member of the human world. As long as he did not lose his fate, everything was fine. As such, they let out sighs of relief. After hearing that Qin had such a powerful golden dragon, others shamelessly ran to the Ying family to ask for peace. They had personally seen the golden dragon's power, and it was enough to destroy everything. This was enough for Qin to not fall. In response to these people's arrival, the Ying family directly chased them away and did not give them any face. Last time, when Qin suffered a little loss, these people ran away in confusion. Now, they were shamelessly running over. If Qin suffered a loss again, these people would probably run away again. On the other hand, the few people who had stayed last time were incredibly happy. They had placed all of their bets on Great Qin, and now that Great Qin had accepted them, all they had to do was integrate into Great Qin. The more powerful Great Qin became, the happier they would be. The families who had sent the women to the Ying family all smiled. They believed that Qin had the potential. Normally, they just kept quiet. Some of the people who opposed to befriending Qin at the beginning had completely disappeared. Other famous families on the ancient beauties list also planned to send their women to the Ying family. They understood that the Ying family would definitely not accept ordinary women. However, if it was a woman on the ancient beauties list, the Ying family would definitely accept her. After all, His Highness could not live without a woman. His licentious ways were known to the whole world. If Zhao Fu knew what they were thinking, how would Zhao Fu feel? He would definitely feel very wronged. In a secret room, Mei Xiaoyan stood in front of a woman who was more flirtatious than her. This woman was, of course, the saintess of the White Lotus Society. It was the right choice to cooperate with Qin this time. We can use Qin's power to take revenge on the other dynasties. You have to hurry. It's best if you can get that Zhao Fu. As the representative of Prince Qin, Zhao Fu has too much power. If we can get him, the benefits will be unimaginable. After hearing about this, the saintess flirtatiously smiled as she said to Mei Xiaoyan. Mei Xiaoyan smiled and nodded as she replied, Saintess, I understand. I'll do this as soon as possible. Of course, only a small portion of people were happy. Most people's expressions were quite unsightly. It was Qin again, and Qin again. They all hated Qin to the point that they gnashed their teeth. As their enemies, they did not want to see Qin continuously become stronger. Qin was already so powerful, and now that he had obtained the golden dragon, how could they live? The various dynasty legatees and factions felt that they could not wait any longer. If they waited like this, who knew what Qin would obtain? When that time came, he would become even more terrifying. As such, they decided to stop defending and continue to attack. They had to wear down Qin. In other words, they wanted the players from the 4 regions around the Forest of Horrors to attack Qin from 4 directions and surround Qin. However, even though that was what they were thinking, they still had some misgivings. The golden dragon was simply too powerful, and it was an existence that could obliterate everything. Because of that, they had no choice but to first investigate the cause of this matter. They didn't want to wait for their army to arrive and be instantly killed. Not only would this be a waste of time and energy, but it would also be incredibly embarrassing. Right now, there were around 1 million players in the northern region, which was the regions around the Forest of Horrors. Because they had been greatly affected by Qin, they had not participated in the destruction of Qin Hai, so they had been able to survive. Apart from these regions, most of the regions had less than 500,000 players. The catastrophe that Qin had caused had helped Qin clear out a lot of people, especially those who viewed money as important as their lives and had madly fought against Qin. Qin was currently clearing out the Forest of Horrors and completing the first step of establishing a kingdom. Now, it was time to conquer other regions and complete the second step of establishing a kingdom, then the third step, and the fourth step, the other dynasty legatees also secretly investigated, and the other countries' factions felt that they could not just sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. After all, Qin was already a great threat to them, and if they allowed Qin to continue developing, they would not be able to survive. As such, the various countries' factions contacted the Chinese dynasty legatees to discuss how to suppress Qin. Even if they could not destroy him, they had to stall him and not allow him to continue developing. This time, the various countries' factions made up their minds and fully supported Qin Hai in terms of resources and manpower. This made the Chinese dynasty legatees feel quite delighted, and with their full support, they formed a massive obstacle. Even though they were from different countries and races, they had a common enemy. Now, it could be said that the Chinese dynasty legatees had officially started to work together with the other countries to destroy Qin. With the support of the other countries, the Chinese dynasty legatees were incredibly powerful, and it was as if the entire world was going against a single person. Suddenly, someone asked, "Didn't they say that Chinese people don't fight Chinese people? Why do we have to ally with other countries to attack Qin? As Chinese people, can't we be united? Why do we have to ally with other countries to destroy our own country?" As the elders of China, the ancient clans wanted to persuade the various dynasty legatees not to do this. After all, bringing in foreign powers would only harm China itself. The Chinese dynasty legatees fighting against Qin was already exhausting China's internal strength, so allying with foreign powers to attack Qin was not very kind. It was as if they were helping foreigners attack their own people. To most people, this would seem like they were traitors because they were working with others to attack their own people. However, they had long since stopped treating Qin as one of their own because Qin was a great threat to them and was their greatest enemy. As such, they would do everything they could to destroy him, who would care if he was Chinese or not. Moreover, in order to gather more people, they even shouted out a slogan, "Get rid of the evil demon and restore China." Of course, this evil demon was Qin. Because of what Qin had done, as well as the various factions' malicious words, they had successfully labeled Qin as an evil demon. Now that Qin was labeled as an evil demon, allying with foreign powers to attack Qin was viewed as righteous. The ancient clans tried to persuade them, saying, "I hope we can maintain the status quo. The dynasty legatees are so far away from each other, so isn't it better for them to develop on their own? Why care about Qin's development speed and strength?" The various dynasty legatees ignored these words, as Qin was already a threat to them. This was not a matter of region. As long as he was a threat to them, they had to get rid of Qin. However, the various dynasty legatees all had their own conditions. As long as Great Qin was willing to hand over the clan armament and not take a step out of the Forest of Horrors for 3 years, it would be best if they could suppress the nation armament. That way, they would have complete trust in Great Qin and would no longer oppose it. The ancient clans did not even think about the conditions that the dynasty legatees had offered, as they knew that it was impossible. If they agreed to something like this, they would not be Qin at all. If they really agreed, Qin would become weaker, but they would become more powerful. It would be difficult to say who would be the one to destroy who. Seeing that they couldn't persuade the dynasties, the clans could only focus on Qin. However, thinking of Qin's strength, they gave up the idea of persuading Qin. In the end, they sighed and stayed in the clans to see how things would develop. The dynasties and foreign forces only needed to spend a lot of resources to fight against the Qin state. They could just use ordinary people to attack the Qin state. Their real forces would not be harmed at all. With so many forces together, they had a huge amount of resources. Even if they consumed a lot of energy, it would become very little when it was spread out evenly. They didn't even care about it, as long as they achieved their goal. With the support of such a huge amount of resources, they were also full of confidence and began to think. He didn't know if the Golden Dragon had the same power, but it seemed like some unknown existence had attacked the Golden Dragon. After the Golden Dragon had become obedient, the unknown existence had disappeared. It seemed that the Golden Dragon didn't have much power, or else the unknown existence wouldn't have stopped. Moreover, if they attacked again and the Golden Dragon interfered, would the unknown existence help them stop the Golden Dragon? Without the Golden Dragon, they would be much more confident. Before, the players in one region had been able to force back Qin, so what about the 4 regions? The outcome was obvious. They decided to attack. Of course, they couldn't enter the Forest of Horrors unprepared, as the Forest of Horrors was now Qin's home. They didn't want to fall into Qin's countless traps and return in defeat like last time. As such, they had to make all sorts of preparations to defend against all sorts of traps and tricks from Qin. They would pay for all of the money that they had to spend. Of course, these money didn't mean much, and they just wanted to heavily injure Qin. The countless players in the 4 regions of the Forest of Horrors had turned into hungry wolves in the face of such immense benefits. They didn't care about anything else at all, and they looked incredibly excited, wanting to pounce on Great Qin and tear it apart. Zhao Fu quickly heard about this, and his expression became serious. He discussed with his generals about how to deal with this crisis. There were nearly 10 million players in the 4 regions, and it would be quite difficult to deal with them. This was especially so because they wouldn't have to truly die, so they could act as they pleased. However, Zhao Fu's soldiers were all living beings, and if they died, they would die. They couldn't infinitely revive like players. If they faced them head-on, regardless of whether they won or lost, Qin would be at a disadvantage. If the Golden Dragon had not used up all of its power, perhaps it would have been able to instantly kill them. It was a pity that in order to obtain the Heaven Murder bloodline, the Golden Dragon had forcefully stolen the fate of countless creatures, causing it to use up all of its power. The other factions that opposed Qin quickly joined in the fight against Qin. Countless neutral factions watched from the sidelines, and the few factions that supported Qin were unable to help at all. No one dared to come to a conclusion regarding this battle. Even though it seemed like the dynasty legatees had the advantage, not only did they have the advantage in numbers, but they were facing Qin. With Qin's unfathomable strength, it was hard to say what the outcome of this battle would be. The 100 schools of thought and the various Chinese sects' attitudes towards Qin were quite complicated. Sometimes, they were forced to stand against Qin, but they had wanted to remain neutral and not offend either side. Now, their sect masters had been killed by Qin, but if they had known that the Golden Dragon belonged to Qin, they wouldn't have acted. Back then, they had thought that the people from the other domains had forcefully stolen the human world's fate, which was why they had acted. In the end, they had been killed by the Golden Dragon, and they had died unjustly. However, even though the various sects' disciples were furious towards Qin, their sect masters tried to persuade them not to be angry. Firstly, they had offended Qin many times, and this was their way of repaying Qin. Secondly, if Qin could establish a kingdom, they hoped that their disciples would go over to fulfill their ambitions. After all, Qin was the faction with the most potential in the world, and it would not be good to have a bad relationship with him. Flower Moon was also discussing this matter. In actuality, they had wanted to work together with Qin for a long time, but because Qin had been holding on to their people, they had been delaying this for a long time. As such, they remained neutral. The Forest of Horrors seemed to be covered by an oppressive aura, and the various dynasty legatees prepared to attack. However, the temperature suddenly dropped to -10s of degrees Celsius, and the rivers and lakes all froze as cotton-like snow fell from the sky. It was currently deep into winter, and it was so cold that even people wearing thick clothes felt incredibly cold. It snowed for 3 days, and the entire Heaven Awakened world was covered by white snow. The snow was at least 1.2 meters deep, and some places were 3 or 4 meters deep. This caused the various dynasty legatees to stop attacking, and even Qin to stop clearing out the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu had never thought that this festival would come so quietly. However, many people had guessed that it was the New Year festival, which was also called Christmas in the West and New Year's Day in some places. It was a festival that could only be held at the end of the year, and it was a festival that welcomed the arrival of the new year. The theme of the New Year festival was for families to be together, and it was filled with joy and joy. It caused the entire Heaven Awakened world to fall into peace, and all battles stopped. Even if you didn't want to celebrate this festival and start battles, with the weather like this, even marching would be quite difficult. The thick snow and cold weather were the biggest obstacles. Moreover, factions that started battles during this festival would receive a destroyer stat. This was not a good stat, as it was a negative stat. Not only did it weaken one's stats, but it also increased one's chances of getting sick. This was the first time that such a festival had directly prohibited fighting. However, this was understandable. After all, it was the new year, and it was the last time of the year. all sorts of battles should be temporarily put to rest. As such, this New Year festival was not a festival for fighting or killing. In fact, one didn't even need to go out and could obtain rewards at home. Almost everyone would receive rewards, so it was definitely one of the best festivals. No one knew exactly what the festival would be like, but it was a collective festival, so everyone had to work together. Rewards could also be traded between each other. However, only natives of the same village or city could trade with each other. People from one village could not trade with another village. However, if they belonged to the same faction but were in different cities, they could also trade. The New Year festival would open at 12 a.m., and Zhao Fu ordered people to make preparations while he went to the exchange stone steel. Even though the system main cities had been conquered by Qin City, there would still be exchange stone steels, so Zhao Fu didn't have to worry about going to other regions. The 10,000 Flower Festival focused on weapons, the Ghost Festival focused on professions, the Divine Fish Festival focused on city creation stones, the Disaster Festival focused on medicinal pills, and the New Year Festival focused on generals. However, there were two types of generals, summon generals and general fate. Summon generals could be done by exchanging for general medallions. They could summon ordinary generals or historical generals, but historical generals weren't ordinary historical generals. After all, almost all historical generals belonged to legatees, and they were loyal to their legatees. How could they be loyal to outsiders? Therefore, these historical generals were not generals of this time and space, but generals of similar parallel worlds. For example, in Yufei's case, there would be someone like him in a parallel world. Although they had different appearances, genders, and names, they had experienced the same things and reached the same heights. They were also historical generals. Below are the rankings of the top 10 historical generals. 1. Sun Hanxiang, original character, Sun Wu. Gender, female. A war saint from a parallel world, the master of the 100 generations of strategists, the founder of Eastern military studies. 2. Wu Xiao, original character, Wu Qi. Gender, male. Famous military strategist, politician, reformer, representative of the military school in the parallel world. Proficient in the military school, legalism and Confucianism. 3. Bai Shihan, original character, Bai Qi, gender, female, the leader of the 4 great generals of the parallel world's warring states period. She fought countless battles in her life and was almost undefeated. In the end, she was forced to commit suicide. 4. Han Zhongxin, original character Han Xian. Gender, male. One of the 3 great generals of the early Han dynasty in the parallel world. He was the representative of the strategists and the famous god of war. He was later killed unjustly. 5. Wang General, original character, Wang Jian, gender, male, one of the 4 great generals of the parallel world's warring states period. He is also a famous military general in history and the greatest contributor to Qing's unification of the 6 states. 6. Wei Qing, original character, Wei Qing. Gender, female. One of the 3 great cavalry geniuses in the ancient parallel world. She was a famous general of the Western Han dynasty and one of the greatest contributors in defeating the Xiongnu. 7. Huolin Xue, based on Huaxubing. Gender, female. A famous general and military strategist of the Western Han dynasty in the parallel world. She was the niece of the famous general Wei Qing. Unfortunately, she died young. 8. Li Shen, original character, Li Jing. Gender, male. The number 1 general in the early Tang dynasty of the parallel world. He made great contributions to the establishment and development of the Tang dynasty, indirectly leading to the collapse of the Arab Empire and the fall of the Roman Empire. 9. Li Mu, original character, Li Mu, gender, male, one of the 4 great generals of the parallel world's warring states period. A famous general of the state of Zhao. He fought countless battles in his life and died at the hands of the state of Zhao in the end. Su Liui, original character, Su De, gender, female. The founding commander of the Ming dynasty in the parallel world. Even though she was from a commoner background, she was a rare military genius and a general who destroyed the Yuan dynasty. Of the 10 great generals, 5 were from the Warring States period, and 2 were from the Great Qing dynasty. It could be seen that even though the Warring States period was filled with battles, it was also an era where there were many generals. The Han dynasty also had two, and just like the Great Qing dynasty, they were the only dynasty to have two great generals. The other dynasties only had one or none. The 10 great generals were half male and half female, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. He wanted to see what the female version of Bai Qi looked like. However, the 10 great generals all had their own general stars and general fate. It would be great if he could obtain them, as they were not any weaker than the original generals. They all needed general medallions to summon them. There was also general fate, which was what general fate meant. One could exchange for general fate and give it to any commander, allowing them to have a general star. Only general stars would cause astronomical phenomena when they appeared. They were people who were destined to have great fate from the moment they were born. However, the heavenly spirit stars were different from the earthly fiend stars. They were not born with general stars, but they had to go through tempering in the later stages. It was through endless battles that one's general fate was continuously tempered, allowing one's general star to appear. Historical generals had gone through this process long ago, which was why they had general stars. However, the newly recruited generals, such as Wang Dahu and Xiao Jian, did not have general stars, and they needed to continuously fight to awaken their general stars. General fate was split into general fate, heavenly spirit fate, and earthly fiend general fate. Exchanging for general fate would allow one's generals to awaken their general stars, and they would not be any weaker than historical generals. This general fate was most likely for the rising factions that could not obtain historical generals, as well as the large families, to close the gap between them and the nation factions. As for the general orders, they were prepared for the various countries' factions. After all, only people from a single city could trade for them. Excluding players, the legatees of the various countries had the highest number of residents. How could ordinary people compare to them? Zhao Fu was quite interested in general medallions and general fates. With general medallions, he could summon different historical generals, and the more historical generals, the better. With general fates, he could give them to people who were not historical generals so that they could awaken their general stars. However, even though Zhao Fu wanted both of them, they were both incredibly expensive, so Zhao Fu had to make a choice. He couldn't afford to buy both of them. Time gradually passed, and there were no longer any system main cities in the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu couldn't see how they celebrated, but he could see how Qin City celebrated. There were many people from system main cities in Qin City, and they knew how to decorate. There were Red Spring Festival couplets and festive New Year paintings on the doors of every family, and there were rows of red lanterns on the streets. Everything was red during this festival. At this time, it was no longer snowing. The streets were filled with people celebrating. Along the streets, hawkers were also selling all kinds of festive items, such as candied fruits, glutinous rice balls, masks, lanterns, and so on. The streets were incredibly lively, and everyone was incredibly happy and filled with laughter. Zhao Fu stood on a building and looked down at the scene below, and he smiled. Right now, the heaven-awakened world was quite festive. In the real world, there was not much festive atmosphere, and it was just like a normal festival. Your Majesty, it's still early. Don't you want to go and have a look? Everyone else is celebrating. Xianru said with a slight smile. Zhao Fu nodded and replied, "This isn't suitable for me, so I won't participate." "Your Majesty, I'll make a few dishes for you then," Xianru said softly. Zhao Fu nodded. Everything else had already been prepared, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Right now, he just had to wait until midnight. Following this, Xianru made a few dishes and brought a flask of wine to the building. Xianru's cooking was simply incredible, and she would never get tired of it. Zhao Fu slowly ate his food while Xianru maintained a calm smile, and the two of them chatted. Soon, it was 12 p.m., and Zhao Fu stood at the top of the building and looked up at the sky. Heaven and earth essence qi once again started to roil and gather in the sky, forming multicolored orbs of light. Bang, 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 explosions sounded out in the sky as these multicolored balls of light exploded the moment they were formed. Tens of thousands of different colored motes of light fell from the sky like fireworks, looking extremely beautiful. It wasn't just Zhao Fu, everyone in the heaven-awakened world looked up at this beautiful rain of fireworks. Numerous couples were even holding hands and interlocking their fingers as they snuggled up against each other, enjoying this gorgeous moment with endless affection that caused others to feel envious. Countless motes of light gently floated down from the sky. Red, palm-sized pouches with the character for fortune embroidered on them appeared in front of everyone. This was the New Year's gift. No matter who it was, everyone would get one. That was why Zhao Fu said that this was a festival that was beneficial to everyone. It was also the most popular festival for countless people. Who wouldn't like this kind of festival where there were rewards for doing nothing? A fortune pouch also appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to take the fortune pouch. He opened it expectantly, and a white light shot out as a few copper coins appeared in his hand. It's only a few copper coins. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, but he still put it away. There were all sorts of New Year's gifts. Most people would receive at least a few copper coins, and those who were lucky could receive equipment or skills. Those who were extremely lucky could even receive gold-grade items or even legendary-grade items. This was just the beginning of the new year, and it was only now that the new year began. The new year was split into two parts, day and night. There were different ways to obtain New Year points, and these New Year points were used to exchange for all sorts of things. It was now night time, and what Zhao Fu did next was sleep. That's right, he didn't do anything and just went to bed to sleep. No one would have thought of this. Why would he sleep instead of obtaining New Year points? It would just be a waste of time, and others would benefit from it. However, sleeping was actually participating in the New Year's dreamland. After sleeping, one's consciousness would enter the New Year dreamland. The New Year dreamland would only appear during the New Year, and it would open at 8 p.m. Anyone who was sleeping could enter, and it would close at 8 a.m. the next day. There were 12 hours in total, and not only would it allow one to lie comfortably in bed, but it would also allow one to have a good night's sleep. Moreover, one's consciousness would be able to participate in the New Year's dreamland. It could be said that both resting and participating in the New Year's dreamland did not interfere with each other. This was the New Year's dreamland, and it felt quite good. It was used by lazy people, and it felt as if one was lying down and winning a prize. Moreover, the New Year dreamland was not an independent dreamland but a shared dreamland. In other words, everyone could enter and appear in the New Year dreamland. After entering the New Year dreamland, one would not be able to use any skills or powers, including nation armaments, and one would only be able to rely on one's own strength. Zhao Fu did not know what the New Year dreamland was like, but he was quite interested in it. After returning to his room, Zhao Fu found a few female attendants in thin clothes lying on the bed. Seeing that Zhao Fu had woken up, the female attendants prepared to get up. Zhao Fu thought about it and understood, so he had them continue to lie on the bed. They were the Xianbei women from before, and they were quite beautiful. The Xianbei village elder had brought them here, and they had served Zhao Fu for a long time, so they had a good relationship with each other. They were currently warming his bed, and because of the cold weather, the bed was quite cold. If one was alone, it would take a long time for the bed to be warmed up. As such, they had to let someone else sleep on the bed, which meant that they had to warm the bed. This had been around for a long time, and they were commonly referred to as bed-warming maids or bed-warming maids. Zhao Fu very rarely slept lying down, and he normally sat cross-legged on the bed, cultivating as he slept. As such, he did not need them to warm his bed. However, because it was an event today, the female attendants understood this, so they helped Zhao Fu warm his bed so that he could sleep more comfortably. Seeing them like this, Zhao Fu felt a warmth in his heart. Looking at their thin clothes, he did not wake them up in case they caught a cold. After all, the bed was quite big, and it would not be a problem for a few more people to sleep on. Hearing that Zhao Fu did not want them to wake up, the female attendants' faces became slightly red, and they stayed under the blanket. Seeing Zhao Fu take off his outer clothes, their hearts started to beat rapidly. Seeing Zhao Fu take off his blanket and lie down, the female attendants' faces became bright red, and their hearts rapidly thumped. After entering the New Year dreamland, Zhao Fu's vision started to become hazy, and he could not see clearly what was around him. Soon, his vision became clear, and Zhao Fu found that he was in a boundless white space. His body was floating in the air, and what surprised Zhao Fu was that he had turned into a small beast. The small beasts looked like kittens, and their bodies were the same size. However, their appearances were somewhat different. They looked like cheilants and had large eyes and furry bodies. They did not look scary and instead looked quite cute. Apart from this, even though all of the small beasts looked the same, they all had a black mark on their foreheads. This mark was actually a character in their names that was twisted, making it difficult to tell what the character was. However, it could be used as a special mark to distinguish different Nians. The black mark on Zhao Fu's forehead was a twisted Pu character. Zhao Fu's body was still protected by a white light, and there were many small beasts around him. They floated in the air and spoke to each other, making it quite noisy. Some of the small beasts were chasing a round ball, and after catching it, they would devour it in one mouthful, causing their bodies to become slightly bigger. Some of the small beasts would chase after other small beasts and attack their bottoms. The attacked small beasts would release white bubbles, which would be absorbed by the attacking small beasts. At the same time, the attacking small beasts would become slightly bigger. Zhao Fu quickly received a system announcement and understood that he had become a Nian, and the white light protecting him was a novice's protection. Nians that had just entered the New Year Dreamland, as well as those that had revived, would all be protected by this white light. Those round things were glutinous rice balls. There were different types of glutinous rice balls, and they each represented different New Year points. A level 1 glutinous rice ball that gave off a white light gave 10 New Year points, a level 2 glutinous rice ball that gave off a blue light gave 50 New Year points, a level 3 glutinous rice ball that gave off a silver light gave 100 New Year points. The higher the grade of the glutinous rice ball, the more New Year points it would give. Of course, the higher the grade of the glutinous rice ball, the fewer New Year points it would give. After eating the glutinous rice ball, not only would one obtain New Year points, but one's body would also become bigger, and one's power and speed would greatly increase. However, the New Year points that you obtained did not belong to you yet, as they could still be stolen. In other words, they could still be attacked, which was what Zhao Fu had seen. As for the other small beasts, as long as they attacked other small beasts' butts, they would obtain their opponent's New Year points, and their bodies would also become bigger. The little beasts that were attacked would have less and less New Year points, and if they did not have any New Year points and were still attacked, they would die after being attacked 3 times and be revived somewhere else. Only after the New Year Dreamland closed would one receive New Year points. Of course, even if one did not receive anything, as long as one participated, they would receive 100 New Year points. Zhao Fu was currently in the novice protection period, so the other small beasts were not interested in Zhao Fu. Some of them were fighting for the glutinous rice balls, while others were attacking other small beasts. The scene was very chaotic. At that moment, Zhao Fu first went to a remote place to prevent himself from being attacked by a group of people after the novice protection disappeared. At the same time, he observed for any opportunities and moved his limbs to get used to Nian's body so that it would be easier for him to move later. Now that Zhao Fu was in the novice protection period, he could not be attacked. Of course, he could not attack others, so he could not eat glutinous rice balls. Time gradually passed, and the white light around Zhao Fu's body became weaker and weaker. Just as it was about to disappear, Zhao Fu started to move. A slightly larger Nian had just attacked a few other Nians and obtained many New Year points, and it was now being chased by a few other Nians. Even though its body was quite big and it did not lose to any of the Nians in a one-on-one battle, it could not face so many Nians at once, so it could only choose to run. This was the general situation. Unless you were so powerful that not a single Nian dared to attack you, the other Nians would group up and attack you. If you only ate glutinous rice balls, you would also be attacked by others. As such, the most important thing was to protect your butt and not be attacked by others. Only then could you attack others or eat glutinous rice balls. Fudge. If you're so strong, don't run. Your big bro's going to beat your butt, one of the Nians said with a vulgar-looking young man's voice. The Nian running in front said with a middle-aged man's voice and disdainfully replied, "Brat. If you're so strong, come fight me one-on-one, I'll show you what it means to have a butt." Another Nian said with a young man's voice. The other Nians did not say anything else and chased after the middle-aged Nian. The other Nians did not say anything else and chased after the middle-aged Nian. Seeing the Nians chasing after him, the middle-aged Nian could only speed up and run. The other Nians understood that because the middle-aged Nian was big and had an advantage in speed and power, it would be very difficult for them to catch up. As such, they decided to surround him. At that moment, the middle-aged Nian realized their intentions. Of course, he would not let them do as they wished, so he quickly turned and ran in another direction. The other Nians inwardly cursed and could only continue to chase after him. The middle-aged Nian turned and gave a pleased laugh, making the other Nians feel incredibly furious. However, the situation suddenly changed. A Nian with a protective white light rushed to the middle-aged Nian's side. The middle-aged Nian was quite startled. He understood the rules. Nians with protective white light could not attack, and the protective white light could not be removed on their own. They had to wait until the protective time was up. As such, he could not understand why this Nian had run over. However, in the next second, the protective white light around Xiao Fu disappeared, giving the middle-aged Nian a big fright. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. Xiao Fu leapt forward and slapped his paw against the middle-aged Nian's butt. 5 bubbles came out of the middle-aged Nian's body and entered Xiao Fu's body. Immediately, Xiao Fu received a system announcement that he had received 50 New Year points. The middle-aged Nian furiously roared and turned around, wanting to attack Xiao Fu. However, Xiao Fu tactfully retreated as soon as his attack landed. After obtaining 50 New Year points, Xiao Fu's body became slightly bigger, while the middle-aged Nian's body became slightly smaller. However, he was still slightly bigger than ordinary Nians, so he most likely had at least 150 New Year points. Xiao Fu ran towards the Nians that had been chasing him. Seeing this, the middle-aged Nian cursed. Once he was surrounded by a few Nians, he would not be able to obtain anything, so he could only turn and continue to run. At that moment, Xiao Fu saw that the middle-aged Nian had stopped chasing him, so he hurriedly ran to the side to prevent the other Nians from attacking him. Xiao Fu quickly ran and did not care about what was happening behind him, nor did he care if the middle-aged Nian had been killed. After all, running for his life was more important. Xiao Fu already had extraordinary strength, but now that he was the same as a normal person, Xiao Fu felt quite uncomfortable. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The New Year Dreamland cut off all power, and those who entered had to follow its rules. Now that the novice protection was gone, Xiao Fu had to be on his guard, as he could be attacked at any moment. At the same time, Xiao Fu had to find an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, 10 meters in front of Xiao Fu, a white light flashed as a round white orb appeared. It was a level 1 glutinous rice ball, and while there was no one around, Xiao Fu immediately ran over and devoured it. System announcement. You have eaten a level 1 glutinous rice ball and obtained 10 New Year points. After devouring this glutinous rice ball, Xiao Fu's body became slightly bigger. There was no one around Xiao Fu, and 3 more level 1 glutinous rice balls appeared, all of which were monopolized by Xiao Fu. However, with Xiao Fu's current body, he was much bigger than normal Nians, so he quickly became a target. As Xiao Fu continued to search for glutinous rice balls, a Nian stealthily walked towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu had discovered it a long time ago, and even though he did not have the same strength as before, his senses were not weak. This Nian was as big as a normal Nian, and it seemed that it had not obtained any New Year points yet. It seemed to be a newborn Nian. Xiao Fu pretended not to notice it and continued to search for glutinous rice balls. The Nian slowly came closer, and soon, there were only 3 meters between them. The Nian crouched down and prepared to attack Xiao Fu. However, at that moment, Xiao Fu suddenly turned around and somersaulted backwards, jumping behind the ambushing Nian. The ambushing Nian was so scared that it immediately ran away. Xiao Fu quickly caught up to it because he had an advantage in terms of speed and strength. Seeing this, the Nian said in a young girl's voice, which was quite pleasant to hear, "Big bro, I was wrong. I was wrong, please let me go." It was still a girl, but Xiao Fu did not show any mercy because the other party had attacked him first. He extended his claws and slapped the other parties but 3 times in a row. Notification. You have received 5 New Year points. Notification. You have received 5 New Year points. Notification. You have received 5 New Year points. Indeed, attacking these new Nians did not yield much. 1 hit only gave him 5 points, and 3 hits only gave him 15 points. Xiao Fu was quite disappointed. "I'll remember you." Don't let me see you again, or I'll *CK you to death, the young Nyan cursed angrily. Her tone was completely different from when she had begged for mercy. However, after shouting these words, her body slowly disappeared, because she had already been attacked by Xiao Fu 3 times. Xiao Fu couldn't help but laugh when he heard what she said. She actually said she wanted to *CK me. I wonder if we have that tool. Xiao Fu did not mind too much because the New Year Dreamland was incredibly big, and it was almost impossible to meet her again. After she died, she would most likely revive somewhere else. Following this, Xiao Fu continued to search for glutinous rice balls. At the same time, he found a target. This Nyan was twice as big as normal Nyans, and it looked quite ferocious as it chased after other Nyans. From its size, it was most likely a level 2 Nyan. Nyans were split into different grades, and the bigger they were, the higher their grade would be. As their grade increased, they could even obtain some skills. Xiao Fu was not in a hurry to act. With his current strength and speed, it would be quite difficult for him to defeat that Nyan, so he had to think of a way. At that moment, a Nyan that was about as big as Xiao Fu came over and said in a young man's voice, "Friend, how about we work together? Let's work together and see if we can attack it." Hearing this, Xiao Fu nodded. With his current strength, it would be quite difficult for him to attack that Nyan, so he agreed to work together. Following this, the two of them discussed before starting to act. The big Nyan continued to chase after the other Nyan beasts, and because it had a great advantage in speed, it quickly caught up to the escaping Nyan beasts. With a swipe of its paw, it easily killed one Nyan beast before turning its attention to another Nyan beast. Just as it was about to attack, a black figure leapt at it. Xiao Fu quickly ran over and swiped at its bottom. However, the Nyan seemed to have sensed this, and it suddenly turned and swiped at Xiao Fu, sending Xiao Fu flying. Luckily, it had only hit its bottom, or else Xiao Fu would have died. Seeing Xiao Fu launch a sneak attack, the large Nyan coldly laughed and chased after Xiao Fu, wanting to kill Xiao Fu. Looking at Xiao Fu's size, he most likely had many New Year points. However, at that moment, a paw vigorously slapped its bottom. The young man who had been working together with Xiao Fu had acted. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After being hit, the large Nyan's bottom continuously gave off bubbles, and its body became a bit smaller. After obtaining the bubbles, the young Nyan's body became a bit bigger, but the large Nyan's body was still much bigger. Facing the young Nyan's sneak attack, the large Nyan furiously roared and chased after the young Nyan. However, at that moment, another paw slapped its bottom. Xiao Fu had turned back and started to attack the large Nyan. Because they had planned this beforehand, their teamwork was quite good. After being ambushed again, the large Nyan furiously turned around and tried to attack Xiao Fu. However, its body was already as big as Xiao Fu's, and because Xiao Fu had absorbed its bubbles, he had become even bigger. Facing its attack, Xiao Fu did not mind and continued to slap at it. After being hit in the bottom, the large Nyan's body gave off a white light. Because it had already been slapped 3 times, it had to revive, and it could only curse before its body disappeared. Xiao Fu obtained 2/3 of its New Year points, and its body became even bigger than ordinary Nyan's. It was only slightly smaller than the large Nyan from before. The young Nyan who had been working together with Xiao Fu ran over and smiled as it said, "Congratulations. You should be a level 2 Nyan by now, right?" Xiao Fu smiled and nodded. With his body, he could indeed be counted as a level 2 Nyan, and he also received a speed stat. "Should we continue working together then?" The young Nyan asked expectantly. Now that Xiao Fu was a level 2 Nyan, and adding on the fact that they had worked together before, the young Nyan trusted Xiao Fu quite a bit. If he continued working together with Xiao Fu, he would be able to obtain many benefits. Xiao Fu did not hesitate and happily agreed, as this would be beneficial to him as well. Following this, Xiao Fu and the young Nyan chased after the other young Nyans while eating glutinous rice balls. Soon, the young Nyan also became a level 2 Nyan. The young Nyan nodded in agreement. Because their time was limited, they could not waste it on these smaller Nyan beasts, as they would not be able to obtain enough New Year points. As such, they had to find other larger Nyan beasts to obtain more New Year points. Not long after, the two of them found a target, which was also a level 2 Nyan. It was currently chasing after other smaller Nians, and while it was not discovered, Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu stealthily sneaked over. The level 2 Nian had been too focused on chasing the other smaller Nians, so it hadn't noticed them. By the time it had noticed, it was too late, and it had been surrounded by Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu. The level 2 Nian warily looked at Zhao Fu and said in a hoarse voice, "Can the two of you let me off?" It wasn't easy for them to find their prey, so how could they give up? The young man at the back took the initiative to attack, his body leaping forward. The level 2 Nian immediately ran to the left, and Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity to leap up, sending the level 2 Nian flying. The young man arrived and slapped his paw against the Nian's bottom, causing bubbles to appear on the level 2 Nian's body to shrink. Zhao Fu quickly ran over, and with the young man's help, he smacked its bottom and obtained 150 New Year points. After being attacked twice, the level 2 Nian's body became much smaller, and it was no match for Zhao Fu and the young man. However, in the end, Zhao Fu decided to give it to the young man. After all, he had taken advantage of the big Nian last time, so he decided to give it to the young man this time. However, at that moment, a small Nian suddenly attacked Zhao Fu. It was most likely one of the Nian that had been chased by the level 2 Nian, and it wanted to launch a sneak attack while Zhao Fu and the young man were careless. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had discovered it in time. If it had been a young Nian, it would have been easy for him to fall for it, as his attention had been completely focused on the level 2 Nian. Facing the sneak attack from the small Nian, Zhao Fu turned around and ferociously leapt at it. Because Zhao Fu's body was more than twice the size of an ordinary Nian, he was able to completely suppress the Nian. I failed again. Nian, who was pressed down by Zhao Fu, roared angrily and scratched Zhao Fu with its claws. Zhao Fu was speechless. Why was it her again? No wonder she chose to sneak attack him. That's right, it was the Nian that wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Although Zhao Fu didn't remember her appearance, he still remembered her voice. By now, the young Nian had successfully killed the level 2 Nian, and seeing this scene, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhao Fu pressed down on the young Nian with his body and smiled. He used his claws to slap her but 3 more times before replying to the young man, "It's nothing. I caught an idiot that wanted to ambush us." The young man didn't mind and simply responded. Because the young Nian had been hit 3 more times, her body gave off a white light and was about to revive. She had been killed again and humiliated like this, causing her to angrily yell, "I'll remember you for the rest of my life." Before she could finish speaking, the young Nian's body disappeared. However, Zhao Fu didn't mind and smirked, not taking her seriously at all. Following this, they continued to kill other level 2 Nians and eat some glutinous rice balls, and their relationship became closer. "I forgot. Friend, what's your name?" the young man asked as he awkwardly smiled. Zhao Fu thought about it and replied that he was called Xianxia. Of course, Zhao Fu couldn't reveal his identity, or else it wouldn't be good for him or himself. Following this, Zhao Fu found out that his name was Xianxia, and the two of them started to chat. Following this, as they continuously killed level 2 Nians and ate glutinous rice balls, Zhao Fu and Xianxia both became level 3 Nians. However, after becoming level 3 Nians, the two of them split up. Level 3 Nians were already top-tier Nians, and most of them were still level 1 Nians. There were very few level 2 Nians, and because there was not much prey for 2 level 3 Nians, they would not be able to obtain many New Year points. As such, it was better for them to split up and take over a region. With their level 3 Nian's strength, they would not have many opponents, and they would be able to obtain more New Year points. The level 3 Nian's body was as big as a hunting dog's, and Zhao Fu also obtained 2 bonus stats, strength and protection. There was no need to even mention the strength stat, as it only increased strength by a bit. Protection was a barrier that would appear around Zhao Fu's body after he used it. This barrier's defense was quite average, and it could block 7 or 8 small Nian's attacks. It could only be used once every 10 minutes. After Zhao Fu and Xianxia split up, they chose a region and started to hunt level 2 Nians. Ordinary small Nians would run as soon as they saw Zhao Fu, and none of them dared to attack Zhao Fu. The other level 2 Nians also did not dare to stay for long when they saw Zhao Fu. Because of how powerful level 3 Nians were, Zhao Fu was able to easily kill level 2 Nians, and his buttock skills greatly improved. Even though it was quite shameless, that was how the rules were. You could either accept the rules and participate or leave. Soon, Zhao Fu turned his gaze to a level 2 Nian and turned into a black blur as he ran over. The level 2 Nian was given a big fright, and when it saw Zhao Fu's massive body, it immediately chose to run. However, it was all for naught. Level 3 Nians were incredibly fast, so Zhao Fu quickly caught up to it. Zhao Fu skillfully raised his claws and prepared to slap down on its butt. Can you not kill me?" The escaping Nian turned and said in a soft female voice, causing Zhao Fu to pause. This voice was quite familiar. Zhao Fu thought about it but could not remember who it was. However, he was sure that she had gone to the same university as him, or that she was someone he had met while working. However, Zhao Fu's personality was quite eccentric, and he did not have many friends at work or at school. He did not care about others, so many people did not remember him. Seeing that she was someone he knew, Zhao Fu decided to let her off and turned to attack the other level 2 Nians. Seeing Zhao Fu leave, the level 2 Nian had never thought that he would really let her off after just saying that. Seeing him leave, she let out a sigh of relief, and she felt that Zhao Fu seemed quite familiar. "Screw you. Stop chasing me," a ruffian Nian loudly cursed at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu had no intention of letting him off, and he ferociously leapt over and kicked his butt 3 times. Since he dared to curse at him, Zhao Fu naturally would not treat him well. The ruffian Nian cried out in pain and cursed at Zhao Fu. However, it was a pity that after cursing at him, its body disappeared. Suddenly. Of course, Zhao Fu also saw the golden glutinous rice ball and immediately rushed over. However, it was a pity that someone else beat him to it, and it was a level 2 Nian that was nearby. Seeing the golden light around it, the level 2 Nian stared in surprise before looking delighted. It ran over and devoured the golden glutinous rice ball, and its body continuously grew until it became a level 3 Nian. Seeing the other Nian swarming over, the level 3 Nian loudly roared, scaring the level 1 Nians into not daring to get close. However, there were 10 or so level 2 Nians and 2 level 3 Nians that did not leave and instead stared at the level 3 Nian that had eaten the golden glutinous rice ball like prey. Zhao Fu did not join in because after seeing the level 3 Nian devour the golden glutinous rice ball and seeing many Nians rush over, Zhao Fu stopped and thought about what to do. If he foolishly rushed over, he would not be able to obtain anything and would be attacked by others. Seeing so many Nians staring at it, the Nian that had eaten the golden glutinous rice ball turned and ran, and the other Nians quickly chased after it. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he chased after them. However, his target was not the escaping Nian but the chasing Nian. Because they were chasing ahead, it would be easy for Zhao Fu to launch a sneak attack from behind. Moreover, with so many Nians gathered together, he would not have to look around. Pa! 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 Zhao Fu caught up to the level 2 Nians and smacked their bottoms. In just a few moments, he had smacked 6 Nians to death, and the other level 2 Nians were so scared that they did not dare to continue and ran in all directions. The 2 level 3 Nians were also afraid that Zhao Fu would launch a sneak attack from behind, so they could only stop. One of the level 3 Nians said loudly, "Let's kill this person who's trying to sneak attack us." Seeing that there were 2 level 3 Nians against 1 level 3 Nian, the other level 2 Nians hesitated before turning back and running towards Zhao Fu. They felt quite angry at Zhao Fu for launching a sneak attack, but they also felt that they might be able to obtain some benefits. After all, there were already 2 level 3 Nians, and with them, it was impossible for them to lose. The level 3 Nian, which was the Nian that had eaten the golden glutinous rice ball, also stopped to see if there was an opportunity for it to take advantage of the situation. Although Zhao Fu had just helped him, there was nothing for him to be grateful about. He knew that Zhao Fu only wanted to obtain New Year points. Looking at the Nian surrounding him, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and instead loudly laughed. His body gave off a large amount of white light, and his body became as big as a lion. He was now a level 4 Nian. Seeing Zhao Fu suddenly become a level 4 Nian, everyone else was shocked, and the Nians that had been charging at Zhao Fu immediately scattered. It was impossible for Zhao Fu to let them off. In less than a minute, he caught up to 2 level 3 Nians and ferociously smacked their bottoms, obtaining 1,200 New Year points in total. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the Nian that had eaten the golden glutinous rice ball, causing its expression to fall. However, it had long since escaped, and Zhao Fu could not catch up to it. As such, he turned to look at the level 2 Nians that were closer. In just a few leaps, Zhao Fu caught up to a few level 2 Nians. Just as he was about to swipe at them, he suddenly felt a small thing attack him from behind. Zhao Fu immediately turned around and pressed it against the ground. "Arg, you bastard, let me go," the small Nian said in a familiar young woman's voice. Zhao Fu felt quite frustrated. Why was it this young woman again? That's right, it was the young Nian that had said that she wanted to do something to Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu's body was as big as a lion, while the young Nian was the size of a little kitten. Zhao Fu pressed her against the ground, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. "Bastard! You're hurting me," the young Nian yelled as she stared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smirked. Wasn't she supposed to revive somewhere else after dying? Why had he encountered her again? However, he had already killed her twice, and with Zhao Fu's status as a level 4 Nian, he was not interested in her at all. Zhao Fu let go of her and said, "Go, go, go. I won't kill you this time, and don't come looking for me again. Otherwise, I'll make you pay next time." The young Nian's large eyes were filled with tears, and she looked quite pitiful. Looking at her, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying sympathetically, "All right, I'll let you do it once. I'll let you do it once. Are you happy now?" After saying this, Zhao Fu turned around and pointed his bottom at the young Nian. Looking at the bottom that she had been dreaming of, a look of delight appeared on the young Nian's face, and she immediately leapt at it. However, thinking back to Zhao Fu's words, she hesitated. It seemed that Zhao Fu was not a bad person and was quite a good person. It was she who had launched a sneak attack on him, so there was nothing wrong with him killing her. Should she not do it? Thinking about how he had killed her and humiliated her, she felt quite unwilling. After thinking about it, the young Nian decided to pat him a little to vent her anger. The young Nian leapt up from the ground and slapped towards Zhao Fu. As she flew through the air, she thought to herself that perhaps becoming friends with Zhao Fu would not be too bad. However, the situation suddenly changed. Just as the young Nian was about to hit Zhao Fu suddenly turned around and stretched out his paw, sending the young Nian flying. He could not help but loudly laugh as he said, "You really are an idiot, how could you believe something like that? Arg! I'm going to kill you." After being humiliated by him and deceived by him, she felt that she had believed that he was a good person. The young Nian was furious to the point of going crazy and rushed at Zhao Fu, wanting to bite off a few pieces of Zhao Fu's flesh. Seeing her rush at him, Zhao Fu killed her in a few hits. He had wanted to let her go, but she still wanted to pat him. How could Zhao Fu let her do that? However, she definitely hated him to death. Zhao Fu did not mind and did not believe that he would meet her again. Even if he met her again, he would just kill her again. Zhao Fu continued to kill level 2 Nians and continuously obtained New Year points. Now that Zhao Fu had become a level 4 Nian, he had obtained a stat called Strengthened Senses, which allowed him to sense his surroundings and prevent any danger. With this stat, it would be very difficult for him to be ambushed. Now that Zhao Fu was a level 4 Nian, he was one of the most powerful Nians. However, he felt that the number of New Year points he had obtained was quite small, and he wondered if there was any way for him to obtain New Year points. Just as Zhao Fu was thinking to himself, outside the New Year dreamland, Zhao Fu's body lay on the bed, and the female attendants were all asleep. The golden dragon could sense Zhao Fu's thoughts, so it opened its eyes and said to the 4 swords by the bed, "Do you want to help your master?" The 4 swords lightly trembled and gave off different lights. The first to speak was the slaughtering ghost sword, "Do you have any way to help my master?" Within the New Year dreamland, Zhao Fu was thinking about how to obtain a large number of New Year points. However, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his head, and it was as if something had drilled into his head. This intense pain caused Zhao Fu to be unable to bear it, and he powerlessly fell to the ground and moaned in pain. Seeing such a massive Nian fall to the ground in pain, the other Nians all ran over, attracting many level 2 and level 3 Nians. It was evident that Zhao Fu had lost his ability to fight, and with his massive body, killing him would give them large amounts of New Year points. People died for wealth, so countless Nians swarmed over. However, no one dared to make a move. After all, a level 4 Nian was one of the most powerful existences in the New Year Dreamland, and they were worried that Zhao Fu was faking it. After all, they were fine, so why did Zhao Fu look like he was in so much pain? However, were they just going to look at such a big piece of meat? The group of Nians hesitated, but at that moment, a small Nian quickly rushed out and slapped Zhao Fu's but before immediately retreating. Large amounts of bubbles flowed out of Zhao Fu's body and entered the small Nian's body. In just an instant, the small Nian's body doubled in size and became a level 2 Nian. Seeing this scene, the countless Nian's eyes became red. They were now sure that Zhao Fu did not have much battle power, and indeed, Zhao Fu's head was in too much pain to care about anything else. The countless Nians flooded towards Zhao Fu, about to inundate Zhao Fu. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu's head stopped hurting, and 4 rays of sword light appeared in his mind. These 4 rays of sword light gave off different lights and different auras, but Zhao Fu could sense that they were his 4 swords. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and looked at the incoming Nians, and his gaze became cold as he sent out 4 rays of sword light. 4 rays of sword light shot out from 4 different directions, bringing with them a large wave of sword light. In just an instant, the large amount of sword light killed the countless incoming Nian beasts. Seeing this terrifying scene, the surrounding Nian beasts scattered in fear, and a large area around Zhao Fu became empty. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body gave off a large amount of white light. Indeed, even though Zhao Fu had been patted, the 4 sword lights had killed countless Nians, including many level 2 and level 3 Nians, causing Zhao Fu to level up into a level 5 Nian. The level 5 Nian was as big as a cow and gave off even greater power. At the same time, the light that Zhao Fu's body gave off was not white but rainbow-colored light. Now, the light that Zhao Fu gave off made him look like a divine beast. Zhao Fu was quite curious, and only after looking at the system announcement did he understand what was going on. The level 5 Nian had given him a bloodline attribute. In other words, the bloodline of the body outside the New Year Dreamland could affect the body of the current Nian. With Zhao Fu's sovereign bloodline, it was no surprise that he gave off a rainbow-colored light. With this bloodline attribute, Zhao Fu's body's various abilities became stronger, and the other stats that he had obtained from before also became much stronger. After becoming a level 5 Nian, Zhao Fu was almost invincible, and he could now control sword lights to carry out large-scale massacres. He did not need to directly chase after Nians, and he could directly use sword lights to kill them to obtain New Year points. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on, but it was as if he had been given a cheat, and he madly slaughtered, causing his New Year points to increase at a shocking rate. Suddenly, a violet glutinous rice ball appeared, giving off a violet light that covered the surroundings. Seeing this, countless Nians excitedly rushed over, as the violet glutinous rice ball could obtain 1,200 New Year points. This time, Zhao Fu had long since set up an ambush. Seeing the large number of Nians charging over, he loudly laughed as he sent out 4 rays of sword light, which gave off sharp sword winds as they shot towards the countless Nians. Seeing Zhao Fu's figure, the countless Nians were given a fright and immediately turned to run, yelling, "The big Nian is over there! Everyone, don't go!" The big Nian was naturally Zhao Fu. With Zhao Fu's massive body and terrifying abilities, as well as his unique rainbow-colored light, he had become the nightmare of countless Nians. Because Nians could continuously revive, many people knew about Zhao Fu. As such, as soon as the charging Nians heard Zhao Fu's name, they all ran in panic, not daring to fight over the violet glutinous rice ball. It could be seen how terrified Zhao Fu was. However, they were unable to escape, and Zhao Fu caught up to them. His 4 rays of sword light flashed back and forth, killing a large number of Nians. The remaining Nians were scared out of their wits and continuously ran away. In the end, seeing that there was no one around, Zhao Fu put away his sword light and swallowed the violet glutinous rice ball. System announcement. You have swallowed the violet glutinous rice ball and obtained 1,200 New Year points. System announcement. You have leveled up to level 6 Nian. Just as Zhao Fu ate the violet glutinous rice ball, he received 2 system announcements. His body once again became as big as an elephant, and the aura he gave off became even more intense. At the same time, Zhao Fu obtained another attribute, Beast King Domain. Within the Beast King Domain, Zhao Fu's various abilities would become stronger, and anyone who stepped into Zhao Fu's Beast King domain would have their stats reduced. After becoming a level 6 Nian, Zhao Fu's power was not something that the five of them could contend against. He continued to madly slaughter Nians, bringing with him a rain of blood. Wherever he went, he would not leave a single Nian alive. 7 or 8 hours later, Zhao Fu's body was 20 meters tall, and he looked like a small mountain. He gave off a terrifying aura, and when ordinary Nians saw Zhao Fu from afar, they would immediately run. Now, Zhao Fu was a level 9 Nian, and he was definitely a top-tier existence. No one could rival him. At this point, Zhao Fu deeply felt how lonely it was to be invincible, and he had fewer targets. Zhao Fu did not even want to attack a few hundred Nians, and he could only wander around in the New Year dreamland, looking for large groups of Nians. Suddenly, Zhao Fu saw a familiar figure and lightly smiled as he leapt up and landed behind a small Nian. The little Nian looked quite happy as she ate a glutinous rice ball, but the figure that had suddenly appeared caused her to immediately run. This was because she felt that the aura behind her was simply too powerful, and it was at the level of a monster. Seeing that she wanted to run, Zhao Fu stretched out a claw and pressed her against the ground. At that moment, the small Nian turned and looked at the massive figure in terror. Because Zhao Fu was 10 or so times bigger than before, the small Nian only came back to her senses after looking at him for a while. She continuously waved her claws and angrily yelled, "It's you again. I'm going to screw you." Time gradually passed, and soon, it was time for the New Year dreamland to close. Everyone had made great gains. A Nian giving off golden light swallowed a violet glutinous rice ball and gave a domineering roar, causing the other Nians to not dare to get close. This was because they understood how powerful the other side was, and this was especially so for Nians that gave off different lights. Ordinary Nians that gave off blue light could defeat 2 Nians of the same level, while Nians that gave off silver light could defeat 5 Nians of the same level. They had personally seen this Nian giving off golden light defeat 10 Nian beasts of the same level by itself. It was incredibly terrifying and made them feel fear. From what they could see, golden Nians were the most terrifying existences, and not a single one of them was a match for them. This golden Nian was actually Great Shang's legatee, Di Wutian. Looking at the fearful gazes around him, Di Wutian gave a pleased and confident smile before leaping up and killing other Nians. Apart from Di Wutian, the other dynasty legatees were all golden Nians, and they gave off powerful auras, causing all of the Nians they saw to run away, not daring to stay. Of course, this sort of power gave them immense confidence. System announcement. The New Year Dreamland is about to close, and the Dreamland rankings will be announced. The top 1,000 people will receive all sorts of rewards. A system announcement sounded out in everyone's minds, following which a massive stone stele appeared in the sky. Everyone's names appeared on it, as well as their New Year points. There's a rankings? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, and he received a system announcement and chose to hide his information. Rank 1, Unknown, 580,000 New Year points. Rank 2, Ji Shenming, 140,000 New Year points. Rank 3, Tina Pendragon, 120,000 New Year points. Rank 4, CG, 110,000 New Year points. The list of names, as well as the New Year points, caused countless people to stare dumbfounded. They had been fighting for 10 or so New Year points, but the others had already obtained more than 100,000 New Year points. It would have been fine if the rankings had not been announced, but once they were announced, everyone was given a big fright. There was a difference of 440,000 New Year points between first and second place. Was the person in first about to die? How could he obtain so many New Year points? This was too shocking. However, although the first place didn't show his name, countless people curled their lips. They didn't know what Crown Prince Qin was trying to do. When they saw that Crown Prince Qin's name wasn't in the top 10, they naturally knew who the first place person was. If Crown Prince Qin couldn't enter the top 10, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Therefore, Crown Prince Qin would definitely be the first. There was no doubt. Zhao Fu's shocking number of New Year points caused the expressions of the other legatees to become unsightly. The gap between them was simply too great, and if it wasn't for the snow blocking the roads, they would have given the order to attack Qin City at all costs. Zhao Fu wasn't surprised by the fact that he was ranked first. He felt at ease. Following this, the New Year dreamland closed, and a large red box appeared in Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu's consciousness gradually returned to his body. However, just as his consciousness returned to his body, Zhao Fu felt his body sink, and there seemed to be something in his mouth that continuously moved. He opened his eyes. He saw Long Xiaoxiao pressing down on him with her hands holding his head. Her eyes were closed, and she was kissing him with a flushed, greedy, and forgetful expression. She was making moaning sounds, and it was her tongue that was moving in his mouth. Zhao Fu immediately furrowed his brows. Long Xiaoxiao seemed to sense something, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing that Zhao Fu had woken up, she was so scared that she turned into a ray of green light and entered the Sin Dragon sword. She guiltily explained, "Owner, I'm quite worried." She guiltily explained, "Owner, I'm adding a status for you, don't misunderstand." Zhao Fu thought back to the 4 rays of sword light from before and understood why there had been 4 rays of sword light in his mind. However, Zhao Fu looked at Long Xiaoxiao suspiciously. "This is a secret technique of the Heaven Murder Empire. I said before that the Heaven Murder Empire has countless secret techniques, and any one of them will be of great help to you. You won't regret working with me, right? However, this kind of festival is a gift from the heavens to the Legacy Land, so you must grasp this opportunity and obtain benefits from it. This kind of festival can't be repeated in the future, and it can only happen once. Once it happens, it will never happen again. It can give you many benefits, but it's also the greatest obstacle to helping you. If you don't obtain these things, it's very likely that you'll be slaughtered in the future." The golden dragon's voice suddenly sounded out within Zhao Fu's body, explaining to Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded. Because he had obtained information about the demon god, he naturally knew more than ordinary people, so he knew what would happen next. Hearing the golden dragon's explanation, Long Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, and her goodwill towards it greatly increased. The other 3 swords didn't say anything, making Long Xiaoxiao feel at ease. She told them that she would get along well with them in the future. The sky demon stayed within the sword and didn't mind much, but the other 2 women's faces became slightly red. Zhao Fu quickly changed his mind and did not pay too much attention to this matter. He chatted with the golden dragon about what might happen in the future before looking at the redwood box in his hand. This was the reward for placing first in the New Year dreamland, and Zhao Fu felt quite expectant. He opened the redwood box, and a blinding white light shot out. Following this, a snow-white sword that gave off a faint holy light appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took it and looked at its stats. Light sword, grade, epic, stats, strength plus 20, intelligence plus 20, constitution plus 15, agility plus 15, description, a sword forged from light stones that contains powerful holy light attribute energy. It was another sword, and it was an epic grade weapon. Even though it was only an ordinary epic grade weapon, it was far more powerful than a legendary grade weapon. It was a pity that Daisy used a magic staff, or else he could have given this sword to her. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel. Qin City now had 4 million or so people, and because they were all indigenous residents of a faction, they could use New Year points. As such, Zhao Fu had collected all of Qin City's New Year points. Anyone who participated in the New Year Dreamland would receive 100 New Year points, and with Qin City's population of 4 million, he would receive at least 440 million New Year points. Zhao Fu had actually obtained 500 million or so New Year points. In front of such a monstrous amount of New Year points, the amount that Zhao Fu had obtained by himself was not even a drop in the bucket. It seemed that this event relied on everyone, and individual strength was incredibly weak. After obtaining the general medallion, Zhao Fu did not use it for now and put it away because he thought of something else. Rather than obtaining a special attribute by killing so many Nian beasts, it would be better for all of Qin's residents to obtain this attribute. A single person's gains would definitely not be as good as a group's, so Zhao Fu asked the Golden Dragon what he could do. The Golden Dragon's reply was quite straightforward and said that he could use the 8 absolute sword formation, which would allow everyone to control a trace of sword qi. Even though this trace of sword qi would not be very powerful, it would still be quite useful. The prerequisite was that Zhao Fu would not be able to obtain that powerful sword qi from before, and he would need 8 top-tier swords to unleash the 8 absolute sword formation. When Zhao Fu heard the Golden Dragon's words, he felt quite happy. He had indeed obtained a treasure trove, and even something that was almost impossible could be done. Of course, Xiaofu did not have the sword chi from before, but this was acceptable. After all, Xiaofu's gains would definitely not be as great as everyone else's combined. However, it was impossible for him to obtain first place in the New Year Dreamland, and he still needed 8 top-tier swords. Xiaofu thought about how he already had 4, and his sword was definitely a top-tier sword. Bai Qi's 7 Murder Sword, Wang Jian's Army Destroyer Sword, and Wei Liao's Greedy Wolf Sword were also top-tier swords. Xiaofu suddenly thought of the radiant sword that he had just obtained, but the Golden Dragon said that it was too weak and did not meet the requirements. An ordinary epic grade sword was still too weak, and Xiaofu could not say anything about it. After ordering people to see if they could gather the last sword, Xiaofu turned his attention back to the day activities. Xiaofu had said that the New Year activities were split into day and night activities. The night activities were the New Year Dreamland, which could be completed while lying on a bed. As for the daytime activities, he needed to be active. The New Year's chicken, duck, and fish definitely could not be missing. The day activities had to catch these, but the format was quite strange. First of all, you have to open the door. Closing the door in the New Year is a taboo, because if you can't enter the New Year, you will have bad luck. After opening the door, there might be golden chickens, golden ducks, golden fishes, and golden pigs in every house. If one grabbed these items, they would be able to obtain New Year gifts, but they would not receive New Year points. However, New Year gifts could give all sorts of things. There was also the golden rooster, golden duck, golden fish, and golden pig. They would only appear 8 times in total, and they would only stay for 8 minutes. If they were not caught, they would disappear after 8 minutes. These golden chickens and ducks would also appear in Xiaofu's city hall. Xiaofu was quite interested in this, so he decided to take a look first. Soon, a golden pheasant appeared in the city lord's mansion. Because the city lord's mansion was very big, the golden pheasants and ducks that appeared were also bigger than normal. The golden pheasant that appeared in front of Xiaofu was 2 meters tall, and its body gave off a bright golden light. Its eyes looked quite intelligent, as if it had a life of its own. After appearing, the golden pheasant moved incredibly quickly. It spread its wings and turned into a ray of golden light as it flew everywhere. A golden pheasant of this level would definitely be quite difficult to catch. However, it was still quite simple for Xiaofu. Looking at the golden pheasant flying everywhere, Xiaofu grabbed at the air, and a formless hand instantly grabbed the golden pheasant. After grabbing the golden pheasant gave an ear-piercing cry that was filled with joy and not desolation. Following this, its body turned into motes of golden light and disappeared, leaving behind a small fortune pouch. This fortune pouch was the same as the one from the previous night. Xiaofu grabbed the small fortune pouch and opened it to find a gold-grade material. Only a gold-grade item? Xiaofu felt quite disappointed. After waiting for a while, a golden pig appeared in the city lord's mansion. This pig was 2 meters long and gave off a golden light. It rampaged through the city lord's mansion, but it was quickly caught by Xiaofu. In the end, Xiaofu still obtained a gold-grade item. Xiaofu wasn't interested at all, so he gave up on catching golden pheasants and ducks and left them to his subordinates. Xiaofu focused on the 8 absolute sword formation, but he was quite worried about the final sword. Without the final sword, he wouldn't be able to set up the 8 absolute sword formation, and he wouldn't be able to maximize Qin's benefits. Since ordinary epic grade swords couldn't meet the requirements, they had to be at least ordinary epic grade or above. This would be quite difficult to obtain, as ordinary legendary grade weapons were incredibly rare, let alone epic grade equipment. Xiaofu went to the exchange stone steel and saw that many general medallions and general fates had already been exchanged. Time was of the essence, and Xiaofu had a feeling that the second-ranked general medallion was in danger. Suddenly, Xiaofu thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. He had almost forgotten that he had obtained a seraph heart. This seraph heart had powerful holy light power, and the radiant sword also represented holy light power. If he fused the two of them, the radiant sword's stats would greatly increase, and it would definitely be able to meet the requirements and set up the 8 absolute sword formation. Thinking about that, Xiaofu didn't hesitate and went to an empty area by himself. He took out the seraph heart and the radiant sword and fused them together. The seraph heart slowly fused into the radiant sword, causing it to continuously tremble and give off a clear sword hum. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the radiant sword turned into a ray of white light and shot into the sky. It then turned into a massive orb of light that floated in the air and gave off an incredibly powerful aura. The orb of light started to give off a white holy light. This light wasn't very intense, but it contained some warmth, especially in this winter. Within the orb of light, a figure gradually appeared. In that instant, countless rays of white light descended from the sky, and the orb of light turned into motes of white light that floated down. An angel appeared. She was tall and slim, and she had long, golden hair and a pair of golden eyes. She was quite beautiful and wore a white robe. There were 3 pairs of pure white wings on her back, and she gave off a holy, pure, and warm feeling. She lightly spread her wings and descended with the countless motes of white light. When she came before Xiao Fu, she warmly hugged Xiao Fu's head and lightly kissed Xiao Fu's forehead as she gave a brilliant smile and said, "Master, may the light be with you." Xiao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh. How could the light be with him? He stretched out his hand, and the seraph heart turned into a sword and floated in the air. This made Long Xiaoxiao feel quite envious. Why was this person so open and aboveboard? Moreover, she hadn't made Xiao Fu angry. Xiao Fu looked at the sword closely. It seemed to be made of platinum and was 1 meter long. The blade was quite thin, and it was only 2 fingers wide. At the point where the blade and hilt met was a pair of wings. Even though it didn't seem sharp, it gave off a warm and powerful feeling. The radiant sword's name became the Seraph Sword, and Xiao Fu put it away. Now that he had 4 swords, he could not equip a 5th one. The Seraph Sword did not express any dissatisfaction, and it smiled as it respected Xiao Fu's decisions. This made Xiao Fu feel quite apologetic. Even though Xiao Fu's power leaned towards darkness, King's power was neither good nor evil, so Xiao Fu could use the Seraph Sword. At the same time, the Seraph Sword did not express any malice towards the Sky Demon Sword, making Xiao Fu feel quite surprised. After all, demons and angels were mortal enemies, and even the Sky Demon Sword strongly disliked the Seraph Sword because it instinctively disliked the holy light attribute. Xiao Fu thought about it and found an item called a sword armament. This sword armament had just been obtained from the New Year's event, and it was a gold-grade item. The sword armament was quite special. It was a sword storage mark, which meant that it could store swords. A mark would appear on one's body, and it was similar to a spatial ring. However, it was quite different from a spatial ring. The swords within the sword armament could freely enter and leave, and they could be used in places where spatial rings were forbidden. Moreover, it could maintain the swords themselves. Xiao Fu used the sword armament, and a sword mark appeared on the back of his hand. Xiao Fu looked at the space within the mark and found that there were 42 rectangular spaces, which could store 42 swords. Now that he used the sword armament, he could store all of his swords. The other swords did not have much of an opinion about the sword armament, as it was more or less the same as Xiao Fu wearing it. However, Xiao Fu decided to try it out first. He started to put the 5 swords into the sword armament, and the sword mark on the back of his hand flashed as 5 sword lights shot out. 5 swords that gave off different powers floated in front of Xiao Fu, allowing Xiao Fu to choose which one he wanted. Xiao Fu felt that this was quite good. He had gathered the final sword for the 8 absolute sword formation. Now, it was time to set up the 8 absolute sword formation. After all, Xiao Fu was not going to participate in the golden chicken catching event, so he had the time. He gathered all kinds of materials and drew all kinds of lines on an empty piece of land in the city, forming a 1,000-meter-long formation. He used crystals as a power source. Xiao Fu then asked for the other swords from Bai Qi and the others. The 8 swords stabbed into 8 different parts of the magic formation, each giving off a brilliant sword light that fused into the magic formation. The magic formation also gave off 8 different sword lights, giving off an incredibly dangerous aura. The 8 absolute sword formation was finally completed, but it had not been activated yet, so Xiao Fu activated it to see what would happen. Boom! A booming sound rang out, and a massive tidal wave of sword chi surged out, almost destroying everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. The sword chi wreaked havoc, and sword marks appeared on the ground. The sharp aura caused people's hearts to tremble. The 8 Absolute Sword Formation would not be able to Saint Dynasty 8 Sword Formation 4, but Saint Realm had Fu's son Saint. Zhao Fu felt that the 8 Absolute Sword Formation was not very important, and he could leave the rewards to others. Seeing that he had some time, Zhao Fu gathered everyone to discuss how to deal with the invasion of the Great Qin army. Now, after the new year, they would definitely attack. There were simply too many of them, and Qin was unable to deal with them. Moreover, regardless of whether they won or lost, everyone else had already achieved their goal. The meeting continued until the New Year Dreamland opened, and Zhao Fu asked the Golden Dragon. After obtaining the final answer, he ordered people to set up the 8 Absolute Sword Formation, and Zhao Fu entered the New Year Dreamland. After entering the New Year Dreamland, Zhao Fu became a little Nian again, and everything had to start anew. However, there was now a white sword chi within Zhao Fu's body. This white sword chi was not as powerful as the 4 sword lights from before, which could instantly kill an enemy. This white sword chi was only effective if it hit an enemy's butt. However, it could be used as a long-range attack, which was much better than a group of Nian beasts that could only attack at close range. This gave Zhao Fu a massive advantage. After the protective white light disappeared, Zhao Fu started to kill. He hid in the distance and attacked while others were not paying attention. While others were not paying attention, he released sword chi to attack their butts. Because the sword chi was quite sharp, stabbing into their butts felt quite painful, causing the Nian beasts to howl in fear. Because Zhao Fu's methods were quite secretive, a formless butt-stabbing demon appeared. Zhao Fu looked quite innocent as he mixed in with the Nian beasts and continuously released sword chi. Even though he gained more and more New Year points and Zhao Fu's body became bigger and bigger, he was still discovered in the end and was chased by thousands of Nian beasts. Facing so many Nian beasts, Zhao Fu had no choice but to run. Luckily, with his speed, he was able to shake them all off. Following this, Zhao Fu encountered a familiar person, Xianxia. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet him again, and Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He chatted with Xianxia for a while and decided to continue working together. After growing to a certain level, they would split up. Without the 4 sword lights, Zhao Fu could not go on a rampage like before, and his growth speed became much slower. Moreover, the white sword chi was only effective against level 1 and level 2 Nians, as level 3 Nians already had protective barriers. Zhao Fu could understand this, even though the sword chi was not very powerful, almost everyone in Qin City had it. With this kind of sword chi, they had a great advantage, and the most important thing was for the team. As such, Zhao Fu did not care too much about his personal gains and losses. After becoming a level 5 Nian and awakening his bloodline, the speed at which Zhao Fu obtained New Year points became much faster. With his powerful bloodline's bonuses, Zhao Fu was able to suppress existences of the same level. There was once when 10 or so level 5 Nians looked at Zhao Fu with displeasure because the rainbow light he gave off was too dazzling. As such, they allied together and wanted to attack Zhao Fu. Facing 10 or so level 5 Nians, Zhao Fu did not panic. After all, he had a sovereign bloodline and his stats were many times stronger than theirs. As long as he was not surrounded by them and did not give them a chance to attack together, Zhao Fu would be invincible. As such, in front of Zhao Fu's immense strength and speed, these 10 or so Nians were defeated and killed by Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu to become a level 6 Nian. Time quickly passed, and before Zhao Fu could react, it was time for the New Year Dreamland to end. However, this time, Zhao Fu's gains were not very good. He did not become a top-tier level 9 yen like before and was only a level 7 yen. System announcement. The New Year Dreamland is about to close. The top 1,000 people will receive various rewards. Number 1, Tina Pendragon, 190,000 New Year points. Number 2, CG, 160,000 New Year points. Number 3, Ji Shenming, 140,000 New Year points. What was even more surprising was that Great Qin's legatee was not in the top 10. After all, the top 10 were all dynasty legatees, and none of them were hidden. This proved that Great Qin's legatee was not in the top 10. Not only were China's factions surprised, but the entire world was also surprised. They had been suppressed by Qin for a long time, and now that they had surpassed Qin, they could not believe it and felt that this was unreal. How could legatee Qin not enter the top 10? On the first day, he had suppressed everyone with 580,000 New Year points, making it hard for them to breathe. As such, they had been forced to think of all sorts of ways to obtain New Year points, which was why they had such gains. However, Legatee Qin, who had performed extraordinarily on the first day, did not even enter the top 10 on the second day. This caused countless factions to come back to their senses. Following this, they started to loudly laugh. They had finally defeated Qin and were no longer under that immense pressure. As such, they felt much better. Qin has become such a piece of trash, he's suppressed by us. Brothers, let's go drink. We've beaten Qin to death this time. Haha, Qin is only SOSO. I thought he was strong, but he can't even enter the top 10. He's just trash. I'm so happy. I can actually step on Qin's head. Where can I pee? Zhao Fu had no idea what they were thinking, but seeing that Great Qin wasn't doing well, they went crazy with joy and continuously mocked Great Qin. It was most likely that they had been suppressed by Great Qin for too long, and they had vented all of their frustrations today. However, this was the truth. No matter what, Qin had not entered the top 10, which meant that they had won. However, they did not know that this was something that Zhao Fu had given to them. If Zhao Fu had wanted to take first place, none of them would have been able to do so. However, Zhao Fu cared about the team's gains, so he had given up on his own gains. There were also some people who didn't realize the crisis. The others had already won first place, which meant that they had started to exert their strength. It was still unknown whether Huaxia would still be in the lead. On the other hand, they were still fighting among themselves, hoping to eliminate Qin. Of course, they didn't care about it. How could Zhao Fu care about it? It was enough for him to protect the safety of his Qin people and not be humiliated. Since they didn't treat Qin as one of their own, Qin wouldn't be so kind to treat them as one of his own, and he wouldn't help them in the future. This time, Zhao Fu was not even in the top 50, and he was only ranked 58th. It seemed that they had all had their own fortuitous encounters, or else they would not have been able to obtain so many New Year points. Zhao Fu sighed and closed the mirror world, and Zhao Fu's consciousness returned to his body. Now, it was time to collect all of the New Year points. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu was given a big fright. This time, Qin had obtained 2 billion New Year points, which was simply too shocking. Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel quite happy, but he quickly calmed himself down and went to the exchange stone stele. Apart from Zhao Fu, no one else had touched the 10 general medallions because they didn't have enough New Year points. However, it was already the second day, and they definitely had enough New Year points. As such, Zhao Fu couldn't hesitate and didn't want them to take everything. After coming to the exchange stone stele, Zhao Fu saw that the general medallion was still there and let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to exchange for the second-ranked general medallion, a violet light flashed, and the second-ranked general medallion disappeared. This gave Zhao Fu a big fright, and he hurriedly exchanged for the third-ranked general medallion. However, the fourth-ranked and fifth-ranked general medallions immediately disappeared. Damn it! The parallel world's Wang Jian has been claimed by someone else. Zhao Fu inwardly cursed and hurriedly exchanged for the sixth-ranked general medallion. However, the violet light flashed again, and the 7th-ranked and 8th-ranked general medallions also disappeared. Zhao Fu couldn't waste any time, and he felt incredibly nervous. He quickly exchanged for the 9th-ranked general medallion and the 10th-ranked general medallion. However, the violet light flashed again, and Zhao Fu's heart sank. Suddenly, another general medallion appeared in his hand. It was the 10th-ranked general medallion. Zhao Fu felt as if he had risen from hell to heaven, and his body was covered with sweat. He had thought that it had been claimed by someone else, but it turned out that it had been him. Zhao Fu had 2 billion New Year points, and exchanging for 4 general medallions was no problem at all. After all, the first-ranked general medallion was only worth 500 million New Year points, and the lower-ranked general medallions were definitely worth less. What Zhao Fu had been afraid of the most was that he still had a large amount of New Year points, but the things he wanted had already been claimed. He felt as if he had nowhere to spend his money. Luckily, he had obtained 4 general medallions. The first one was from the 3rd-ranked general Bai Shihan, the second was from the 6th-ranked general Wei Qing, the third was from the 9th-ranked general Li Mu, and the fourth was from the 10th-ranked general Su Liui. Now, all of the 10 general medallions had been claimed. Adding on the ones that he had obtained on the first day, Qin had obtained 5 general medallions. He could summon 5 generals, 4 of whom were women and 1 of whom was a man. Of course, Zhaofu did not discriminate against women. These 5 generals were all great generals and would be of great help to Great Qin. Moreover, they all had general stars. Now, it was time to summon them. Everyone else felt quite curious about the parallel world's characters, and they stood around Zhaofu, wanting to take a look. Zhaofu took out 5 general medallions and casually tossed them out. The general medallions gave off large amounts of white light as 5 figures gradually appeared before everyone. The first was a woman who wore men's clothes. She had a pretty face and a graceful figure, and she gave off a steady and dignified aura. She was Sun Hanxiang. The second was also a woman who wore white clothes. She was incredibly beautiful, but her face was incredibly cold, making it seem as if no one dared to get close. This was especially so given the faint killing intent in her eyes. She was Bai Shihan. The third was also a woman. She wore a suit of armor and had top-notch looks. Her skin was the color of wheat, and she gave off a valiant aura. She was naturally Wei Qing. The fourth was a young man. He had a clean and white face and wore a gray robe. He gave off the aura of a general, and he was Li Mu. The last was a young woman who also wore a suit of armor. She had a mature figure and tender skin, and she gave off a unique aura. She was also quite beautiful. She was Su Liuyi. This meant that they could defect at any moment. After all, their loyalty was only 50, which meant that their attitude towards Qin was neither good nor bad. Once their loyalty fell below 50, it was possible for them to defect. If their loyalty fell below 0, they would definitely leave, and there was no way to stop them. Zhaofu was quite surprised that their loyalty was not 100. After all, Bai Qi and the others were all loyal to Zhaofu. No matter what Zhaofu told them to do, they would resolutely carry out Zhaofu's orders and would never disobey them. However, they were not loyal to Zhaofu, and Zhaofu understood. After all, they came from a parallel world, so how could they compare to Bai Qi and the others? Bai Qi and the others were in a deep slumber within Qin's legacy, so they were naturally 100% loyal to Qin. However, they came from a parallel world and came from different factions, so it was impossible for them to be 100% loyal to Qin. Your Majesty. What is it? Xianru asked when she saw that Zhaofu's expression was quite unsightly. Zhaofu told her about this, and Xianru smiled as she said, Your Majesty, you should take them into the palace. Even if they aren't willing at first, they'll become your women in the end, and they'll definitely work for you. Moreover, they are all great generals, and not only do they have general fate, but because they are women, they have massive amounts of phoenix chi. Their fate is not any weaker than the Emperor's fate. Not only can they help you expand your territory, but they can also help you consolidate your kingdom, Your Highness. Your Majesty, you can't have too much of this. After hearing Xianru's words, Zhaofu hesitated as he asked, Is this really good? Xianru understood what Zhaofu was thinking, and she slightly bowed as she said, Your Majesty, it's best to look at the big picture. This way, not only will you be able to subdue them, but you will also be able to provide Phoenix Chi for the Emperor Phoenix statue. All right. Zhaofu looked at the 5 people in front of him and said, Now that you are Qin's generals, I won't mistreat any of you in the future. You can treat me as a friend or a relative. I will also treat you the same way. After hearing these sincere words, the 5 people's loyalty did not change at all. Even though what Zhaofu said was true, if anyone treated him sincerely, he would treat them sincerely as well. However, the 5 of them were all great generals, and they would not judge Zhaofu based on just a few words. As such, they remained cautious and doubtful. Zhaofu understood this, so he once again said, Xiangyang, Lili, tell Li Mu about Great Qin's current situation. As for you 4, come with me. Sun Hanxiang and the other 3 women looked at each other. They still hadn't guessed Zhaofu's intentions, so they followed Zhaofu to the hall. Xianru followed by Zhaofu's side. After entering the hall, Xianru took out a brush and started to write on a piece of paper. Zhaofu looked at the 4 of them and did not hesitate as he said, I want you to become my concubines. These words caused the 4 women's expressions to fall. They had never thought that Zhaofu's goal would be this. They were all generals, yet he did not care about their talents and abilities at all. Instead, he lusted after their beauty. Was such a licentious ruler worth serving? Sun Hanxiang, Wei Qing, and Su Liu's loyalty fell to zero, meaning that they had decided not to serve Zhao Fu anymore and had chosen to escape. Zhao Fu could not help but sigh, he had expected this. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that Bai Shihan's loyalty had increased by 10 points and was now at 60. What was going on? Could it be that Bai Shihan belonged to Qin in the parallel world? Was that why her attitude towards Qin was like this? Looking at Bai Shihan's cold expression, Zhao Fu could not guess what she was thinking at all. Your Majesty, I want to leave. Don't worry, I promise that I won't become an enemy of Qin, Sun Hanxiang said resolutely as she bowed to Zhao Fu. Your Majesty, I want to leave as well. Your Majesty, please allow me to leave, Wei Qing said earnestly as he bowed. Your Majesty, I also want to leave. Of course, I won't become an enemy of Qin in the future, Su Liu said. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on, he had finally obtained a few generals, and now they wanted to leave. Zhao Fu definitely would not let them leave, with their abilities, they would definitely be able to do great things. If they served someone else, they would be a great threat to Qin, and letting them go would be akin to letting a tiger back into the mountain. Moreover, Qin had paid a great price to summon them, so how could he just let them go? Even though Zhao Fu did not want to make things difficult for them, he had no choice. Zhao Fu's expression became cold as he replied domineeringly, do you really think that's possible? You must become my concubines, this is something that cannot be changed. Come and serve me in bed tonight, there's no need to say anything else. By now, Xianru had finished writing, and hearing Zhao Fu's words, she smiled in satisfaction and handed the 4 pieces of paper to Zhao Fu. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Sun Hanxiang and the other 2 women's faces became pale, and they felt quite angry as they pointed at Zhao Fu and cursed, you muddle-headed ruler. Do you think we'll submit to you like this? You're looking down on us too much. Facing these people pointing at him and cursing at him, Zhao Fu felt quite angry, and he coldly glanced at them. However, he did not say anything, as they could not resist. As long as he officially made them concubines, they would not be able to do so even if they died. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and took the 4 pieces of paper from Xianru. I'm willing to become your concubine. A cold voice suddenly sounded out, causing everyone else to look at her in surprise. Zhao Fu also looked at Bai Shihan in confusion. Facing everyone's gazes, Bai Shihan stood there like a block of ice, not responding at all. The scene suddenly fell silent, and it was Xianru who broke the silence, saying, Your Majesty! Hurry and make them concubines! Zhao Fu came to his senses and took out the imperial ruler's seal and pressed it against the 4 pieces of paper, causing them to shine with a bright golden light. Sun Hanxiang and the other 2 women's expressions fell, they had a bad feeling, but with their current strength, they were unable to resist, and they did not even have any sharp weapons. They were much smarter than ordinary women, and after thinking for a while, they decided to endure and wait for an opportunity. Zhao Fu did not say anything and waved his hand, causing 4 rays of golden light to enter the 4 women's bodies. Immediately, a large amount of golden phoenix chi flowed out of their bodies, and 4 smaller golden phoenixes flew towards the heaven prayer platform. Scree! A phoenix's cry sounded out, and it brought with it a terrifying might that dyed the entire sky golden. Clouds started to swirl, and Zhao Fu had never thought that their phoenix chi would cause the Emperor Phoenix to change. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. For the golden dragon to be so shocked, it meant that the Emperor Phoenix statue was quite extraordinary. Qin was definitely collecting phoenix chi. Outside, there was a 10-meter-long golden phoenix that gave off a bright golden light as it flew in the sky. Its movements were incredibly elegant and its voice was incredibly pleasant to the ears. Countless birds were attracted by it and flew behind it, creating a scene of hundreds of birds paying homage to the phoenix. Traces of black aura rose up from the ground, and Zhao Fu could sense Qin's fate continuously being purified. The golden phoenix's light caused Zhao Fu's fate to change, and the golden dragon and black dragon within his body could sense this power and could not help but roar. Following this, the Emperor Phoenix returned to the heaven prayer platform and turned back into a crystal statue. Zhao Fu returned to his room and ordered people to take Sun Hanxiang and the other 3 women away and serve them well. Zhao Fu did not participate in the day's events as he took care of some other matters. In the blink of an eye, it was night time, and Zhao Fu had to participate in the night's events. After coming to his room, the 4 women were already there. They had all been forced to dress up and had changed into women's clothes, making them look even more alluring than before. Sun Hanxiang and the other 2 women's expressions were quite unsightly, and they stood in a corner, not willing to go near. However, Bai Shihan had already fallen asleep. Zhao Fu walked in and coldly looked at the 3 women as he said, "Go to bed yourselves, and we'll still have a chance to negotiate. Otherwise, don't force me to use force." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Sun Hanxiang and the other 2 women thought about how Zhao Fu wanted to forcefully take their bodies, and their faces paled. They slightly hesitated before tearing up and lying on the bed. They had never felt so wronged before, and if it was before, they would rather die than endure this humiliation. However, after being conferred titles by Zhao Fu and being controlled by the Emperor Phoenix statue, they could not even die. However, hearing that there was still a chance to negotiate, they decided to go to bed. This was better than being raped by Zhao Fu. With their strength, how could they resist Zhao Fu? In the end, they would definitely be raped by Zhao Fu. The 4 women all lay on the bed, and Zhao Fu took off his clothes and lay on the bed, not doing anything. They would rather die than submit, so Zhao Fu couldn't really force himself on them. Even if he forced himself on them, it would only be for a moment of pleasure. In the future, they would definitely think of ways to seek death, and with their personalities, it was obvious that they would do such a thing. Even if they did not die, their talents would be wasted. After all, they were commander-level figures, and it would be a great loss to Qin. Right now, Zhao Fu only wanted them to accept their current identities and slowly change them. He would not harm them. Zhao Fu lay on the rightmost side, and next to him was Bai Shihan. She still looked incredibly cold, lying there like a block of wood. She did not move or change at all, and even her breathing was steady. It was as if she was the only person lying on the bed and no one else existed. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Fu could clearly feel her body temperature, he would have thought that there was a corpse lying next to him. After Zhao Fu lay down and covered himself with the blanket, he did not move at all. Sun Hanxiang and the other 2 women let out sighs of relief, and Bai Shihan opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Fu. Sensing her gaze, Zhao Fu turned his head, and their gazes met. Bai Shihan did not say anything and continued to coldly look at Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt a bit nervous, and he asked the question he had been wondering during the day, "Why are you willing to be my concubine?" Bai Shihan replied expressionlessly, "This is also Qin, and you are Qin's highness. Besides, I admire domineering men. If my body is useful to Qin or his highness, I'm willing to contribute my body." Hearing her words, Zhao Fu could not help but feel a bit of respect for this woman who was willing to sacrifice everything for Qin. However, her loyalty was only 60. If she was willing to sacrifice everything for Qin, she would definitely be loyal to him. Zhao Fu thought for a while and realized that her heart was still with Qin in the parallel world, and she was still loyal to that Qin. As for Zhao Fu, although she was willing to sacrifice everything for Qin, her heart was not with him. Zhao Fu nodded and said, "Go to bed early." It was already past 8 a.m., and the New Year Dreamland had opened. Zhao Fu could not waste any more time. As for sleeping with them, he did not have to worry about them assassinating him. After all, their movements were restricted by fate, and adding on the golden dragon within Zhao Fu's body, even though Zhao Fu had entered the New Year Dreamland, they would not succeed. After entering the New Year Dreamland, Zhao Fu once again turned into a little Nian, and he started to struggle again. He continuously killed Nians, and the higher his level became, the more New Year points he obtained. System announcement. The New Year Dreamland is about to close. The top 1,000 people will be able to obtain various rewards. Soon, it was time for the New Year Dreamland to close. Zhao Fu's gains this time were much better than last time, and he wondered what rank he would obtain. Rank 1, Tina Pendragon, 210,000 New Year points. Rank 2, Caesar Augustus, 190,000 New Year points. Rank 3, Minamoto Ren, 170,000 New Year points. Rank 4, CG, 160,000 New Year points. The person in first place was Tina Pendragon, and because of what had happened last time, no one was too surprised. The person in second place was the Roman Empire's legatee, Caesar Augustus, which shocked everyone. What no one expected was that the person in third place was called Minamoto-ren. He was from Japan, and he was the next emperor. Japan's emperor had always been a family, and even though there were different factions in power, the position of the emperor had never changed. It had always been a constitutional monarchy. Minamoto-ren had actually obtained third place, and he was a dark horse. This surprised countless people. After all, Japan's territory was not very big, and its fate was not very strong. In the previous events, it had always been the various dynasty legatees. The fact that Japan was ranked third caused the entire Japanese nation to celebrate. It was indeed a great event that inspired the people of Japan. What surprised countless people was that not a single Chinese person had entered the top 3, and Great Xiao's legatee was only ranked 4th. Countless Chinese people's expressions darkened, and they felt quite disappointed. However, they still did not see Qin's legatee's name, and their moods became much better. It was not just the Chinese factions, the factions from all over the world were also quite happy. Even though Zhao Fu's gains were more than last time, he was only ranked 31st. Now that all of China's people had lost, and without Qin's legatee's threat, many people who hated China jumped out and continuously insulted them. The Chinese people are all trash, victory will still belong to us. The next time we invade China, we'll take all of their women and have them serve us as slaves. You Chinese people are so weak, weren't you so powerful before? You've lost so much face. Our race is the most outstanding existence in the world, lowly Chinese people are like livestock and should all be killed. They're not even fit to carry our shoes for us. Ha ha ha, Chinese people are all dogs, bite me if you're not convinced. Facing these insults and provocations, the Chinese people could not take it anymore and angrily retorted. A war of insults unfolded, and it was incredibly intense. However, many people urged the Chinese people to be rational and not argue with them. They told them to treat them with respect and make them believe that the Chinese people were friendly and willing to help them. Zhao Fu did not know about these things, and after waking up from the New Year dreamland, Zhao Fu looked at the 4 women sleeping soundly before getting up and starting to collect New Year points. This time, he had obtained 2 billion New Year points, and Zhao Fu went to the exchange stone steel to see if there were any good things. After exchanging for the 10 general medallions, Zhao Fu looked at general fates. General fates were much cheaper than general medallions. After all, a general-level general fate was only worth 300 million or so New Year points. However, each faction could only exchange for 1 general-level general fate. Other general fates that were not general-level general fates, which were lower-grade general fates, also had purchase restrictions. Zhao Fu spent 300 million or so New Year points to exchange for a general fate, but he did not find anything good. Apart from general fate, Zhao Fu did not care about the other general fates, so he could only look at the exchange stone steel to see if there were any good things he could exchange for. Otherwise, with so many New Year points, he would not be able to spend them. On the other side, Sun Hanxiang and the other 3 women woke up, and seeing that Zhao Fu had long since left, they felt quite confused. The night had been quite peaceful, and following this, female attendants came in and prepared some toiletries and breakfast before taking them to their rooms. At this time, they also saw the other women who had been made concubines. Seeing so many beautiful women, Sun Hanxiang and the other 2 cursed inwardly, what a licentious and incapable ruler. However, after chatting with them for a while, Sun Hanxiang and the others were a little stunned. It seemed that they had misunderstood Zhao Fu. Then, under the protection of the female soldiers, they left the castellan's mansion and went outside. They looked at the prosperity of Qin City, as well as the praises of many people for their highness. Sun Hanxiang and the others fell silent. It was unknown what they were thinking. Bai Shihan's expression remained unchanged as she followed beside them. After looking at the exchange stone steel for a while, Zhao Fu did not find anything good, so he called Xiao Jian over and gave him a violet orb of aura. This was the general fate. Because Zhao Fu could only exchange for 1 general fate, Xiao Jian's performance was the best out of all the generals. Even though he was a bit extreme, he was able to resolve problems quickly, so Zhao Fu decided to give it to him. If he could exchange for a 2nd general fate, Zhang Dahu would be the best choice, as he was quite reliable. Xiao Jian expressed his gratitude to Zhao Fu before returning to his courtyard and starting to fuse with the general fate. Zhao Fu then took care of some matters, and it was night again. Zhao Fu felt quite tired as he returned to his room. He was quite surprised to find that Sun Hanxiang and the other 3 women were there. Zhao Fu had not asked them to serve him today, and he had only wanted to dampen their spirits. However, today, the 4 of them had already gone to bed. They had mistakenly thought that Zhao Fu wanted them to serve him, and they wanted to confirm their suspicions. As such, they had been very cooperative that night. Not only had they gone to bed early, but they had also taken off their clothes and only wore thin undergarments, revealing their beautiful bodies. What's going on? Zhao Fu could not understand what was going on. He looked at their loyalty and found that Sun Hanxiang, Wei Qing, and Su Liui's loyalty had increased from negative to 20 points. Even though their loyalty was not very high, Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised. As time went on and they got to know Qin better, their loyalty would gradually increase, and Zhao Fu believed that they would continue to serve Qin. There was also Bai Shihan, her loyalty had reached 70, which was 10 points higher than before. Something must have happened today, or else their loyalty would not have changed so quickly. Following this, Zhao Fu entered the New Year Dreamland, and after working hard, his gains were the same as the day before. System announcement. The New Year Dreamland is about to close, and the Dreamland rankings will be announced. The top 1,000 people will receive various rewards. Following this, a system announcement sounded out as a massive stone stele appeared in the sky, and names started to appear on it. Number 1, Tina Pendragon, 220,000 New Year points. Number 2, Caesar Augustus, 200,000 New Year points. Number 3, Akhenaten, 210,000 New Year points. Number 4, Minamoto Ren, 190,000 New Year points. There were no changes to the top 2 rankings. The new third-ranked person was Akhenaten, the Pharaoh Kingdom's legatee. The third-ranked person was Minamoto Ren, the fifth-ranked person was Tsar Russia's legatee, and the sixth-ranked person was Great Zhou's Ji Shenming. This time, the world's factions could not help but cheer. They had managed to push China, which had firmly occupied the top spot, into the top 5. This was something to be excited about. Countless Chinese people's expressions became dim and their morale plummeted. Those who hated China became even more arrogant, and they cursed even more viciously. For example, they wanted all Chinese men to become slaves and animals, and for women, they wanted them to have sex with them. Zhao Fu's ranking was slightly higher, but he started to pay attention to it. He was worried that there would be a shift in fate. For example, in ancient times, most of the world's fate had been in the east, and everything else had fallen behind. However, after the shift in fate, most of the world's fate had been in the west, and the east's fate had started to decline. This was what Zhao Fu was worried about. Even though China occupied the Midland continent and had a great advantage, if its fate weakened, it would not be able to stop other countries from invading. If that was really the case, Zhao Fu had to hurry up and restore his nation. Not too long after Zhao Fu's consciousness returned to his body, a hurried knock sounded out, and a soldier's voice sounded out, "Your Majesty, there's trouble. I have urgent news to report." The knocking woke the 4 women up, and they looked at each other, feeling that something big was about to happen. They were quite curious about what was going on, and they didn't notice that they started to care about Qin. Their opinions of Zhao Fu also started to change, and their loyalty towards him once again increased. Zhao Fu walked out of the room and looked at the soldier in front of him as he asked, "What's going on?" The soldier immediately replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, the 4-player armies have set out today to attack the Forest of Horrors. The 4-player armies will set out today to attack the Forest of Horrors, and the generals have already rushed to the conference hall. Your Majesty, please head there immediately." Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious. He had never thought that they would attack Qin at such a time. It was still the New Year event, and today was only the 4th day. There were still 3 more days before it ended. Why would they suddenly attack Great Qin despite the snow blocking the roads and the stat debuffs? Zhao Fu felt quite confused as he went to the meeting hall. When everyone saw Zhao Fu arrive, they all bowed to him. Zhao Fu nodded and sat down before looking at Bai Qi and asking, "What's going on? Tell me what happened in detail." Bai Qi immediately replied, "Your Majesty, it's like this. We don't know what's going on either, but not long after the New Year Dreamland ended, they received orders to attack Qin and that they would pay for any losses incurred during the event. They started to move, and our spies quickly reported back. They've already passed through the void zone and entered the forest of horrors. Fortunately, we were already on guard and set up a large number of isolation formations, making it impossible to use the teleportation formation, so they can only walk. Because of the snow blocking the road, their marching speed will be slow, otherwise they might have attacked by now. Xiaofu nodded and returned to the real world. Xiaofu was unable to obtain detailed information in the Heaven Awakened world, so he returned to the real world to investigate and understand what had happened recently. By now, the Chinese factions and foreign factions were not getting along very well, and there were some conflicts. Logically speaking, if they didn't get along well with each other, it had nothing to do with Qin. However, they didn't think so. They thought that Qin was their common enemy. Therefore, they had to severely injure Qin first before they could be at ease to fight among themselves. Otherwise, with the threat of Qin, they wouldn't be at ease. Another reason was that Qin hadn't entered the top 10 for 3 days in a row. Many factions thought that something big had happened to Qin. Adding on the fact that it was still the event time, they thought that Qin definitely wouldn't expect them to launch an attack at this time. Qin didn't expect that they would attack during the event. Fortunately, Xiaofu didn't relax. He paid close attention to their movements and made all kinds of preparations. Otherwise, this time, he might really be tricked by them. After understanding what had happened, Xiaofu re-entered the Heaven Awakened world and looked through all of the information regarding the enemy's attack. This time, there were 4-player armies, each with 3 million players. They attacked Qin from the north, south, east, and west. Because last time, during the battle to unify the Forest of Horrors, Qin's general location had been leaked, and they knew where Qin was. As such, they didn't attack aimlessly and directly, giving off ferocious auras. Moreover, they had made all sorts of preparations, so even if Qin was setting up traps, they had all sorts of ways to deal with them. The 4-player armies had 12 million players, and they had all made preparations. Qin was at a great disadvantage, as he only had 4 million people and 800,000 soldiers. It would be very difficult for him to defend against 12 million players. Luckily, none of the system main cities had joined in, or else it would have been very difficult for Qin to defend against the 4 system main cities. Apart from this disadvantage, Qin also had some advantages. For example, they were attacking, while Qin was defending, so they had an advantage. Moreover, the weather was cold and the snow blocked the roads, making it difficult for them to advance. The second advantage was the destroyer's debuff, which reduced stats by 30% and made it easier for one's body to fall ill. This was a great advantage for Qin. As for how to deal with the player army's attack, Xiaofu had long since discussed this with everyone, so they had made preparations. Qin's assassins were quite suited for this sort of complicated terrain, and they could sometimes have unexpected effects. As such, Xiaofu had increased Qin's assassins to 50,000, and he had increased them by 20,000. These ordinary people had caused great trouble for Qin every time, and they had seriously threatened Qin. This was not just once or twice but countless times. They relied on their undying abilities to do as they pleased, and in the face of massive benefits, they had stood against Qin time and time again. Xiaofu had had enough of them, so he had to take special measures. Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he gave this order to the 50,000 Qin's assassins. They quickly left and started to carry out Xiaofu's orders. Because Sun Hanxiang and the other 3 women were all great generals, Xiaofu did not restrict their movements, and because they were curious, they had also joined in. However, after hearing Xiaofu give the order to Qin's assassins, even with their experiences, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They once again got to know Xiaofu, and he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. They realized that Xiaofu had been incredibly lenient and merciful towards them. If Xiaofu treated them like this, they did not even dare to imagine what would happen to them. The 4 armies slowly advanced towards Qin's territory. Because of the thick snow, when they stepped on it, half of their bodies would sink in, making it incredibly difficult to walk. However, in order to quickly attack Qin's territory, they had made preparations. This was a type of ice crystal that could turn soft snow into thick ice. People could walk on it, and it was like they were paving a road, creating an ice road on top of countless layers of snow. This method was much faster than the first method, but given how large this region was, if they walked, they would not be able to reach Qin's territory within 8 or 9 days. As such, their speed was still relatively slow. Many people were quite dissatisfied with this sudden attack on Qin's territory. It was such a cold day, and they had come out to fight. If it wasn't for the fact that they had money, no one would have been willing to come out. Moreover, this was during the event period, so they could participate and receive many rewards. However, since they were given a lot of money, they did not complain too much. Moreover, the event during the day was not that important, so it was not a problem for them to give it up. However, they could still enter the New Year dreamland at night. After walking for a day, they found a flat area and looked quite tired. They started to set up camp and did not sense any danger, so they sent some people to keep watch while everyone else went to their tents and slept. Of course, they could also enter the New Year dreamland and participate in activities. That way, they would not be delayed, and they could only sleep. Ai! It's so cold today, and they want us to keep watch, a young man complained as he stood next to a campfire. A chubby young man also said unhappily, "That's right. Why do we have to keep watch? Why don't they do it?" The middle-aged man looked at the two of them and said, "Let's ask the manager tomorrow, he'll most likely give us more rewards. Also, I'll close my eyes and go into the New Year dreamland. Just by going in, we'll receive 100 New Year points, which we can use to exchange for some things. We can't waste them." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the two young men smiled. There was no need to be so calculative when there was money to be made, so they did not feel as displeased as before. They told the middle-aged man to quickly go into the New Year dreamland, and they would also go in and receive 100 New Year points. The middle-aged man was not too worried, as there were many people keeping watch, so there should not be any danger. As such, he leaned against the side and closed his eyes as he entered the New Year dreamland. Just as the two young men were about to chat, a cold light flashed, and blood spurted out as the two of them fell to the ground, dead. A few people wearing black hoods appeared where they had been, and one of them looked at the middle-aged man leaning against the side. He gestured to the people next to him, and one of them went up and knocked the middle-aged man unconscious. It was not that Qin's assassins did not want to kill them, but after entering the New Year dreamland and receiving a fatal attack, they would receive a system announcement and be forced to wake up. As such, they could not directly kill them. Otherwise, with their lax defense, Qin's assassins would be able to kill many people in a single night. However, Qin's assassins' goal this time was not to kill. The 50,000 Qin's assassins were split into 4 teams to deal with the 4-player armies. Because of the New Year dreamland, Qin's assassins did not start a massacre and instead secretly transported people out. In other words, after knocking people unconscious, they would carry them out of the camp. Over the course of the night, Qin's assassins came 5 times and transported 50,000 people out of the camp. After these people were transported out of the camp, they were all tied up. Because they were quite far away, they didn't have to worry about being discovered no matter how much they shouted. Buckets of cold water were poured over them, and the bone-chilling cold woke them up. Looking at the hooded figures around them, they instinctively felt a sense of danger and started to cry out. "Who are you? Let me go. Sir. I'm just here to join in on the fun. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm just a child." Qin's assassins all looked at them coldly without making any response. Each of them took out a sharp knife and started to execute Zhao Fu's order. After a night, the warm sun rose from the horizon. Everyone slowly woke up. On the warm bed, they couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan, and then left their tents. "Ah!" A shriek rang out, startling countless people. They rushed out of their tents to take a look, only to discover that many night watchmen had been killed. The enemy actually came last night, but they didn't notice at all. The expression of the commander in charge of this operation changed, and he hurriedly said, "Hurry! Check the losses." A few people immediately obeyed and left, and they came back to report, "Sir, we lost around 50,000 people. We lost around 50,000 people, and apart from a few night watchmen, there were no other casualties." "Only 50,000 people are missing?" The commander let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, compared to their 3 million people, the losses weren't too great. It seems that Qin has discovered their movements. We can't be careless, the commander thought before giving the order. As for the 50,000 people who had disappeared, the commander didn't even need to think about it, they were definitely killed by Qin. 50,000 people had died, but they didn't really die, so the others didn't care too much. However, after hearing that it was Qin who had launched a sneak attack last night, they were quite afraid, so they became incredibly cautious. Seeing that everyone had packed up, the commander gave the order to set off and meet up with the other teams as soon as possible. With 12 million soldiers, Qin didn't know how to deal with them, and he didn't believe that they would lose again. After all, last time, Qin had been forced back by millions of players, which meant that Qin didn't have any terrifying trump cards up his sleeves. As such, the commander was quite confident this time. If these 12 million people attacked Qin at the same time, it was highly likely that they would be able to kill Qin. At worst, he would be heavily injured, and after returning, he would be viewed as a hero and rewarded by his faction. Thinking about this, a trace of a smile appeared on the commander's face. Ah! Terrified cries sounded out from the team at the front. The commander was given a big fright and hurriedly led his people forwards. Countless people were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies continuously trembled, and their faces were pale and filled with terror. Some people even continuously vomited. The commander felt quite strange, but when he looked up, he felt a bone-piercing chill, causing his hands and feet to feel cold. He looked incredibly shocked because the scene in front of him was a bloody purgatory. There were corpses in front of him. Some were hung on trees, some were nailed to trees, and some were lying on the ground. However, the countless corpses had died in different ways, and the methods used were extremely cruel. Some people had been skinned alive and hung on trees, allowing the cold wind to blow against them. Their corpses were covered in a layer of frost, and very few people still had their last breaths, weakly moaning. Some people had been tied to trees, but their stomachs had been cut open, and the gash extended from their throats to their lower bodies, causing their internal organs to flow out. Some people had their hands and feet taken away, their eyes dug out, and their tongues cut out. Ropes had been tied around their waists and hung on trees, and they were still screaming in pain. There were also some young people who had been pierced through from their mouths to their anuses by spears. They were like skewered meat skewers, and they were stuck on the ground. Some women's breasts had been cut off, and their eyes had been dug out. Their lower bodies had been pierced by wooden spikes, and blood flowed down their legs. They were also hung on trees. All of the corpses' faces were twisted in pain. They hadn't died from fatal injuries, but they had suffered endless pain before slowly dying. There were countless corpses like this in front of them, forming this terrifying scene. Almost all of the 50,000 people who had disappeared had died like this. Is this something a human can do? He's simply a beast and too cruel. He doesn't have any humanity at all. Countless people looked at this scene in shock, and their hearts were filled with coldness. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Qin's cruel methods caused them to freeze on the spot, not daring to take a step forward. They wouldn't truly die, but Zhao Fu wanted them to suffer endless pain. Zhao Fu didn't want to do this, but they had challenged Zhao Fu's bottom line time and time again, posing a great threat to Qin. Zhao Fu's patience with them had reached its limit, so he didn't hesitate to use this method. He used extremely cruel methods to force back the attacking player army. Many people in the player army saw this scene and were so scared that they didn't want to continue. If they were caught by Qin and ended up like this, they wouldn't want to suffer such pain. As such, many people said that they wanted to leave and go back. If they were caught by Qin, it would be terrible. Seeing this, the commander first comforted everyone before immediately returning to the real world to report this matter to his superiors. This matter also spread to the real world, causing countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. This method was extremely cruel, and as a civilized society, seeing such a tragic scene, they all stood on the side of the victims, criticizing and insulting Qin's cruel actions. They had thought that Qin was evil, and their attacks were just. As such, almost everyone stood on the side of the victims and looked righteous. Countless factions felt quite disappointed Qin had started to use such extreme methods. Before, Qin had thought that he had been too lenient, but now, everyone realized how cruel Qin was. As such, they had to be careful when going against Qin, because this would be their end as well. Countless people accused Qin's cruel behavior, which made Qin's reputation fall to the lowest point. The 100 schools of philosophers and the sects looked at Qin, who was on the verge of going crazy, and sighed. They were unable to stop either side. However, the various dynasty factions all felt that something must have happened to Qin, or else he would not have used such a cruel method to threaten others. As such, they decided to attack Qin. After receiving this reply, the commander returned to the real world and said, "Double the rewards and buy a suicide pill. If you're caught by them, you'll be able to immediately commit suicide and won't have to endure such pain." The suicide pill was a very special pill. It could be consumed first, and as long as it was stimulated, the pill would produce a deadly poison that could take one's life. When everyone heard that the rewards had been doubled and that there was a suicide pill, they were incredibly tempted. In the end, they decided to stay and continue onwards. Jiaofu had also heard of this news. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to scare off a group of players with his terrifying methods. However, he had still underestimated these players. Now, he could only use that item to destroy one player army before thinking about how to deal with the other 3 armies. Jiaofu gathered his forces and set out. The commander of the Eastern Army was called Lu Hongjiang, and he was from the school of the military. He was the strongest of the 4-player armies. Last night, Qin's assassins had almost failed to kill him. However, because there were so many players, Qin's assassins had managed to snatch away some players. Jiaofu's goal was this army. If he could get rid of the strongest players in this army, their morale would take a heavy blow. That way, Qin's chances of victory would be much higher. On the eastern side, a mighty-looking middle-aged man led the player army slowly onwards. This middle-aged man was naturally Lu Hongjiang. Lu Hongjiang was quite famous in the school of the military, or else he wouldn't have been appointed as the commander. Lu Hongjiang was incredibly confident in this battle, and he believed that it wouldn't be a problem to heavily injure Qin. Everyone else tried to curry favor with Lu Hongjiang and flattered him, saying that Qin was trash. However, Lu Hongjiang simply smiled and didn't believe their nonsense. He knew how terrifying Qin was, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as 10 black pillars of light shot into the sky. A massive black magic formation appeared, giving off a large amount of black light and an eerie deathly intent. Rumble! It was as if a flash flood had erupted, and the deathly aura flooded towards Lu Hongjiang. Lu Hongjiang was given a big fright and understood that Qin was attacking. However, Lu Hongjiang quickly calmed down and called over a trusted aide and said a few words in his ear. After hearing Lu Hongjiang's words, the aide immediately turned and disappeared. "Get ready!" Lu Hongjiang yelled, and all of the players started to move. The shield-bearers rushed to the front, forming a shield wall, the archers drew their bows, and the infantrymen also prepared. Lu Hongjiang had already drilled them, so they were able to carry out his orders in an orderly manner. Rumble, the massive sounds came closer and closer, and Lu Hongjiang's pupils constricted. He could clearly see what it was actually skeletons. There were human skeletons and beast skeletons, and there were roughly 2 million of them. All of the skeletons gave off a black aura, and it looked like a black wave rushing over. The aura they gave off was incredibly ferocious, especially the deathly aura that rushed over, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Lu Hongjiang had long since heard about Qin, and he knew that Qin had the ability to cast undead disaster. However, it seemed that he didn't have this ability anymore, or else he wouldn't have been chased by 3 million players last time. This was quite shameful. However, Lu Hongjiang hadn't expected that Qin still had the ability to cast undead disaster, and that there were so many of them. These skeletons were the people that Qin had killed when he was conquering villages, as well as the livestock and beasts that he had raised. Before, Jiaofu had ordered the soldiers to collect these corpses, as they would be very useful in the future. Originally, Jiaofu had wanted to use the undead disaster's power to break through a defensive wall and break the encirclement that they had placed on Qin. At that time, he hadn't expected that they would suddenly attack Qin. However, these undead had come in handy, and with their help, Qin would be able to easily defeat this player army. Swish, swish, swish. The countless arrows coming from both sides caught the players completely by surprise. They had been preparing to face the incoming skeleton army, and they had not expected there to be people lying in ambush on both sides. Chi, 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 countless arrows descended like rain, sinking into people's bodies, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Many people were instantly killed by the arrows. The stench of blood caused the skeleton army to charge forwards even more madly, and their auras became even more ferocious. However, at that moment, 12 figures appeared in the sky, all of them giving off massive auras. The terrifying might they gave off felt as if a massive boulder was weighing down on the players' chests, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Boom! Bai Qi raised the 7 murder sword and sent all of his power into it, causing it to give off a terrifying blood-red light that dyed the sky blood-red. Sword Qi swept out, and the cold and murderous aura made people feel incredibly terrified. Following this, Bai Qi slashed down, sending out a massive blood-red sword light towards the massive shield wall. The other generals also exploded out with terrifying power and sent their power into their weapons as they started to attack the shield wall. Terrifying sword lights and saber lights tore through the shield wall like bolts of lightning. The terrifying attacks not only killed the shield bearers but also the infantrymen behind them. In just an instant, the sword lights and saber lights flashed past, causing blood to spurt everywhere and limbs to fly everywhere. The ground was dyed red. Even though the player army had many people, they did not have any high-end battle power, which was a big disadvantage. Lu Hongjiang could only order the countless archers to shoot at the 12 people in the sky. The massive wave of arrows forced Bai Qi and the others to retreat and temporarily defend. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the undead army gave off a ferocious aura and slammed into the shield wall. The massive shield wall had already been destroyed by the city lords, and it was unable to stop the undead army at all. The shield wall was instantly destroyed, and the countless skeletons gave off eerie and terrifying sounds as they madly attacked the players. The beast skeletons leapt at the players and bit them, while the humanoid skeletons continuously slashed at the players with weapons, and those without weapons used their hands to pierce through the players' chests. The player army also fought back with all their might. Their attacks either sent the skeletons flying or smashed them into a pile of bones. Swish, 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 a large number of arrows once again shot out from the left and right, raining down on the chaotic battlefield. Countless players were instantly killed by the arrows. Qin's soldiers continued to attack from afar. One reason was to preserve their strength and not fight head-on, and the other was that if they got too close, they would be attacked by the skeleton army. Qin did not have full control of these countless skeletons, and they could injure at any moment. The archers wanted to shoot back at Qin, but because they were too far away and there were obstacles, they were unable to hit Qin arrows. On the other hand, Great Qin's side had high cultivations and good equipment, and the arrows they shot out could pierce 2 or 3 players' bodies. It could be said that they were on a completely different level. With the countless archers, the archers, the players and the players, they, and Qin, and they, skeleton, and. After seeing Qin's strength, Lu Hongjiang felt incredibly shocked. No wonder so many people had fallen at his hands. The chaotic scene allowed Qin's city lords to once again seize this opportunity to attack the player army. Sword lights that were hundreds of meters long slashed out. Because there were so many players and they were crammed together, there were some who were weaker. This sort of attack would often kill thousands of people, and the players' bodies would be shredded by the sword lights, causing the stench of blood to become incredibly dense. The players' side was being completely suppressed. They faced the skeleton army's attacks from the front and were attacked by arrows from the left and right, while the 12 city lords launched ferocious attacks from above. The battle was completely one-sided, and the player army continuously retreated while the skeleton army continuously advanced, causing more and more players to die. Many people started to feel afraid, and when they saw that they could not win, they started to run. Their battle intent was not very strong, and they had already been intimidated by Qin's soldiers. Facing such ferocious attacks, they did not dare to continue resisting. Seeing this, Lu Hongjiang's heart sank, and he yelled, "Don't be afraid of death. Block them for me. Even if you die, those who make contributions will receive 10 times the rewards. Don't worry, the dynasty legatees and factions won't mistreat you. 10 times the rewards?" This caused the countless players who wanted to run to stay. After all, the rewards were simply too tempting, and it was worth it for them to fearlessly stay. After all, they would not truly die, and all they needed was money. At that moment, another figure appeared in the sky, giving off an incredibly terrifying might that seemed to cause the surrounding air to freeze. Lu Hongjiang was given a big fright, and he looked at the cloaked figure in the sky. He was Qin's legatee? Indeed, he was an incredibly terrifying existence. Zhao Fu looked at Lu Hongjiang and understood that he was the commander-in-chief. As such, he took out a bow and knocked an arrow before drawing the bow to its fullest. Swish, an arrow shot out, turning into a cold light that instantly tore through the air and pierced through Lu Hongjiang's chest. Lu Hongjiang only had stage 1 cultivation, so he did not have the ability to block Zhao Fu's attack. However, Lu Hongjiang, who had fallen to the ground, had a trace of a smile on his face. No one could understand why he had such a smile before he died. Zhao Fu did not notice this strange smile, and he instead focused on the battlefield. Without a commander, the player army was completely defeated, and they all started to flee while the undead army madly chased after them. In the end, countless players had escaped, and Great Qin had won this battle. However, from the original 2 million skeletons, there were only 1 million or so skeletons left. The ground was covered with player corpses, and Zhao Fu ordered his people to quickly clean up the battlefield before returning to Qin's legatee. This time, with the undead army, the battle was much easier, and Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt that something was off, as if a wave of danger was approaching. As such, he rushed into the sky to take a look, and he was shocked to find that he had fallen for a trap. 3 million player armies ferociously rushed over from the other 3 directions, giving off terrifying auras. What made Zhao Fu's expression even more unsightly was that there was a team of 1.2 million players in the east, and they were all stage 1 soldiers. There were also 12 city lords in the sky flying over. Your Majesty! What should we do? Qin's city lords sensed that something was off and flew into the sky. Seeing the scene in front of them, their expressions fell. Zhao Fu had never thought that they would have long since found a way to break through the isolation barrier. Splitting into 4 groups was just a ruse. Once Qin attacked one of the groups, the other 3 groups would immediately attack. Only a few people knew about this, or else the spies hidden among the players would know. What should we do? Zhao Fu became incredibly calm and did not feel as anxious as before. After thinking for a while, he said, the other players are too weak, so Zhao Fu will have a way to deal with them. However, what about the 1.2 million stage 1 soldiers? Qin's army only had 800,000 soldiers, and there were 600,000 or so stage 1 soldiers and 200,000 stage 0 to 8 or 0 to 9 soldiers. However, facing 1.2 million stage 1 soldiers was simply too difficult. However, it wasn't like they didn't have any advantages. Firstly, as the attackers, they were affected by the activity, and all of their stats were reduced by 30%. Moreover, they only had full sets of blue-grade equipment, while Qin's soldiers all had at least 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Moreover, with Qin's 5 general armaments and Qin City's bonus stats, they were far superior to the system main city soldiers. Since they couldn't escape, they could only fight. If they didn't succeed, they would die trying. I'll deal with the 3-player armies, you all focus on dealing with the system main city army. Zhao Fu said seriously after making up his mind. The generals obeyed, and 800,000 Qin soldiers gathered together, giving off an austere and murderous aura like a flood that was about to explode. Ha ha ha. Qin won't be able to escape this time. Brothers, charge and destroy Qin City. Trash Qin City. We're going to act on behalf of the heavens and kill him. Kill. Kill all of Qin City soldiers. If he dares to be so arrogant, your elder will trample him to death. Countless players excitedly charged over. With their 9 million players and 120 King System main city soldiers, they were 100% certain that they would be able to destroy Qin City. 800,000 Qin soldiers aimed at the system soldiers charging from the east, while Zhao Fu stood alone in front of the 3 armies of players. Countless players flooded into the forest of horrors, giving off an aura that shook the heavens and struck fear into the hearts of all creatures. The atmosphere within the forest of horrors became incredibly heavy, and the other wild beasts scattered in fear. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at the incoming crowd coldly. The sky-desolating azure dragon would only intervene when Qin City was about to die. Even if all the generals of the 800,000-strong army were killed, the sky-desolating azure dragon would not intervene. Because of the Heaven Killer bloodline, the golden dragon had used up all of its power. Otherwise, it would have been able to deal with these players. Unfortunately, it couldn't now. If the sky-desolate azure dragon and the golden dragon can't do it, what else can Zhao Fu do? Right now, Zhao Fu's only option was to use Qin City's kingdom fate. Even though fate was incredibly important to Qin City, if all 800,000 of his soldiers died here, the player army would be able to ravage Qin City. The sky-desolate azure dragon could guarantee that Qin City would not be destroyed, but that was all. The player army could destroy everything outside of Qin City, but that would cause Qin City to lose everything. As such, Zhao Fu definitely didn't want that to happen. As such, Zhao Fu decided to use the kingdom fate. Qin City's fate was not as small as it had been before, and ever since the battle at Heavenstone City, Zhao Fu had been very careful with how he used fate. After developing for so long, Great Qin's own fate, as well as the fate from conquering countless towns, destroying a few nation legatees, and conquering regions, was 100 or so times more fate than before. It could be described as an ocean. Now, Zhao Fu was about to use up all of his fate. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind started to blow as clouds started to gather. Everyone instinctively felt a wave of danger descend, and their hairs stood on end. It was as if a natural disaster was about to erupt. In the air, Zhao Fu's black cloak lightly fluttered as he stretched out his hand and pointed towards the sky as he roared, "Qin City's fate, condense!" Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive gale swept out, causing clouds to quickly gather as thunder sounded out in the sky. Traces of black aura continuously rose up from the ground of the Forest of Horrors and gathered towards Zhao Fu. As the traces of black aura gathered, they formed a black flood that flowed towards Zhao Fu and entered his body. Boom! A heaven-toppling might descended, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. This might seemed corporeal, causing the ground in the surrounding 10,000 meters to sink by 1 meter, and all of the trees and boulders within it were crushed into pieces. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the ground continuously trembled. A massive gale blew, and the light twisted. It was as if the heavens and earth could not withstand this power. In the air, Zhao Fu was completely covered by black flames, making it impossible to see his body. Only his two eyes, which gave off a brilliant blood-red light, were incredibly eye-catching within the black flames. The countless players felt the dangerous aura coming from the sky, and they felt as if their bodies had been submerged in icy water, causing them to uncontrollably tremble. Sensing this terrifying aura, the 12 city lords' expressions fell as they hurriedly said, "That person is using something terrifying, hurry and stop him." The other city lords nodded and sped towards Zhao Fu, wanting to stop Zhao Fu. However, the 12 city lords blocked in front of them. Seeing so many city lords block in front of them, the city lords' expressions fell. The other side had so many city lords, if Qin attacked any one of the regions, it would be very difficult for that region to defend. With Qin's strength to such a degree, it seemed that working together to destroy Qin was the right decision. Demon Domain Door. A roar suddenly sounded out from Zhao Fu within the black flames. A black orb that was as big as a fist floated out of the black flames and shot into the sky. Boom! The sky seemed to be about to shatter as the black orb shot into the sky and expanded, forming a black hole that covered 10,000 kilometers. Massive amounts of demonic chi flooded out, and an evil and dark aura filled the entire region. Roar! Countless demons surged out like a tide, letting out twisted and evil laughter. There were all kinds of demons, not just imps, but also fallen demons, snake demons, goat demons, and so on. What was even more shocking was that these demons did not have bodies made of demonic chi but true bodies of flesh and blood. Demon Domain Door was the upgraded version of Hell's Gate, and it had even more terrifying power. Zhao Fu had used up all of Qin's fate to do this. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as the ferocious demon tide slammed into the human tide, causing blood and limbs to fly everywhere. Pained cries sounded out as death quickly spread. The demon beasts were incredibly cruel, some tore apart players' bodies, some bit off players' heads, some dug out players' hearts, and some slashed players in half with a swipe of their claws. The players started to desperately resist. Even though the demon beasts were terrifying, they couldn't just let them kill them. However, their attacks were quite weak. Now that the demon beasts had flesh and blood, they could think and dodge, unlike before, which only knew how to charge and kill. Moreover, their stats were far superior to the players, so unless they directly attacked their vitals, it would be quite difficult to kill them. The demon tide was only 1/3 of the size of the human tide, and even though the human tide was quite large, it was unable to defend against the demon tide's ferocity. As the demon tide pushed forward, the human tide continuously retreated. Pained cries continuously sounded out, and the ground was covered with blood and dismembered corpses. Xian's remaining 1 million or so skeletons, led by the 10 disaster cavalrymen, charged at the human tide from the side. The countless skeletons excitedly started to madly slaughter. Facing attacks from both sides, the human tide could only passively defend. They had wanted to first construct a shield wall to defend before killing the skeletons and demon beasts in an orderly manner. However, most of the demon beasts could fly, and before the player army could construct a shield wall, it was destroyed by the demon tide. On the other side, the 10 disaster cavalrymen gathered a large amount of deathly aura and instantly broke through the player's shield wall. The players were not united, and their battle intent was not as strong as the demon beasts and skeletons. They all retreated in fear, causing the skeletons and demon beasts to charge at the human tide even more ferociously and madly slaughter. Compared to these small fries, the system main city soldiers were the elites and were Xian's true opponents. Even though they were from different system main cities, they were united and filled with battle intent. The aura they gave off was incredibly terrifying. Xian's soldiers also had resolute gazes and gripped their weapons, looking death in the eye, and they also gave off incredibly sharp auras. Charge! The two armies gave off terrifying auras as they charged at the other side with unstoppable momentum. The sounds they gave off shook the surroundings. At that moment, Bai Qi, Wei Liao, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Sima Qiu took out their general armaments and roared as their general auras shot into the sky. 5 different colored stars gave off brilliant starlight as they descended into the world. Slaughterer, open. Attacker, open. Sly Dao, open. Full-scale army, activate. Formation-breaking army, activate. 5 shouts once again sounded out as the 5 general armaments gave off different lights. The 5 general stars in the sky sensed their power and gave off even more intense starlight, exploding out with shocking power. The Xian soldiers below all gave off 5 different auras. Their eyes were blood red, and their expressions were ferocious. Their hearts were filled with killing intent, and their bodies grew larger. 2 fangs grew out of their mouths, and they roared like wild beasts. The 800,000 Xian soldiers had completely transformed into a wild beast that had lost control. With a terrifying and ferocious aura, they charged towards the system army with no regard for their lives. Kill! The system main city soldiers exploded out with all of their strength and roared as they gave off incredibly austere auras and ferociously rushed towards Xian's soldiers. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 tides ferociously clashed, causing the air to seem to explode. The 2 tides remained in a stalemate for a while, following which the 5-colored Xian soldiers broke through the system main city army's tide of people. The 5 general armaments' 6th stats were all unleashed, and they were all added to the soldiers' bodies. The power they gave off was quite terrifying, and their power far surpassed that of the system main city soldiers. After breaking through the system main city army's tide of people, Xian's soldiers started to madly slaughter. They charged at the system main city soldiers, and their saber lights and sword lights flew everywhere, killing the system main city soldiers. Even though Xian's soldiers were incredibly ferocious, the system main city soldiers had a massive advantage in terms of numbers, and the system main city soldiers at the back valiantly charged forwards. Clang, 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 the sounds of countless weapons clashing could be heard as the 2 armies started to fight. The people in the sky also started to act. The system main city's 12 city lords and Xian's 12 city lords simultaneously exploded out with the terrifying power of their city lords' seals. Immediately, the heavens and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon dimmed. A terrifying aura swept through everything like a wild gale, causing sand and pebbles to fly and trees to snap. However, at that moment, a cold-looking young man suddenly slashed out with his sword. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the chest of a System Main City Lord. The System Main City Lord had never thought that the cold-looking young man would attack him, but it was too late. His heart had already been pierced by the sword, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. The City Lord's eyes closed as his body powerlessly fell to the ground. A black, wood-colored City Lord seal floated out of the City Lord's body, and the cold-looking young man held it in his hand. This sudden turn of events caused countless people from the System Main City side to feel incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the cold-looking young man would do such a thing. Logically speaking, their common enemy was Qin, so why would he kill his own people? Qin's side did not react at all, as if they had long since expected this. After all, this cold-looking young man was Xianxia. After such a long time, Xianxia had passed the old City Lord's test and was now the young City Lord of Battle City. At first, he did not know about this operation to destroy Qin, as the old City Lord had participated in it. However, after finding out about this, he wanted to notify Qin, but it was already too late. As such, he begged the old City Lord to let him lead the soldiers. Xianxia. You traitor, you dared to kill your own people. Old Luo was wrong about you. Another middle-aged City Lord furiously cursed at Xianxia. Xianxia did not reply. This sort of sneak attack was completely out of character, and it was completely incompatible with his way of the sword. However, at this critical moment, as long as it was beneficial to Qin, going against his principles was not a big deal. Xing, Xianxia swung his sword, giving off a cold light as he attacked another City Lord. He did not explain and continued to attack the System Main City Lord. The City Lord could only defend, while the other System Main City Lords planned to attack Xianxia and kill him first. However, how could Qin's City Lord allow them to attack Xianxia? He gave off a powerful aura and turned into a ray of light as he rushed towards the various City Lords, and a shocking battle unfolded. At the same time, the two armies on the ground fought intensely, and the sound of countless weapons clashing could be heard. All sorts of cold lights shot everywhere, and blood flew everywhere as people fell. On the other side, Zhao Fu coldly watched as the players continuously died and retreated, and he continued to order the demon tide and skeletons to madly attack. At this moment, Zhao Fu's face was quite pale because using the demon domain gate consumed too much of his fate. Even though it consumed all of his fate, Zhao Fu's body was starting to become unbearable, and he just wanted to quickly get rid of the player army. Otherwise, once he lost consciousness, these demons would return to the demon domain. Zhao Fu didn't have time to care about the battle on the other side, but he knew that it was going to be incredibly difficult. He had to get rid of this player army, or else Qin would have no hope of winning if they and the system army attacked from both sides. Countless demons and disaster cavalrymen obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and attacked the players even more ferociously than before. The ground was covered with corpses, and blood dyed everything red. The smell of blood was incredibly nauseating. Seeing how terrifying the demons were, the countless players no longer had the will to fight. At first, they slowly retreated before turning and running. Seeing that the countless players were about to flee, the commanders angrily yelled, "Those who run will not receive any rewards, but those who die will receive double the rewards." These words stopped the countless players who wanted to escape. After all, they had come for the rewards and had done so much. If they did not receive any rewards now, they would suffer a great loss. The countless players braced themselves and stayed behind, fighting back against the demons and skeletons. Hearing that there would be rewards for dying, the players were no longer as afraid and started to fight back. However, the demon tide was still incredibly ferocious, and it continuously battered the player army while the skeleton army madly attacked. The numbers on both sides continuously decreased, and death spread across the entire battlefield. The demons' cruelty and evil and the skeletons' instinctive hatred for life still held the upper hand. Even though their numbers continuously decreased, they didn't show any signs of retreating and focused on killing. The deaths of other demons and skeletons didn't affect them at all. However, the players were different. Even though they stayed behind, their battle strength greatly decreased due to their fear, and the skeletons gradually won. On the other side, the battle between Qin's soldiers and the system army was incredibly intense. It was completely different from the battle between the player army and the system army. This was a true battle. No matter which side it was, all of them had an intense will to fight. They did not fear death as they valiantly killed their enemies. At the same time, blood flew everywhere as people fell one after another, their lives gradually fading away. However, the system main army was still at a disadvantage. They had to face the Berserk Qin's soldiers from the front, and there were still 100,000 Battle City soldiers attacking from behind. Just then, Battle City's soldiers had launched a sneak attack, and many of them had died. Although the number of people fighting in the sky was less than 30, the intensity of the battle was not weaker than any other side. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out in the sky. The destructive power of the battle destroyed everything. The trees on the ground were easily obliterated. The pure destruction and the terrifying ripples made it so that no one dared to get close. In battle, Qin was slightly more advantageous. With Bai Qi and the other city lords' 5 general stars, they would be more powerful when fighting against the other city lords. There was also Xianxia. His sword techniques were incredibly sharp, forcing a city lord to passively defend. He did not even have an opportunity to retaliate because if he was not careful, he could be injured or even killed by Xianxia. A trace of blood leaked out of Zhao Fu's mouth. Zhao Fu felt as if his body was going to be torn apart, and his consciousness became hazy. However, the battle was not over yet, so Zhao Fu could only grit his teeth and continue to open the demon domain door. Time gradually passed, and Zhao Fu gritted his teeth as he persisted. Not only did blood flow out of his mouth, but blood also flowed out of his nose and eyes, and his consciousness became more and more hazy. By now, Zhao Fu was not in the mood to observe the battle. He bit down on his tongue, and the pain caused Zhao Fu to regain his composure. He then continued to persevere, but why were the consequences of opening the demon domain door so severe? The pain became more and more intense, and Zhao Fu felt that the pain surpassed the side effects of opening the demon domain door. Cough. Zhao Fu felt a sweetness in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The demonic flames around his body disappeared, and blood started to seep out of Zhao Fu's body. Right now, there was no time to think about anything else. Zhao Fu gritted his teeth and focused on maintaining the demon domain door. The pain became more and more intense, and he felt as if his flesh was being peeled off and his bones were being shattered. Zhao Fu could not care about anything else, and he could only sense that the battle around him was becoming more and more intense. The sounds of battle and killing could be heard in the surrounding 10 or so kilometers. Finally, Zhao Fu was unable to hold on any longer, and his consciousness collapsed. His vision darkened, and his body powerlessly fell from the sky. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Fu slowly woke up and saw Xianru's face. Zhao Fu was lying on the ground, his head resting on Xianru's legs. How was the battle? Zhao Fu's voice was hoarse as he weakly asked Xianru. Xianru lightly laughed as she replied, "The battle is over. Qin won, and the generals are now cleaning up the battlefield." What about the losses? Hearing Xianru's reply, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief, and he worriedly asked about the casualties. Xianru looked at Zhao Fu, and the smile on her face faded as she replied, Qin has lost 240,000 people, and 5 generals have died. Cough. Hearing this number, Zhao Fu felt a pain in his heart, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xianru hurriedly placed her hand on her chest, making Zhao Fu feel a bit better. She then comforted him, saying, "Your Majesty, our battle results were also quite shocking. We've killed 700,000 enemies, captured 100,000, and escaped 300,000. As for the city lords, Great Qin has killed 6 city lords and captured 1 alive. Bai Qi and the other generals are currently going to relocate the system main cities. As for the players, only a small number of players escaped, and most of them were killed by the demon tide. There are less than 100,000 skeletons left." Hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu felt a bit better. However, he suddenly saw many system announcements, and before he could check them, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. System announcement. The heaven domain boundary has been affected, and the second level has been closed prematurely. System announcement. The second stage of the chaotic world has been unlocked. Killing people from different countries will result in different war points. System announcement. Qin's fate has been exhausted, and a major historical event has occurred. The New Year festival has ended prematurely. System announcement. Conquering Chinese territory will result in double the fate, and killing Chinese people will result in 5 times the war points. System announcement. Chinese people, please do your best to resist the invasion. Killing invaders will result in 2 times the war points. Warning. If China's fate falls to a certain level, China's position as the top heaven and earth legacy will be erased. As these system announcements sounded out, the entire world was sent into an uproar. No one had expected such a thing to happen. After heavily injuring Qin, the second level of the heaven domain boundary had been closed, and the New Year festival had been stopped early. The world had entered the second stage of the chaotic world. Most people did not know what the heaven domain boundary was, so no one was worried. The New Year festival had been stopped early, making countless people feel that it was a pity. However, the second stage of the chaotic world was incredibly dangerous. The border regions were already incredibly chaotic, and the two sides hated each other and fought endlessly. Now that there were massive rewards, the two sides had even more reason to kill each other. There was no peace between the two countries, and it was either you kill me or I kill you. This undoubtedly intensified the hatred between the two countries. Luckily, the regional corridors had not been opened yet, or else there would have been clashes between the two countries, which would have affected the fate of the entire country. After hearing that they had heavily injured Qin and used up all of Qin's fate, the Chinese dynasties were incredibly excited. They were far ahead in terms of fate, and they had also heard that they had caused more than 200,000 of Qin's soldiers to die. This made them even more confident. However, they had never thought that heavily injuring Qin would lead to such a thing. The other countries were fine, as the rewards were normal. However, in China, anyone who killed a Chinese person would receive 5 times the rewards and double the fate. This was incredibly tempting, and even those who did not have enmity with China would not be able to help but act against China. China was at the center of the Midland continent, and there were countless countries around it. There were 22 of them, making it the country with the largest number of countries around it. However, with China's strength as the top legatee and its position at the center of the Midland continent, it did not have to fear many countries. This was why China was so confident. Of course, the other countries could only watch and did not dare to act. They were afraid that they would be attacked by China, and with their strength, they would not be able to defeat Qin. After all, not only was China incredibly powerful, but it also had a massive amount of fate, making it difficult for them to take advantage of it. As such, they could only watch. However, no one was willing to submit to others, and no one was willing to be inferior to others. As such, many countries would act against China in the end, wanting to trample on the Celestial Empire and replace it. However, they never got the chance to do so. Therefore, they had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. Today is finally here. The luck of the world is no longer on Huaxia's side. Not long after this system announcement sounded out, the flames of war broke out at the borders of China. China was too confident, relying on its status as a celestial empire and its massive amount of fate to look down on everyone else. They underestimated their threat and did not even take them seriously at all. However, it was precisely this kind of confidence that would cause Huaxia to suffer a catastrophe. China's ancient clans and 100 schools of thought could not help but sigh. They knew that such a day would come, and they were aware of the threats that China faced. As such, they opposed internal strife. However, they still couldn't stop any of the parties, especially the dynasties and forces of Huaxia. In order to severely injure Qin, they even invited countless foreign forces to join in. It's all good now. Qin's fate has been used up, and Qin's legatee has suffered a backlash from the heaven and earth fate. They've gotten what they wanted, but all of China will suffer. Qin was the first to establish a town and a city, and it had received a large amount of China's fate. At the same time, it was one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, and Qin controlled China's clan armament. Qin's legatee was the only person to awaken the Myrtle Imperial Star. Qin's massive amount of fate caused it to become the backbone of all of China. Once it collapsed, all of China would collapse as well. Now that there was a massive shift in fate, it would be fine if China could defend against the invasion. However, if it could not, all of China would fall into a catastrophe. First, China's fate would be greatly reduced. Once its fate decreased, all of China's people would not be as lucky as before, and they would face all sorts of disasters. Not only would their land be plundered, but countless Chinese people would also be slaughtered. After hearing about this system announcement, as well as the flames of war around China, the various dynasty legatees and factions' expressions became quite unsightly. Their plan had succeeded, but they did not want to see such an outcome, as they would all be implicated. Right now, China was like a piece of fragrant, juicy meat in everyone's eyes, and it would be strange if others did not act. Out of the 22 countries around China, only Pakistan did not act. The other 21 countries were like hungry wolves as they leapt at China and tore at it. The people from the other continents all felt quite envious of being able to stay next to China. After all, they could ravage China and obtain massive rewards, making them feel quite tempted. A group of ignorant Chinese people also received this system announcement. Seeing that the event had been stopped because of Qin, they felt quite furious and resentful. It was only the 5th day of the New Year festival, and there were still 2 more days before it ended. An event like the New Year festival, where one did not have to do anything to obtain massive rewards, was now cancelled. This was a great loss to them. Fudge! Qin, you bastard! Qin, why didn't your entire family die? You've come to harm your elder, you're just an idiot. Qin, screw your ancestors. We waited so long for an event, but it was stopped by an idiot like you. I don't want to say anything, I just want to *CK Qin's entire family. Countless people's curses and insults towards Qin reached an all-time high because their interests had been harmed. They did not think about who had caused this or who the main reason was. If it wasn't for ordinary people like them, would Qin have been forced into a corner and used up all of his fate? This was simply impossible. However, if he had known that this would happen after using up Qin's fate, Zhaofu definitely would have used it. After all, he would rather betray the world than let the world betray him. Back at Qin, Zhaofu looked quite shocked, he had never thought that such a thing would happen. At the same time, he understood why his injuries were so severe, it was because of the backlash from the heaven and earth fate. Zhaofu raised his head and looked at Xianru as he said, "You also received this system announcement, right?" Xianru lightly nodded. "Then is there any way to cure this kind of luck backlash?" Zhaofu asked in concern. He felt that his body was incredibly weak and did not have any power at all. Even his powerful sovereign bloodline's recovery effects were quite weak, and Zhaofu understood that this sort of backlash could not be cured with ordinary methods. Hearing Xianru's words, Zhaofu let out a sigh of relief and said, "Help me up." Xianru put one hand on Zhaofu's back and the other on Zhaofu's arm as she gently helped Zhaofu up. After Zhaofu stood up, he looked at the tragic scene around him and felt a stab of pain in his heart. It was the first time that so many people had died in Qin City, 240,000, which was something that he hadn't even dared to imagine before. It was also the first time that he had lost so many generals. "Your Majesty." Xianxia walked over and paid his respects to Zhaofu before looking at Zhaofu in concern. Zhaofu weakly smiled and said, "Xianxia, you've done a great service this time. You've made a great contribution this time. Without your help, Great Qin would have suffered even more casualties against the system main army." Xianxia slightly lowered his head and said in a concerned tone, "Your Majesty, this is what I should do. Now that the battlefield has been cleaned up, let's go back. Your health is more important." Zhaofu felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Following this, everyone returned to Qin City. The corpses of the soldiers and system main city soldiers, as well as the large amount of equipment on the players, were all collected and brought back to Qin City. Following this, Bai Qi and the others brought the city creation stones back to Qin City. Qin City had lost 240,000 soldiers, 90% of whom had not broken through to stage 1 yet. The 800,000 soldiers had now become 560,000 soldiers. The 5 generals who had died were all ordinary generals, but Zhaofu had some impression of them. Seeing these soldiers and generals die, Zhaofu felt quite bad. Zhaofu had never viewed them as cold tools, they were all people with their own feelings and thoughts. They had given everything they had for Qin City, and Zhaofu could treat other people's lives coldly, but he couldn't treat his own people like that. The soldiers' corpses were taken to different places. Some were buried, while others were turned into undead. The stage 1 soldiers' corpses were refined before being buried. Zhao Fu had long since told his soldiers what they wanted to do. If they died in battle, they could choose to rest in peace or turn into skeletons. After all, turning into skeletons was a continuation of life, and they might even be able to regain consciousness in the future. As for refining corpses, because there were very few stage 1 soldiers and aptitudes, this rule had long since been established. Because they were going to be reused, the other soldiers didn't have any objections. Of course, no matter what happened to them, they were dead now. If they had family members, Qin would take good care of them and give them compensation. Now, let's talk about the harvest. This time, Qin obtained another 7 system main cities, and adding on Gania's promotion to city lord, Qin now had 8 system main cities in total. Now, whether it was players or system main cities, none of the 4 regions around the Forest of Horrors posed any threat. Great Qin's future path would be quite smooth, and after clearing out the Forest of Horrors, they would be able to continue clearing out the 4 surrounding regions. It was just that Zhao Fu didn't have enough people to relocate the 7 system main cities, as that would require a large number of soldiers. Moreover, the system main cities' residents were quite resistant, and Qin had just gone through a large battle and needed time to recover, so he only relocated the system main cities. Relocating 7 system main cities gave a massive amount of EXP and merit points, but it was a pity that he didn't satisfy the requirements to level up. Qin was still missing a basic city, so even though Qin had enough EXP, he could only store it there and couldn't level up. The other gains were the 700,000 soldier corpses, which could provide another 700,000 blood god pills for Qin. There were also the countless players' equipment, which was worth a massive amount of money, as there were 12 million of them. Finally, there were the 100,000 captives. They had all chosen to surrender, or else Qin wouldn't have been able to capture them. These 100,000 system main city soldiers would be able to make up for the losses of Qin's soldiers. Half of Gania's battle city's soldiers had died, and Zhao Fu didn't bother with the surviving soldiers and residents for now. He first had Gania go back and convince the old city lord, after all, those people would still be loyal to him. Now, it was time to decide who the 7 city lord seals would be. Bai Qi had already replaced Zhao Fu and rebuilt the 7 system main cities. Now, Zhao Fu sat in the meeting hall, and because his body was quite weak, he couldn't even sit stably and needed Xianru to support him. 7 people knelt in front of Zhao Fu: Sun Wu, Chen Man, Li Mu, Du Kong, Lu Yeqing, Miao Shirley, and Li Yun. Looking at the 6 women in front of him, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised because he knew one of them and had an impression of one of them. One of them was Sun Cece, and the other was East Green's female city lord. Because this female city lord had participated in destroying Great Qin, she had said that she would capture a city lord alive. Who captured her? Zhao Fu said somewhat angrily as he slightly frowned. Zhao Fu didn't care about capturing other women, as he just needed them to provide him with Phoenix Qi. However, why had his classmate been captured? Xianru felt quite surprised and asked, "Your Majesty, are you familiar with that woman?" Xianru asked, "Your Majesty, are you familiar with that woman?" Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I guess so." Xianru understood and lightly laughed as she said, "No wonder. I saw that her Phoenix Qi wasn't innate but acquired. It seems that it's because of your Majesty. In actuality, she doesn't have much Phoenix Qi, so your Majesty can let her go. However, she's seen what Qin looks like, and letting her go will be a disaster for her." Because of the 4 isolation walls, Qin's shops in the 4 regions were all closed out of fear of retaliation. As such, Sun Cece lost her job, but she didn't leave this region. Afterwards, she was targeted by Qin's assassins. Qin didn't care who it was, anyone with Phoenix Qi was captured and offered to their Majesty according to Xianru's orders. At first, Sun Cece was quite afraid, but after seeing the other women, she calmed down a bit. Sun Cece was shocked to find that they had been captured by Qin, but why had Qin captured ordinary people like them, even though they didn't know the reason? Thinking about how terrifying and cruel Qin was, the other women's faces became pale. They wanted to commit suicide and return to the real world, but they couldn't. Now, apart from the female city lord, the other women did not even dare to raise their heads in fear of angering the person sitting above them. Hearing the way the people around them addressed him, they were shocked to find that the person sitting above them was Great Qin's legatee. Thinking about all of the rumors about Great Qin's legatee, they did not dare to raise their heads. But at this time, Sun Cece heard a familiar voice from above. She felt that the person above was her former boss, but how was that possible? In the end, Sun Cece couldn't help but be curious. She raised her head slightly and saw a pale young man sitting above her. Sun Cece was stunned and couldn't help but call out, "Zhao Fu?" Hearing the voice, Zhao Fu also looked at her, laughed dryly, and nodded slightly. Immediately, Sun Cece finally understood why the mysterious boss was so nice to her. It turned out that he was her classmate. Sun Cece still had some impression of Zhao Fu. Although he was in the same class, he was also a loner and rarely socialized with others. He was usually alone in school. Other than that, he was relatively ordinary and there was nothing special about him. But he is the Prince of Qin? Sun Cece's mind went blank. She was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to keep her here. After all, he could not reveal his identity. Zhao Fu ignored the beautiful female city lord's gaze and turned to the other 4 women as he said, "Raise your heads." Only then did the other 4 women slowly raise their heads. Only then did Zhao Fu see their appearances. They were quite good-looking. The first was a young girl with exquisite facial features and a somewhat childish look. The second woman had a slim figure and gave off a weak aura. The third was a woman who looked around 40 years old. Even though she was quite old, she was still quite attractive. The fourth woman had upper-class looks, but her lips were quite thin, and she gave off a shrewish feeling. Xianru had long since asked about their identities, and she told Zhao Fu about them. 2 of them were from large families, one of them didn't have much of an identity, but her family was quite well off, and one of them was actually from Flower Moon. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would be able to capture another woman from Flower Moon. However, since he had already captured them, he couldn't let them go. Otherwise, with Flower Moon's power, they would be in a lot of trouble. Xianru took out 6 pieces of paper and handed them to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took them and pressed the imperial ruler's seal on them before saying, "Sun Cece, Zhao Yining, Lu Rubai, and Yanling, Bao Ningzhu, and Li Wanbai, I will now confer upon you the title of Imperial Concubines of Qin." 6 rays of golden light shot into the 6 women's bodies, and traces of golden phoenix chi rose up from their bodies and floated towards the heaven prayer platform. A trace of golden aura descended from the sky and entered Zhao Fu's body before spreading out. The image of a golden phoenix appeared within Zhao Fu's body, giving off a bright golden light. Zhao Fu's body, which had suffered a backlash from the heaven and earth fate, quickly healed under this golden light. In just a while, Zhao Fu felt that his injuries were slightly better, and his face became a bit rosier. This Phoenix Chi was quite effective, and if it wasn't for the Emperor Phoenix's power protecting him, he would have most likely suffered a backlash from the heaven and earth fate and become a cripple. It seemed that Phoenix Chi was quite important. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before having people bring them down and take good care of him. These women were like other women, and they had not been able to react at all when they had suddenly been conferred the title of imperial concubine. Following this, they were brought to a large courtyard. Lu Rubai happily looked at the woman in front of her and couldn't help but call out, "14th sister." The woman turned to look at Lu Rubai, looking quite surprised. She had never thought that she would meet her here, but she immediately understood and said, "Big sister 26. You were also captured?" Lu Rubai awkwardly laughed, and the 2 of them started to happily chat. Because they both belonged to Flower Moon, Lu Rubai had always been worried about 14th sister. Seeing that she was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the situation in all of China. Looking at China's vast territory, there were flames of war everywhere, and the various countries did not want to let go of this rare opportunity. After all, such a great shift in fate was extremely rare, and it had only happened once in the real world's thousands of years of history. The various dynasty legatees and factions mobilized large amounts of resources and manpower to deal with Qin, causing many shocking battles to break out. It could be said that the entirety of China had fallen into a weak and empty state. This gave them even more opportunities, so they went berserk and fought with everything they had. They were like berserk beasts, madly biting and tearing at China. The battle was completely one-sided because the various countries had gone all out. Adding on the fact that they had been spying on China for a long time, they had made ample preparations, and their battle intents were incredibly strong. They swore to destroy China, destroy the emperor's family, and take over China's position. On the other hand, the Chinese side had not reacted yet, and they were still immersed in the Celestial Empire's confidence and superiority, thinking that China was invincible. Soon, the southern side of the Midland continent was facing attacks from 3 countries. The first was the terrifying Russia, followed by Mongolia, and finally Kazakhstan. Even though they were small in number, they were not weak at all, and they were much more powerful than the smaller countries. Each of them had at least 1 nation armament, while Russia had 3. This time, they were attacking China from 3 different directions, and the most eye-catching one was Russia, led by Oleg, the legatee of the Kievan Rus dynasty. Kievan Rus was the first country that Russia had established, and it had an extremely high prestige in Russia. Oleg was a noble and elegant person, and he was like a true prince. After a system announcement sounded out, Oleg quickly gathered players from a few regions and started to attack China. Under Oleg's lead, 10 million Russian players started to attack. They were like a massive river at the boundary region, giving off a heaven-shaking aura as they charged towards the Chinese side's system main cities with an unstoppable momentum. The Chinese side's 2 system main cities players were not prepared at all, and seeing the Russian army suddenly attack, they looked quite afraid and planned to sue for peace. After all, they did not even have 1.5 million people, so how could they defend against Russia? The Russian player army had completely surrounded the Chinese side's system main cities. A Chinese faction's representative walked out and shakily walked over to a young man who was riding a large warhorse and wearing golden armor, and his body gave off a light. "Sir, can we resolve this peacefully? We'll give you anything you want," the person said carefully. Oleg elegantly looked at the Chinese person in front of him before looking to the side. The person next to him understood and immediately yelled, "Kneel. Who do you think you are to dare to stand and talk to His Majesty?" Hearing this, the Chinese representative's expression froze, and he hesitated before kneeling down and saying, "Your Majesty. Is that fine now? We want peace. We don't want war." Oleg lightly laughed as he looked at the Chinese representative with his blue eyes and said, "You Chinese people are so soft and useless. You want to resolve this peacefully? That's impossible. You lowly people should be conquered by Russia. You can go back." The Chinese representative's expression became quite unsightly, and he wanted to say something, but the person next to him yelled, "You dog, hurry up and piss off. If you don't piss off, I'll kill you." The Chinese representative was so scared that he scrambled back to the system main city. Now, the Chinese people in the system main cities were in chaos, and some people yelled, "Just fight with them, we'll just die once. Damn it. Let them witness the power of Xianxia. How dare they insult Xianxia?" But some people also shouted, "Idiot. If you want to go, then go. I don't want to die. What can you people do other than shouting and killing? A bunch of brainless trash. Can't we resolve this peacefully?" Some other people also agreed. Yes. Yes. We have to be rational and not be impulsive. Look at our equipment and cultivation levels. It wasn't easy for us to raise our cultivation levels, and the things we obtain every day can be exchanged for quite a bit of money. If we don't live a good life, why should we fight them? If we die, we'll have nothing. Everyone else nodded and said, "Don't listen to those idiots. If they want to die, they can do it themselves. Don't drag us into it. If we die, we'll have to start all over again, and we won't be able to exchange money anymore. If we run out of money, our country's economy will decline. That's why we should defeat them economically. No smoke is the best kind of war. Those hot-blooded people, go die. The country doesn't need an idiot like you who keeps causing trouble for the country." After some discussion, 80% of the people were in favor of peace, and the few who wanted to fight were completely overshadowed by these people. They were criticized and insulted by the crowd, and in the end, they also gave up on the idea of fighting. Just as they were about to sue for peace again, in the main hall of Xianxia City, a city lord sighed and said, "We can't resist so many mutants. Let's open the absolute neutral mode." The others nodded and left. Within the system main city, the players felt their bodies be covered by a wave of energy, and their vision blurred before they appeared outside the system main city. A sturdy semicircular barrier covered the entire system main city. Absolute neutrality was a state that could be used when a large number of players attacked or when players rioted, allowing the system main city to remain neutral. In this state, a system main city would have a powerful barrier protecting it, but it would not protect anyone or attack anyone. If other system main cities or player factions attacked, they would not be able to use this neutral mode. System main cities that had fought before could not use this absolute neutral mode either. However, because of the shift in fate, all system main cities could use this absolute neutral mode. Because of the shift in fate, players would gather like a tide and cover the heavens and earth, causing great damage to countless system main cities. As such, the system would ensure the safety of the system main cities. Countless Chinese players were thrown outside, and they could not react in time. However, Oleg had been waiting for a long time, and rows of archers aimed at the dumbfounded Chinese players. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as a black wave of arrows, giving off an incredibly sharp aura, descended like rain. Blood spurted everywhere, and cries sounded out. In just the first wave of arrows, 1/3 of the Chinese players had died. The cries of pain and blood caused countless people to come to their senses. They hurriedly picked up their shields to defend, and some people furiously rushed at the Russian players with weapons. Chi, 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 another wave of arrows descended, and countless Chinese players' bodies were pierced by countless arrows, making them look like a hornet's nest. Some people understood that they could not escape, so they continued to roar as they rushed at the Russian players. Some people knelt on the ground and cried out that they were willing to do anything. The Russian players mocked as they killed the Chinese players charging at them. They then looked at the Chinese players kneeling on the ground and looked at Oleg. Oleg raised his noble head and looked at the surrendered Chinese players with a trace of disgust as he said, "Our Russian players don't accept captives. These lowly Chinese people are as lowly as pigs, kill them all." How disgusting. Seeing that the Russian players were going to attack them, the Chinese players were so scared that they started to cry and beg. "Sir, we'll kowtow to you, please don't kill us. I actually have Russian blood in me, and I'm a Russian. I'm not a lowly Chinese person, please don't kill me." No matter how they begged for mercy, Oleg's expression did not change at all. Countless arrows once again shot out, tearing through the air and killing countless Chinese players. In the end, the survivors understood that begging for mercy and surrendering was useless, so they could only run towards the system main city. Now that the system main city was surrounded, they definitely could not escape, so they tried to hide within the system main city. However, they were all blocked by the semicircular barrier, and these people begged the system main city to let them in. The system main city's city lord looked at the corpses outside the system main city. The ground was dyed red with blood, and weapons were scattered everywhere. The people had all died incredibly gruesome deaths, creating a terrifying scene that looked like hell on earth. Looking at the pleading people outside the system main city's city lord could only sigh and ignore them. After all, if they were allowed in, they would lose their neutrality and might end up like them. As such, the system main city's city lord could only ignore their pleas. Oleg looked at the system main city and felt that it was quite a pity before saying, "Hurry and kill all of those Chinese players and clean up the battlefield. Before the Chinese players can react, we'll continue to attack the next region." The Russian players excitedly rushed up and easily killed the remaining Chinese players before looting the Chinese players' equipment. Looking at the countless Chinese players who had died, Oleg gave a satisfied smile. This was the first time he had fought against a foreign country, and he had obtained such a great harvest. He was greatly praised and worshipped by Russia. This was his first step in China, and after that, he would conquer China and kill all of those lowly Chinese players. When he thought about that, Oleg gave a confident smile. If it wasn't for the fact that China's internal war had caused a shift in fate and caused China to lose its protection, he would not have started to invade China so early on. Oleg could understand China's internal conflict. The appearance of a monster like Great Qin was simply too dangerous, and if they did not get rid of it, they would not be able to rest easy. As such, Oleg had provided some resources to help them destroy Great Qin. However, China had been too arrogant and overconfident, thinking that they wouldn't dare to invade China. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of such a juicy piece of meat? System announcement. The Marquis Peak region has been conquered by Russia, and China's overall fate has decreased while Russia's overall fate has increased. This system announcement caused a trace of a smile to appear on Oleg's face. China's system main cities were now completely neutral, and they no longer protected Chinese people or belonged to China. Right now, they could only be considered neutral factions. Therefore, as long as they killed all the Huaxia people now, it would be equivalent to occupying a region. Countless Russian players looked incredibly excited as they looted the players' corpses. This would be a good harvest, and apart from the spoils of war, there were also 5 times the war points, which could be exchanged for many good items. After a while, the battlefield was cleaned up, and the Russian players followed Oleg's instructions to pile up the Chinese corpses into a mountain of corpses. They then planted their Russian flag on it. Just thinking about this made everyone feel proud and happy. This was because Russia wanted to trample on China's dignity, and let all of China know how powerful Russia was. Countless Russian players loudly laughed and felt their blood boil as they followed Oleg to the next region. The leader was a fierce-looking, well-built young man. His name was Tut, and his status in the Mongolian kingdom was quite high. Everyone looked at the Mongolian kingdom and saw that the leader was a fierce-looking and well-built young man. Because of Mongolia, most of its territory in the Heaven-Awakened world was plains, and Mongolian players all knew how to ride horses and shoot arrows. This was a big advantage, as it was much better than staying in a room and studying. The Mongols were mostly made up of cavalry, and they didn't have any other types of soldiers. Even though they didn't have many people, only about 5 million, they weren't weak at all. Their cavalry was sharp and fast, and it was very difficult for an ordinary army to defend against them. Tut led the Mongolian army like an arrow, destroying all enemies. The sound of tens of thousands of horses galloping shook the heavens and earth, giving off a ferocious and powerful aura. The situation at the boundary regions was the same as before, and there were less than 1.5 million players. After all, China's territory was simply too vast, and it was impossible for every system main city to have 1 million players. Regions with more fate spawned more players, while regions with less fate spawned fewer players. Facing the Mongolian army's ferocious charge, the system main city at the boundary region rationally became neutral, and all of the Chinese players were chased out. At first, the Chinese players didn't have time to react, but Tut and his army had already arrived. However, the Chinese side was split into 2 factions. One faction chose to fight, even though they couldn't defeat the Mongolian army, they would still die with honor. The other faction chose peace, hoping to avoid war and preserve their own interests. After enjoying their current comfortable lives, most people chose to resolve this peacefully. However, they didn't have time to send people to negotiate. The Mongolian army was like a cold saber, and they gave off a thunderous aura as they charged into the Chinese players who wanted peace. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as countless Mongolian players charged on their horses and swung their sabers, killing all of the Chinese players in front of them. Warm blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the Chinese people fell like weeds. Some people chose to resist, while others chose to surrender. However, the Mongolian army didn't show any signs of stopping, and they gave off a ferocious aura as they charged forwards. The Chinese players were instantly destroyed, and they weren't able to stop the Mongolian army at all. The Mongolian army quickly inundated the remaining Chinese players. No matter if they surrendered or resisted, whether they were men or women, they were all killed. In just a short while, 1.5 million Chinese players had been slaughtered, and the Mongolian army hadn't suffered much damage at all. Following this, the Mongolian army started to clear the battlefield. Tut ordered his soldiers to cut off all of the Chinese players' heads and hang them on their horses. These were their spoils of war and symbolized their victory and power. Countless Mongolian players agreed with this idea, as they felt that hanging the Chinese players' heads on their horses was an incredibly glorious and invigorating thing. They had accumulated a great deal of hatred towards China, and now, they were going to release it all at once. Very quickly. System announcement. The 9 Shepherds region has been conquered by Mongolia, and China's overall fate has decreased while Mongolia's overall fate has increased. Another system announcement sounded out, causing all of China to tremble. Back at Kazakhstan's attack, Kazakhstan was not very powerful, and it had never produced any famous kingdoms or historical figures. Moreover, it was quite inland and had many deserts. Most of its soldiers were infantrymen, and they had very few cavalrymen. In total, they had around 7 million soldiers, and there were exactly 1 million Chinese players in this region. It was impossible for them to defend against Kazakhstan's attack. Just like before, the two system main cities had become neutral, so a large number of Chinese players were unprepared and chased out. By now, they were being attacked by Kazakhstan. First, a wave of arrows rained down, catching the Chinese players off guard. The Chinese players were split into two factions, and they were unable to unite. Kazakhstan had already set up 4 shield walls, completely surrounding the Chinese players. Now, the Chinese players started to counterattack, but it was not very effective. Kazakhstan's 4 shield walls gradually closed in, and they started to shrink. The shield walls would suddenly stab out spears, killing Chinese players one by one. Countless Chinese players looked terrified as they slowly retreated. The Kazakhstan players continued to press forward, and the Chinese players' range of movement became smaller and smaller. In the end, they were squeezed together, and some of them were stabbed to death. They tried to break through the shield walls, but they were unable to do anything. Many people started to kneel and surrender, and the Kazakhstan players did not kill them. In the end, most of the Chinese players were killed, and only 20,000 or so Chinese players were captured. The Chinese captives thought that the Kazakhstan players would spare them, and they thanked them profusely. However, their fates did not change at all. The Kazakhstan players were led by a man with yellow skin and a sinister-looking face. He was called Kegur, and looking at the Chinese corpses being massacred, he felt incredibly delighted and carefree. Their country did not have any famous people, nor did it have any world-shaking events. As such, they did not have much of a presence in the rest of the world, so Kegur wanted to change this. This time, China, the #1 country in the world, had a shift in fate, which was a great opportunity. This time, he wanted to lead the Kazakhstan players to the pinnacle of glory and let the world know of Kazakhstan's name. As such, he had to successfully invade China and defeat the Chinese players. Only by standing above the Chinese players would he be able to receive attention. As such, looking at the Chinese corpses, Kegur felt incredibly happy, as this was the first step towards fulfilling his dream. "Sir, what about the Chinese captives? Are you really going to let them off?" a person asked as he walked over to Kegur. How could he let the Chinese people off? Killing them would give him 5 times the reward. Even if he didn't kill them, the others would definitely not let them off. In order to celebrate this victory, Czechoslovakia decided to hold a simple hunting competition to raise the morale of the Kazakh people. Of course, the targets of the competition were the Chinese people. The Chinese captives didn't have a single piece of equipment on them. They only had clothes on them, and they were brought to the front by the thousands. The Chinese players did not understand what the Kazakhstan players were doing, and they were sent out 1,000. Jack laughed as he loudly said, "This is a special hunting event. As long as you hit a Chinese player, not only will you receive 5 times the reward, but I will also personally award you 10 silver coins." The crowd was in an uproar, and countless people excitedly requested to participate. The Czechs randomly chose 1,000 people and stood 100 meters behind the Chinese. Seeing the Kazakhstan players draw their bows, the remaining Chinese players understood that they did not want to let them off. As such, they tried to resist and run, but they did not have anything on them, and those who resisted were killed. In order to prevent this event from continuing, Great God gave the Chinese players some hope. If they could escape from the hunters, they would be spared. If they resisted, they would die, and if they participated, they would have a chance at survival. The Chinese players could only endure the humiliation and remain as prey for the Kazakhstan players to hunt. Following this, the hunt began. The Chinese players at the front quickly ran, while the Kazakhstan players drew their bows and started to shoot. Arrows flew out, piercing through many Chinese players' bodies. Some people were instantly killed, while others were still alive and held on the ground. Some people tried to run and crawled on the ground with great difficulty. Seeing this, the countless Kazakhstan players loudly laughed. The few people who were able to escape were filled with terror as they continued to run. Now, they had to face the majority of the archers. The rules were that after shooting one person, they could continue to shoot a second person. Because they were only 100 meters away, they had a few chances to shoot. Very few people were able to escape, and most of them were killed. Kostya did not chase after those who managed to escape, it was as if he had released a few bugs. After this event, the Kazakhstan players were incredibly enthusiastic, and they continued to follow Kostya to attack the next region. System announcement. The Sand region has been conquered by Kazakhstan. China's overall fate has decreased, while Kazakhstan's overall fate has increased. These three countries had been the first to attack, and they had attacked incredibly quickly and ferociously. The Chinese side had not been able to react in time and had been heavily attacked. However, at that time, the Chinese side had not sensed the danger yet, and they had thought that it was just a few countries that hated China and had started to invade. However, they had never thought that the invasion would be so all out, and it was incredibly ferocious. Back then, many people still wanted to maintain peace and wanted to resolve this peacefully. After all, Chinese people valued peace, and this sort of invasion was incredibly disadvantageous to China. China was in a disadvantageous position, so for their own interests, they did not want to start a war. Before the three countries' system announcements sounded out, the other countries had also started to invade, but they were not as fast. This was only the southern side of the Midland continent. Zhao Fu did not think too much about this, and Qin was not at the border, so he did not have to worry about invading Qin's territory for a while. However, Zhao Fu understood how important this shift in fate was, so he discussed it with his generals and made some important decisions. He also made some preparations and defenses. Being prepared for danger in times of peace was very important to the survival of a kingdom. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. Because Zhao Fu's body was still quite weak, it was difficult for him to even walk by himself, and he could not go anywhere. As such, he could only listen to the reports. The east side of China was mainly attacked by North Korea, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Some of these 6 countries had enmity with China not only in the heaven-awakened world but also in the real world, and there were often conflicts and territorial disputes. If he was already like this usually, then this time around, he would definitely take revenge crazily, and his methods would be even more cruel. The first to attack was Korea. They gathered 6 million players and ferociously attacked. Similarly, the system main cities here became neutral and chased out all of the Chinese players. However, this time, the Chinese players had learned their lesson. Because of what had happened in the south, after hearing that South Korea was attacking, they immediately chose to run. Because there were less than 1 million Chinese people here, they naturally couldn't stop them, so they could only choose to escape. However, they had also contacted the nearby regions, wanting to join forces to resist the invasion of the Goryans. However, none of the regions had agreed to come. There were still quite a number of people who thought that it was none of their business. Since the attack was not in their area, there was no need for them to go through so much trouble and come here to fight to the death. If they died, they would lose everything. How much money would they lose? Moreover, they could not ask for reimbursement from anyone. Some people were filled with hot blood and wanted to come, but they were not prepared enough. Even if they rushed over, the Frigid Kingdom would have already massacred the region, so they did not come in the end and planned to build defenses in their region. This time, the one leading them was Pu Xiaohui. Even though she was a woman, she was an important figure in South Korea and had a very high status. She was also very beautiful and was liked by many people in South Korea. In the beginning, Pu Xiaohui had been quite excited to lead the army here, as this was time to prove the great glacial nation's name. They wanted the entire world to see how powerful the great glacial nation was, and they wanted the entire world to submit to them. However, when they arrived, they found that most of the Chinese people had fled, making Pu Xiaohui feel quite disappointed. Only by slaughtering a large number of Chinese people would they be able to display their strength. But now, the Chinese had run away. What should we do with them? Park Xiaohui was unwilling to accept this outcome. She gave the order to chase after them, and in the end, they managed to capture 3,000 Chinese who were too slow to escape. Seeing these 3,000 Chinese people, Pu Xiaohui smiled and ordered them to be brought over. Seeing the large number of Goryans around them, the 3,000 Chinese players felt quite afraid, and they stood in front of Pu Xiaohui. Pu Xiaohui spoke up, "You despicable Chinese people, I'll tell you right now that my Han nation is the origin of all Eastern culture. You shameless Chinese people actually dare to say that our culture is your own? How shameful. You are thieves who stole from us. This also shows that you have a despicable bloodline. In history, you were the slaves of the Great Cold. Now, you have the blood of the slaves. From now on, you should recognize the Great Cold as your master. The Great Cold is superior to your lowly Chinese people. Do you understand now? Understand your sister. Do you have any shame? Brainless girl. You've never learned real history, have you? He's just an idiot, so disgusting. Many people angrily cursed at Pushuahue. Goryeo was just a small country, and it had always been China's vassal. Now that their economy had developed, they dared to steal Chinese culture and call it their own. They were simply too shameless. Pushuahue's peerlessly beautiful face became cold, and she immediately said, "Drag out those people who cursed at us. Behead them all." The surrounding Goryeans had long since disliked the Chinese people, and they immediately went up and dragged out the Chinese people before forcing them to kneel on the ground. They swung their swords, and heads fell to the ground, blood flowing out of their necks. This caused the remaining Chinese people's faces to turn pale, and their bodies started to tremble in fear. As long as you admit that you Chinese people are lowly existences, that you're the slaves of the Great Cold, that you stole our culture, and that you're shameless, I'll spare you. Pushuahue said as she looked at the Chinese people in front of her. Of the 3,000 or so Chinese people, 2,000 had been beheaded, and only 1,000 remained. Of these 1,000 people, some started to curse at Pushuahue before being dragged out and killed. In the end, there were only 500 or so Chinese people left. Looking at the beheaded corpses, a skinny and weak-looking young man said in fear, "Is this true? As long as we admit it, you'll spare us?" A trace of a smile appeared on Pushuahue's face as she said, "Of course. As long as you admit it, I'll spare you." "Very well. I admit that the Great Cold is the most outstanding, and we Chinese people are your slaves. We stole your culture," the skinny and weak-looking young man said nervously. The countless Goryons happily laughed, and Pushuahue also smiled as she nodded and said, "You can leave now." Hearing her words, the skinny and weak-looking young man was delighted and quickly ran to the side. Seeing him wretchedly run away, the Goryons laughed in ridicule. In their eyes, this Chinese person was no different from an animal. Seeing that someone had really run away, the others quickly admitted, "The Goryons are the largest country in the world, and we're not as powerful as you. It was us Chinese people who stole your things, we're despicable." Ha ha ha, the countless Goryons laughed, and the remaining Chinese people looked around nervously and fearfully. Pushuahue nodded in satisfaction and said, "You can all leave now." The other Chinese people felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders and immediately ran away. However, because some people did not admit it, they were directly killed. Of the 3,000 people, only 400 Chinese people managed to escape in humiliation. Pushuahue gave a happy smile. This was what she wanted these Chinese people, who thought so highly of themselves, to admit that they were Goryeo slaves. However, since most of the Chinese people had run away, Pushuahue could only use another method, which was to change their target. Pushuahue ordered people to start searching for Chinese indigenous villages. With 6 million people spread out, it was quite easy to find villages, so the Goryons found many villages. Following this, Pushuahue ordered people to take down these villages and announced her plan. She was going to implement Chinese slavery, which meant that all Chinese people would become slaves. Even though it was impossible for players to do that, they could capture Chinese indigenous residents. System announcement. The ocean region has been conquered by Goryeo. China's overall fate has decreased, while Goryeo's overall fate has increased. As countless Chinese people retreated from the region, the Goryons easily took over the region, and it now belonged to Goryeo. Now, Goryeo was implementing a system of slavery, continuously capturing Chinese indigenous residents and bringing them to Goryeo as slaves to serve them. Then, they turned their attention to Japan. Japan was the most perverted country in the world, and their methods were incredibly cruel, making countless Chinese people furious. The leader of the Japanese army was Oda Kamiya, who was Oda Nobunaga's descendant. As Oda Nobunaga's descendant, he was greatly respected by countless Japanese people. His performance in the beginning was quite good, but as Xianxia's rise, his performance became worse and worse. However, he wasn't really that bad. Compared to Xianxia's legatee, he was nothing. He had also suffered a heavy blow, so he had disappeared with the demonic blade for a period of time. Recently, with the shift in fate, he had finally seen an opportunity, so he had returned. In actuality, he had seen Xianxia's legatee, his greatest rival, suffer a backlash from the heaven and earth fate. Even though he didn't know if he was dead or alive, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. After all, the backlash from the heaven and earth fate wasn't something that ordinary people could endure, and this gave him an opportunity to rise again. In actuality, they hadn't dared to directly invade before, and they had prepared for a long time before doing so. This was because many people feared Qin's name. Not only were the dynasty legatees threatened by it, but they were also greatly threatened. As such, the rest of the world had actively participated in destroying it. Now that Qin's fate had been used up, it was undoubtedly on the verge of collapse. They didn't dare to make any big moves, and Xianxia's legatee had been heavily injured. Without Qin's threat, only then did the rest of the world dare to invade. Right now, Oda Kamaya's appearance had changed. His eyes were completely blood red, and there were 2 fangs in his mouth. His appearance contained a trace of savageness, and he looked like a monster. Oda Kamaya had returned, and he had obtained even greater power. He had led 10 million Japanese people and gave off terrifying auras as they flooded into China. However, the Chinese people in this region had long since heard about this, and they had all escaped. Even if Oda Kamaya wanted to, he could not catch many, making him feel quite angry. He had come excitedly, but he had not killed a single Chinese person. Finally, Oda Kamaya turned his attention to the Chinese natives and gave the order to search for Chinese villages. Very soon, because there were so many of them, the Japanese discovered many indigenous villages. Oda Kamaya didn't want to spare any of these indigenous people who spoke the Chinese language and had the same culture and customs as the Chinese. Even though they were not true Chinese people, they would definitely be Chinese people in the future. After the Heaven Awakened world fused with the real world, the indigenous residents would also fuse with the people in the real world. As such, Oda Kamaya did not have any good feelings towards them. Thus, none of Oda Kamaya's orders were good. Countless Japanese soldiers laughed lustfully as they charged into the villages, killing all the men, elderly, and children before pouncing on the women. "My lord. Please don't hurt my family, I surrender. I'll kowtow to you." Many of the aboriginals couldn't resist and couldn't bear to see their family killed, so they could only choose to surrender. They weren't players who could endlessly revive after dying, but if they died, they would die. Oda Kamaya looked at an honest-looking middle-aged man desperately kowtowing in front of him, crying as he begged Oda Kamaya to spare his family. In response, Oda Kamaya coldly smiled as he drew the demon saber at his waist, walked over, and slashed the middle-aged man in half, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Warm blood splattered all over Oda Kamaya's face, but he didn't feel any guilt at all. Instead, he felt incredibly delighted, as all Chinese people deserved to die. Oda Kamaya turned to look at the middle-aged man's wife. She was quite good-looking, and Oda Kamaya grabbed her and pressed her against the ground outside the house. He ignored her cries and begging as he tore off her clothes and started to f***ck her in broad daylight in front of everyone. The other Japanese soldiers also lewdly laughed as they searched for other women. The villages they found definitely didn't have that many women, so it was usually 20 or so men surrounding a woman and f***ing her. What's more, they didn't let off a single woman. Women over 50 years old and girls as young as 7 or 8 years old were all violated by them. The older women could take it, but the younger girls' bodies hadn't developed yet, and many of them died. However, the Japanese soldiers didn't even spare the corpses of the younger girls and continued to f***ck them. Afterwards, the Japanese soldiers didn't kill the women and instead drove them out. All of the women's eyes were empty and numb, and their bodies were covered with liquid. Oda Kamaya had to bring these women back to Japan because he wanted to implement a female slave system. All Chinese women would become female slaves for the Japanese soldiers to satisfy their desires. They would be locked in cages, and only the man who wanted them could f***ck them for free. They didn't care what they did, and even if they died, it wouldn't matter. Some high-quality female slaves would be treated as pets, and a rope would be tied around their necks. They would be forced to crawl on the ground like dogs, and of course, they could continue to be used to satisfy their desires. In fact, they could even be considered humans or beasts. After all, the Japanese soldiers didn't view these female slaves as humans, and they were no different from beasts. They could do whatever they wanted with them. It was a pity that they could only do this to indigenous residents. Players could commit suicide, but they wouldn't die a true death. However, after the Heaven-awakened world devoured the real world, they would do the same to Chinese women and turn them into female slaves. The Japanese soldiers didn't hide their intentions and announced the female slave system. They wanted to turn all Chinese women into female slaves for them to play with, and they even showed off the results. This caused countless Chinese people to feel furious. Even though the indigenous residents weren't players, they were still part of China. Seeing their own people being treated like this, many people were naturally furious. This was especially so for the Chinese women. They felt incredibly furious towards the Japanese soldiers and wanted to bite them to death. Flower Moon, one of the largest factions in China, was preparing to make a move against the Japanese soldiers. They only had two thoughts: defend against the Japanese soldiers and ask Qing to hand over Flower Moon. System announcement. The Withered Tree region has been conquered by Japan. China's overall fate has decreased, while Japan's overall fate has increased. This region was easily conquered by Japan, and a few other countries began to invade, including North Korea, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Out of these four countries, the Philippines was relatively powerful and had territorial disputes with China, so there was a great enmity between the two sides. However, they were not as arrogant as South Korea or as perverted as Japan. Their way of invading was more direct and bloody, and they did the same thing as the southern continent. The Philippines had 10 million or so people invading, and they gave off a terrifying aura. They flooded into a region, wanting to kill all Chinese players. There were roughly 1 million Chinese players in this region, and after hearing about this, most of them chose to escape to other regions. However, a small portion of them chose to stay and counterattack. Even though they knew that they would definitely die, they were filled with bloodlust and were not rational. If they were rational, they would have chosen not to resist and directly run away. After all, this invasion would only bring them great losses, and the situation would be quite disadvantageous to them. As such, they could only choose not to fight, and in order to protect their own interests, they chose to retreat. This was indeed quite rational, when they had allied together to destroy Great Qing, because there were all sorts of benefits and rewards, they had passionately participated without any hesitation. However, facing this kind of invasion, there were no benefits at all, so they chose to retreat. As such, those who stayed were filled with bloodlust and decided to do everything they could to defend their country's territory and not be humiliated by anyone. However, out of the 1 million people, only 150,000 or so people remained. However, the result was quite obvious: 150,000 people against 10 million people had no hope at all. The two Chinese system main cities also became neutral and chased out all of the Chinese players. The remaining 150,000 people had lost their final stronghold, so they decided to use the familiar terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare. However, reality was cruel. Guerrilla warfare was only slightly effective against Country F's army, while they were facing an ocean of people that seemed to be able to devour everything. As such, they were quickly surrounded. After being surrounded, the Chinese players started to ferociously counterattack, but soon, they were killed by Country F's army. Country F's army also captured a small number of surviving Xianxia citizens. At this time, the surviving Xianxia citizens would not surrender and were all captured by force. Against the Chinese who dared to resist, Adela, the leader of Country F, used bloody methods in hopes of reducing the morale of the Chinese and making the following battles easier. Therefore, these people who were captured died miserably. All of them were skinned and hung on trees. Moreover, their bodies were smeared with something similar to honey, allowing countless insects to bite at their bodies. Mournful screams rang out continuously. This area was also successfully occupied. Adela led the F army and continued to invade the next area. The remaining three countries were relatively weaker. North Korea sent 4 million people, Indonesia sent 5 million people, and Malaysia sent 5 million people. The three countries had already joined forces because not only were they outnumbered, but their battle prowess was also lower than that of ordinary people. If it wasn't for the fact that so many countries were invading China, they wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. They wanted to borrow the strength of the other countries to invade China and obtain some benefits. Their plan was quite successful. They split into 3 groups and attacked from 3 different directions, forming an encirclement. This was not any weaker than an attack from a large country, and not a single Chinese player dared to stay. Naturally, they were able to easily conquer the 3 regions. System announcement. The Spring region has been conquered by North Korea, and China's overall fate has decreased while North Korea's overall fate has increased. System announcement. The Crimson region has been conquered by Malaysia, and China's overall fate has decreased while Malaysia's overall fate has increased. System announcement. Many regions have been conquered by Indonesia, and China's overall fate has decreased while Indonesia's overall fate has increased. The notifications from the government stung the minds of all the Chinese people. Only now did they understand how serious the situation was, and they hurriedly reacted. They were no longer in a comfortable mood. After making some arrangements in the heaven-awakened world, Xiaofu returned to the real world. Because he did not have enough information in the heaven-awakened world, he could only return to the real world. Xiaofu knew that the shift in fate would cause China to become a juicy piece of meat, and anyone would want to take a bite out of it. The situation in China was quite urgent, so he had to return to the real world to take a look at the situation. After returning to the real world, a sense of weakness and pain flooded into his mind. It seemed that his body in the real world had suffered a backlash from the heaven and earth fate and had become weak and painful. Xiaofu had expected this, but because the Phoenix Chi helped his body recover, Xiaofu was able to do some simple things. Xiaofu called Mugilin over and had him give him all of the information. At the same time, he found out that many people wanted to see him, such as the family leaders, Flower Moon, Feng Shiyu, and the White Lotus Society's people. Xiaofu knew what their goal was, but he did not want to see a single one of them, nor did he want to explain. The family leaders, Feng Shiyu, and the White Lotus Society's people had most likely come because of those system announcements. The system announcements had already stated that Qin's fate had been used up and that Qin's legatee had suffered a backlash. With such a big matter, they were definitely quite worried and wanted to know about Qin's situation. However, with how weak Xiaofu was, it was best for him not to see them. He was already quite weak, so it would not be easy for him to talk to them, and he did not want to arouse their suspicions. As for why Flower Moon's people had come to find him, Xiaofu did not need to think to understand why, so he did not want to see them. After looking through all of the information, Xiaofu finally understood the situation in Huaxia. He had never thought that it would be so serious, and a trace of anger appeared on Xiaofu's face towards the various countries' actions. After all, Qin was also a member of China, and what they had done was equivalent to slapping Qin in the face. Because Qin was in the northern part of China, the northern countries' invasions were relatively gentle, as they were afraid of angering Qin and causing him to take revenge. Because the northern part had become quite weak due to the recent events, it was difficult for them to defend against invasions. Back then, Xiaofu had only heard about the battles in the northern part of China, and only now did he understand how serious the situation was. To the west of China, there were mainly Kyrgyzstan, Thailand, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Bangladesh. In total, there were 8 countries attacking. China's greatest enemy was India. India's population was not inferior to China's, and it might even surpass China's. After all, India's economy was quite backward, and they had not done a full census yet. Anyone who had been to India before would know that India's capital was like a small Chinese county. It could be seen how backward India's economy was. Moreover, it was a country with many religions, and some countries forbade abortions. Moreover, some people's consciousness was poor, so they often gave birth. On the other hand, China had long since made plans. On the surface, China had the advantage in terms of population, but in actuality, it was not clear who had more people. Apart from population, it was also about culture and history. India was one of the 4 great civilizations, and it had a clan armament and a few famous dynasties. If it wasn't for the fact that India had been invaded many times and its culture and history had been destroyed many times, India's fate would have been immense. Currently, China was also being invaded, and if they were unable to defend, they would end up like India. Putting aside the other countries, just the Indian kingdom alone had gathered 30 million people and split them into 3 groups. Their auras were like shocking tsunamis, and they gave off destructive power as they easily slaughtered 3 regions. The person leading them was the Maurya dynasty's legatee, Xianxia. Not only did he bring his nation armament, the pillar of Ashoka, but he also brought his clan armament to invade China. Just thinking about this was terrifying enough. Apart from India, China also had to face 7 other countries in the south. From this, one could imagine how intense the battles in the south would be. System announcement. The Dudo region has been conquered by India, and China's overall fate has decreased while India's overall fate has increased. System announcement. The Source region has been conquered by India, and China's overall fate has decreased while India's overall fate has increased. System announcement. The Great Bright region has been conquered by India, and China's overall fate has decreased while India's overall fate has increased. System announcement. The Road region has been conquered by Ukraine, and China's overall fate has decreased while Ukraine's overall fate has increased. The system announcements continuously stabbed at the Chinese people's minds. Almost all of China's borders had been lost, and even though China's territory was many times that of other countries, they could not afford to lose so much. Every bit of land represented a bit of fate, and now that so much of China had been taken over by others, it was a heavy blow to China. However, the situation would definitely not continue like this. In the beginning, there were many border areas in Xianxia, and the population was small. Moreover, they were not prepared, so they were caught off guard for a while. It was only right that they were slaughtered. However, things were different now. The government had stood out and called for all Chinese people to resist the invasion. With the government taking the lead, the people also actively participated. Moreover, the government also made a lot of announcements to let ordinary people understand that there was no way to reconcile. China had no way out, and they could only choose to fight or be slaughtered. This forced countless people who did not want to participate. Of course, they did not want to be slaughtered, so they could only unite together to defend against the invasions of other countries. China's 100 schools of thought and various large sects also took the initiative to join. Now that their country was in danger, these people felt incredibly patriotic. Even though they did not want to fight for supremacy, they would not allow anyone to invade China. The government also met with the various dynasty legatees and factions, sincerely begging them to join the defense. The various dynasty legatees and factions also took the initiative. After all, if other countries invaded, they would be the ones who would be harmed the most, so they had to participate. Otherwise, their fate would decrease, and they would be easily destroyed. The government even shamelessly invited Qin to participate. The invitation was sent to the Ying family. Even though they could not invite Qin's legatee, they wanted to invite Zhao to go. They said that they had to put aside their conflicts, disputes, and hatred to work together to defend against the invasion. Zhao could not help but coldly laugh. Why didn't they say this when they had allied together to destroy Qin? Not only had they suppressed Qin, but they had also expelled him from China and called him a demon. As such, Zhao did not accept the invitation and ordered his people to return it. Moreover, this invasion was not something that Zhao could change by himself. How could Zhao stop it? This invasion was all-encompassing, and there were hundreds of millions of people. How could Zhao stop it with his strength? Should he summon the 6 paths demon images again? Most likely, everyone would die together, and the 4 guardian beasts would not allow it. At the same time, it would be difficult for Zhao to summon the 6 paths demon images again. After they had been killed last time, he had left a mark on the 6 paths demon images' true bodies, making it difficult for them to be summoned again. Or should he ask the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon for help? Of course, that was impossible, as this was a major event in history. As a guardian, it could only ensure that the Heaven Awakened world was not destroyed. Even if China was destroyed this time, it would not care. Zhao had no other choice. Now that Qin had used up all of his fate, Zhao did not want to make any big movements, as he was afraid of harming his foundations. Some people even said that if they collapsed, they would go and take revenge on others. Thinking about it like that might feel good, but in reality, such a country would have already been destroyed. This was a very foolish thing to do, and even though it would feel good, the outcome would still be tragic. Moreover, this invasion was actually quite beneficial to Qin. The various dynasty legatees and factions would not have the ability to attack Qin, as they did not have the time or energy to do so. Otherwise, if they gathered countless ordinary people to attack, Zhaofu would have no choice but to hole up within Qin city. Of course, it was very difficult to gather so many people in the northern side, as they had already been heavily injured by Qin many times. Now, each region had 1.5 million players, which was already quite large. As such, there was no need to worry about them allying together and using ordinary people to destroy Qin. Moreover, this was a very good thing for Qin. They had allied together to destroy Qin, and now that they had been invaded, it was their retribution. If it wasn't for the fact that the actions of the various countries were incredibly disgusting and infuriating, this would have been something to be happy about. By attacking each other, they were exhausting each other's strength, and this was a good thing for Great Qin. When Great Qin destroyed them, it would be much easier for Great Qin to destroy them. Zhaofu decided not to participate, as he did not have the ability to do so, and it would be beneficial to Qin. As such, Zhaofu would definitely be angry about this invasion. However, as a Chinese person, he would not participate, and he would wait for Qin to take revenge on them. In fact, he could even create an even bigger China, or perhaps the entire world could be called China. It was possible that everyone could be Great Qin's subjects, and everyone could be called Qin people. The 100 schools of thought sighed that Qin was not participating. After all, with Qin's strength, just Qin's aura alone would be enough to intimidate many people. However, the dynasty legatees and dynasty legatees did not mind. The dynasty legatees hoped that Qin would join. One more person meant one more power. However, if Qin did not come, there was nothing they could do. The various dynasty legatees and nation legatees did not want Great Qin to get involved, so they wanted to suppress Great Qin with their reputation. After they recovered, they would suppress Great Qin again. This time, they had already dealt a heavy blow to Great Qin, and Great Qin would not be able to endure this for much longer. As various factions and ordinary people joined in, even though they had been caught off guard and had not been able to react in time, the situation was now different, and China started to retaliate. Countless Chinese people, led by the school of Moism's Zhan Holong, flooded into a region and used mud, stones, and trees to build a very long defensive wall. They also prepared many cavalrymen and countless fatal traps. These traps were very simple, but they were very effective. They were also relatively lethal, causing many Russians to fall for them. Seeing this scene, Oleg had to stop and did not continue to attack. Even though Russia had an advantage in numbers, China had the terrain advantage, and if they rashly attacked, they would suffer great losses. Oleg took out a map and found that there were many mountains on both sides, and the terrain was quite dangerous. He could only retreat and attack from the other side. However, if he retreated, the Chinese people would ferociously chase after him, putting Russia at a disadvantage. If they attacked, they would also suffer great losses. As such, he could only wait for the Russian people to gather together and break through the defensive wall. Now, he could only stay where he was, and Oleg coldly harumphed. Who would have thought that these lowly Chinese people would react so quickly? The Chinese side did not dare to attack rashly. At this time, the Russian and Huaxia armies were in a stalemate. Neither side dared to attack rashly. The Russians were constantly pouring in from the back, while the Huaxia side was constantly strengthening their defenses and gathering more people. The Mongolian cavalry was incredibly terrifying, and they were like a surging river. They gave off a ferocious aura and were incredibly fast, charging at everything in their path. Before the Chinese side could even set up their defenses, they had already been destroyed by the Mongolian cavalry. Almost all of the Mongolians were cavalry, and they were incredibly fast. Moreover, their battle intents were incredibly strong, and if they fought head-on, China would be at a disadvantage. Firstly, China's battle awareness was weaker, and they did not have that many warhorses to fight against the Mongolians. The commander in charge of this operation was called Hong Chang, and he was also from the school of the military. He was quite famous, and he was definitely not weak. Since China was unable to quickly set up defenses, they could only use another method. He ordered his men to set up countless ropes to trip the horses, as well as countless iron nails. At first, the Mongolian soldiers were like a sharp sword, charging forward with irresistible force. Because of their previous victories, they had been slightly careless. They had thought that the Chinese people were all incredibly weak and could not resist at all, so they had directly charged into the trap. Bang, 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 countless warhorses in front of them were tripped, and both men and horses heavily fell to the ground. Many people fell to their deaths, and many horses' legs were broken. Most people didn't even have time to react, and because of inertia, they continued to rush forward, tripping over each other. In an instant, there were many casualties. Some horses stepped on iron nails, and the intense pain caused them to lose control. They could not pull their hands out, so they could only lie on the ground or madly run until they were numb from the pain. These traps caused the charging Mongolian army to immediately stop, and they looked at the Chinese people furiously. They felt that the Chinese people were too despicable, and they did not dare to fight them head-on. Instead, they had to resort to such underhanded methods. The Mongolian army's greatest advantage was their warhorses, and now that their warhorses were restricted, the Mongolian army's sharpness and momentum were stopped. Their battle strength would be halved, and if they could stop their momentum, the Mongolian army would be much less of a threat. The Chinese side also had time to set up their defenses. Facing the Mongolian army, it was best to defend. Unless the Chinese side had a large number of cavalry or archers with high cultivation, they would not be able to counterattack. Otherwise, with China's weak will to fight, and without any good countermeasures, they would definitely lose against the Mongolian army. Now, Zhao Fu turned to look at the Hassa army. Because the Hassa army was mainly made up of infantry, their speed of advancing was quite slow. This time, they were led by a general called Lu Sanfei, who had much battle experience. Facing the Hassa army, the Chinese side had gathered 5 million or so people, while the Hassa army had 7 million people. The Chinese side was at a disadvantage, as there was a gap of 2 million people between them. In order to make up for this gap, Lu Sanfei decided to split into 3 groups and attack. Even though they did not have many people, if they could confuse them, they would be able to deal great damage and repel a larger number of enemies. The strategy was quickly carried out. Lu Sanfei began to lure the Hassa Empire's army, and then the Hassa Empire's army would attack them. Of course, it would be a 3-pronged attack. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and cries continuously sounded out. The stench of blood started to spread, and in the end, the Hassa army retreated. 500,000 or so people had died, and the Chinese side had lost roughly 100,000 people. Of course, the Hassa army temporarily retreated a few hundred kilometers and set up defenses to defend against the Chinese side's attacks while waiting for the Hassa army to arrive. The Chinese side did not dare to continue attacking, as the other side already had the advantage in numbers. If they continued to attack, they would definitely lose, so the Chinese side also set up defenses. The situation in the southern side was like this, and it was now in a stalemate. Both sides continuously sent more and more people over, and the battles in the future would become more and more intense. In the eastern continent, facing off against the arrogant South Korea and Japan, the Chinese side retaliated. The commander of the Goryeo army was a historical general, and because a nation legacy was nearby, the army was given to him to command. The Chinese side had gathered 4.5 million or so people, while the Goryeo army had 6 million. Even though there were 1.5 million fewer people, the Chinese side's morale was incredibly high. After all, what the Goryeo army had done before was simply too infuriating. They had actually dared to enslave all Chinese people, and such humiliation would make any Chinese person feel angry. Before, they did not have the strength to resist, but now, they had gathered an army. As such, most people wanted to give the Goryeo army a good beating, so their morale was incredibly high. They did not want to defend and directly fought. This time, they did not use any tactics and simply gathered their troops, forming a massive flood that gave off terrifying auras as they ferociously rushed towards the Goryeo army. The Goryeo army had not been in this region for long, and facing so many Chinese people, they did not show any weakness at all. After all, they also wanted to kill the Chinese people. They gathered together and gave off a massive aura as they rushed towards the incoming Chinese army. Boom! The two armies intensely clashed, resulting in a massive explosion. The Chinese people were furious and roared as they swung their weapons at each other, and the Goryeo people savagely also swung their weapons at the Chinese people. The battlefield was incredibly chaotic, and blood continuously flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. The sound of weapons clashing was incredibly loud, and people continuously fell. Charge! Kill all of these shameless Goryeo people. A manly young man held a large saber as he chopped down a Goryeo person in front of him and stepped on him as he yelled. This greatly boosted morale, and many people felt hot blood fill their bodies. They were no longer afraid, and they fought incredibly valiantly. The Goryeo people furiously yelled, "The Goryeo people are invincible. Kill all of these Chinese people." The battle between the two armies became even more intense, and saber lights and sword images continuously flashed as blood continuously flew everywhere. The cries and deaths did not stop, and corpses gradually covered the ground. In the end, the Goryeo army lost 3 million soldiers and was forced to retreat. Because many more Chinese people flooded in, the Chinese army lost 3.6 million soldiers. Even though they had lost a lot of soldiers, they had forced the Goryeo people into retreat. The Goryeo army retreated to the boundary region and started to build defenses, waiting for the Goryeo people to arrive. The Chinese side did not continue to chase and started to build defenses to defend against the large-scale invasion. Then, he turned his attention to the battle in Japan. This time, they didn't use any tactics and directly fought. Both sides' battle power was about the same, and their battle wills were also quite powerful. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. But China still managed to stop Japan's invasion and showed the Japanese how powerful China was. After that, the two armies continued to face each other, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Then, there was the battle against the Philippines. Because they were going to fight against Japan, they pulled a lot of their forces over to defend against the Philippines. Because Country F had a lot of people, their combat power was not very strong. China had already built up defenses. Although they had fewer people than Country F, they were able to successfully defend against Country F's invasion. After Country F attacked a few times, they realized that their attacks could not break through, so they could only give up and stay where they were. As for Malaysia, Indonesia, and North Korea, the Chinese side was also on the defensive. Because they had pulled almost all of their forces over to deal with Goryeo, Japan, and the Philippines, they could only defend. Even though people from other regions were still arriving, they were not as fast. However, these three countries were not very strong, and their battle wills were quite weak. They had been planning to take advantage of the situation, so after the Chinese side built up defenses, they did not continue to attack. They planned to conquer the border regions that they had conquered. On the eastern side, the situation had calmed down. However, just like in the southern side, both sides were investing more troops. The battles against the other countries were more stable and focused on defense, but the battles against the Japanese and Koreans were much more intense, as they were large-scale battles between people. In the northern side, there were 5 countries: Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. These 5 countries weren't very strong, but they weren't very weak either. They could only be said to be average. In history, they were all vassal states of China. As mentioned before, no one wanted to be inferior to others, and no one wanted to submit to others. Now, these 5 countries wanted to prove themselves. They were not only invading China for territory, fate, and other benefits, but also to prove to China that they were not weaker than China and would not submit to China. They wanted China to see their power. However, because of Qin, who they feared the most, they did not dare to be too arrogant. This was especially so for Vietnam, which had lost a region to Qin. As such, they were even more careful than the other countries, as they were afraid that Qin would attack them. The northern side, which had been heavily injured many times, was much weaker than the other sides. However, the battles were not as intense, and they were very stable. After China built up defenses, the 5 countries did not continue to invade. They were mainly worried about Qin. Otherwise, with the northern side's strength, it would have been quite difficult to defend against the 5 countries, and things would not have been so peaceful. This allowed the Chinese factions to let out a sigh of relief. Now that the battles in the northern side were not as intense, they could turn their attention to other battles. This was especially so for the northern side's factions, which had been greatly injured. The most intense battles were still in the western side. The 7 smaller countries were quite easy to defend against because they were not very strong, and their fate was quite weak as well. The main thing was that India's invasion was incredibly terrifying. Xianxia held a nation armament in one hand and a clan armament in the other, and he looked like a god descending. His body was covered with countless rays of light, and he gave off a heaven-shaking aura. He had gathered 40 million soldiers, 10 million more than before. All of the Indian people's battle intent was incredibly intense. They believed that Xianxia was the world's god, and they were fighting for him. Even though China had gathered most of the West's combat power and built many sturdy defenses, with various factions pouring in and increasing passion for battle, they were still pushed back by India. By now, India had already invaded 5 regions, and they had already crossed over to China's territory. After writing a book for so long, let's talk about my personal thoughts. I'm a newbie. When I was in school, my language grades were quite poor, so my writing skills were also quite poor. At first, I didn't understand anything, and I didn't even know how to use words and punctuation. Then, I started writing a book. The first book, My Daily Laughter with the Goddess, could be said to have poured all my emotions into it, but my writing skills were too poor. At first, I had high hopes and thought that the book would be very successful, so I waited for it to be recommended every day and night. Unfortunately, it was proven that my writing was trash. Not only did no one read it, but I was also given the cold shoulder by the editor, who didn't recommend it for a few months. In the end, I reluctantly gave up. It wasn't that the story was bad, it was just that I didn't know anything, so I couldn't write it well. The second book was actually called Those Things Between Me and the Goddess. This book was originally intended to turn all sorts of gods into women, and then push them down. Unfortunately, it was censored, and in the end, I could only change the theme to the strongest. I heard that the word the strongest would be popular, so I used the strongest, but in the end, it was still trash. With 120,000 words, it only got 2 recommendation votes a day, but it did attract a few rich people. In the end, the third book was The Lord. This book was written with my last hope. If it didn't succeed, then I could only work in a factory like an ordinary person. I didn't expect that although this book wasn't very good, it wasn't that bad either. There were quite a few recommendation votes, so I persevered until now. Some people said that this book could become a god, and I was quite happy, but I also knew how bad my writing was. Also, the results of this book also proved my thoughts. The editor didn't think well of it at the beginning, so he didn't recommend it much. Later on, there was a little more recommendation. With your subscriptions, I finally had food to eat, and I should thank you. When I first started writing this book, because I was influenced by the first 2 books, I avoided writing about emotions, so the characters were rather stiff and slow. Now, I slowly improved, and there were also comments. No matter what kind of comments, I would read them seriously. No matter if they were praising me or scolding me, there would be people reading them seriously. At the beginning, I also seriously replied to everyone's comments. But one time, someone said that the writing was very fake. Seeing so many crystals falling from the sky, he still frantically tried to snatch them. My reply was that those items that looked like they were worth tens of millions would belong to whoever snatched them. Even if you didn't snatch them, it didn't mean that others wouldn't. However, his reply was still fake. He said that he didn't want to read it anymore. I didn't reply to any of his comments. I tried my best to explain everything clearly in the book. But now, there are some things that I have explained several times in the article, but you did not read them carefully. In the end, you came to me. What do you want me to say? Also, I would like to remind you that the original content has been modified. For example, there are some typos in this chapter. Because the chapters are locked, there is no way to change them, so please understand. Finally, they talked about the storyline. Why did the book keep saying that it was going to collapse? Many people had said that it was going to collapse during the City Lord battle, but had it really collapsed now? Also, let me tell you clearly that this is only the novice area. After this, there is still the beginner area, intermediate area, and advanced area. There are still many large pits that have yet to be dug. Therefore, it was basically impossible for it to collapse. Unknowingly, I've written so many words. Let's stop here. Finally, everyone, please support me. There is also the reader group 5428622279. I welcome everyone to join. I heard that as long as the results are good, the author can agree to wear female clothes. Actually, I can also do it. I don't actually hate it, but hit Big Brother's chest. Don't bully me. Meow meow. However, after conquering China's 6th region, India temporarily stopped attacking. Right now, India did not dare to go too deep into China's territory, as if they were cut off, they would be doomed without a doubt. Moreover, because of the urgency of the war, the legatees of the Great Han Dynasty in the west, the Great Qing Dynasty in the northwest, and the Great Tang Dynasty in the southwest used advanced border medallions to stop India's unstoppable invasion. Soon, the three of them became incredibly famous, and they were warmly welcomed as heroes by countless people. They were loved and respected by tens of thousands of people. The war between India and the Midland continent calmed down, and the war in the west also calmed down. In the end, the war in all four sides of China also calmed down, and they had temporarily stopped the invasions. The other country's ferociousness was dispelled, and the two armies built up their defenses. However, China was still unable to take back the border regions for now. Now, there were two types of war points. The first was during the first stage of the chaotic world, which was when conquering villages. At the same time, a chaotic world stone steel would appear in every village. The second was during the second stage of the chaotic world, where a chaotic world stone steel would appear in every system main city, and the war points obtained from killing foreigners would be recorded in a person's stats page. Killing a foreigner would normally give 100 war points, and during the fate shift, foreigners would receive 5 times the rewards for killing Chinese people, while China would only receive twice the rewards for defending. From the very beginning, China was at a disadvantage in terms of rewards. War points could be exchanged for all sorts of items, such as city creation hearts, reputation, equipment, and skills. The highest grade items were epic grade, so war points were incredibly valuable. They were no less valuable than the rewards from an event. Ordinary players from foreign countries mainly fought for these rewards, while large families fought for fate and territory. More territory meant more fate, and the more territory a country had, the more powerful it would be. After looking through all of the information, Zhao Fu understood China's current situation. The shift in fate would last for who knew how long, and the war between China and other countries would not end in a short period of time. It would be an ongoing battle. After looking through all of the information, Zhao Fu once again entered the Heaven Awaken world. According to the calendar, it was now the 2nd year of the Heaven Awaken world. Spring had returned, and the ice and snow had melted. Warm sunlight shined on everyone's bodies, warming their hearts. Qin's current situation was like this. The total population had reached 5 million, including 700,000 soldiers. Almost all of the 720,000 soldiers were Stage 1 soldiers, and apart from the 560,000 soldiers that had survived, there were also 100,000 captives and Battle City soldiers. Gunia had already convinced the Old City Lord to allow Battle City to join Qin City. The Old City Lord was a smart person, and after hearing about the results of the battle, he had happily agreed. Anyway, he had already given up the position of the City Lord to Gunia, so everything should be handled by Gunia. The only thing he was still worried about was his people. Now that Qin's unification could not be changed, he knew that Qin would treat everyone equally, so he quickly agreed. However, it wasn't that he didn't have any requests. His only wish was to keep the arena. He didn't have more than 10 years left to live, and the arena was his only hobby. Zhao Fu also agreed that the arena could be preserved as one of Battle City's specialties. In actuality, Zhao Fu originally didn't want to preserve the arena, as it expended a lot of his forces. However, after thinking about it, it wasn't too bad either. Qin City needed some bloody and cruel things to nurture its people, and the Qin people were most likely quite capable of fighting. At the same time, Zhao Fu didn't neglect the development of culture. Now that the population had reached 5 million, Rising Qin Academy would not be able to satisfy the demand, so Xiaofu ordered people to build a few more academies. Martial arts could expand territory, and culture could govern a country. Both were indispensable. Throughout history, Qin's soldiers were incredibly courageous and invincible. However, when it came to governance, they still had some flaws. Xiaofu didn't just want to create a powerful empire, but he also wanted to create a great empire. Qin only had one goal, which was to unify the 5 regions. If he could unify the 5 regions, Qin's power would become unprecedentedly powerful. Apart from this, there was also the matter of basic cities. Qin City could already level up to a great city, and it already had enough EXP, so it was only lacking a basic city. Another important thing was that Qin City now had things that could harm players. They were void ink and void paper, which Xiaofu had discovered by accident. When he first saw these 2 items, Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to them. After all, their descriptions said that they could create special talisman papers, and they were quite expensive, costing 300 New Year points. Because there were so many things that could be exchanged for, Xiaofu had thought that they would be small items. However, the Golden Dragon had suddenly said that they could create reality-harming talismans. Reality-harming talismans could synchronize damage received in the Heaven-Awakened world into the real world. If one stuck this talisman on a weapon and used it to kill a player, the player in the real world would die. However, this was a relatively low-grade talisman paper, and it was unable to harm people with great fate. This was because the power of indirect damage would be nullified by the person with great fate, so it was unable to harm them. However, it was still quite good to be able to harm ordinary people. Qin would not have to worry about being surrounded and killed by ordinary players. With their undying bodies, they would be able to do as they pleased, and if they faced true death, ordinary people would be terrified. On the 4th night of the New Year festival, Xiaofu had 2 billion New Year points. He only used 300 million to exchange for general fate, leaving him with 1.7 billion New Year points. Xiaofu used 3 billion New Year points to exchange for void ink and talisman papers, which could create 30 million reality-harming talismans. This meant that Qin could kill at least 30 million ordinary players. Moreover, these talismans could be stuck on weapons and were not single-use items. They could be used 3 times, and Qin could kill 90 million people. The Golden Dragon also said that he could create talisman weapons, which could increase the effect of the talismans by 4 times. In that case, the number of people Qin could kill would be 360 million. With such a terrifying number, who would dare to make an enemy out of Qin? There were only 7 billion people in the world, and Qin could kill 300 million or so of them. This was enough to kill almost everyone in a large country. If everyone used this talisman weapon equipment, they would be able to end this invasion and cause the other countries to retreat in terror. They would not dare to make an enemy out of Qin. This was an incredibly exciting matter, and Xiaofu grinned. Qin no longer had to worry about the threat of ordinary people, and one of his biggest problems had been resolved. Xiaofu felt much more at ease. But should we deal with this invasion? Qin now has the ability to do so, Xiaofu thought for a while before sighing. In the end, he decided not to participate. After all, if they fought each other, it would be beneficial to Qin, and he did not have to pay much attention to Qin. This would give Qin an opportunity to secretly develop. If China started to unite against the outside world, Xiaofu might help China resolve this crisis. However, after destroying Great Qin a few times, Xiaofu's heart had become cold. However, the war between countries was also a form of internal friction. It was an internal friction between humans. There was an even greater crisis that enveloped the entire human race. Xiaofu could not care about the world, so he could only take this opportunity to quickly establish a kingdom and ensure that Qin would not be destroyed and that Qin's citizens would not be harmed. With the remaining 500 million New Year points, in order to speed up the process of conquering villages, Xiaofu exchanged for a village compass, which would point out the locations of villages within 10 kilometers. Even though it was only 10 kilometers, which was not very big, it saved them a lot of time. After all, if they took out the compass and found that there were no villages, they could immediately leave and head to the next region without having to continue searching. This kind of compass was incredibly expensive, and it cost 10 million New Year points to exchange for one. In order to quickly clear out the 5 regions, Jiaofu could only exchange for 50 of them. With the current military strength, it would take more than a month to clear out a region. If they wanted to clear out the 4 nearby regions, it would take at least half a year. It would take far too much time. Qin's soldiers returned to clearing out the Forest of Horrors, and the 10 or so city lords controlled the situation while the soldiers split up and started to explore. 1 week later, spring had arrived, and the snow and ice had all melted. Green sprouts had sprouted on the trees and the ground, and the surroundings were filled with life. By now, Qin had cleared out 2/3 of the Forest of Horrors, and there was only 1/3 left before he could unify the Forest of Horrors. The war at the border of Huaxia was still the same. There weren't many fluctuations. You hit me, then I hit you. The war was in a stalemate. However, Jiaofu also received a piece of good news, which was that Great Qin had found the final nation legacy in the territory that they had planned out. Northern Qi was the most licentious dynasty in the history of China. The most common thing an emperor did was to rape other people's wives and daughters. Adultery was a common thing. Usually, fathers and sons shared a few women, and brothers shared a few as well. Not only were these women concubines, but they also did not let off their wives. This was not just a once or twice occurrence, rather, it happened quite often. At the same time, the sovereign king also liked to snatch the wives and daughters of his ministers, and he would even do it in court. Some sovereigns even went to court naked. In addition to its debauchery, its politics were also extraordinarily dark and corrupt. Half of the time, Northern Qi was ruled by no law. It was decided by personal likes and dislikes, or by the mood of the day. If they told you to die, you would be sentenced to death. If they told you to live, you would be acquitted. If they didn't kill, they would be sentenced to death, and if they didn't live, they would be innocent. Emperors would also kill people if they wanted to. Some emperors would even dismember the corpses and cook them in court. They would feel uncomfortable if they didn't kill or cook people for a day. It wasn't just a few people a day, but many. In order to satisfy the emperors, the ministers would hand over all of the death criminals to the emperor. Moreover, Northern Qi was extremely extravagant, and they didn't care about the suffering of the commoners. They built palaces and used up countless resources, making the commoners miserable. Northern Qi's 2 empresses also volunteered to work as prostitutes in brothels. It was important to note that they didn't do it because they did it willingly, and they took pride in it. Many famous people went there, showing just how licentious this dynasty was. There was only one dynasty like this in China, and it was impossible to find another dynasty that was as licentious as this. It was called the most vicious and perverted dynasty in China's history. After Eastern Wei's minister Gao Huan died, his eldest son, Gao Qing, took over, but before he could take over, he was assassinated by a servant. His younger brother, Gao Yang, inherited the throne and quickly deposed Eastern Wei's puppet emperor, Emperor Shaojing, and established Northern Qi. Northern Qi had 6 emperors in total, and it was destroyed by its old enemy, Northern Zhou. It ruled for 28 years. It would be strange if such a dynasty hadn't been destroyed. It had existed for less than 30 years, and it was a short-lived dynasty. However, as a dynasty from the Wei and Jin dynasties, it still had a lot of luck, more than the power of the feudal states. Qin needed luck right now. If he conquered Northern Qi, then Qin's luck would recover, and it could also heal Jiaofu's injuries. So, Qin had to conquer Northern Qi. After Qin destroyed a few of the legacies, Northern Qi cut off all contact with the outside world and went into hiding. Qin had searched for a while, but he hadn't found anything. However, he still kept an eye on it. This time, he had been quite lucky. When Northern Qi had leveled up to a basic city, the abnormal signs had been discovered by a player who had lost his way, allowing him to find where Northern Qi was. After discovering Northern Qi's location, the player was delirious with joy. After returning, he found Qin and sold this information to Qin for 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins for a legatee's location was incredibly worth it, and Qin was very happy to trade. Thus, he obtained Northern Qi's location. Northern Qi had also leveled up to a basic city, and it seemed that it was doing quite well. It fulfilled the requirements for Qin to level up to a great city, and if he could conquer it, he would be able to kill many birds with one stone. Jiaofu was quite delighted. Now, a basic city was nothing to Qin. Even a system main city could be easily taken down by Qin. After all, Qin now had 20 city lords, and this didn't include Zhao Fu. They had 720,000 stage 1 soldiers. Zhao Fu immediately gathered his soldiers and headed to where northern Qi was. Because it was a legatee, Zhao Fu decided to personally go. However, because his body was quite weak, he needed Xianru to support him. He didn't have to worry about his own safety because Xianxia had returned. As Zhao Fu's personal bodyguard, it would be very difficult for anyone to harm Zhao Fu. Northern Qi was a small city located in a basin, and there was only one exit. It was quite well hidden and would not be easily discovered. Its population was 100,000, and it had 30,000 soldiers and thousands of stage 1 soldiers. It was one of the most powerful factions in its region. After all, the largest faction had 60,000 to 70,000 people, and having a few hundred people with stage 1 cultivation was already quite good. It was a pity that it was facing the terrifying Qin. Qin had immediately swept through the villages outside of northern Qi City and tightly surrounded it. Northern Qi City's people were incredibly panicked. Looking at the powerful auras outside, they could not muster up any will to resist. There are at least 700,000 people outside, and all of them have stage 1 cultivation. Heavens! How could there be so many stage 1 soldiers? Just what faction is this? Almost all of northern Qi City's residents felt insecure, as they knew that they would not be able to stop their invasion. They all looked terrified. Powerful auras shot into the sky, causing the air to freeze. Northern Qi City's residents felt their bodies sink, and they could not stand steadily. There were so many city lords, northern Qi had fallen. Everyone's faces became ashen, and the situation became even more chaotic. Now, it was almost impossible for them to win. Just 20 or so city lords were enough to slaughter all of northern Qi's people, and they would not be able to resist at all. Surrender. You've already lost, so don't struggle. If you anger His Majesty, I'll kill you all. Bai Qi stood in the air, and his cold and murderous voice sounded throughout all of northern Qi. Everyone could hear it clearly. A handsome young man dressed in white stood on the city wall surrounded by a group of people. He looked at the 20 figures in the sky with a serious expression. He was extremely shocked and felt a sense of helplessness. Northern Qi's legatee deeply breathed in and said, "Who would have thought that Qin would still have such strength after suffering such heavy losses? All of China's factions are united against the outside world, yet Qin still wants to start a civil war. Isn't he afraid of being mocked and ridiculed by the world?" Northern Qi's legatee saw that they could not resist, so they could only use the righteousness of the world and hope that there was a chance. Bai Qi snorted, "Do you think I, Qin, care about this? Sooner or later, all of you will be killed by Qin. Now I ask you, do you choose to live or die?" Northern Qi's legatee felt quite angry. Hearing Qin's disdainful words, Northern Qi's strength seemed incredibly weak in front of Qin Feng. Now, Qin could bring people from the real world into the heaven-awakened world. Even though he could not bring many people, it would be great for dealing with legatees like him. This meant that he really might die. Thinking of death, the Northern Qi successor's heart tightened. Was he supposed to surrender just like that? The heir of Northern Qi was unwilling to accept this, because he also wanted to restore Northern Qi and fulfill his family's long-cherished wish to establish a powerful nation. But reality was already like this. Northern Qi had already lost. Northern Qi only had two choices. Either choose to surrender, or take all of Northern Qi down with you. Zhao Fu stood at the back, looking at Northern Qi's legatee on the city wall, waiting for his decision. It would be best if he could take down one of the legatees without much effort. "Your Highness. Not only does she have Dragon Qi, but she also has a massive amount of Phoenix Qi," Xianru said as she smiled beside Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and looked at Xianru strangely, not understanding how a man could have Phoenix Qi. Xianru couldn't help but lightly laugh. "Your Highness. Do you still not understand? She's a woman." Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel quite shocked. Northern Qi's legatee was quite handsome, but he had never thought that he would be a woman. However, Northern Qi's Gao family was quite outstanding in this area. An extremely handsome man had appeared in history, and he was the Prince of Lanling. It was said that he could make countless young women go crazy, and he had to wear a mask every day. Boom! A gray ray of light shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. An explosion sounded out as countless traces of gray dragon chi gathered in the sky, causing the weather to change as a massive might formed. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out in all directions as a 100-meter-long gray dragon condensed in the sky and gave off a powerful aura that spread out like a wild gale. It seemed that Qi had made her decision, and Bai Qi gave the order to attack and destroy Northern Qi. With Qin's current strength, if they conquered a basic city like this, Qin would at most suffer a few thousand casualties. Great Qin's army gave off a terrifying aura as they flooded towards Northern Level City. The sky was filled with black arrows that gave off sharpness that seemed to be able to kill anything, making it so that no one within Northern Level City dared to reveal themselves. Boom! Colorful City Lord seals floated out of Qin's body and floated above his head. The City Lords then waved their hands, causing the City Lord seals to turn into rays of light and shoot into the sky. Boom! 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 Explosions continuously sounded out as the City Lord seals gave off large amounts of light, forming massive orbs of light that exploded out with terrifying power and gave off shocking auras. The massive orbs of light gave off immense suppressive power, and they combined together and pressed towards the Grey Dragon. In just one round, the Grey Dragon had been bound in the sky by 20 orbs of light. No matter how much it struggled, it could not move at all, and it could only furiously roar. Now, there was no need for Zhao Fu to act against Northern Qi's legatee. With so many city lords in Qin, they could directly suppress her fate dragon. This was not just a suppression of power but also a suppression of fate. After all, every city lord seal contained a massive amount of fate. Northern Qi's legatee's expression fell. She had never thought that her most powerful attack would be suppressed so easily. She could only cry out as a square jade seal that gave off a gray light and had a dragon carved on it appeared, and a powerful aura spread out from her body. Seeing that Northern Qi's legatee still wanted to struggle, Zhao Fu said softly, "Leave her alive." As Zhao Fu gave the order, the 10 or so city lords standing in the air immediately obeyed and turned into rays of light as they shot towards Northern Qi's legatee. The battle concluded incredibly quickly. 10 or so system main city lords fighting against a basic city lord was just that fast, as they were completely bullying the other party. Seeing that there was no chance of victory, Northern Qi's legatee wanted to commit suicide. However, she was captured and fed a reality fruit, causing her body in the real world to fuse with her body in the Heaven Awaken world. Now that Northern Qi's legatee had been captured, Northern Qi City's battle immediately concluded, and everyone chose to surrender. After Qin's army took complete control of Northern Qi City, Zhao Fu walked into the city hall with Xianru's support. He sat at the top and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him kneeling on the ground with blood at her lips, looking quite wretched. After capturing Northern Qi's legatee and taking control of the battle, Zhao Fu had wanted to take over Northern Qi City and relocate it. However, Northern Qi's legatee had suddenly changed her mind and said that she was willing to submit to Qin. She expressed that she was willing to do anything and hoped that Qin would be able to preserve Northern Qi's name so that Northern Qi would not be destroyed. Subduing a kingdom was definitely better than destroying a kingdom, as it would continuously provide Qin with fate. Moreover, it would have historical generals to use. Zhao Fu did not even think about it before agreeing. However, Zhao Fu did not give her a sovereign title and instead called her over. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and lifted her chin. Indeed, she did not have an Adam's apple, she really was a woman. Apart from looking at her Adam's apple, there were other methods. However, Dao Li's chest was quite flat, so he could only check there. However, Zhao Fu had already confirmed that she was a woman, so there was no need to check. Dao Li looked at the pale-faced man in front of her and his blood-red eyes, and she instinctively felt fear. She had long since heard of this person's ferocious reputation, and she worried every day that he would attack. Facing Zhao Fu's frivolous actions, Dao Li's body froze and did not dare to resist. Now, Zhao Fu could do whatever he wanted to her. Not only was her life in his hands, but he also had Northern Qi in his hands. Dao Li could only obey, and she was afraid of his savagery. Zhao Fu retracted his hand and smiled as he said, "I won't destroy Northern Qi, but you have to become my concubine." Dowley wasn't too surprised, because she had long since heard that he was licentious and tyrannical. She softly responded. Zhao Fu looked at Shanru and took the paper from her before summoning the imperial ruler's seal and making Gaoli a concubine. This was the second female legatee that Zhao Fu had seen. Even though Wu Qingyang was the first, given later Zhou's history, Zhao Fu was not too surprised. However, he was quite surprised that Northern Qi had chosen a female legatee. This was because the vast majority of legatees were male, and it was extremely rare for a female legatee to appear. Gaoli's body now contained both Dragon Qi and Phoenix Qi. Because she did not have Wu Qingyang's constitution, once she was made a concubine, her Dragon Qi would be completely converted into Phoenix Qi. The Phoenix Qi of a nation legacy was incredibly powerful. When Zhao Fu's imperial decree paper turned into a ray of light and entered Gaoli's body, boundless grey dragon Qi came out of Gaoli's body. A grey dragon started to change within her body. The grey color gradually faded and turned golden. The divine dragon gradually collapsed, and in the end, a brand new golden phoenix appeared. The golden phoenix flapped its wings inside Gaoli's body, and a powerful Phoenix Qi gushed out like a spring. Zhao Fu's pale face regained some color. Just Gaoli alone had more Phoenix Qi than Sun Hanxiang and Wei Qing combined. No wonder she was a nation's inheritor. Seeing this, everyone else let out a sigh of relief. To outsiders, Gaoli looked like an incredibly handsome man, and hearing that Zhao Fu was going to make him a concubine, countless people were quite shocked. They thought to themselves, Zhao Fu wasn't interested in women, so why was he interested in men? Looking at Gaoli's Phoenix Qi, everyone realized that this handsome man was actually a woman. Your Highness. We didn't find any historical generals, nor did we find any corpses of historical generals, but we found a few historical figures. A soldier stepped forward and reported. Zhao Fu also had some doubts in his heart. How could there not be any historical generals? Even if they were killed, he should be able to find their corpses. This way, he could bring it back and refine the innate talent blood crystal. Gaoli sighed as she replied, Your Majesty, it's not a big deal. Northern Qi doesn't have any historical generals, but it does have historical beauties. Not a single historical general? Zhao Fu asked. Gaoli nodded. She also felt a little helpless about her family's inheritance of Northern Qi. As expected from China's most liberal dynasty, instead of keeping historical generals, they had kept historical beauties. Normally, a nation's legatee wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, but he had expected this. After all, he needed Phoenix Qi, so Zhao Fu ordered, Bring them in. The soldier nodded and brought 6 peerlessly beautiful women into the hall. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had their own unique auras, making them extremely attractive. Northern Qi was quite capable to have collected 6 of these beauties, and they weren't any weaker than the women on the ancient beauty rankings at all. The first was called Lu Lingxian, and she was 26 or 27 years old. Her looks were quite good, and she had snow-white skin and a graceful figure. She gave off a powerful aura, and her gaze was obscure but not lacking in sharpness. She seemed like an ambitious woman, and she was currently secretly looking at Zhao Fu. The second was called Ru Ran, and she looked quite foreign. She was tall and slim, and her skin was the color of wheat. She also gave off a wild and stubborn aura. The third was Chao Jiaoi, and she was just over 20 years old. She was as beautiful as a flower and had a graceful figure, and she gave off a flirtatious charm. The fourth was Lu Zhaojun, and she was 30 years old. She was quite beautiful and had a mature figure, and she gave off a simple and virtuous aura. The fifth was Li Zhu, and she was extremely beautiful. Her skin was tender, and she gave off a gentle aura. The sixth was Feng Xiaolian, a famous beauty in history. Her beauty was a notch higher than the other 5. Not only was her skin tender, but it was also as white as snow. Her figure was graceful, and she gave off a pampered aura. Zhao Fu first had Xianru take a look at them. The Phoenix Qi around their bodies was quite massive, and it was many times greater than that of a large family's main descendant. Zhao Fu did not hold back and made them concubines. Massive amounts of Phoenix Qi flowed into the Emperor Phoenix statue, and Zhao Fu immediately felt his injuries quickly recover. Now, he did not need to be supported and could walk for a bit. This was a great improvement. The backlash from the heaven and earth fate was not something that could be healed by ordinary items. After all, medicine was useless, and one could only rely on fate to slowly heal. Following this, Zhao Fu turned his gaze to Feng Xiaolian. Her descendant, Feng Xiu, was still in the Ying family. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Feng Xiaolian pouted, a trace of flirtatiousness in her eyes. She looked incredibly alluring, as if she was ready to be plucked. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and ordered people to bring Gao Li and the 6 historical beauties away, and he prepared to conquer northern Qi City. Later, other people found out about what had happened here, and they could not help but sigh. China's most liberal dynasty had been manipulated by others. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the city hall and stretched out his hand towards the city creation stone and chose to conquer it. The city creation stone continuously trembled and exploded out with a powerful aura. And a grey pillar of light shot into the sky, causing the weather to change. Dong! 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 Heavy and sorrowful drumming sounded out in the sky, and it sounded out 9 times in a row. The massive drumming was so loud that almost the entire northern side of the Midland continent could hear it. Countless people felt quite startled. They knew what this meant, but now that the 2 armies were at a stalemate and China and the other countries were fighting intensely, who could destroy a dynasty legacy? Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that the dynasty legacy had been destroyed. Apart from Qin, who had been heavily injured and had not been heard from at all, there was no one else in the northern side of the Midland continent. Hearing this, the 5 invading countries in the northern side felt quite terrified, and they immediately went into a defensive state and did not attack for now. This matter was quickly heard by the other dynasty legatees, and they coldly laughed and sent people to spread rumors. Soon, countless people found out that Great Qin had actually started an internal war and destroyed a dynasty legacy despite being united against the outside world. The Chinese side was sent into an uproar as tens of thousands of people started to curse at Qin. God damn it! Are you even a Chinese person? Not only is he hiding like a coward and not doing anything, but he's also starting an internal war and destroying unity. God damn it, are you even human, Qin? Qin's an idiot. Get the hell out of China. How disgusting. He's definitely a traitor and a traitor, or else he wouldn't have destroyed the war. Everyone, remember, we'll find an opportunity in the future to destroy that dog Qin. He's destroying unity and going against the will of the people. China is in a crisis, yet he's not doing anything. It's best if this trash dynasty is destroyed as soon as possible. That Emperor Qin is the same. China doesn't need such a selfish person who doesn't care about love at all. Everyone in China cursed, but after hearing about this, the various countries looked quite shocked. Hadn't Qin's fate been used up? Emperor Qin should have suffered a backlash from the heaven and earth fate, and he should be resting in his base. Why had he come out again? It hadn't even been that long. Could it be that Qin had recovered so quickly? Don't tell me he's going to do something big again. The various countries hesitated for a moment before finally entering a defensive state and not attacking. They wanted to see if there were any changes to the situation. India's Shama's expression became quite serious. Now that he had a nation armament and clan armament, it could be said that he looked down on everyone and believed that no one could defeat him. The only person he feared was Qin's legatee, the person he feared the most in the world. Facing him, Shama did not have much confidence because the other party also had a clan armament and had many other terrifying methods. If they fought, there was at least a 50% chance that they would lose. After pondering for a moment, Sarah decided not to attack for now. She decided to wait and see if there were any changes to the situation. His gaze returned to Zhao Fu. After conquering Northern Level City, a series of notifications rang out in his mind, making Zhao Fu's head feel like it was about to explode. Notification. Northern Qi surrender was devoured by Qin, and Qin obtained a great deal of it. Notification. Qin subdued Northern Qi and obtained all of its inheritances. Notification. Qin City Heart has evolved and is currently April 30th. System announcement. Qin City has obtained 1/5 of Northern Level City's stats. System announcement. Nation Armament 12 Metal Colossi has obtained a large amount of nation fate and evolved. System announcement. Clan Armament Imperial Ruler's Seal has obtained a large amount of nation fate and evolved. System announcement. You have conquered a city with a nation legacy and obtained 6,000 achievement points. System announcement. You have obtained 500 war points. System announcement. Congratulations, Qin City has fulfilled the final condition and obtained sufficient EXP. It has begun to level up into a level 1 great city. Zhao Fu did not look at the other system announcements, but when he saw the final system announcement, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. Qin City had finally leveled up into a great city. At the same time, as a large amount of Northern Qi's fate was absorbed by Qin City's withered body recovered some of its energy, and Zhao Fu's injuries also recovered. Now, he did not need to be supported and could walk without any problems. After taking care of everything, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied as he returned to Qin City. Because Northern Qi City's foundations had not been destroyed, it could not be relocated, and Zhao Fu did not take the people here with him. Northern Qi City's population was now only 70,000, which was relatively small compared to a normal city. In response, Zhao Fu provided some high-tier medicinal pills and some high-quality equipment for them to defend the city. Zhao Fu also left some in the villages outside so that Northern Qi could recover faster. Right now, Northern Qi belonged to Qin City, so with Qin City's protection, it would be relatively safe. However, its own strength was still needed. However, Gao Li still had 6 historical figures that Zhao Fu had to take with him. Although Gao Li was Northern Qi's legatee, she had already been made a concubine, so Zhao Fu had to take Northern Qi City with her. Northern Qi City would be given to someone she trusted to manage, and the city lord's seal would remain in Gao Li's hands. Zhao Fu would also place some people in Northern Qi City to control it, and he allowed Gao Li to come and take a look every once in a while. Gao Li expressed her gratitude towards Zhao Fu's arrangements and was willing to leave with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had not expected that Gao Li would be quite suitable for the Silver Lake Immortal Sword, so he gave it to her so that she could stay by his side and be trained as a guard. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu immediately looked at Qin City's stats. Village name, Qin City, Epic, Level 1 Great City Village Area, 4,500 square kilometers Village Territory, 201,800 square kilometers Popular Support, 85 Special Stats, Territory Crop Output plus 150%, Territory Crop Growth Time minus 150%, Population Limit plus 105%, Resident Stats plus 10, Soldier Stats plus 11%, Population Attraction plus 125%, High Grade Attraction plus 125%. Subsidiary Village Limit, 8 for 100 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Doran Village, Li Family Village, Wolf Village, Tiger Village. After upgrading a great city to level 1, it would require more than 10 million experience points. This was a massive figure, and a normal person might not be able to gather so much in their entire life. This was not an easy task for Qin City either. However, after upgrading a great city to level 5, it would be a capital city, and above that would be a royal city. With a royal city, Qin City would be able to establish a nation. This was something that everyone would be excited about. The requirements for upgrading a capital city were 3 great cities, 6 small cities, and 9 towns. Now, Qin had 2 main tasks. The first was for Qin's soldiers to continue clearing out the remaining 1/3 of the Forest of Horrors before unifying the Forest of Horrors and clearing out the other regions. The second was to create reality-harming talismans. Even though Qin had the materials and the method to create them, he was still unable to create them. This was because Qin still lacked a profession, which was a talisman master. A talisman master's main purpose was to create all sorts of talisman papers. Qin didn't use talisman papers much and only bought them during events, so he didn't nurture any talisman masters. Qin had only nurtured 2 of these professions, equipment masters, who could create equipment, and alchemists, who could refine medicinal pills. Because he needed these professions the most, he had nurtured a large number of them. However, talisman masters also needed to be nurtured. Apart from creating talisman papers, Zhao Fu also wanted to create talisman weapons, which were also called talisman equipment. Talisman equipment required talisman stones because talisman stones were a core material. The method to create them was quite complicated and required a talisman master to participate. According to the Golden Dragon, talisman equipment was something that the Heaven Murder Empire had obtained after destroying an extremely powerful talisman empire. It was an incredibly powerful piece of equipment, and it was a secret of the talisman empire. White-grade talisman weapons were even more powerful than blue-grade weapons, and they could be used with talisman papers to create powerful enchantments that were even more powerful than silver-grade weapons. It was a pity that Qin lacked the core material, talisman stones. Talisman stones were quite rare, and most of the talisman stones on the market were white-grade. They were incredibly expensive, costing 1 gold coin each. However, what Qin didn't lack the least was money. Putting aside the player's equipment, just the 10 or so system main cities that Qin had destroyed could provide him with at least 3 million gold coins, which was 30 million gold coins in total. Zhao Fu ordered people to buy a large number of talisman stones from the market. Of course, the higher the grade, the more powerful the talisman weapons would be. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also spent a large amount of money to buy 10 talisman master profession change stone steels. Each stone steel could allow 2,000 talisman masters to change professions, which was 20,000 in total. It was best for talisman masters to be literate. If they knew calligraphy, they would be more suitable for talisman masters because talisman masters were good at writing. Talisman masters needed to be nurtured, and talisman weapons and talismans could not be produced in a short period of time. Zhao Fu placed his attention on other matters. Zhao Fu called over Sun Hanxiang and the other 3 women. Because there were many things to do, Zhao Fu hadn't paid much attention to them recently, and he didn't have them serve him in bed. Now, the 4 women's loyalty had increased, and Bai Shihan's loyalty was now 80%, and she could be appointed as a general. However, the other 3 women's loyalty wasn't very high. Sun Hanxiang only had 40 loyalty, Wei Qing only had 30 loyalty, and Su Liui only had 50 loyalty. Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and did not know when he would be able to tame them, so he said, "You can leave for now." Of course, he said this to Sun Hanxiang and the other 2 women. As for Bai Shihan, she stayed by Zhao Fu's side. She was a general, and as long as she was willing to submit, she would be on equal footing with the other generals. However, at that moment, Wei Qing suddenly said, "I don't want to stay with your women, I want to go to the battlefield." The 3 of them were all generals and had experienced many battles. They simply couldn't accept this, and they didn't want to be like other women. They were Zhao Fu's concubines, and they had had enough of this. Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Do you really think that with your loyalty, I'll be able to hand my soldiers over to you?" Hearing this, Wei Qing was speechless. Sun Hanxiang bowed and sighed as she said, "I'm willing to submit. Anyways, I've already been in bed with your majesty for a few days, and I can't protect my reputation anymore. I admit defeat." Hearing this, a trace of awkwardness appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Seeing this, Su Liui also made a decision. Her loyalty had reached 50, which was 10 points higher than Sun Hanxiang's, so she also said, "I'm also willing to serve Qin." In the end, Wei Qing, one of the 3 genius cavalry generals of the Western Han dynasty, still hesitated. Perhaps it was because of the relationship between Qin and the Han dynasty, but in the end, she took a step back and promised to be loyal to Qin. Seeing that the 3 women's loyalty had reached 70, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. At first, he didn't know how long it would take to tame them, and he had never thought that things would change so quickly. Even though 70 loyalty was not very high, it could be used for a while. In the future, their loyalty would most likely increase. After appointing the 4 women, they completely calmed down and no longer opposed Zhao Fu. They smiled and could now lead soldiers. "Your Majesty. They're all generals?" After the 4 women left, Gao Li asked in shock. She could sense that the auras the 4 women gave off were different from ordinary people, and they were quite different from other women. Countless people wanted to know about the 10 great generals during the New Year period, and they clearly remembered information about these generals. Zhao Fu nodded. Now that Gao Li belonged to Qin, Zhao Fu did not hide anything and told her everything. This caused Gao Li to feel incredibly shocked, and she thought to herself, "Qin is indeed monster level, he gets at least half of the benefits in this event. No wonder no one can defeat him." Now, it was not important, she belonged to this man. The more powerful Qin was, the more powerful she would be, and the more benefits her family would receive. Thinking about this, a trace of gentleness appeared in Gao Li's eyes, and she seemed to be willing to become Zhao Fu's woman. After subduing the 4 women, Qin had 4 more generals. Their general stars were all generals, but because they had been summoned to this world, they were like the other historical generals and had fate seals. However, after resolving this matter, Zhao Fu had one less thing to worry about. Finally, Zhao Fu went to the wyvern den to take a look. The wyverns were one of Qin's great hidden weapons, and they had the power to turn the tide of battle. It was a pity that there were only 32 wyverns. There were 27 wyverns that could directly participate in battle. Those that could directly participate in battle were all wyverns that had just been born, which was to say, all wyverns other than larvae. Larvae were wyverns that had just been born, and the other wyverns in their growth, maturity, and old age could all be used in battle. Time gradually passed, and the various kingdoms did not sense any movements from Qin, so they slightly relaxed. As more and more soldiers were sent into battle, the battle became more and more intense. Another week later, Great Qin finally finished clearing out the Forest of Horrors. There were basically no obstructions, and ordinary villages could not resist at all. The only towns that could resist were the towns, but facing Great Qin's monstrous strength, they were easily destroyed. At the same time, after clearing out all of the factions in a region, Qin's strength once again rose to a terrifying level. Zhao Fu's population had reached 6.5 million, and Zhao Fu had 1.2 million soldiers. 800,000 of these soldiers were already Stage 1 soldiers, and 400,000 new members had all taken blood god pills to increase their cultivations. With the help of Stage 3 medicinal pills, they would soon reach Stage 1. There were now 10,000 Stage 2 soldiers, and they were all veterans. These Stage 2 soldiers could easily kill Stage 1 soldiers in a few moves, and each person could easily deal with 7 or 8 of them. If he had 20,000 Stage 2 soldiers, they would be able to deal with at least 140,000 Stage 1 soldiers, which was already quite powerful. If he could nurture Stage 3 soldiers, each of them would be able to deal with 50 Stage 1 soldiers. This was a world where high-stage soldiers ruled, and they were the main force in conquering worlds. Low-stage soldiers could only be slaughtered, so Zhao Fu had long since wanted to nurture high-stage soldiers. It was a pity that despite Zhao Fu doing his best, he was still too slow. Most of the soldiers had Stage 9 cultivation, while Qin did not even have Stage 1 soldiers yet. Zhao Fu could only take things slowly, and Qin had already nurtured 21,000 Stage 1 soldiers. He definitely had Stage 3 soldiers as well. Apart from population and soldiers, Qin now had 19 great cities, 3 cities, 12 towns, and 1,389 villages. These were all Great Qin's foundations, and the number of people they spawned was incredibly shocking. A great city spawned at least 500 people per day, a basic city spawned at least 200 people per day, a town spawned at least 100 people per day, and a village spawned at least 5 people per day. The 19 great cities spawned 9,500 people per day, the 3 cities spawned 600 people per day, the 12 towns spawned 1,200 people per day, and the 1,389 villages spawned 6,945 people per day. Altogether, there were 18,245 people per day, or nearly 20,000 people per day, which was how many people Qin spawned in a single day. Apart from this, Great Qin had also purchased at least 25,000 people from the slave system in the various regions. Moreover, this was the number of people that Great Qin had bought in a single day. Only with the support of a huge population could they continuously make up for the population consumption caused by war in the future. This way, the country would not be empty and unable to defend against invasions. Now, the Forest of Horrors had become Qin's base, and they had cleared out all of the region's factions. They had completely taken control of the Forest of Horrors, and this was Qin's first cornerstone, as well as the first step for Qin to dominate. In the future, it would be the capital of Qin. After clearing out all the forces, Zhao Fu obtained the final control of this area and also received a notification. Notification: you have destroyed all of the Forest of Horrors factions and obtained the highest authority in this region. You are now the lord of this region and can change the laws of this region. After this system announcement sounded out, the entire Forest of Horrors trembled. Rays of three-colored light continuously appeared in the surroundings and gathered above the great Qin city. A massive aura spread out from the sky. This aura had no ill intent and only gave off pure power, causing countless people to look up and revere it. At the same time, a 2-meter-wide three-colored ball of light appeared in the sky. Then, it slowly descended and automatically merged with Qin City Heart. Notification. Qin City has fused with the region Heart, and Qin's faction has become the official faction of this region. This was quite a delightful matter. Just from hearing about the highest authority in a region, one could tell how powerful Qin's faction was. Moreover, Qin's faction had become the official faction of this region, which meant that Qin was now the official faction of this region. Jiaofu couldn't help but feel excited and loudly laughed. Now that Qin had become the official faction of the Forest of Horrors, its power was incredibly great. At the same time, there were countless unexpected benefits. This would make anyone incredibly happy, and they would laugh so hard that they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. After all, the benefits and power far surpassed anything that anyone could imagine. Now, Qin City had a new page, which was the region page. Now, everything in the Forest of Horrors was under Qin's control. First, he could change the name of the region. Even though the name Forest of Horrors suited the appearance of this place, Jiaofu didn't like it. After all, this was Qin's base, and calling it the Forest of Horrors didn't sound good. Jiaofu thought about it and decided to use the name of the ancient capital of Qin, which was Xianxia. He entered the name Xianxia into the region page and chose to confirm. Immediately, a wave of light spread out from Qin City, and everyone in the Forest of Horrors received a system announcement that the Forest of Horrors had disappeared, and there was only the Xianxia region. Next, it was time to choose whether or not to set up a void zone. The void zone at the edge of a region could be set up by Qin City, and it wasn't controlled by the system anymore. Even if the system removed all of the void zones in the future, the Xianxia region's void zone wouldn't disappear because it was controlled by Qin City. As such, whether or not it was removed was up to Qin City. Qin City definitely had to set up this void zone, and he had to set up an advanced forbidden power. Advanced forbidden power meant that even with a void crystal, one wouldn't be able to use it. After all, the void crystal could only break through the elementary forbidden power, so Jiaofu set it to advanced forbidden power. Some people might want to ask if even the void crystal was useless, wouldn't Qin City be unable to leave? In actuality, Qin City didn't even need the void crystal to teleport. After all, Qin City was the official of the Xianxia region, and the region Heart was fused with Qin City. As such, the teleportation channel that Qin City had set up had the region's attributes, so people could teleport freely. Jiaofu also tried to see if he could break through the advanced forbidden power, but he found that it didn't have any effect. As for the method to destroy isolation barriers, Great Qin had already grasped it. In actuality, they just needed a restriction-breaking stone, which was used to destroy isolation barriers and restrictions. After all, it was quite rare to find such a stone. However, this kind of restriction-breaking stone was also divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced grades. Most of them were elementary restriction-breaking stones, which could break through elementary isolation arrays. Before, Qin City had used an elementary isolation formation, but because the area he had set up was quite large, there were only 1 or 2 intermediate and advanced isolation formations, and they weren't able to create a large-scale barrier. As such, he could only choose an elementary isolation formation, which was why it was easily broken through. However, even with an advanced restriction-breaking stone, it would not be able to break through the region's isolation zone. This was because the two types of power were completely different. The isolation zone was made up of the region's power, and it was quite difficult for the restriction-breaking stone to break through it. It was a pity that the isolation zone was only 5,000 kilometers wide. Jiaofu wanted to make it wider so that anyone who wanted to enter Xianxia City would have to walk. The wider the isolation zone, the more time it would take, and it would allow for more ambushes. However, this was already quite good. Even the fastest person would need 2 or 3 days to travel 5,000 kilometers, which was enough. Qin could also set up a simple warning zone so that if someone invaded, Qin would be able to react in time. As the official of a region, Qin would receive a 10% bonus to its base stats, and invaders would receive a 10% bonus to their stats. Apart from battle stats, as the official faction of Xianxia City, Qin's production stats would also receive a 30% bonus to its territory's crop production, and growth time would be minus 30%. Moreover, it would receive a special profession, Region Guard, D-grade military, description, soldiers of a region's official faction, effect, receives, region's power. After Qin's grade and profession upgrade stone, Qin's soldiers had reached D grade, which was even higher than the Region Guard. The Region Guard's grade was the same as the village's special professions. However, the Region Guard's power would receive bonuses in the region it ruled, and its effects might exceed Qin's grade. However, if it went to other regions, it would not have this effect, so Zhao Fu felt that he could change professions to Xianxia City's guards. Apart from professions, Zhao Fu could also give official positions, which would receive a certain amount of the region's fate and some blessings. These official positions were like town lords, which were different from becoming a town lord himself. One was in the wilderness, while the other was an official faction. As long as one obtained an official position, they would become an official faction of the region, and they would receive some bonus stats. Because Qin was a nation faction, the town lords and town lords that Zhao Fu had appointed before did not need to be appointed again, and they could directly become an official faction of the region. After that, Zhao Fu could also issue region notifications and region quests. As long as you were in Xianxia, no matter where you were, once Qin issued a prompt, everyone would receive it. This was no different from the previous system prompt. As for the region quests, they were the same as the city quests. The only difference was that you didn't need to go to the quest stone stele to receive them. No matter where you were or how far away you were, as long as you were in the region, you could accept the quest and receive the rewards. This was equivalent to obtaining a portion of the system's authority. Just how powerful was this ability? It was enough to make countless people excited. There was also some authority, and needless to say, this was the benefit of unifying a region. Now that Qin had completely controlled Xianxia in his hands, the first cornerstone of hegemony was laid. Next, Zhao Fu looked at the 4 regions around Xianxia. Red Plum Plain, East Green, Little Valley, 100 Bamboo. These 4 regions didn't have any system factions, and after the last battle, some system main cities had been relocated by Qin. The remaining system main cities knew that Qin wouldn't let them off. After personally witnessing Qin's strength, they knew that they wouldn't be able to stop him. As such, they could only choose to relocate, taking their city creation stones and countless residents to other regions. Out of the 4 regions, Zhao Fu planned to first clear out Red Plum Plain because it was flat and had a good field of vision, making it easier for Qin to clear out all of the factions. Moreover, the plains here were very suitable for raising horses, so Zhao Fu wanted to turn this place into a horse farm. In the future, all of the warhorses of the Qin Empire would come from here. Cavalry was the most powerful type of soldier in ancient times, so there had to be a lot of them. However, Zhao Fu hadn't started to clear out Red Plum Plain yet. Instead, he split his 1.2 million soldiers into 4 teams and sent them into the 4 regions before setting up camp where the system main cities had been. System announcement. East Green's system faction has retreated. You have conquered East Green's region and obtained the region's fate. Players will no longer spawn in that region. System announcement. Red Plum Plains system faction has retreated. You have conquered Red Plum Plains region and obtained the region's fate. Players will no longer spawn in that region. System announcement. 100 Bamboo system faction has retreated. You have conquered 100 Bamboo's region and obtained the region's fate. Players will no longer spawn in that region. System announcement. Little Valley system faction has retreated. You have conquered Little Valley's region and obtained the region's fate. Players will no longer spawn in that region. Apart from the 4 system announcements that they had conquered a region, Zhao Fu also received 4 system announcements that they had obtained region treasure chests, causing Zhao Fu to smile. Zhao Fu wanted to first conquer the 4 regions before slowly clearing them out. This would prevent others from taking advantage of the situation, and it was for the sake of the 4 regions' fate. With this fate, Qin recovered a lot of his strength, and Zhao Fu's injuries were once again healed. Now, he could use some of his strength. At first, Zhao Fu hadn't thought about this. However, the four regions had long since fallen into Qin's hands, so he hadn't paid too much attention. Only after unifying the Forest of Horrors did his thoughts become clear. The sudden system announcement that four regions had been conquered caused the entire Midland continent to tremble. The system announcements that they had received were different from what Zhao Fu had received. System announcement. East Greens region has been conquered. System announcement. 100 Bamboos region has been conquered. System announcement. Red Plum Plains region has been conquered. These continuous system announcements caused countless people to be speechless. How could someone conquer four regions in a row? This was simply impossible. At first, the ordinary people could not react because four border regions had been conquered in a row. Their faces turned pale, and only after a while did they realize that it was not a border region but a region within China. However, conquering four regions at the same time was simply too shocking. Even the powerful India, with 40 million people, would have to conquer regions one by one. Conquering four regions at once had never happened before. Countless legatees' expressions fell. Because of Qin, they clearly remembered the names of the four regions, and they knew who had done it. Apart from Qin, who else could it be? Qin recovered so quickly? Is he showing off his fangs to them? The announcement that he had conquered four regions at the same time was undoubtedly an announcement. You bunch of trash, I've stood up again. Zhao Fu did not know about the various kingdoms, and looking at the four treasure chests in his hands, he smiled. These were region treasure chests, and the things that could be opened were not simple at all. The Truth Tree and Seraph Heart were both from here. He first opened the first treasure chest, and light flowed out as a stone appeared. It was as big as a fist and was square. It was silver and gave off a faint silver light. Strengthening spatial stone, a stone that has massive spatial attributes. It can be used on teleportation channels or weapons, and it has extremely powerful spatial energy. Looking at this stone, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. With this item, as long as he waited for the chaotic world stone steel to level up to level 6, Zhao Fu would be able to use all of his war points to exchange for a certain item. That way, the heavenly domain stone, world iron, and strengthening spatial stone would all be useful, and he would be able to create something that Zhao Fu had been waiting for. That item was incredibly important to Qin, and it could allow Qin to take the lead in the entire world and obtain a massive advantage. He would most likely be able to see this item soon, as the chaotic world stone steel was about to level up. After clearing out Red Plum Plains, he would be able to obtain it. The first item was quite good, and Zhao Fu looked at the second item expectantly. It was a very large ballista that was 5 meters wide and 9 meters long. Its structure was quite complicated, and ordinary people would not be able to understand it. However, it gave off an incredibly savage aura and was definitely not an ordinary item. Dragon-slaying ballista, a ballista specifically used to shoot dragons. It has extremely destructive power and can kill all dragons below stage 7. The user's cultivation must be at least stage 4. It was actually used to shoot dragons. With how powerful dragons were, if this thing could directly kill them, it would be enough to show how powerful the dragon-slaying ballista was. Being able to directly kill dragons below stage 7 was quite shocking. Now that Qin had a stage 5 wyvern, its massive aura caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked. With the advantage of the air, even 50,000 stage 1 soldiers would not be able to subdue a single wyvern. On the other hand, this ballista could kill dragons below rank 7. Just thinking about it showed how powerful it was. Since it could kill dragons below rank 7, it could at least heavily injure dragons below rank 7. Its power was simply too shocking. Looking at the massive ballista that gave off a faint light and its complex structure, it was impossible for Qin to create something like this. Just the materials used to construct the ballista were already epic-grade materials. Currently, Qin was still incapable of forging epic equipment. How could he possibly produce such a powerful ballista? The second item was another delightful item, and the anticipation in Zhao Fu's eyes became even stronger as he opened the third item. Light shot out from the treasure chest as a piece of metal appeared. It was as big as an egg and was oval-shaped. It was golden and gave off a brilliant golden light and a sharp aura. Innate variant metal, an extreme epic grade material that has the sharpness of innate metals. It is the most suitable material for forging weapons. Seeing that it was only a single material, Xiaofu was somewhat disappointed. However, an extreme-grade epic material was already quite good, so Xiaofu wasn't too disappointed. Now, it was time for the final treasure chest. Xiaofu wondered what kind of good things it would contain. After Xiaofu lightly opened it, a medicinal pill appeared in front of him. The medicinal pill was red, black, and yellow, and it gave off a herbal smell. Xiaofu wasn't sure what kind of medicinal pill it was. Domain pill, after consuming, it can awaken one's own domain. If one already has a domain, consuming this pill can strengthen it. Looking at this medicinal pill, Xiaofu felt that it was quite good. Now that Xiaofu had a king's domain, this domain pill could cause his king's domain to once again evolve. Now that he had opened all 4 of the region treasure chests, Xiaofu was quite satisfied. As expected from something that came from region treasure chests. After returning to his room, Xiaofu sat cross-legged on his bed and consumed the domain pill. His body trembled as the domain pill turned into 3 streams of energy that flowed through his body and gathered in his mind. Boom! Xiaofu felt as if his mind had exploded as a black, semicircular barrier of light uncontrollably spread out. It was 300 meters wide, and the 9 dragon inscriptions on the black barrier increased to 36, swimming around it. Xiaofu's king's domain gave off a powerful aura of suppression, as if it was a dragon's might. It was 4 times as powerful as before, and it gave him even more power and defense. Everyone looked at the massive barrier of dragon inscriptions and felt quite startled. They didn't understand what was going on, and they all worriedly rushed over to Xiaofu. By then, Xiaofu had already put away his king's domain, and he received a system announcement. System announcement. Congratulations, you have unlocked perception, one of the 5 celestial senses. Xiaofu couldn't help but feel delighted. He had never thought that he would be able to unlock the 3rd of the 5 celestial senses like this. Before, Xiaofu had already unlocked heaven's sense and divine sense, and now, he had unlocked perception as well. Now that he had unlocked 3 of the 5 celestial senses, he only had 2 left before he could unlock the legendary celestial mode. Your Majesty! Are you alright? Shanru's voice sounded out from outside. Xiaofu nodded and let her in. Seeing that Xiaofu was fine, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Now that Xiaofu had received the backlash from the heaven and earth fate, he couldn't allow anything to happen to him. Elsewhere, Qin's soldiers, who had completed their missions in the 4 regions, started to return, while spies from the other countries stealthily infiltrated the 4 regions. At first, when the spies received their orders, they felt quite nervous because they felt that something big had happened in the 4 regions. If they weren't careful, they might be caught by Qin, and it would be best for them to commit suicide. Otherwise, they would be skinned alive by Qin and suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone was incredibly clear about Qin's brutality, but after spending a few days in the 4 regions, they found that nothing had happened, and they all reported back. After hearing about this, countless factions let out a sigh of relief. The 2 sides, who had entered a truce, once again started to fight intensely. What supported this war was massive profits, and it was impossible for the 2 sides to stop so easily. Xiaofu spent the next few days quite leisurely. Because he didn't have much to do, he rode on Little Black, took Little Gray, and Little White, and walked around Qin's territory. Little Black, Little Gray, and Little White suddenly felt that these names were quite childish, and they suited their powerful appearances. As such, Xiaofu renamed them Little Black to Black Forest, Little Gray to Moon Wolf, and Little White to Fat Cat. Little Black had the underworld nightmare bloodline, so it was incredibly fast, and its hooves were accompanied by green flames. Little Gray's body was now snow white, and it didn't have gray fur like before. It also had a pair of silver eyes, as if it had the Howling Moon bloodline. Not only did its movements become much more elegant, but its appearance also became more handsome and dignified. Before, Little White was quite dissatisfied with this name, and it acted as if it didn't want to talk to Xiaofu anymore. However, when Xiaofu agreed to take it out to play, it jumped onto Xiaofu's body and quickly accepted this name. Now, the 3 of them were all Lord-class creatures and were quite powerful. Because Xiaofu had been nurturing them this entire time, with the heaven and earth refining formation, they could obtain many things to advance. Zhao Fu rode on Black Forest and slowly walked through the forest with Moon Wolf by his side, and Fat Cat comfortably perched on Zhao Fu's shoulder. There was also a wyvern flying in the sky. It was the wyvern that Zhao Fu had hatched. After a few months of feeding, and with the effects of the raising stone, the wyvern's body was much larger than before. Its wings were now 5 meters wide, and it gave off a powerful dragon's might. It was now a lord-class creature, and Zhao Fu had named it Dragon Spirit. By now, all of Xianxia City belonged to Qin City, and Zhao Fu was quite pleased with this. Qin City's path to restoring its kingdom wasn't far off. After playing around for a day, the sun set over the western mountains, dyeing half the sky golden. It looked quite beautiful. When they returned to Qin City, Shanru was already waiting for them. When she saw Zhao Fu return, she smiled and bowed as she said, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu softly nodded and got off his horse before asking, "How's the progress?" Shanru replied, "Everything is going quite smoothly. We've already started creating reality-harming talismans, and we're preparing talisman weapons." Over the past few days, Zhao Fu had changed professions to 20,000 talisman masters. At the same time, they continuously practiced drawing talismans, and in order to quickly grasp the profession of talisman master, Zhao Fu had hired over 100 talisman masters with high salaries. These talisman masters were all intermediate talisman masters, and while it was said that they had been hired with high salaries, Zhao Fu had actually used the benefits to convince them to join Qin City. However, although there were many intermediate symbol masters, not a single advanced symbol master was willing to come. However, Zhao Fu did not expect that there would be an advanced symbol master in his own city. Zhao Fu had conquered many system main cities and subdued many indigenous residents, and this advanced talisman master was one of them. He was called Xianxia, and he was an elder who looked to be in his 50s. He had a rather fiery temper, but in front of Zhao Fu, he was a meek old man. Making charms would become a very important production in Qin City. Zhao Fu also set up a special department to manage it. Because Xianxia knew this better, Zhao Fu asked him to manage it. With the addition of Xianxia and hundreds of intermediate talisman masters, those who had just advanced professions quickly learned. After a few days of hard work and sharing their experiences with others, they also successfully entered the realm of elementary talisman masters and started to create true harm talismans. These true harm talismans were one of Qin City's trump cards, and they were specially used to deal with ordinary people. It was best to obtain them as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected events. 3 days later, regardless of the battles outside, Qin City silently stayed where it was and did not make any big movements. Qin City's soldiers continued to clear out the Red Plum Plains. In China's battle, the southern side's battle was quite ordinary. Even though the eastern side's battle was quite intense, China was not weak at all. The northern side's battle was as calm as a lake, and the southern side's battle was the most dangerous. India was definitely China's greatest enemy, and the Chinese side had always been at a disadvantage. If China directly fought with India, India would definitely lose. However, things were different now. China not only had to fight with India but 21 other countries. All of the other countries had their own forces, so they could not focus on India. Now, India had gathered 10 million or so people and started to invade from another region. The Chinese side had also urgently gathered people to defend. "Your Majesty, the talisman equipment has been successfully forged," an elderly man said delightedly as he held a newly forged weapon and came before Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was currently sitting on a bamboo chair next to a small stream, leisurely fishing. Hearing Xianxia's words, Zhao Fu smiled and took the sword Xianxia handed over. This sword was slightly green because it was made of bronze essence. It was 1 meter long and there was a row of runes on the spine of the sword, which Zhao Fu could not understand. There was a talisman stone at the joint of the hilt and blade, and the sword gave off a mysterious and obscure feeling. Zhao Fu gripped the sword and tried to send his cultivation power into it. The sword buzzed and the row of runes on the spine of the sword gave off a faint white light. The two sides of the sword gave off a sharp sword light, and the cold and sharp feeling caused people's hairs to stand on end. This sword also became extraordinary. It was like a peerless sword, and it gave off an incredibly sharp aura that could make people shiver in fear. Xing, Zhao Fu casually slashed out, and a white sword arc flashed. A tree that was as thick as a person's thigh fell to the ground, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. This was much sharper than ordinary silver-grade weapons. Seeing how shocked Zhao Fu was, Xianxia gave a pleased smile and said, "Your Majesty, this talisman equipment can also be used with talisman papers." This talisman equipment can also be used with talisman papers. Zhao Fu nodded and took a small fireball talisman and stuck it on the sword. He once again sent his cultivation power into it, and a row of runes lit up. The talisman paper on the sword started to burn, and its fire attribute power fused into the sword. The sword light that the blade gave off became a fiery color, and Zhao Fu casually slashed out, causing a fiery sword chi to slash out. This talisman equipment was incredibly powerful, and if Qin could fully equip it, his battle power would increase by many times. Zhao Fu felt quite excited. This equipment was made from blue-grade materials and white-grade talisman stones, and its power was not any weaker than an exquisite silver-grade weapon. In fact, it could even be compared to a trash gold-grade weapon. If he used higher-grade talisman stones and higher-grade materials, the talisman equipment would be even more powerful. Now, Great Qin did not lack any blue-grade materials at all, as they had bronze concentrate mines. Silver-grade materials could be bought from other regions, plundered from other system main cities, and killed other creatures. Great Qin also had some gold-grade materials. Great Qin did not lack any blue-grade materials at all. However, it was difficult to obtain talisman stones. Normally, talisman stones were quite rare, and Zhao Fu had only bought 150,000 talisman stones from 100 or so regions. Most of them were white-grade talisman stones, and he only had 1,000 or so blue-grade talisman stones. High-grade talisman stones and high-grade materials could create talisman equipment that would be even more powerful. Thinking about his soldiers, each of them wielding a legendary grade weapon, they would be able to kill anything that stood in their way. However, it was impossible for him to do that right now, so Zhao Fu returned the sword to Xianxia and ordered him to create 150,000 pieces of talisman equipment for his soldiers before considering anything else. By now, the truth-harming talismans and talisman equipment were being created, and Zhao Fu felt much more at ease. Another day passed, and another piece of good news came. Qin had discovered a small city, and it was an elf city. This elf city was deep within a forest, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to discover it. There were 210,000 elves, which was quite ordinary. Elves did not enslave other races, so there were only elves in the elf city. However, in terms of strength, this city's battle strength was many times that of the Kobold city. This was because not only did this city have powerful archers, but it also had cavalry. They used a type of giant deer as their mounts. These giant deer were similar to the orcs' giant wolves, and they had been bred using special methods. Not only were they twice as big as normal deer, but they were also very powerful and could easily carry 2 people on their backs as they ran. Moreover, their antlers were large and sharp, and anyone who was hit by them would feel quite uncomfortable. Apart from cavalry and archers, the elves also had mages. Even though there were not many of them, they could still deal some damage, and they also had healing skills. There was also a special type of soldier within their infantry. Zhao Fu did not know what they were, but they were quite powerful. All of them wore silver clothes and held silver swords, and they gave off a holy and dignified aura. Finally, there was something else. The elf city had a very tall and lush tree, which was most likely the tree of life. It gave elves some buffs, such as increasing their recovery speed and healing effects when they were injured. With so many stats added together, the elf city's battle strength was not any weaker than the orc cities, and its defenses were even stronger than the orc cities. Orcs and elves had relatively high statuses among outlanders, and they were not people that the kobolds and goblins could compare to. They also had many legacies, so they were quite powerful. However, in front of Great Qin, all of this was nothing. Great Qin could easily destroy it. In fact, Zhao Fu could not even be bothered to bring a single soldier, and he directly brought 21 city lords above the elf city. A massive and terrifying aura covered the elf city, causing all of the elves to fall into terror. Their bodies instinctively trembled as they looked up at the godlike 20 or so people in the sky. Zhao Fu looked at the handsome elf below and did not waste any words as he said, "I'll give you 2 choices, surrender, and I'll give you 2 options. You can either surrender, or slaughter the entire city. The handsome young man's expression was very unsightly, and he was hesitating. The elves around him were divided into two factions. City Lord. Let's fight it out with them. I don't believe that the 200,000 people in the elf city will be afraid of just 20 of them. An elf said angrily. Master King Elf City Lord City. No, the other side has 21 city lords, and if we fight, we'll definitely lose. Let's just surrender. You also have Outlander city lords in the sky, which means that this person definitely won't torture us. An elderly elf hurriedly tried to persuade them. Zhao Fu had to wait for their reply in the air. Zhao Fu did not like killing, or else he would not have asked them if they wanted to surrender. However, since they had chosen to resist, Zhao Fu could only start a massacre. After all, he had given them a choice. Zhao Fu planned to give the city lord's seal to Daisy when he returned. After a while, Zhao Fu still did not receive a reply. Seeing that the elf city was determined to resist to the death, a large number of archers arrived, and the commoners picked up their bows and arrows. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and directly said, kill the city lords. If any commoners resist, kill them as well. The other city lords obeyed Zhao Fu's orders, and even more intense auras exploded out, sweeping through the elf city like a tornado. Countless trees madly swayed, and some stones and roofs were blown into the sky. They were about to listen to Zhao Fu's orders and start a massacre. However, at that moment, a gentle voice sounded out, Master, can you wait? Can you wait a moment? Those are my clansmen, and I want to persuade them as well. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless arrows containing immense force shot into the sky from below, creating a shocking scene. Boom. Boom. Boom, Qingtown city lords unleashed their city lord seals, causing terrifying power to spread out as the city lords worked together to create a barrier. Countless arrows hit the barrier like raindrops, but they were all deflected. Not a single arrow broke through the barrier, and instead, a rain of arrows descended, scaring countless elves into finding cover. A trace of disdain appeared on Zhao Fu's face. How could 80,000 to 90,000 arrows break through the defenses of 20 or so city lords? Without 400,000 to 500,000 arrows, it would be impossible to break through the defenses of 20 or so city lords. Hearing Celia's words, Zhao Fu had wanted to stop and give them a chance. However, since they had taken the initiative to attack, Zhao Fu would not hold back, and his gaze became cold as he yelled, kill. The 20 or so figures in the sky turned into rays of light as they shot towards the elf city. 10 of the city lords directly attacked the elf city lord, while the remaining city lords attacked the countless elf soldiers and civilians. Celia did not say anything, and a trace of sadness appeared on her face as she felt quite uncomfortable. She had the elf royal bloodline, and she was very close to the Tree of Life and the elves. She had wanted to use her status to persuade them, and perhaps they would surrender. However, it seemed that it was impossible, as Zhao Fu had already given the order. The 10 city lords attacked the elf city lord, and they unleashed their most powerful attacks. Even though the elf city lord did his best to defend, he was still heavily injured. The other city lords charged into the crowd and unleashed terrifying attacks. Saber lights and sword lights flew everywhere as explosions continuously sounded out. Massive shockwaves blasted out, causing buildings to collapse and the ground to crack. Cries of pain and blood continuously flowed out. Facing the city lords' attacks, the Stage 1 soldiers were able to resist, but the civilians were unable to resist at all and continuously died. However, the city lords mostly attacked the elf soldiers and did not slaughter the civilians. There were roughly 60,000 elf soldiers in the elf city, and only a few of them were killed in a short while. With the power of 21 city lords, if Zhao Fu went to attack a system main city, it would be incredibly difficult for that system main city to defend, let alone a basic city. However, Zhao Fu did not dare to directly attack a system main city, as he was afraid that they would ally together. Right now, Qin did not have the strength to deal with a few regions, so it was best to keep a low profile and wait until he cleared out the 4 regions. Zhao Fu sensed Celia's emotions and said in a comforting tone, "Don't worry. As long as they're willing to surrender, I won't kill them all." Celia felt a warmth in her heart and came out of the sword mark. She happily hugged Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Thank you, Master." Seeing how shy she looked, Xiaofu smiled and stroked her hair. Seeing this, Long Xiaoxiao thought to herself and came out of the sword mark. She rubbed her large left chest and pretended to be in pain as she said, "Master. I'm also in pain, I want a hug." As she spoke, Long Xiaoxiao leapt at Xiaofu, but Xiaofu pushed her away and said, "Forget it." Long Xiaoxiao could only look at Xiaofu begrudgingly, and Celia's face was bright red as she returned to the sword mark. Long Xiaoxiao stayed behind and hugged Xiaofu's hand. However, she kept hugging Xiaofu's hand and burrowing into his clothes, and only after Xiaofu knocked her on the head did she stop. By now, the battle had concluded. The elf city lord had been pierced through the heart by Meng Tian's spear and died, and the other soldiers had resisted for a bit before being suppressed. The elf city seal was a wooden seal with elves carved on it. There were originally 210,000 elves, but only 100,000 remained. 90,000 of them were civilians and 10,000 were soldiers. Xiaofu did not care about this and went to the city to look at the things he was interested in. The first was the elf city's barracks. Xiaofu did not look at the basic military professions and only looked at the two professions. Deer Cavalry, D-grade military, description, the elf race is exclusive cavalry, and they are suited for fighting in forests. Effect, every player will receive, Elven Valor. Divine Tree Warrior, B-grade military, description, the guardian warriors of the Divine Tree, and they have powerful Divine Tree power. Effect, everyone receives, Tree of Life power. After looking at the elf cavalry's stats, Xiaofu felt that they were quite good. Qin could be nurtured so that Qin's army could adapt to different battlefields. The Divine Tree warriors were the soldiers wearing silver equipment and holding silver swords. Their strength could rival Stage 2 soldiers, and they were quite powerful. They were even stronger than ordinary Stage 2 soldiers. As expected of AB class. This class also had a limit. There were only 500 of them, which was quite a small number. However, the number of Divine Tree warriors depended on the Tree of Life. The taller the tree was, the more Divine Tree warriors could change professions. Following this, Xiaofu came to a tree that was 10 or so meters tall. The tree was 2 meters wide and had a lush canopy that spread out like an umbrella. The tree gave off a faint green light and an aura of life. Tree, a level 1 fairy race's Tree of Life. It has the tree, and it, Qin Tes Fu's lees. Xiaofu could bring this tree back, and if he could plant it in large numbers, he could nurture a group of Divine Tree warriors. This profession was quite ferocious in battle. Following this, Xiaofu gave the order to start digging, and they came to a den. This den was quite similar to the den in the Orc City. There was a stage made of bricks, and there was a green crystal floating above it. Giant Deer Den, basic town, grade, gold, description, a special den fused with an elf blood crystal and a deer denver. It can spawn 45 to 75 giant deer every day. After looking at the den stats, Xiaofu relocated the elf city. This elf city was an intermediate basic city, and he obtained 420,000 EXP, 40 war points, and 2,000 achievement points. Xiaofu brought the elves back to Qin and rebuilt the elf city. He gave the elf city seal to Daisy and made her the city lord. Xiaofu did not care about anything else, and he ordered people to plant the Tree of Life. He felt quite worried, as he did not know if it would survive after being transplanted, and he was also worried about how to get the Tree of Life saplings. Xiaofu remembered that some trees could be directly planted in the ground, and they would sprout and grow into a new tree. However, ordinary trees would still bear fruit and grow seeds. Xiaofu did not know much about the Tree of Life, so he asked Celia about it. Xiaofu found out that the Tree of Life would bear 5 fruits of life every 10 years. These fruits of life could be consumed to obtain massive amounts of life force and heal countless injuries. At the same time, they could be planted in the ground, and a new Tree of Life would grow. Of course, the Tree of Life had different grades. The higher the grade of the Tree of Life, the more powerful it would be, and the longer it would take for it to bear fruits of life. The Tree of Life that Xiaofu had obtained was only level 1, so it would bear 5 fruits of life every 10 years. However, 10 years was too long, and Xiaofu could not afford to wait. Who knew what would happen in 10 years? As such, Xiaofu decided to give up on the idea of nurturing a large number of Divine Tree warriors. At that moment, Celia said that if he had water of life, he could catalyze the growth of the tree of life. Moreover, if he planted the tree of life's branches on the ground and watered them with water of life, there was a chance that they would grow. However, Xiaofu knew about water of life because it was a very famous and precious item. Even in the elf race, it was quite rare, and it was usually obtained in drops. This was because it had an extremely powerful life force and was a holy medicine for healing injuries. It was rumored that only the elf kingdom could produce a small amount of water of life, so it was impossible for Xiaofu to produce water of life. Xiaofu sighed, and just as he was about to give up, the golden dragon within his body said, "I know of a special method to create water of life." Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite delighted and rejoiced. Obtaining the golden dragon's information was equivalent to obtaining a massive treasure trove. "What method?" Xiaofu asked. The golden dragon quickly replied, "Water of life is a very good healing item, and our Heaven Murder Empire uses it to heal injuries. However, water of life is indeed quite rare, even among the elves. However, our Heaven Murder Empire has a monstrous genius who created a special method to create water of life." Because Xiaofu had the information from God Kerr, he knew how precious water of life was, and he couldn't help but think to himself, the Heaven Murder Empire is simply too extravagant. Ordinary soldiers use water of life to heal injuries. Xiaofu did not think too much about it and asked, "What special method is it?" "World tree seeds? That's an incredibly rare item. The world tree is the final form of the tree of life, and its seeds can directly grow into high-grade trees of life. Normally, the elf empire wouldn't leak this information. 5 trees of life wasn't much, but Xiaofu knew that it would be quite difficult to obtain world tree seeds. If he couldn't obtain them, he would have to use ordinary trees of life seeds. Is that all? You can produce a large amount of water of life just like that? Xiaofu asked. Of course not. We need to put a large number of corpses into the well of life to produce more water of life. The golden dragon replied. After hearing this, Xiaofu realized that this fountain of life was turning corpses into water of life, which was quite evil. However, Xiaofu wasn't against it. With the water of life's effects, it would reduce the deaths of countless soldiers, which was incredibly important to Qin City. It was just that the materials would be quite difficult to obtain. Qin City now had 1 tree of life, so he was still lacking 4. As for the corpses, there was no need to worry about them. Qin City had obtained many corpses every day from clearing out regions. Most of the corpses didn't even have stage 1 corpses, and their grades were quite bad, so they were basically useless. If they could be put into the fountain of life, they would be able to make good use of them. After conquering the elf city, Xiaofu didn't have much to do. He wanted to manage the internal affairs of the city, but he found that there wasn't much to see. Whether it was production or construction, everything was done in an orderly manner, and there were specialized people to manage everything. The 4 main roads were quickly constructed, but because Qin City had unified the Xianying region, the 4 roads had to be extended so that they could traverse the entire Xianying region. Qin City was now just like an ordinary system main city, and it was incredibly lively and prosperous. In terms of production, it was the same as before. Most of the food was stored, so there were many granaries. Fruits could be sold, consumed, or made into wine. In terms of management, there were also people who taught them how to manage villages and cities. There were also people who taught them how to manage people before being given positions. Because of Xiaofu's injuries, he could not go anywhere. Even though he had recovered some of his strength, he still could not protect himself and needed many people to accompany him. Xiaofu did not want that, so he could only stay within the territory. This was quite boring, and Xiaofu decided that he could not continue like this. As such, he decided to send Qin as an assassin to the various regions to capture women with Phoenix Chi so that he could heal his injuries. Qin's assassins obeyed Xiaofu's orders and snuck into system main cities like ghosts, searching for women with Phoenix Chi. Xiaofu could only wait in the city lord's mansion. He also took the opportunity to take a look at the 3 guards he was nurturing, Gaoli, Moni, and Joyce. They were also the inheritors of the Silver Lake Immortal. Right now, their strength was still relatively low, but they could still use some of the power of the concept. Because Gaoli was a city lord, even though she had only used the Silver Lake Immortal equipment for a short period of time, she was still able to quickly activate its power. The sword qi that she sent out was incredibly sharp, and it contained the power of the concept. Cutting through rocks was like cutting through tofu to her. Moni was a Shonu woman, and when she swung her saber, she was quite ferocious and gave off a wild aura. This was a racial talent, and Zhao Fu quite liked this kind of woman. Even though her relationship with Zhao Fu had been quite tense and cold when she had been forced to submit, after such a long time, their relationship had improved. Even when Zhao Fu hugged her and touched her important parts, she did not resist. As for Joyce, he used a bow, so each of his arrows was incredibly sharp and powerful. A full-powered arrow could pierce through a 2-meter thick wall. Apart from these things, Zhao Fu also started to worry about the border regions. Right now, the only border region that Qin could go to was the border region of Vietnam. The rewards for this transfer of fate were quite good, but considering the losses, Zhao Fu did not plan to participate. His main task was to clear out the 4 regions. Before, Qin had established a massive faction, which was the Vietnamese Guard. It was a faction that focused on patriotism and defending the country. At first, Qin had wanted to greatly support the Vietnamese Guard and have it devour all of Vietnam. However, as Qin's strategy changed, the resources that supported the Vietnamese Guard greatly decreased. However, after such a long time, the Vietnamese Guard's foundation was still quite firm, and it was loved and worshipped by countless Vietnamese players. Now, there were 3 million Vietnamese players, and as the leader of the Vietnamese Guard, Lai Ching-chien had become the most popular woman in Vietnam. Countless celebrities and nobles treated her with respect, and when the ordinary people saw how beautiful Lai Ching-chien was, they all viewed her as a goddess and passionately liked her. Thus, she was pursued by countless people. Zhao Fu did not support or oppose the invasion of China, and he simply did what needed to be done. Right now, the only border region that was not at war was North Vietnam. This was because all of the players in those 2 regions were controlled by Qin. More accurately speaking, Qin Zhao controlled the cores of the 2 alliances. Before, Qin had led both sides and created their own alliances. He would then get rid of those who did not want to participate, and he would then get rid of those who disobeyed him. In the end, he would firmly control both alliances. As for the other regions, Zhao Fu could not completely control them, so he would do what needed to be done. The Vietnamese Guard could use this opportunity to infiltrate into Vietnam and gain even more power. Now, Qin did not lack resources at all, and he could provide them to the Vietnamese Guard, allowing it to develop and secretly control Vietnam. This was something that everyone was quite excited about, as this was secretly controlling an entire country. Zhao Fu was not stingy at all, and he gave a large amount of resources to Lai Ching-chien so that she could continue to develop and become stronger. Moreover, through killing creatures, Qin had obtained many border medallions. These border medallions could allow one to go to border regions, but there were restrictions. For example, if one obtained a border medallion in the southern part of the Midland continent, it could only go to the southern border, and it would be a one-way trip. The chaotic world stone steel could also be exchanged for border medallions. Advanced border medallions could allow one to go back and forth, while peak border medallions could allow one to go to any border, provided that one was in one's own country. These border medallions were not very useful to Zhao Fu, so they could be sold. Zhao Fu did not have any plans to participate in the war. After dealing with these matters, another day passed. Qin's assassins performed quite well, and they captured 11 women. All of a sudden, many good-looking women were scared and didn't dare to go out. The rumor became more and more terrible. It was said that Qin's crown prince was promiscuous and had thousands of women in a day. Now he was seriously short of women, so he ordered his soldiers to capture beautiful women for his pleasure. Now, 7,000 or so female players had been captured by Great Qin's soldiers and given to Great Qin's legatee to enjoy. They were such good women, but they had to endure Great Qin's legatee's abuse every day. Countless people were talking about it, especially the male comrades who were angry. Why didn't he have that ability? Countless women directly cursed, pervert. Animal. Animal with lower body. Pervert. Bastard. Zhao Fu was also a little surprised. The rumor was too exaggerated. Qin had only captured 11 women. How could it become more than 7,000? Besides, Qin's assassins were very secretive, so they shouldn't be discovered. Even if they were discovered, they might not think that it was Qin who did it. Someone must have spread the rumor. But when Zhao Fu saw the information of the 11 women, he completely understood. The first woman Qin caught was a member of Huayu. Zhao Fu didn't do it on purpose. Huayu must be mad now. After capturing the first person, Flower Moon had tried everything they could to save their people, but they had not succeeded. Zhao Fu did not accept any of their conditions, but they had not given up and had tried to work together in exchange for their people. However, before they could save the first woman, the second one was caught by Qin. Huayu immediately wanted to argue with Zhao Fu, but they didn't even get to see Zhao Fu. Now, they couldn't save the first two, and the third one was caught by Qin. How could they not be angry? In addition to the members of Huayu, this time Qin also caught many influential people, such as the most famous Twilight Girls in Huaxia. The Twilight Girls was composed of 8 members, each of whom was 17 or 18 years old. They were all very beautiful, and they were also versatile. They were loved by many people for their dancing and singing. Out of all the girl groups in the country, they were the most popular and popular. But now, 6 of the 8 of them had been captured by Qin, leaving only 2 members of the Twilight Girls troupe. They would definitely disband. Countless people would be heartbroken that they would never see the Twilight Girls troupe again. There was another woman who also received a lot of attention. She was the wife of a male star. That male star must be very famous in China. Because they had just divorced, she received a lot of attention. In the end, there was also a famous female host who was also captured. Capturing so many influential people at once definitely attracted a lot of attention, so the impact of this matter was very big. However, Zhao Fu didn't care about it. He ordered people to bring them all to him. First, the woman from Huayu was 23 or 24 years old. She was very pretty and had delicate skin. Now, she was looking at Zhao Fu angrily. Her name was LV Nanlei. Then, there were the 6 girls from the Twilight Girls troupe. They all had delicate facial features and were very beautiful. They were about the same height and had different temperaments. They all looked around in fear. Their names were Zhao Shuxian, Yan Minghui, Xuanan Qin, Bailvai, Long Pei and Xia Xiaoyao. Then, there was the divorced woman. She was beautiful, tall, and had fair skin. She had a sexy temperament. Her name was Jinglindi. Then, there was a female host. When Zhao Fu was working, he had seen her on TV, so he knew her. She had a good face and was about 27 years old. She was an intellectual mature woman. Her name was Yi Chouxia. Now, there were 9 people, and there were 2 left. One was the big miss of a large family. She looked quite delicate and had tears streaming down her face. Her name was Zhang Yingying. Finally, there was a gentle and quiet girl. She was not very old and was most likely still in school. Her name was Qi Wenli. When she had first seen Zhao Fu, she had knelt down and begged Zhao Fu to spare her. She said that she came from a village, that her father was disabled, and that her family relied on her mother. Her family was waiting for her to study and find a good job to take care of the family, so she could not stay here. Zhao Fu looked at her. Her words didn't seem to be fake, but she had already consumed a reality fruit and could not return to the real world. However, Zhao Fu promised to give her family a large sum of money as compensation. Qi Wenli was incredibly grateful to Zhao Fu and expressed that she was willing to become Zhao Fu's woman. In actuality, no matter what, they would not be able to resist. However, if they were willing, Zhao Fu would be happy. Following this, they were all conferred titles. The 11 of them all gave off golden phoenix Qi that could condense into mist. It was quite shocking, and they all entered the Emperor Phoenix statue. The Emperor Phoenix once again appeared and gave off a pleasant cry. Zhao Fu's injuries quickly recovered, and with the Phoenix Qi from these 11 women and the fate from before, most of Zhao Fu's injuries had recovered, and he could now use half of his strength. System announcement. Qin's legatee's injuries are recovering, and Qin's fate is also recovering, causing China's fate to start recovering. The fate transfer has slowed down. System announcement. Due to the slowing down of the fate transfer, the bonuses have been reduced. Foreigners attacking Chinese people will only receive 4 times the rewards and a small amount of fate. System announcement. China's fate is recovering, and once it fully recovers, the fate transfer will stop. No one had expected that Qin would be so important to this battle. Everything had started with Qin, and everything had been destroyed by Qin. As long as Qin's fate recovered and Qin's legatee's injuries were healed, this battle would end. Zhao Fu had never thought that his injuries and Qin's injuries would be so important to China. Everyone else felt quite confused, as they had never thought that this would end the battle. What should we do? Help Qin recover his fate? And help Qin recover? Countless dynasty legatees and factions' expressions became quite unsightly. They had tried so hard not to heavily injure Qin, but this was the result. The other foreign factions were also quite shocked. Before, they had received 5 times the rewards, but now it had been reduced to 4 times. If Qin recovered, their rewards would decrease, and if Qin fully recovered, the massive fate transfer would stop. When that time came, China's situation would become the same as the other continents, with countries fighting each other. Without high rewards, no one would attack China. When that time came, their massive invasion would end in failure, and they would have to face China's terrifying retaliation. The outcome would be unimaginable. In actuality, the place where Zhao Fu was currently was not the true Heaven Awakened world. The true Heaven Awakened world was a vast and boundless world. The place where Zhao Fu was now was called the Legacy Land. Just like its name suggested, the Legacy Land was a place to receive all sorts of legacies. These legacies were historical legacies, such as the legacies of various dynasties and families. Every century, the Heaven Awakened world would devour some worlds into the Heaven Awakened world. In order to prevent new worlds from being slaughtered, they had set up a protected area, which was the Legacy Land. The Legacy Land was not only a place to receive legacies but also a place to protect newcomers. It protected the newcomers and allowed them to receive all sorts of legacies, allowing them to develop and defend against outside factions. The Heavenly Domain boundary was the barrier that protected the Legacy Land. If the Heavenly Domain boundary disappeared, the Legacy Land would truly fuse with the Heaven Awakened world. Only then would the world be called the Heaven Awakened world, and now, it was called the Legacy Land. It was like a very large map with a small pellet that was protected by a semicircle. That was what it meant. The Legacy Land was at the boundary of the Heaven Awakened world, and because the Heaven Awakened world continuously devoured worlds, it became larger. Some devoured worlds would naturally appear at the boundary, continuously increasing the Heaven Awakened world's size. There were great benefits to being at the boundary of the Heaven Awakened world, and because the Heaven Awakened world would continuously devour worlds, it would continuously become larger. Some devoured worlds would naturally appear at the boundary, continuously increasing the Heaven Awakened world's size. How could someone who had only been in the Heaven Awakened world for a few years fight against a faction that had developed for tens of thousands of years? They would be completely suppressed and would not be able to resist at all. Zhao Fu found out from the demon god's information that most people in the Heaven Awakened world called the boundary regions. Not only did they not have much fate, but they also did not have many benefits. As such, most ancient factions would not make a move against these boundary regions. This was why the boundary regions, countless kingdoms, and worlds had been able to avoid calamities. If there was any danger, it would be the worlds that had been devoured in the previous century. They had developed for at least a few decades, and even though they were weaker than others, dealing with people from a new world like Zhao Fu was quite simple. The ancient powers looked down on desolate border regions, but others were quite envious, because not only could they obtain large amounts of fate, they could also obtain countless slaves and resources. Slavery was quite common in the Heaven Awakened world, and most of them were conquered kingdoms and races. Very few people would accept people from other worlds, as they were xenophobic. As such, those who conquered them would only see them as slaves and not subjects. Zhao Fu had said before that after the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, there would be a catastrophe, which was the invasion of other worlds. Others had developed for decades, while others had only developed for a few years. It was evident that they were at a disadvantage. Just like the genocide mentioned before and the enslavement of countless people, this was not Zhao Fu's exaggeration. This was something that would really happen. Most of the people in the Legacy Land didn't know about these things. The chaotic world was a cruel environment to train people's resistance. At this time, they could revive infinitely, but when the time came, they would be dead, and there would be no more chances. Now, it was forbidden to talk about the legacy land because if they did, it would cause panic and they would not be able to develop according to the Heaven Awakened World's plans. If everyone in the world knew about this, they would definitely make preparations, and the Heaven Awakened World would think that they had made preparations and close the Heaven Domain boundary ahead of time. When that time came, even if they made sufficient preparations, they would not have enough time and would still be easily destroyed. As such, the Heaven Awakened World nurtured a group of experts to ensure that the new world would not be easily destroyed. As for the weak, they would become nourishment for the experts and defend against the invasions of other worlds. Before, Zhao Fu had heard the black and white impermanences and Oxhead and Horseface mention the legacy land, but they had not been able to say it, as they would receive a system announcement. Luckily, Zhao Fu had not relied on them and had instead devoured a demon godly spirit's divinity to obtain some information from the outside world. Otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark and would only have found out when the Heaven Awakened World devoured the real world. Now, everyone in this region, no matter what race, nationality, or skin color they were called humans, and humans represented everyone on Earth. The other worlds also had similar names. Humans were unique to Earth, and it was the same for the other new worlds. Zhao Fu did not know how many races existed next to humans, as they had only been devoured in the last century. It had not been that long, so Zhao Fu and the Golden Dragon did not know. The demon god could not remember everything, as it was. Only a weak godly spirit. Right now, the outside world was filled with unknowns, and if Zhao Fu could go to the outside world, he would have an advantage over the rest of the world. As mentioned before, this was quite important to Qin. The Heaven Domain stone that Zhao Fu had obtained in the past could be used to break open the Heaven Domain boundary. Boundary iron was an essential material for opening doors to other worlds, and strengthening spatial stones could increase spatial power. What Zhao Fu had been waiting for this entire time was the transboundary teleportation channel, which could allow a person to travel across a world, and he could only exchange for it after the chaotic world stone steel reached level 6. The reason why Zhao Fu had always been saving war points was because he wanted to exchange for transboundary teleportation channels. These things were incredibly expensive, and he would not be able to exchange for them even if he spent a few war points. In actuality, Zhao Fu was quite eager to personally see what the Heaven Awakened World was like, and he wanted to know how strong his enemies were in the future. He wanted to make preparations so that when they invaded, Qin would not be able to retaliate at all. This was the reason why Zhao Fu wanted to quickly establish a kingdom. Only by establishing a kingdom would he have a trace of resistance, or else he would not be able to resist at all. Right now, no matter how intense the battles within the legacy land were, it was meaningless. Zhao Fu was quite clear about his enemies in the future, so he had to make preparations to defend against them. Zhao Fu was not as short-sighted as the other legatees. Fighting between them was a form of internal strife, but this was good as well. After all, even a group of sheep was not as strong as a ferocious tiger. The weak did not deserve to live in this world, the world was just that cruel. Moreover, China occupied the Midland continent, which was the center of the legacy land, which was also beneficial because the invasions would definitely start from other continents. Zhao Fu did not know what the future would be like. He did not know how many people would die, how many races would be destroyed, and how many kingdoms would disappear. In front of a battle between worlds, Zhao Fu was still as weak as an ant. The Golden Dragon was right, the human world was only a low-leveled world, and there were higher-leveled worlds and legacies. The human world was actually quite weak. There were countless races in the Heaven Awakened World, and no one knew exactly how many there were. It was possible that there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of races, but they were roughly split into 8 main races. First, the human race referred to creatures with a human form as their foundation. They were intelligent and had a pure human bloodline. For example, the humans on Earth and some other races that met the requirements could be called the human race. Second, the devil race referred to creatures with beast-like forms and intelligence. High-level devils could turn into humanoid forms, such as the six-eyed flood dragon and the wind dragon lord. Third, the demon race included all demon races, and those with pure demon bloodlines were also called the demon race. Fourth, outlanders referred to all other races, such as elves, orcs, goblins, and kobolds. They were all called outlanders. Even though some races had humanoid forms, they did not have human bloodlines, so they were excluded by the human race and called outlanders. Fifth, the god race referred to creatures with divine attributes, including gods and god descendants. They were creatures with divine blood, so they were also called the god race. There were also creatures created by gods, such as angels and elemental spirits. Sixth, the water race referred to creatures that lived in water. There were many water regions in the heaven-awakened world, and the water race mainly lived in them. There were all sorts of strange creatures, some were humanoid forms, some were beast-like forms, but they did not belong to the human race, devil race, or outlander race, so they were called the water race. Seventh, the death race included all undead creatures and ghosts. There were also some underworld races, such as the black and white impermanences, ox-head, and horseface. Eighth, the spirit race referred to creatures with intelligence. For example, a stone, a tree, or an orb of fire all had their own consciousness and intelligence. They were all from the spirit race, and out of the 8 major races, the spirit race was the least numerous. Out of the 8 major races, the human race was relatively weak, but it was very tolerant and could accept the other 7 major races. As such, it had a lot of power in the heaven-awakened world. If one had to choose the most powerful races, there would be 3, the devil race, the god race, and the demon race. The devil race could control tens of thousands of beasts, and their powerful bodies could easily destroy worlds. The god race and devil race's innate attributes were much better than the other races, so the 3 races were stronger than the other 5 races. Apart from races, there were also nations. Nations in the heaven-awakened world were split into many levels. The weakest nation was called a barony kingdom, followed by a marquisate kingdom, a dukedom kingdom, a royal kingdom, an imperial kingdom, an empire, and a holy kingdom. Each level was split into 9 levels, such as a level 1 barony to a level 9 barony. These barony kingdoms were created by a powerful kingdom, and they were given a piece of land to establish their own kingdom. A marquisate was similar to a vassal, and only a dukedom had a certain amount of power. A royal kingdom's power was above that of a royal kingdom, and an empire was above that of an imperial kingdom. The highest level was a holy empire, and it was the most powerful kingdom. It reigned above everything else, and it was extremely rare. Apart from these kingdoms, there were also divine kingdoms. However, these divine kingdoms were directly controlled by godly spirits and were not part of the heaven-awakened world system of kingdoms. These kingdoms differentiated the strength of each kingdom. If the Qin kingdom established a kingdom, it would be equivalent to a level 1 barony kingdom. Only with a level 1 barony kingdom would they have some means to protect themselves, and one could imagine how difficult it would be in the future. Besides gold coins, there were also purple gold coins, crystal coins, and high-grade holy coins. 1 purple gold coin was equal to 100 gold coins, 1 crystal coin was equal to 100 purple gold coins, and 1 holy coin was equal to 100 crystal coins. Only high-grade kingdoms had holy coins, and it was impossible to see them in low-grade kingdoms. Gold coins were the most common currency in the heaven-awakened world. There were also higher grades of equipment. Above epic grade equipment, there were 3 grades: Saint armaments, Earth God armaments, and Emperor Heaven armaments. Each grade was split into 12 levels, such as level 1 Saint armaments and level 12 Saint armaments, which were level 1 Earth God armaments. Earth God armaments were equivalent to godly weapons. Next was cultivation. Above stage 9, there were 9 realms: Saint realm, Earth realm, Heaven realm, Harmony realm, Great Earth realm, World realm, Divine realm, Extreme Heaven realm, and Emperor Heaven realm. Just like stage 9, there were 4 levels: low, medium, high, and extreme. People in each realm had terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and Saint realm cultivators could directly kill godly spirits. The gods they were talking about here weren't just slaying clones. They were slaying true gods. Of course, they would only be able to kill some weaker gods. However, the higher one's cultivation base was, the higher the gods they would be able to kill. Right now, Zhaofu was just a bit away from breaking through to stage 4, so he did not have to think about the realms after stage 9. The road ahead was too long, and he would take a heavy blow. However, now that Zhaofu had heaven grade and a sovereign bloodline, his cultivation speed was still quite fast. That was just the basic information about the Heaven Awakened world, and there were many more details. Moreover, the level 6 chaotic world stone steel had not leveled up yet, so it would take some time for him to leave the legacy land. Seeing that there was not much to do, Zhao Fu thought about how he had not returned to the real world for a while and that he would be famished, so he decided to return to the real world first. Just as his consciousness returned to his mind, he felt a familiar sense of hunger, and Zhao Fu opened his eyes. He had his bodyguard prepare some food, and he found out that countless people wanted to see him. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided not to see them all for now. However, after the bodyguard brought food, Zhao Fu sat on the sofa and had only eaten a few bites when he heard the bodyguard say that Wu Qingyang wanted to see him. Zhao Fu did not want to see her, so he let her in. After not seeing Wu Qingyang for a while, she had become more mature and beautiful. Zhao Fu looked at her and lightly smiled as he asked, "Qingyang, what is it?" Wu Qingyang smiled as she sat next to Zhao Fu and hugged Zhao Fu. She rested her head on Zhao Fu's shoulder and said softly, "Of course it's because I missed you." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and hesitated. However, he did not hug her and only nodded. Wu Qingyang hugged Zhao Fu for a while before letting go of Zhao Fu and hugging Zhao Fu's hand instead. She rested her head on Zhao Fu's shoulder and said, "You've been so busy recently, and it's been so difficult to see you. Do you feel more confident now that you're the leader of the Ying family and Emperor Qin's legatee?" To be honest, Wu Qingyang pinched Zhao Fu's waist. Zhao Fu dryly laughed in pain and could only apologize as he replied, "I've been quite busy recently and have a lot of things to do." Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "Let's do what we need to do." Even though Qin's recovery will end the shift in fate, the other dynasty legatees and factions will focus their attention on Qin, and they might do things against Qin. However, it's impossible for Qin not to recover. Not only will that be bad for them, but it will also be bad for Qin. As such, Qin will try to recover as soon as possible. Wu Qingyang nodded and raised her head to kiss Zhao Fu on the cheek as she smiled and said, "All right, I'll be going now. I'm leaving now, but the next time I come, do I still need to ask for a favor from you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "There's no need for that. I'll give some instructions, and you can come in." Wu Qingyang harumphed, "At least you're tactful." Suddenly, Wu Qingyang pushed Zhao Fu onto the sofa and pressed her body against Zhao Fu's as she kissed Zhao Fu's lips. Her tongue domineeringly entered Zhao Fu's mouth, and their tongues intertwined, creating a wondrous feeling. After a while, Wu Qingyang got up, her face red, and she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she said, "I'll be going now." Zhao Fu lightly nodded, and after Wu Qingyang left, Zhao Fu sighed. Zhao Fu did not know what to do with Wu Qingyang. After eating, Zhao Fu met with the Ying family's leaders. They were mainly concerned about the current situation, and after Zhao Fu gave them a brief explanation, they felt at ease and left. Most of the others were representatives of various factions. Because Qin was incredibly important to the shift in fate, they wanted to see what Qin was thinking. The officials also came, trying to persuade Qin to let go of his grudges and unite. Other forces could also provide some help, hoping that Qin could recover quickly and end the shift of fate. Zhao Fu didn't see any of these people, nor did he need their help. Zhao Fu also conveyed Qin's message, which made them all feel relieved. There was no other way. Although he had helped them, it was impossible for Qin to be dragged down by them. In that case, it would be Qin who would suffer losses, and it would not benefit Qin at all. Moreover, Zhao Fu knew a bigger crisis. They couldn't let Qin die because of them, so they could only do this. Finally, there were some people who wanted to see Zhao Fu. One of them was Su Yuyan, who had most likely come for Flower Moon's people. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to meet her. Su Yuyan walked in and angrily looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, "Flower Moon isn't opposing Qin, so why is Qin capturing Flower Moon's people again and again?" Zhao Fu sincerely apologized, "I'm very sorry." Su Yuyan had never thought that Zhao Fu would apologize so sincerely, and her anger dissipated by half. Her tone became much weaker as she asked, "When do you plan to release our people?" "That won't do. Their bodies have already entered the Heaven Awakened world, and with Qin's protection, they'll be very safe." Zhao Fu directly refused. Su Yuyan had thought that Zhao Fu was going to release her people, but who would have thought that he would still do this? Her anger rose up again as she said, "Flower Moon's people don't need Qin's protection. Please release our people, Qin. Hearing Su Yuyan's impolite words, Zhao Fu's expression became slightly cold as he said, so what? Do you think Qin is afraid of Flower Moon? You've fought against Qin before, so you're Qin's enemies. You've caused great losses to Qin, so do you think you can just let it go? Also, that Li Wu is still in your hands, right? What do you think you're doing? Su Yuyan was speechless, and she felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, Qin was not afraid of Flower Moon, and if they continued to oppose Qin, the ones at a disadvantage would be Flower Moon, not Qin. At that moment, Su Yuyan made a decision. She deeply breathed in and said, I'll take care of Li Wu. Also, as long as you release Flower Moon's people, my body will be yours. Zhao Fu felt quite startled before smiling and saying, I'm sorry, but I can't promise you that. They're already legatees women and are living quite well, so you don't have to worry about them. I can help them pass on a message or some notes. They really are legatee Qin's women. Su Yuyan's heart sank because there was no hope of saving her sisters. She felt quite furious towards legatee Qin, who was so lascivious and licentious. She didn't know that the person in front of her was legatee Qin. If she found out about this in the future, who knew what she would think? Since she couldn't save her sisters, she could only hope that they would live a better life. She could only place her hopes on Zhao Fu. After all, he was legatee Qin's favorite, and with his help, her sisters would be able to live a good life. Zhao Fu. Can you help us take care of Flower Moon's people? Su Yuyan's voice was not as sharp as before, and it became much softer as she said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and agreed because Zhao Fu wouldn't harm them anyway. Su Yuyan felt at ease and smiled as she walked over to Zhao Fu's side and bent down to kiss Zhao Fu's cheek. She then whispered into Zhao Fu's ear, this is for you. Following this, Su Yuyan left. Now that Zhao Fu was the acting leader of the Ying family, he didn't lack wealth, power, or women. He could have anything he wanted. Su Yuyan's only advantage was herself, and he was quite confident in her. Indeed, if she could get on good terms with Zhao Fu, it would be equivalent to getting on good terms with legatee Qin. Not only would this be beneficial to Flower Moon, but it would also be beneficial to the captured sisters. Zhao Fu felt quite startled, he had never thought that Su Yuyan would take the initiative to kiss him. Elsewhere, Su Yuyan returned to her faction. After thinking about it for a while, she sighed and gave the order to kill Li Wu. If she wanted to progress with legatee Qin, he definitely couldn't stay. Li Wu didn't know about any of this, he was currently conquering villages in the Heaven Awakened world, and everything was going quite smoothly. Right now, Li Wu only had one thought in his mind, which was to develop his faction and marry Su Yuyan. Su Yuyan was his only hope, and she was the woman he had set his heart on. Even though Li Wu had a few beautiful women in the village, they were just tools for Li Wu to vent his frustrations on. Li Wu only had Su Yuyan in his heart. At that moment, Li Wu was forcefully woken up and fed a bottle of medicine by a few people. In just a few seconds, he fell to the ground and died, not knowing what had happened even after he died. Su Yuyan had specially prepared a poison that would not cause him any pain and would kill him quickly. This was the only consolation for Li Wu, this was how nobodies were, they couldn't resist at all. The last people Zhao Fu went to see were Mei Xiaoyan and Xianxia, and he directly asked, what does the White Lotus Society want? Mei Xiaoyan sat on Zhao Fu's lap and hugged Zhao Fu's neck as she said coquettishly, nothing much, but does Qin really want to quickly recover? In actuality, dragging the various dynasty legatees down would be beneficial. Qin Kingdom might not develop, but the various dynasty legatees would suffer great losses. Zhao Fu understood what the White Lotus Society was thinking, everyone would die together, but Zhao Fu did not plan to do that. After all, Qin Kingdom was the leader, so he said resolutely, Emperor Qin has already made his decision, and no one can change it. Mei Xiaoyan tried to persuade him a bit more, but seeing that she could not change Zhao Fu's mind, she could only leave and report this matter to her superiors. Zhao Fu then looked at Xianxia, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked, what do you want? Xianxia's face became slightly red, and she looked around before getting up and sitting on Zhao Fu's lap. She lightly hugged Zhao Fu's waist and leaned her head against Zhao Fu's chest as she said softly, thank you for saving my family. Because of Xianxia's identity, Zhao Fu felt quite uncomfortable with her actions, but he still said, you should be at ease with my cousin. You're safe now, and you're no longer a threat. Moreover, you like him. I don't want to. I've already said that I'll be your woman. Can I break up with your cousin now? Xianxia's eyes became slightly moist as she looked at Zhao Fu with a pleading gaze. Seeing this, Zhao Fu did not know what to say. At that moment, Xianxia suddenly stretched out her hand and stroked Zhao Fu's lower body. Sensing the changes there, she said shyly, "You said you didn't have any feelings for me, but you're already reacting." Zhao Fu felt quite speechless. Mei Xiaoyan had teased him before, and now that Xianxia's alluring body was sitting on top of him and feeling the warmth of her body, as a man, his body definitely reacted instinctively. Zhao Fu was not a eunuch. It was better to end the conversation. Zhao Fu also wanted to say something and was about to push Xianxiao away. However, Xianxiao sensed something, and she raised her head and suddenly kissed Zhao Fu's lips. She shyly stuck her tongue into Zhao Fu's mouth, continuously teasing Zhao Fu's tongue. That intimate feeling caused Zhao Fu to lose control and have a slight reaction. However, Zhao Fu still pushed her away. Xianxiao's face became red as she shyly smiled and said, "I'm your woman now, and you can't even escape." Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. Even though he didn't want to, some things had indeed happened. Xianxiao happily leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and stroked Zhao Fu's chest, and Zhao Fu did not push her away. Their relationship was quite messy, and Zhao Fu felt quite a headache. In the end, he had Xianxiao leave. Zhao Fu returned to the heaven-awakened world. By now, the otherworld gate had been constructed, and Zhao Fu had built it a few hundred meters underground. He was quite worried that something would forcefully enter the legacy land through the otherworld gate. As such, Zhao Fu had built it a few hundred meters underground and set up some restrictions. If anything unexpected happened, he could destroy the otherworld gate. On the other hand, this would increase their concealment and prevent others from discovering them. After all, the otherworld gate was a very important item to Qin. Zhao Fu went to an underground region that was 100 meters wide. There was a platform that was dozens of meters wide, and there was a magic formation on the platform. At the center of the magic formation was a pair of iron doors, or rather, a doorframe. The doorframe seemed to be made of iron, and it was 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. There were 2 iron pillars that were as thick as 3 fingers, and there were many flowers and branches at the top. There was a heaven domain stone at the center that gave off a rainbow-colored light and looked quite beautiful. Because there was no door, it was just a doorframe. Right now, there was nothing inside the doorframe, and it looked like a gray-black screen. There was still one last thing missing, which was the transboundary teleportation channel. However, the otherworld gate was finally complete. With the help of the 1.2 million soldiers and the village-finding compass, they quickly cleared 2/3 of the region, and there was still 1/3 of the region left. The chaotic world stone steel was only a few hundred war points away from leveling up to level 6. At that moment, the team in charge of clearing brought back an item. It was another altar, just like the demon altar that Zhao Fu had obtained before. It was a godly spirit altar that could be used to summon godly spirits and change professions. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised about this. Qin had already killed a godly spirit once, so he could naturally kill a godly spirit a second time, a third, a fourth, or even a fifth time. Qin did not dare to act against high-level godly spirits, but bullying weaker godly spirits was quite easy. He could refine their clones and obtain their divinity. Divinity was the source of a godly spirit, and losing even a bit of it would greatly decrease their strength. It was an incredibly precious thing, and even in the true heaven-awakened world, it was incredibly rare, and ordinary people would not be able to obtain it. Even though fusing with divinity could give one the god-killer profession, no matter how powerful it was still a person. Moreover, Zhao Fu already had it, so he could use it in other ways. There were many uses for divinity. Not only could it be fused into one's body, but it could also be fused into equipment and trees. No matter what it was fused into, it would cause massive changes. The altar that Zhao Fu had obtained this time could summon a god called Dokol. Dokol was a beast god that looked like a horse. It was snow white and had 2 pure white eyes that looked like 2 gems. In the heaven-awakened world, there were many types of godly spirits, such as the demon god, the goddess of life that the elves worshipped, and the water god that Zhao Fu had obtained. There were many types of godly spirits, and it was impossible to know just how many there were. However, because of their systems, they were rejected by the heaven-awakened world's natural laws, so they could only stay in the outside world. In other words, apart from the boundless heaven-awakened world, there was another outside world. This outside world was also incredibly big, and it was called the godly spirit world. This world was attached to the heaven-awakened world, and because it was filled with all sorts of godly spirits, it was called the godly spirit world. However, other creatures that were rejected by the natural laws would also be banished to the godly spirit world. The demon god and the beast god were all from the godly spirit world, and because they were restricted by the natural laws, it was quite difficult for them to descend. Of course, it was almost impossible for ordinary people to enter the godly spirit world. End of chapter 596. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.